Jiang Ke is a beleaguered laborer who unexpectedly acquires a space of stillness. And after frequently dreaming of apocalyptic visions, she resolves to begin stockpiling supplies. In the face of the impending apocalypse, there is no time for culinary endeavors. She intends to prepare a lifetime's worth of meals while she still can, and her impromptu cooking videos swiftly go viral across the internet. Thus, she embarks on a journey as a culinary influencer, simultaneously earning income and amassing provisions, achieving two objectives with one endeavor. Chapter 1. Dreaming of Catastrophe. In the early morning, Jiang Ke jolts awake from her slumber, once again beset by that haunting nightmare. The imagery within her dreams grows increasingly vivid, sometimes portraying an unending swelter that distorts the world under oppressive heat, and at other times, depicting a relentless blizzard that freezes all vitality. Shaking her head, she dismisses it as a mere aftereffect of her recent obsession with apocalyptic novels. Glancing at her phone, it reads 7:20 a.m. There is no time to ponder the dream further. A laborer dreads tardiness, and she hastily prepares herself, mounting her electric scooter and darting towards the company. Ding, clock in, successful. Just managing to step into the office at the last minute, Jiang Ke places a hand on her chest and exhales in relief. Fortunately, she made it, for otherwise, 20 yuan would have gone to waste. Upon reaching her workstation, she overhears her colleagues discussing the recent floods caused by torrential rains in Dongshu, which have left over 100,000 people affected and incalculable losses in their wake. A colleague remarks, "Why does it seem like disasters have become increasingly frequent in recent years? Ever since the last viral outbreak, our family has been too afraid to run out of supplies. We must stockpile for peace of mind." Sitting at her desk, Jiang Ke opens her computer and begins to contemplate her colleague's words. Coupled with her recent dreams, she feels compelled to start stockpiling some provisions herself. She spends the entire morning lost in thought, and at noon, receives a call from her mother, which momentarily stuns her. She does not answer. Jiang Ke can scarcely recall the last time she spoke with her parents. Speaking of Jiang Ke's family, her father emerged from a rural background. Through sheer tenacity, he established himself in the bustling metropolis and eventually married Jiang Ke's mother. Jiang Ke's mother is a second-generation factory owner, the only child in her family. With the support of her parents, her father also established his own factory, flourishing in business. Ordinarily, such a background should have ensured Jiang Ke a life free from want. However, the reality is that after her younger brother Jiang Huai was born, her parents used their busy work schedules as an excuse to send 3-year-old Jiang Ke to live with her grandparents. Her childhood was spent under the care of her grandparents, and it was not until she entered junior high that her parents brought her back to the city. From the moment she returned to begin junior high, Jiang Ke was tasked with laundering the clothing of the 4 family members, including her brother's and father's underwear and foul socks, as her mother insisted that intimate garments must not be washed in a machine for hygiene reasons. Whenever she voiced her objections, Jiang Ke's mother would sternly admonish her, "A girl should learn to manage household duties. It is for your own good." Boarding school during high school became her escape. Yet, her mother directly deposited her living expenses onto her meal card, fearing she would spend frivolously. By the time she reached university, her mother seized her living expenses entirely, believing that studying was merely a waste of time and that it would be better for her to return home and assist with the family factory. On the day the college entrance examination concluded, Jiang Ke left that home, dragging her suitcase behind her. Throughout her 4 years at university, she supported herself by distributing flyers in shopping malls and tutoring middle school students. Jiang Ke could not fathom why her parents treated her this way when their financial situation was not dire. Jiang Huai, despite his poor academic performance, was sent abroad for his studies at their parents' expense, and before he even graduated, they purchased him a 3-bedroom apartment in a new district. Her mother often proclaimed, "It is of no use for a girl to read too many books," while her father never inquired about which city she resided in. It was only one day, while perusing the book The Family of Origin in the library, that she found a sudden sense of relief. It was not that she was inadequate. Rather, some parents' love comes with conditions. Jiang Ke's grandfather passed away during her high school years, and to facilitate care for her grandmother, she chose to study in the Eastern Province. On weekends, apart from working, she would spend her free time accompanying her grandmother. Although the Eastern Province is flat, her grandmother resides in Taishu, the highest point in the province. The journey from the school city of Quanshu to her grandmother's home takes 2 to 3 hours by bus, yet she never feels it is distant. Jiang Ke's grandparents treated her with utmost kindness, always taking little Jiang Ke along with them wherever they went. Since her grandfather's passing, her grandmother's vitality has diminished significantly. Every time Jiang Ke returns, her grandmother's joy lingers for a long while. During Jiang Ke's university years, her grandmother withdrew 20,000 yuan for her, assured her not to worry about tuition and living expenses. She recalls her grandmother cheerfully saying, "Little Ke, don't worry about school. Your father sends plenty of money to me each year, and with your grandparents' savings, we could support you for a lifetime." Jiang Ke's eyes misted with warmth as she silently vowed to work in Taishu after graduation, to accompany her grandmother through her twilight years. Yet fate ultimately denied her that opportunity. During the winter of her senior year, her grandmother quietly departed from this world. A week before her passing, her grandmother, sensing the inevitable, withdrew 300,000 yuan and entrusted it to Jiang Ke, telling her it was the money specifically saved for her by her grandparents. Furthermore, there exists a sum of 100,000 yuan that her father has been gradually transferring over the years, which remains untouched in the account. Her grandmother is aware that such funds would be of no use to Jiang Ke, as her parents would undoubtedly reclaim them. At that time, Jiang Ke was in her internship period, originally intending to return to work after visiting her grandmother. However, upon witnessing her grandmother's demeanor as she arranged for her final affairs, Jiang Ke did not hesitate to take her to the hospital. The examination results revealed that aside from some common ailments associated with aging, her grandmother's health was largely stable. Nonetheless, Jiang Ke remained restless and insisted on taking a leave to accompany her grandmother. Her grandmother vehemently refused, grasping her hand and saying, "This money is specially reserved for you, dear. I fear that if I were to depart one day, your parents would seize this sum to support your brother. Little Ke, I have raised you single-handedly, and you are the one I worry about the most. Your parents are biased. Consider this money as a safeguard left by your grandmother." Her grandmother's words brought tears to Jiang Ke's eyes in an instant, and she could not hold back her sobs. With a choked voice, she implored, "Grandma, you must live a long life and stay by my side." Amidst tearful farewells, her grandmother stubbornly sent Jiang Ke off to the returning bus. Jiang Ke promised her grandmother that she would come back to visit on her next day off. However, before Jiang Ke could return, her grandmother passed away peacefully in her sleep. When Jiang Ke returned home to arrange the funeral, she encountered her long-absent parents. Her mother handed her a will, revealing that her grandmother had bequeathed the ancestral home to her, a decision made by her grandfather during his lifetime. Although Jiang Ke's father did not harbor affection for her, he still behaved as a dutiful son, respecting the wishes of his parents. Jiang Ke's mother, unimpressed by the house, did not contest the decision and consented without much deliberation. Fortunately, Jiang Ke's household registration remained in her hometown, making the procedural formalities astonishingly smooth. When the property certificate, embossed with a red seal, was handed to her, Jiang Ke felt as if this house represented the final embrace her grandparents had left for her. Since entering university, she had not returned home. Her holidays were spent working outside, and she did not return for the new year. Her parents had once told her over the phone that if she did not return, she should never come back. After finalizing the property transfer, her mother directly stated, "Your brother is studying abroad, which is not easy for him. We have never asked you for a single cent. Now that the house is given to you, what more do you want? Since you have separated your household, you may come and go as you please." Jiang Ke gazed at her impeccably dressed mother, feeling an overwhelming sense of distance and unfamiliarity. Very well, Jiang Ke thought to herself, splendid indeed. As her thoughts returned, it had been over 3 years since she last saw her mother, and she was unsure what to say if she recalled her. Jiang Ke did not answer nor return the call, reasoning that if it were important, they would call again. The afternoon passed peacefully, the missed calls soon forgotten. At 5 o'clock, she clocked out of work, efficiently gathering her belongings. The evening breeze caressed her as she navigated through the traffic on her electric scooter. She pondered what to have for dinner when an abrupt roar of an engine pierced the air at the corner. Before she could react, a speeding motorcycle whizzed past, toppling both her and her scooter to the ground. Jiang Ke felt a sharp pain in her knee and arm. Upon inspecting her legs and arms, she noticed multiple bruises, while the perpetrator had long since vanished without a trace. Chapter 2. The Emergence of Space. Jiang Ke was oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of the beads gifted by her grandmother adorning her wrist. Wincing in pain, she propped up her electric scooter and meticulously inspected it. Fortunately, the vehicle had only sustained some scratches, with no significant damage otherwise. With great effort, she managed to ride it back to the ground floor of her rented apartment and immediately hailed a taxi to the hospital. Deep down, Jiang Ke understood that although the perpetrator had fled, the surveillance cameras along that stretch of road were intact. After the incident, she promptly reported it to the police. And retrieving the footage for investigation should not pose a challenge. Upon reaching the hospital, an X-ray confirmed that her bones were unharmed, and the doctor merely prescribed some ointments before sending her on her way. Upon returning home, Jiang Ke sent her supervisor a photo of her injury and requested sick leave. Upon seeing the bloodied wound in the photo, her supervisor promptly approved 3 days of paid leave and advised her to take good care of herself. In truth, the injury appeared worse than it was. There was no damage to her tendons or bones, a detail Jiang Ke chose not to disclose. Who would ever complain about having more time off? In the stillness of the night, the wooden beads on her wrist suddenly shimmered with a soft glow. Once again, she found herself ensnared in that apocalyptic dream, this time more vivid than ever before. First came the relentless heat, softening the asphalt, rendering the city paralyzed. Then, torrential rains unleashed floods that breached barriers, devouring village after village. Finally, a blizzard blanketed the world in a ghastly white, enveloping the earth in a deathly silence. The dream unfolded endlessly, and Jiang Ke felt as if she possessed the ability to overlook all of humanity. She observed the orderly evacuation of citizens from danger zones under government orders, as they were relocated to newly constructed shelters. Her gaze shifted overseas, where raging wildfires consumed forests. Frequent earthquakes ravaged cities, and a novel infectious disease spread rapidly, highly contagious and with a high mortality rate, plunging the world into panic. Just as Jiang Ke yearned to delve deeper into this unfolding chaos, her alarm clock rang, jolting her awake, drenched in sweat. The dream had been alarmingly realistic. Her heart pounding violently in her chest, she rose from her bed and downed a glass of warm water in haste. Gradually, she settled back on the edge of her bed, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the wooden beads on her wrist. The images from the dream were unsettlingly vivid. Every detail etched into her mind as if they were not mere omens, but rather disasters experienced by another version of herself in an alternate reality. If the dream were to hold true, calamities would soon follow in quick succession. As an ordinary person devoid of extraordinary abilities, she feared she might not even endure the first wave of extreme weather, let alone survive until the day of post-disaster reconstruction. If only she possessed a space like the protagonists in novels, Jiang Ke silently mused. As this thought surfaced in her mind, the beads on her wrist suddenly sparkled with starlight, and in an instant, her consciousness was pulled into a realm of chaos. Jiang Ke's pupils dilated in disbelief as she beheld her surroundings. Could it be that she had inexplicably become the chosen one, as described in those apocalyptic tales? Shaking her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, she began to explore this enigmatic space. Surrounding her was a haze of gray mist, with the central area glowing softly, illuminating the scene within. She attempted to sense the boundaries, discovering that the space spanned roughly the size of a football field. The edges seemed to be encased in an invisible barrier, preventing further exploration. As she extended her consciousness upward, it felt as though she were plunging into an endless abyss. Unable to reach the ceiling, how was she to exit? With a thought, Jiang Ke blinked and found herself back in her rented apartment. The morning's extraordinary events left Jiang Ke restless. She was eager to delve into the mysteries of this newfound space. She attempted to draw her teacup into the space, finding it surprisingly effortless, followed by her bed, blanket, and wardrobe, all easily absorbed. The arrangement of items within the space was vividly clear in her mind. Unsure if the space was static, she contemplated this, poured herself a cup of hot water, and retrieved some ice cubes from the refrigerator to transfer into the space. Jiang Ke's thoughts began to race. What about living creatures? She fetched a potted cactus from the balcony, attempting to draw it into the space, only to find it impossible. Next, she tried to move a small goldfish from its aquarium, but met with the same result. It appeared she could only store inanimate objects. Jiang Ke concluded quietly, gently stroking the wooden bead bracelet on her wrist, a gift from her grandmother, who had claimed it was blessed to ensure her safety and well-being throughout her life. She marveled at the unexpected turn of events. Jiang Ke believed that her grandmother was silently safeguarding her, increasing her chances of survival in an impending apocalypse. Pressing the bracelet to her heart, she felt as if she could sense her grandmother's warmth. "Do not worry, Grandma. I will live longer than anyone else," she vowed. After getting ready for the day, Jiang Ke prepared herself a fried egg and poured a glass of milk with oats. Sitting at the dining table, she opened her phone and began to search online for information related to natural disasters and stockpiling for the apocalypse. To her surprise, she discovered an abundance of such threads. Particularly in recent years, the emergence of various extreme weather events had led many to realize that apocalyptic concerns were not merely the musings of alarmists. As she scrolled through her phone, Jiang Ke pondered her options. Should she remain in the city or return to her rural hometown? The city appeared convenient, but was inherently fragile. Once infrastructure crumbled, water and power outages would merely be the beginning. The daily challenge of cooking would become formidable. In contrast, life in her hometown offered self-sufficiency. Even in the absence of water or electricity, there were gas, coal, and firewood available, not to mention the option to fetch water from nearby rivers. Her family's old house stood on a hillside, elevated yet distanced from water sources, making irrigation inconvenient. They primarily cultivated drought-resistant fruit trees, such as cherry, walnut, apricot, and peach trees. Jiang Ke remembered her grandmother mentioning that they once grew peanuts and beans. Back then, people toiled in the fields year-round, scarcely having a moment to catch their breath. The harsh conditions prompted an increasing number of people to leave. To prevent the land from going to waste, they opted to plant hardy trees like walnuts and apricots. Years ago, when the government requisitioned part of her grandfather's farmland for road construction, they received a compensation of 100,000 yuan. Now, only a plot of forest remained behind the house, where her grandfather had planted numerous walnut trees, their sturdy trunks bearing fruit year after year. After receiving the compensation, her grandfather withdrew an additional 200,000 yuan from his savings, totaling 300,000 to rebuild the family home. The newly constructed house, built with the finest materials from the foundation to the beams, stood firm and resilient. At the time, a young Jiang Ke had not comprehended the significance of this. Only now did she realize that her grandfather had long prepared a refuge for her. The house was built during her third year of junior high, and now, a decade later, it stood resilient against the elements, its brick facade as vibrant as ever. There was no urgency to return home. After finishing her last mouthful of oats, Jiang Ke resolved to utilize her 3 days of leave to meticulously plan the supplies she would need to stockpile. After tidying up her dishes, she was about to calculate her available funds when her phone rang, revealing a call from the police, requesting her presence at the station. Chapter 3. The Commencement of Stockpiling. The individual who had collided with Jiang Ke while riding a motorcycle in the wrong direction was found. In the mediation room of the police station, the young man responsible for the accident hung his head in shame. Upon seeing Jiang Ke enter, his mother rushed forward, grasping her son's ear, her voice trembling with emotion. "Dear girl, I am truly sorry. This reckless boy just got his license and dared to flee." Jiang Ke waved her hand dismissively. The abrasions on her right arm and leg had already formed scabs, while the blood-stained wooden beads lay quietly in her pocket, exuding a faint warmth. The examination report indicated minor soft tissue contusions. The police presented her with an agreement. The other party was willing to compensate her 2,000 yuan. Jiang Ke did not argue further, signed the document, and departed with her payment. As she rode her electric scooter down the sun-kissed street, Jiang Ke felt the weight of the 2,000 yuan in her pocket, reflecting that this misfortune had turned into a blessing in disguise. After all, it was the contact of her blood with the wooden beads that had awakened the space. With a few days of paid leave and an unexpected 2,000 yuan in her account, the only downside was a bit of skin irritation. After applying ointment to her wound, Jiang Ke prepared to assess her savings. The 300,000 yuan given by her grandparents had remained untouched. To be honest, she had not anticipated that they still had savings. She had believed that the construction of the blue brick house had long since depleted their funds. Yet they surprisingly retained such a sum. When it came time to rebuild the old home, Jiang Ke's father had disagreed. They had already rooted themselves in Jiang province and had no intentions of returning to settle down. He only consented to renovations, but her grandfather insisted on building anew. Eventually, her grandfather spent his life savings to complete the project alone. By the time the new house was finished, the matter had become irrevocable, and Jiang Ke's father had no choice but to acquiesce. Later, he even contributed to the renovations to ensure that the elderly couple could live more comfortably. Since starting university, Jiang Ke had worked part-time, acutely aware of the difficulties of earning money. She had not held high expectations for her clothing and appearance, often preparing her own meals. Fond of culinary delights, she had spent her free time learning to cook from online resources, and over the course of 2 or 3 years, her culinary skills had notably improved. Currently, she resided in a small 2-bedroom apartment of over 70 square meters. Previously, she had shared the place with a colleague. But when that colleague left for another job, Jiang Ke found herself living alone. At 200 yuan a month, the rent was not exorbitant, yet it still pinched her financially. She had long considered finding a roommate, but given the current circumstances, it seemed ill-suited for shared living. Jiang Ke took out pen and paper to calculate. After more than 3 years of work, she had saved 140,000 yuan. Adding her grandparents' 300,000 yuan, she had a total of 440,000 yuan. While this sum might suffice for an average person, it remained a drop in the bucket in the face of impending calamities. Rubbing her temples, she suppressed the rising anxiety. Compared to the unprepared masses, she had already secured a significant advantage, especially with the stillness of her space as her greatest ally. The most pressing task at hand was to devise a meticulous plan, ensuring that every penny was allocated wisely for essentials such as food, water, medical supplies, safety, and energy. Jiang Ke jotted down these categories and began to list specific items under each, making it easier to purchase similar products in bulk. As she scrolled through online supply lists while organizing her own, night fell swiftly. Remembering the hot water and ice she had placed in her space that morning, she was struck with an idea and retrieved them from the stillness of her space. To her delight, the water remained scalding hot, and the ice had not melted. Her space had the remarkable ability to preserve freshness. Realizing this, Jiang Ke smiled with joy. This discovery opened up a plethora of preparation opportunities. The next morning, Jiang Ke awoke invigorated after only a few hours of sleep, ready to venture out to procure food, for sustenance is paramount. She resolved to stockpile provisions for the entirety of her life within her space, as cooking in the aftermath of a disaster would undoubtedly pose challenges. Even if she could prepare meals, the enticing aroma could attract unwanted attention. Since her space possessed preservation capabilities, why not prepare now? First, she rented a small cargo van to discreetly transport her purchases into her space. Driving straight to the largest wholesale market in Quan City, she decisively ordered 1 ton of rice and 1 ton of flour. Although she preferred noodles, considering the labor-intensive process of making buns and noodles, she opted for pre-made products instead. Rice, on the other hand, required only straightforward steaming, as she still needed to buy finished products. She refrained from hoarding excessive amounts of rice and flour. Loading 1 ton into the van, she planned to return later for the remainder. After exiting the market, she turned into a secluded narrow alley. Confirming through her rearview mirror that no one was following, she swiftly erased the rice and flour from the back seat. Steering back into the market, her next purchase was oil. In the oil and grain section, 5-liter containers of oil were neatly arranged, with the golden peanut oil labels particularly eye-catching, as was the price. Jiang Ke lingered over the numbers for a moment before shifting her gaze to soybean and corn oils. After much deliberation, she decided to mix her order, acquiring a variety of oils, soybean, peanut, corn, and blended oil, totaling 105-liter containers. She planned to render some lard later, as it was both delicious and economical. After completing this purchase, she repeated her previous strategy of hiding the goods in an unoccupied area before continuing to buy seasonings. Salt was relatively inexpensive, and given the northern cuisine's proclivity for heavy oil and salt, it might prove useful should she encounter pestilence later on. Thus, Jiang Ke resolved to purchase a substantial amount, totaling 500 kilograms of salt. The significance of sugar was self-evident. It was a strategic commodity worth stockpiling. Initially, she intended to buy a ton, but upon attempting to purchase, she discovered a limit on the amount. Clearly, her preparations had not been thorough. Concerned about drawing attention with her bulk purchases, she settled for half a ton and exited the market. Sitting in the van, she took a sip of water and calculated her expenditures for the morning. She had spent approximately 20,000 yuan. 400 yuan on rice. 400 yuan on flour. 500 yuan on oil. 1,000 yuan on salt. And 500 yuan on sugar. Salt was the cheapest, with 400-gram packages costing mere cents, while Jiang Ke opted for better quality for her personal consumption, acquiring larger bulk packages for the surplus, which proved more economical. Jiang Ke now had a clearer understanding of the current pricing trends. As someone who had always been frugal, she resolved to approach her afternoon shopping with greater caution, avoiding excessive hoarding. After a light meal of bread and a few sips of water, Jiang Ke opened her navigation app to search for other wholesale markets, planning to switch venues for her afternoon purchases. Wandering the same market had become too conspicuous. After retrieving the remaining rice and flour into her space, she turned the van towards her next destination. Chapter 4. Frugality in Action. Upon entering the market, Jiang Ke headed to the grain section to continue her procurement. Millet, glutinous rice, walnuts, peanuts, red dates, soybeans, mung beans, and goji berries were among the myriad of grains available, though not all were essential for her. Many items she had never consumed in her earlier years, nor would she have a need for in the future. These were not necessities, and she spent 2,000 yuan to acquire them, placing them in her space before moving on to the seasoning section. Soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, sesame oil, oyster sauce, debanjiang, sweet bean sauce, tomato sauce, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, fennel, cinnamon, and bay leaves were all on her list. In her cooking endeavors, Jiang Ke favored simple seasoning, predominantly using Sichuan peppercorns and star anise. The pork available in the city often carried an unpleasant odor, likely due to feedlot practices. In contrast, The pork ribs from her hometown, which her grandmother would stew without heavy spices, were exceptionally flavorful. Lost in thought, Jiang Ke found herself in the fresh meat section. The price for pork was 12 yuan per pound, and she purchased 2 cuts, adding a processing fee for the vendor to separate them. 2 cuts of meat would barely suffice for her. It was likely only enough for a year, yet her budget was tight, leaving her wanting more. With her balance slowly dwindling, she sighed and turned her attention to the frozen goods market, where prices were significantly more affordable. In the realm of culinary endeavors, one finds an exquisite selection of poultry from the Qin dynasty and ducks from the Ming dynasty. Jiang Ke, however, did not engage in the wholesale procurement of entire chickens or ducks. Instead, she meticulously chose the most utilitarian cuts, chicken breast, thighs, and wings, alongside the duck neck, gizzard, and intestines, which are particularly suited for braising. As for beef and lamb, she acquired only a modest quantity due to their exorbitant prices. Even pork had become a luxury, let alone these premium meats. With her vehicle making numerous trips, she efficiently collected her provisions into her designated space. The total expenditure for spices amounted to 2,000 yuan, while the combination of pork and these frozen goods reached a sum of 5,000 yuan. Upon concluding her purchases, Jiang Ke hastened to the vegetable wholesale market, primarily seeking seasonal produce, yet refraining from acquiring an excessive quantity. Even in the market, prices for vegetables were not particularly economical. She contemplated returning to her hometown shortly to purchase directly from individual farmers. The situation with fruits was analogous. Having grown up in the countryside, Jiang Ke was acutely aware of the disparity in prices. Fruits in the city were prohibitively expensive, while those in the rural areas often went unsold. Take, for instance, the peaches from her hometown, which ripened in mere days, leaving little time for harvest before they spoiled on the ground. With fewer people in rural areas now, mainly elderly couples, the market was sparse, and prices remained low, with no funds available for hiring laborers for harvesting. Her neighbor's grandfather had an abundant crop of leeks that rotted in the fields. Their value diminished as the season progressed. In the market, she inquired about the price of eggs, which stood at 33 yuan per jean. The price of eggs fluctuated daily, sometimes exceeding 6 yuan per jean, while at other times dropping to just over 3, demonstrating a variance of nearly 50%. She purchased a small quantity, intending to buy in bulk from the wholesale egg supplier later. As she returned her vehicle, Jiang Ke pondered whether to acquire a second-hand van for easier transportation of goods. She recalled that her colleague's husband dealt in used cars and resolved to inquire upon her return to work. As dusk descended, Jiang Ke ambled homeward, observing throngs of individuals finishing their work and school days, their faces illuminated with smiles. A little girl skipped past her, excitedly exclaiming, "Mom, today, Li Yihan farted right in my face." The girl's innocent, melodious voice elicited a chuckle from Jiang Ke. However, as she watched the family recede into the distance, her smile gradually waned. How much longer could such blissful days endure? What could she possibly contribute? Despite possessing a spatial resource, its confines were limited, unable to accommodate much. She could not save everyone and felt increasingly incapable of preserving even this ordinary semblance of happiness. Clutching the cold keys in her pocket, a sense of unease washed over her. She feared that should her secret be unveiled, she might be regarded as an anomaly and subjected to persecution. First, I must look after myself, she mused, contemplating the possibility of others like her, those with spatial abilities or unique gifts. Jiang Ke had always believed in the existence of extraordinary individuals in the world, though they remained elusive to ordinary folk. Upon arriving home, she changed her shoes, flicked on the lights, tossed her bag onto the sofa, and collapsed onto it, feeling utterly drained. Her mind felt clouded, as if everything were a dream. She repeatedly entered her spatial realm, confirming its authenticity. She truly possessed this extraordinary space. An ordinary person like herself, who had never even won a lottery prize while buying iced tea, found herself unexpectedly bestowed with a golden opportunity to transform her fate. Regrettably, she felt like a timid turtle, her thoughts revolving solely around survival in the face of uncertainty. During her readings of post-apocalyptic novels, she often encountered protagonists navigating perilous landscapes, overcoming challenges with vibrant lives. At those moments, Jiang Ke would ponder that if an apocalypse were to occur, she might as well stock up on sleeping pills and end it all. Though she had not enjoyed a life of luxury, she had also not suffered excessively. Remaining suspended in time since the onset of the apocalypse seemed almost appealing. With no ties to bind her, having lost her beloved grandparents and severed relations with her parents and siblings, her friends had gradually drifted away, preoccupied with their marriages. As for love, Jiang Ke held a belief in its existence, but doubted her own capacity to experience it. To her, love was merely a concoction of hormonal responses, freely available to all. Intoxicating in its allure, yet requiring renewal once its initial phase waned. In simpler terms, love was contingent upon wealth. Abundant finances equated to love, while scarcity rendered it unattainable. On her way to work, Jiang Ke passed by a secondary school. Each Friday, as classes dismissed, throngs of students would pour out, their exuberance palpable as they chased one another, linking arms and bubbling with youthful energy. In that moment, she comprehended why some nursing homes sought proximity to schools. The vitality of youth, the fresh blood coursing through those vibrant faces, even ignited a flicker of enthusiasm within her. Though she was merely in her 20s, her heart felt weary beyond its years. Indeed, the grind of employment was not conducive to nurturing one's spirit. Jiang Ke did not shy away from the thought of resigning. However, the harsh realities of making a living necessitated her continued employment, especially as the first quarter's bonuses had yet to be fully dispensed. Engaged in operations, she initially worked as a promotional specialist at a search engine, managing dozens of client accounts simultaneously. Her dedication was unwavering, her early enthusiasm unparalleled, driven purely by passion. A pivotal client meeting transformed her career trajectory. After meticulously preparing a presentation on optimizing promotional strategies and enhancing conversion rates, she was promptly recruited by her current company, her salary doubling. Yet, since last year, the company's fortunes had plummeted. The once customary quarterly bonuses, disbursed in full, were only partially paid out in April, with promises of the remainder to follow in May. Jiang Ke calculated that she would wait until her bonuses were fully realized before contemplating resignation. Chapter 5. Culinary Creations. Reclining on the sofa, an outrageous thought suddenly crossed Jiang Ke's mind. How delightful it would be if fortune were to fall into her lap. The absurdity of the notion made her chuckle. A person who had never even purchased a lottery ticket fantasizing about a grand windfall was, indeed, a whimsical folly. After a brief respite, the pangs of hunger stirred within her. Jiang Ke opened the refrigerator, pondering what to prepare. The prospect of potentially being unable to cook in the future invigorated her spirit. From this moment forth, she resolved to embrace the art of cooking with fervor. She began by retrieving a bag of rice from her spatial realm and rinsing it in the rice cooker, filling it to the maximum line before letting it steam. The sight of her diminutive rice cooker prompted her to consider acquiring a larger one from a second-hand marketplace. A treasure trove where she had sourced much of her household goods. From pots and pans to furniture, everything was both affordable and functional. Next, she extracted a bag of pork and ribs from her space, pre-cut by the vendor. Jiang Ke also minced a portion of meat, while she owned a meat grinder. The task felt cumbersome, particularly with the cleanup that followed. This evening, she planned to prepare a hearty dish of braised ribs with potatoes and stuffed bell peppers, complemented by a tomato and egg soup. Jiang Ke possessed 2 cast-iron pans, one her own, the other left behind by a colleague who had moved away, bequeathing her many items since returning to her hometown. Begin by heating the oil and blanching the ribs. During this time, prepare the auxiliary ingredients. Set aside a suitable amount of Sichuan peppercorns and star anise on one side of the plate, then wash and chop the scallions and ginger, placing them on the other side. Once the ribs are sautéed to perfection, transfer them to a colander to drain, and after cleaning the pan, commence caramelizing the sugar. Typically, when making this dish, I would sauté the ribs first and then push them aside to caramelize the sugar. However, given the substantial quantity I am preparing today, that method proves rather impractical. Once the sugar has been caramelized, I place it in a bowl and, using a spoon, sample a small amount, finding it pleasantly sweet and perfectly balanced. Ideally, the caramelized sugar should not be overly sweet or bitter. Yet, I have a penchant for a slightly sweeter taste. Hence my tendency to undercook it just a tad. Every individual has their unique palate. What matters most is finding what suits one's own taste. As discussions abound online regarding whether to add water or oil when caramelizing sugar, I choose a combination of both for ease and to prevent crystallization. I prefer using rock sugar over granulated sugar, as it melts more readily and is more forgiving for novice cooks, reducing the risk of mishaps. As for the flavor, I find it utterly delightful. I am not a culinary expert, so I do not discern the finer distinctions. As long as it is delicious, that is what truly matters. After caramelizing the sugar, it is imperative to clean the pan promptly. Otherwise, once the pan cools, it becomes a challenging task. After cleaning, I ensure the pan is thoroughly dried and heated, as this is the secret to preventing sticking. Once the oil is hot, I add the auxiliary ingredients to release their fragrance before introducing the ribs for a vigorous stir-fry. When the meat reaches a slight golden brown hue, I pour in the soy sauce and continue to sauté for a few moments. The soy sauce most commonly purchased is raw. Through this sautéing process, it transforms into a cooked variant, enhancing its aroma and facilitating color adherence. Insights I have gleaned through my own experiences. Once the ribs are beautifully sautéed, I drizzle a generous circle of aged vinegar around the edges of the pan, followed by adding water, allowing it to simmer uncovered. The rationale behind not covering the pot is to facilitate the evaporation of the vinegar, which effectively dispels any gamey odor from the meat. There is no need to worry about the ribs becoming sour. After simmering for an extended period, any acidity dissipates. When the pot reaches a rolling boil, I cover it and reduce the heat to a gentle simmer. If the heat remains high throughout the cooking process, the meat will become excessively tough. In my early attempts at cooking meat dishes, the results were invariably tough. Although flavorful, the texture always left something to be desired. After extensive research online, I encountered various tutorials, some advocating against blanching, others suggesting the addition of warm water, and still others claiming that blanched meat should not be rinsed with cold water, with some recommending the inclusion of hawthorn. Having experimented with all these methods, I ultimately discovered that the key lies in mastering the heat. With the ribs now simmering, I turn my attention to the side dishes, washing, peeling, and chopping the potatoes into cubes. In a separate pan, I add a touch of oil and saute the potatoes until golden, then set them aside and clean the pan once more. I have a peculiar habit of sautéing the side dishes separately, as I find that vegetables like potatoes and green beans can retain a raw flavor if boiled directly. Next, I clean the green peppers. Having purchased over 10, I initially intended to use them across several meals, but today I resolved to prepare them all. Once the peppers are washed, I cut them into sections, only then realizing I have yet to prepare the filling. I place the ground meat into a bowl, adding soy sauce, an egg, chopped scallions, minced ginger, and salt. Then mix with chopsticks in a clockwise motion until the mixture becomes cohesive and somewhat resistant. This indicates the filling is ready. I begin stuffing the peppers with the meat, though I find myself short on filling, leaving a couple of peppers unstuffed. However, this is of little concern, as I can simply stew them together. Much like my experience with making dumplings, there is always leftover dough or filling. Never once has the quantity been just right. With everything prepared, I retrieve a bowl to mix the seasoning, adding a suitable amount of light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, and a pinch of sugar. Finishing with a touch of starch and water, stirring until well combined. The sugar is merely a dash, enough to enhance the freshness without imparting overt sweetness. I forego adding additional salt since these condiments already possess sufficient saltiness, and the meat filling has also been seasoned. I heat the oil to fry the green peppers, cooking them until each side is golden brown. Given the quantity I prepared, I divide them into 2 batches before combining them and pouring in the prepared seasoning. Once the sauce thickens to a desirable consistency, I transfer it to a large bowl. At this moment, I realize I have overlooked something. In my fervor to cook, I neglected to purchase disposable utensils. However, there is no rush. Life unfolds step by step, and meals are savored bite by bite. Considering the time, I add the potatoes to the ribs, slightly increasing the heat to continue simmering. Next, I prepare a simple tomato and egg soup. This is straightforward. I also make a large pot, garnishing it with a sprinkle of cilantro just before serving. As these dishes come together, the potatoes are nearing completion. I fetch 2 large soup bowls to accommodate the volume I've prepared, as ordinary plates would be insufficient. One bowl is stored away, while the other is placed on the table, accompanied by a generous serving of rice, chopsticks arranged neatly. I then grab my phone to capture the moment. Adopting a half-squat position for stability, I find that shooting without a gimbal results in steadier footage. I frequently share my culinary creations on social media, for which I have invested in some elegant plates and tablecloths. Although my following is modest, and I have yet to receive sponsorships, my passion lies in sharing. After filming, I transfer a small portion onto a smaller plate for myself, storing the remainder away. Sated, I reflect that I do not cook daily. On occasion, I opt for takeout when I return home late from work. However, whenever I have the opportunity, I strive to prepare my meals, as I find immense satisfaction in cooking. Just as others find joy in running or gaming, my passion is culinary art. For me, cooking serves as a wonderful form of stress relief. Chapter 6. Unexpected Popularity. After completing my evening routine, I collapse onto the bed and pull out my phone to begin editing the video. While I am not a professional, I possess a rudimentary understanding of filming and editing. In a matter of moments, I have it completed, accompanied by a fitting background score, and I simply title it Solo Dining before uploading it with a tap of my finger. Once I finish with the video, I turn my attention to online shopping. I contemplate that aside from food and drink, the essentials I can hardly do without are toilet paper and sanitary pads. In the event of an industrial shutdown, these daily necessities would undoubtedly be in high demand. Unlike towels or clothing, which can still be used after drying from rain, sanitary pads require a steadier supply. I decide to stockpile a considerable amount online, while for toilet paper, I believe purchasing from the wholesale market is more economical. Moreover, the thought of ordering such bulky items online and having to retrieve them from the delivery service fills me with embarrassment. I plan to acquire enough supplies to last until menopause, deliberately selecting brands that are both affordable and reputable, dismissing the expensive options entirely. Given the numerous reports of issues with sanitary pads in recent years, I opt to select several different brands for safety. Ingeniously, I even use 2 separate phone numbers to place orders for delivery to different addresses, ensuring that the delivery personnel do not associate me with being a bulk buyer of sanitary products. Next, I add some medications to my cart, including anything that might be useful. Previously, I stumbled upon a highly praised list of medicines to stockpile online. Upon reviewing it, I found it quite comprehensive, so I decided to follow the list and add items to my cart. The list is neatly categorized: emergency medications, antibiotics, cold remedies, antidiarrheals, vitamins, and common medications for gastrointestinal issues and allergies. I also add some gynecological medications to my cart, chuckling to myself, this list must have been compiled by a man. However, I refrain from placing my order just yet. Instead, I compare prices for all the medications I have added to my cart. Tomorrow, I plan to visit a physical pharmacy to compare prices and see which one offers better value. After a night devoid of dreams, I awoke the following morning to find a flurry of messages on my phone, 99 notifications. Jiang Ke initially feared something significant had transpired. Upon opening the messages, she discovered that the video she had posted the previous night had gone viral. This unexpected turn of events piqued her curiosity, prompting her to delve into the comments section. Solo dining? This portion is ample enough to feed 6 of us in our dormitory. The blogger must be an insatiable bottomless pit, one commenter quipped, while another exclaimed, honestly, those ribs are exquisite. I just opened my food delivery app. No cilantro, please. Get it out of there. In a fit of indignation. Initially, she had intended to embark on a diet, but after watching the video, 8 delivery riders could be seen sobbing on the road. Jiang Ke scrolled through the screen, noticing that the most vociferous comments were from 2 threads, one of which erupted beneath the no cilantro remark. Cilantro is the light of humanity. I propose that the cilantro enthusiasts and those opposed to it dine at separate tables. She could almost smell the cilantro wafting from the screen, provoking her nausea. Is the blogger from the north? The entire comment section exploded with hundreds of replies regarding tomato and egg soup. What is wrong with tomato and egg soup? Did it offend you? Jiang Ke mused, resting her chin on her hand. Don't people in the south consume tomato and egg soup? Admittedly, the variety of soups in the north is rather limited. As a northerner on a business trip in the south, I have encountered an array of soups, with no 2 being the same over the course of a week. Let the battle commence. Let us see the drama unfold. Jiang Ke thought. She never anticipated that she would gain notoriety in such a manner. A bowl of seemingly ordinary tomato and egg soup had ignited a north-south debate. Although her work had not attracted a vast audience, this surge in attention had garnered her over 1,000 followers overnight. Jiang Ke replied to several comments on cooking, while also responding to those who praised her. After finishing her replies, she glanced at the clock. It was barely past 6. She decided to rise and prepare some soy milk. She took a handful of walnuts, a handful of peanuts, and an appropriate amount of rice, finishing off by washing 3 red dates, pitting them, and placing everything into the blender. Ever since her colleague moved away, she had seldom made soy milk, primarily because she couldn't consume it all by herself, and making a larger quantity felt wasteful. In truth, what she concocted wasn't precisely soy milk. She preferred to create a rich, nutritious rice porridge that was both filling and refreshing. As the soy milk blended, she began her morning routine while mentally mapping out her agenda for the day. The night before, she had perused a second-hand platform and found a large iron pot and a bucket for sale nearby, prompting her to message the seller immediately. The seller informed her that he had previously operated a food stall at the night market, but business had been poor that year, leading him to decide to return home. It was evident that many industries were struggling this year, but why did everyone feel compelled to return home? Did they believe it would be easier there? After exchanging contact information, Jiang Ke noted that the location was not far away and planned to pick it up that day. After her meal, she applied some ointment to her wounds. The abrasions had begun to scab over and looked much improved. However, some areas that had not broken the skin appeared alarming, becoming increasingly bruised over the 2 days. The doctor had reassured her that it was merely due to trapped blood and that, despite its severe appearance, there was no substantial harm. After lunch, she retrieved her vehicle and set out, first stopping at the steamed bun shop to collect her order. On her way back yesterday, she had arranged for a month's supply of steamed buns from various shops. Jiang Ke was an ardent lover of steamed buns. She could forego rice, but never noodles or buns. After picking up the buns, she proceeded to the pharmacy. It resembled a typical drugstore, yet its prices were anything but typical. It was a people's pharmacy, but the prices were not aligned with the common folk. The medications inside were exorbitantly priced, and upon entering, the staff immediately recommended an array of costly products, likely due to their commission structure. Even when she specifically requested a certain brand, they would claim it was unavailable or in scant supply. After visiting several clinics to gather some insight, she finally purchased the more affordable items directly from a store. By midday, her health insurance card had been depleted, leaving Jiang Ke to use her personal card for the remainder of her purchases. Exiting the pharmacy, she glanced at her card balance and hesitated before re-entering the store. Do you have any sleeping pills? After acquiring the iron pot and bucket, Jiang Ke's stomach grumbled with hunger. Glancing across the street, she spotted a burger joint and thought, in this apocalyptic world, I might never get to enjoy this again. Without a second thought, she entered and ordered several meal combos. Sitting in the restaurant, munching on her burger, she continued to scroll through her phone to place more orders. This time, she was purchasing facial cleansers, skincare products, shampoos, and body washes. Jiang Ke opted for some children's skincare products, which were reasonably priced. Compared to the exorbitantly priced skincare items online, these only cost a few to several dozen yuan. If they were suitable for children, why wouldn't they work for adults? Previously, she had bought some trendy facial lotions that left her skin feeling fiery. After once following a blogger's recommendation, she began purchasing children's products, and her skin had improved significantly. As for conditioners and body washes, Jiang Ke used them sparingly. She could hardly finish a bottle in a year. Her main needs were shampoo, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and mouthwash. She spent a little over 20,000 in total. After satisfying her hunger, Jiang Ke exited the restaurant with leftover burgers in hand. Once in her car, she accessed her storage space to continue her journey to the next destination, where she would procure disposable utensils, gloves, and plastic bags, among other items. Despite having ample space, she refrained from discarding items carelessly. It would detract from the overall appearance. So she endeavored to dispose of them properly when possible. Next, Jiang Ke sought to purchase some self-defense items: bone saws, machetes, axes, hammers, sickles, and the most popular chainsaw recommended online. The sheer quantity of blades she acquired startled the shopkeeper. The proprietor, a kindly elderly gentleman, helped Jiang Ke load her purchases into her vehicle while curiously inquiring, "My dear, why are you buying so many knives?" Unfazed, Jiang Ke replied, "These are for my live streaming. Grandpa, I'm a video blogger, and these are props for my videos." The shopkeeper nodded, somewhat perplexed. "Oh, I see. I'm too old to comprehend these newfangled things you youngsters are into. Is this lucrative?" "Not particularly. It's just enough to scrape by," Jiang Ke replied dismissively, eager to conclude the transaction and depart. Chapter 7. The Salary Reduction Crisis. Jiang Ke sat in her car, increasingly vexed. Initially, she had believed her purchases were modest, and since they were readily available, not classified as restricted items, there should be no issue. She had opted for convenience by purchasing everything from one place. It was no wonder that Mulan bought horses in the East Market, saddles in the West, reins in the South, and long whips in the North. Buying everything from a single location can easily raise suspicions, especially for a young woman. As she passed a hardware store, she turned in to procure a few more items: nails, screws, iron wire, wrenches, and pliers. Although her grandfather was a carpenter and they had a plethora of tools at home, it was prudent to stock up just in case. These tools could serve practical purposes and, when necessary, offer protection. This collection of self-defense tools cost her over 5,000 yuan. Noticing that the day was still early, she considered that renting a vehicle for the day was not cheap, so she decided to make additional purchases. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, she headed straight for the clothing wholesale market. She bought down jackets, cotton coats, outerwear, autumn tops and bottoms, undergarments, socks, and shoes, an entire wardrobe for all seasons. She even ensured to include waterproof and rainproof items. For her undergarments, she strictly selected pure cotton, as they were both inexpensive and comfortable. As Jiang Ke sifted through the outerwear, she found some counterfeit brands mixed in, such as the Adidas. She scrutinized the poorly replicated logos, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding to take a substantial quantity. There is simply no denying the allure of such irresistibly low prices. When it comes to down jackets, she has no particular brand preference. Indeed, off-season discounts are truly advantageous. She promptly selected 5 long, dark-colored jackets, specifically opting for those with the highest down filling. The shopkeeper chuckled and quipped, "With these garments, you'd be well equipped for an expedition to Antarctica." Jiang Ke contemplated processing some quilts, but worried that in the frigid temperatures, she might be suffocated by the weight of the quilts before succumbing to the cold. Hence, she also acquired 2 down comforters. After completing her purchases, Jiang Ke ventured to a home textile market, where she ordered a dozen quilts and purchased some fabric for bedding sets. As she exited the textile market, night had already enveloped the sky. Jiang Ke calculated her expenses. Just for the clothing and bedding, she had already spent over 50,000, a sum significantly greater than what she would spend on food. Her wallet visibly dwindled. Yet, this was merely the accumulation of basic supplies. She had yet to procure protective gear and energy devices. It wasn't that Jiang Ke was unwilling to buy. Rather, it was imperative to prioritize her expenditures. With limited funds at her disposal, and given that larger equipment often cost thousands, she could only afford to purchase smaller items first to ensure her basic survival. Ideally, she hoped to secure her home. If that proved impossible, she would have no choice but to retreat with the larger group to the base. Of course, this was predicated on the scenario of being unable to hold her ground. If there remained even a sliver of hope, Jiang Ke would prefer not to leave. After all, possessing a space of her own at the base, amidst a throng of people, would make it difficult to keep her secrets hidden. Finally, Jiang Ke made one last stop at a supermarket, where she cautiously added items to her cart: near-expiry bread, half-priced yogurt, and discounted vegetables. Before long, she had filled a small cart. Glancing at the time, she noted it was nearly 8:30, and the prepared food section was about to begin its markdowns. Jiang Ke hurried over to seize the opportunity. Most products were offered at a 50% discount, with some available as buy one get one free, and a few at a mere 23% of their original price. She snagged a roast duck and hand-pulled chicken on a buy one get one free deal for 15, added a large bag of corn pancakes for 2, and purchased a pizza for 8. In under 100 yuan, she acquired 2 substantial bags of groceries. After leaving the supermarket, she placed her items in her space before returning her cart. By the time she arrived home, it was already past 9:30. Upon opening her phone, she noticed an influx of comments on the video she had posted the previous night, and her follower count was steadily rising. When she checked her private messages, she was surprised to find a business reaching out to her for product promotion. Previously, when she had just 1,000 followers, Jiang Ke had opened a storefront to save money on her own purchases. After exchanging contact information, the merchant offered to send her some samples, primarily consisting of various seasonings. Jiang Ke agreed, as she intended to use these products herself, which would save her from additional purchases. Initially, Jiang Ke contemplated recording a few cooking videos while the momentum was high, but upon glancing at the time, she realized it was quite late, and she needed to rise early for work the next day. After weighing her options, she decided to postpone the filming until the following day. She quickly prepared a simple instant dinner from her supermarket haul, completed her evening routine, and leaned against her headboard while continuing to browse supplies on her shopping app. Medicines, she realized, could not all be purchased in one go. She had already bought some in-store today and found better prices online, so she placed an order for those. While she was shopping, a news alert popped up on her phone, announcing that the Southern District would undergo power maintenance, resulting in a blackout from midnight to 4 a.m. the following day. She dismissed the notification with a flick, pondering the uncertainty of whether there would be power in the future. The thought of a life devoid of electricity and internet was dreary, and she mused that a lifetime is long enough to seek out some joy. Perhaps she could find a way to acquire some books to read. She proceeded to order several types of flashlights: hand crank, battery operated, along with a solar-powered hand crank radio, a hand crank generator, solar lamps, and solar panels. Consulting her online stockpiling checklist, Jiang Ke selected products that fit her budget. She planned to purchase additional candles and lighters when the time came. It was prudent to remain discreet. She envisioned a world shrouded in darkness, with her home shining brightly like a beacon, attracting the envy of many. One must never gamble on the malice of human nature. Although Jiang Ke had ordered a significant quantity of items, none were particularly large or conspicuous. After all, some reviewers received hundreds of packages daily, making her orders seem rather mundane in comparison. To be cautious, she opted to have her deliveries sent to 2 different addresses. Jiang Ke considered renting an empty warehouse, but that would entail considerable expense, especially since short-term rental prices would be even higher. As April was drawing to a close and the May Day holiday approached, Jiang Ke ultimately decided it was best to purchase a vehicle soon. This way, during the holiday, she could drive around to procure supplies, thereby saving on rental costs. Noticing that it was already past midnight, and with work awaiting her the next day, she resolved that the procurement could wait. After mentally reviewing her upcoming tasks, Jiang Ke turned off the lights and drifted into sleep. The following day, upon arriving at the office, Jiang Ke had just settled at her workstation when her colleague, Sister Zhou, approached her. "Are you all right? I heard you were in an accident." "It gave me quite a scare," she said, scrutinizing Jiang Ke's appearance. "But you look fine, so you must be okay." Without pausing for Jiang Ke's response, she lowered her voice and added, "You missed a lot while you were away. Rumors are circulating about salary cuts, and we may receive official notice today." This was indeed shocking news. Jiang Ke recalled that her first year at the company coincided with its peak, during which she earned the most. However, the following year marked a downturn, with numerous projects being cut. With the first quarter's bonuses already delayed, she had anticipated this turn of events. A salary reduction was likely just the beginning. If performance didn't improve, layoffs would soon follow. "What can we do about it?" "We'll just have to wait for the announcement," Jiang Ke replied, powering on her computer. "Given the current climate, it's a stroke of luck if we even receive our salaries on time." Sister Zhou shook her head in response, sighing, "I hope these are just baseless rumors." With that, she returned to her desk to work. Jiang Ke quickly immersed herself in her tasks, as she had accumulated a fair amount of work during her days off. And the morning passed swiftly. As noon approached, the leader entered, clapping his hands to gather attention. "Everyone, please pause your work. The new assessment criteria for the next quarter have been released. April and May will follow the old rules, but the new policy will take effect starting June. The notification has been emailed, so please read it and feel free to approach me with any questions." With that, he turned and left. Jiang Ke opened the email and discovered that the evaluation standards had become more stringent. Her salary consisted of a base pay, performance bonus, and commission, along with quarterly and year-end bonuses. According to the new assessment criteria, the performance benchmarks had been raised and the commission structure altered. If any month's performance fell short during the 3-month period, she would forfeit her quarterly bonus. This revelation ignited a flurry of discussion in the group chat. In the absence of their supervisor, colleagues fervently debated the implications. And the sound of keyboards echoed throughout the office as fingers flew across the keys with remarkable speed, far quicker than when they were actually working. Only when venting frustrations did the office exhibit such collective fervor. Jiang Ke had initially planned to persevere for a bit longer, but now she had to reconsider her position. She resolved to at least wait until the previous quarter's bonuses were dispersed before making any decisions. During lunch, Jiang Ke sat with Sister Zhou. "Sister, I remember your husband is in the used car business, right?" she inquired while eating. "I'm looking to buy a second-hand van for easier trips back home. I need something spacious yet affordable. Could you ask him to help me find one?" "Leave it to me," Sister Zhou replied readily. "Do you need it urgently?" "It would be best to check out some cars this weekend." Ultimately, under the recommendation of her sister-in-law's husband, Jiang Ke resolutely invested 20,000 yuan in acquiring a second-hand diesel van. Although the vehicle bore the marks of time, its engine had been well maintained, and it still possessed a commendable vigor on the road. She calculated her needs meticulously. First, natural disasters would undoubtedly lead to power outages. While she had prepared a hand-crank generator, enduring a prolonged period of calamity would necessitate a diesel generator for greater reliability. The purchase of a diesel van would conveniently facilitate the extraction of fuel. Furthermore, diesel was substantially cheaper than gasoline, allowing for some savings. Most importantly, the vehicle size was just right, neither too large nor too small, capable of carrying cargo without drawing undue attention. After thoroughly inspecting the vehicle's condition and taking it for a test drive, confirming there were no significant issues, she finally produced her bank card to complete the transaction. Jiang Ke pondered quietly, realizing that a considerable sum would soon be required for fuel expenses. The May Day holiday arrived swiftly. During this period, Jiang Ke steadfastly maintained her daily food video uploads, resulting in a substantial increase in her account's traffic and a remarkable surge in her follower count. The number of businesses reaching out for collaboration grew, with dozens of promotional invitations flooding her backend every day. She accepted a plethora of samples, yet approached the collaboration offers with caution. She understood that her account was still in a phase of growth, its foundation unsteady. Recklessly accepting too many promotions could jeopardize her account's integrity. She resolved to wait, meticulously organizing the samples she had received while contemplating that once her follower count surpassed 200,000, she would consider engaging in more serious promotional activities. Each day, after posting her videos, she found herself lounging in bed, indulging in online shopping. And before she knew it, she had accumulated a significant amount of items. However, it still felt insufficient. By May, the weather had begun to show its variability. The temperatures fluctuated dramatically, with mornings requiring down jackets and afternoons demanding short sleeves. On the first day of the May Day holiday, the sun blazed fiercely, reminiscent of the hottest days of summer. Early in the morning, Jiang Ke set out for the city's largest wholesale market. This place had everything, from needles and threads to pots and pans. She began her exploration in the daily necessities section. Toilet paper was of utmost importance, and the wholesale price for large rolls was even cheaper than online. She opted against online shopping for this item, reasoning that its bulk made it impractical to purchase without seeing the quality firsthand. The last thing she wanted was to buy inferior paper that could lead to health issues. She also purchased several large packs of wet wipes. Although she typically used them sparingly, the prospect of potential water shortages made them a discreet alternative for hand washing in public. They also had the advantage of fitting easily into her backpack without taking up much space. Despite her firm decision to live independently, who could guarantee what the future held? It was prudent to prepare thoroughly for any eventuality. Jiang Ke selected a few durable backpacks and several sturdy burlap sacks. A suitcase seemed impractical in times of escape. A small cart piled high with bags would be far more efficient. Taking her time, Jiang Ke wandered through each section, collecting items as she deemed necessary. In the daily necessities area, she acquired some towels and disposable face wipes. During her last visit to the home textiles market, she had forgotten to buy towels. So upon returning home, she ordered a bulk supply online. To be safe, she chose the unbleached variety, fearing color fastness. However, upon tossing them into the washing machine, the towels shed excessively. After air drying, they left her face covered in lint, resembling a creature with unkempt fur. Jiang Ke couldn't help but curse inwardly, suspecting that the positive reviews had been fabricated. When she attempted to return them, the manufacturer claimed that since they had been washed, returns were not possible, which incensed her to the point of composing an 800-word glowing review. The quality was exceptional. She wouldn't even need to buy winter clothes, as draping 2 towels over herself provided more warmth than wool. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, the manufacturer contacted her, acknowledging that the batch had indeed been defective, and they sent her a complimentary replacement. The new towels, while shedding less, still felt abrasive against her skin. Jiang Ke accepted this with resignation, recognizing that one gets what one pays for, and she had initially opted for the cheapest option. Thus, she purchased a few softer towels specifically for her face. She stocked up on laundry powder, laundry liquid, hand soap, no-rinse hand sanitizer, disinfectant, and toilet cleaner. Given the weight of these items, Jiang Ke decided to drive for her purchases, having found herself aching from collecting packages in recent days. Initially, she had ridden her electric scooter, but eventually, she resorted to using a small cart. For smaller items like sewing kits, nail clippers, and scissors, she also bought a hair clipper, contemplating the feasibility of shaving her head if necessary. The issue of water supply still loomed large in her mind. Although she had amassed a considerable amount of large water containers, it was insufficient for a lifetime. The immediate shortage was not of water itself, but of containers capable of holding vast quantities. Where could she find vessels to accommodate such a volume? With no solution at hand, she could only consider ways to conserve what she had. In her hometown, she could potentially dig a channel to collect rainwater during floods. Yet, considering the likelihood of extreme cold weather ahead, even if water were collected, it would likely freeze solid, rendering it inaccessible. Jiang Ke shook her head, pushing these troubling thoughts aside for the moment, and continued her exploration. She gathered items such as alcohol lamps, alcohol blocks, matches, lighters, flint, candles, twine, masks, goggles, gas masks, tarps, thermal blankets, tents, and sleeping bags. Although she would likely not need the tents and sleeping bags for her solitary living. The old adage rings true, better safe than sorry. She ensured she was fully prepared. Chapter 9, An Unexpected Call. Jiang Ke made several trips in and out of the market, quietly stowing her purchases in her designated space before returning for more. She specifically selected dozens of large metal buckets, intending to freeze a substantial quantity of ice. When the sweltering heat arrived, the melted ice could serve as drinking water, achieving 2 objectives at once. Her freezer was already emptied, filled only with disposable cups filled with water, tirelessly producing ice day and night. However, the efficiency was far too low, leading her to ultimately decide to purchase an ice maker. Watching her bank account dwindle made Jiang Ke's heart ache, but she understood that the necessary expenditures could not be spared. Jiang Ke's savings had long since run low. Recently, she had gradually invested her funds in purchasing medication and diesel. The mere thought of falling ill during extreme weather sent chills down her spine. As for the importance of diesel, that was self-evident. Jiang Ke diligently refueled her vehicle daily, extracting the fuel to store in her designated space, and in this manner, she gradually accumulated a notable supply. Though she had considered alternative methods of obtaining fuel, her lack of connections and the fear of drawing too much attention deterred her. Thus, she continued to switch between gas stations, filling up one before moving to another. The money she was spending was the inheritance left to her by her grandparents. Without this financial cushion, the utility of her designated space would be moot. Facing a situation where she couldn't afford necessary items would be a true despair. As Jiang Ke dashed about the market, her stomach began to grumble, reminding her that in her shopping frenzy, she had neglected to eat lunch. Glancing up, she noted that the sun was already beginning to set. She pulled out her phone to search for nearby restaurants and discovered a buffet rated quite favorably, priced at 160 yuan per person. Feeling her empty stomach, she resolved to dine there. By around 4 in the afternoon, the restaurant had yet to begin serving customers. Determined to take advantage of the opportunity, Jiang Ke aimed to gather even more items for her designated space. Upon sitting down, she headed straight for the ready-to-eat food section. In the first wave, she procured skewers of roasted lamb, pork, steak, salmon, grilled oysters, and roasted durian, accompanied by a refreshing beverage. Deliberately choosing a secluded corner, she feigned eating while discreetly stashing the food into her spatial storage. After swiftly concluding her initial haul, she ventured for raw meat and seafood, placing them on the grill and in the hot pot for appearances. The second wave commenced, an array of pizzas, sushi, and pasta. Following that was the third wave, a variety of petite cakes and egg tarts. Jiang Ke was quite adept at baking during her leisurely weekends. She often crafted chiffon cakes and cupcakes, albeit her frosting skills left much to be desired. She relished the process of creation, sharing her excess with colleagues who invariably praised her efforts, fueling her passion for baking even further. However, she had been too occupied lately to indulge in her hobby. With ready-made delicacies now available, she could hardly resist filling her spatial storage to the brim. This time, her primary objective was the prepared foods, particularly those that were intricate to make or beyond her culinary capabilities. While passing the fruit section, she initially intended to forego any acquisitions but could not resist taking some frozen durian. She continued her raid on the prepared food section: cheese-baked prawns, boneless chicken feet, garlic-flavored crayfish, limited edition roasted whole lamb, and French foie gras, which she fixed her gaze upon, seizing them the moment they were available. She loaded her plate with an assortment of seafood: oysters, abalone, shrimp, crabs, and shellfish, filling it to the brim. The vendor grilling skewers muttered in confusion, "Why are there never enough skewers today?" As patrons gradually filled the restaurant, despite her cautious efforts to navigate around them, her multiple trips for food inevitably drew attention. She quickly retrieved her phone, pretending to be live-streaming as a competitive eater. After being scrutinized numerous times, Jiang Ke finally finished her last wave and stealthily exited the restaurant. She felt she had truly made the most of the buffet, estimating she had consumed the equivalent of nearly 20 adult servings. Jiang Ke was unconcerned about being blacklisted by the restaurant, as she had no intention of returning. Patting her satisfied belly, she felt a sense of fulfillment. After freshening up, she collapsed onto her bed, her body exhausted, yet her mind remarkably alert. Jiang Ke pulled out her phone to scroll through the news, only to be bombarded with reports of disasters: a magnitude 7.5 earthquake in a foreign land, Pacific island nations submerged by rising waters. The further she scrolled, the more calamity-laden news appeared. Whether due to her recent search history or the insidious spread of natural disasters, it was uncertain. Upon checking her back end, she discovered that her earnings from promoting products in just a few days amounted to several thousand. She had yet to engage in any formal commercial partnerships. Surprised by the income generated from being a content creator, although her follower count was modest, she felt genuinely content with this revenue. Jiang Ke resolved to diligently manage her account, aspiring to accumulate the necessary supplies for the impending apocalypse through her video earnings. With renewed determination, she sprang into action, preparing meals and recording videos. To enhance her account's quality, she deliberately upgraded her filming equipment, opting for brand new items rather than secondhand ones. "You can't catch a wolf without sparing the cub," she mused. On the second day of her holiday, Jiang Ke arose early, planning to gather coal, an essential strategic resource. Most wholesale coal suppliers were located in remote county towns. Of course, if she ordered in bulk, they would deliver to her door. However, lacking even a storage facility, she contemplated directly visiting a county town to rent a warehouse, as rural rental prices were significantly lower than those in the city. Unexpectedly, she received a call from her mother en route, causing her brow to furrow. She wondered what her mother wanted. "Hello? Why didn't you answer my call?" Her mother launched into a barrage of questions. Jiang Ke deftly sidestepped the topic. "What do you need? You should find a way to come back tomorrow. Li Shu's son is back and wants to see you." Jiang Ke mentally cycled through names, but could not recall who Li Shu was. During their time in Yushur, her parents never included her in any gatherings, always taking Jiang Hua instead. When others inquired, they would say she was studying at home, characterizing her as an introverted girl who disliked going out. In truth, she was not introverted. Upon leaving her grandparents, everything felt alien. The demeanor of her parents and brother made her feel like an outsider, particularly her brother, who treated her more like a servant than a sister. Jiang Ke often locked herself in her room, unwilling to engage. "Ungrateful wretch," her mother would lament, claiming she was distant from her family. During holidays, her parents would send her to help at the factory, wherever there was a shortage of labor. When she visited her grandparents, she never divulged her struggles, always reporting that everything was fine. From a young age, she learned to share good news while concealing her woes. Yet, even if she remained silent, her grandparents were undoubtedly aware of her situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entrusted her with their savings and the old family home. Chapter 10. Renting a warehouse. Jiang Ke was not well acquainted with her parents' business partners or their private friends, and she couldn't recall which Li Shu her mother was referring to. Which Li Shu? Why does his son want to see me? It occurred to her that her mother was reluctant to make this call in the first place. Her feelings towards Jiang Ke were already lukewarm, her affections firmly anchored to her son, and she had long ceased any intention of contact. However, during the last gathering, her father had mentioned this to old Li, who expressed that his son had fond feelings for Jiang Ke and wished to connect with her. Unfortunately, Jiang Ke had long abandoned her previous social media accounts, making it impossible for him to reach her. Thus, Old Li had approached her father. In truth, Jiang Ke's father possessed no means of contacting her. Amidst the conviviality of their drinking, he had casually promised to provide her details, only to promptly forget the matter. It was not until a few days prior, when Jiang Ke's mother encountered Old Li, that she was reminded of it, fearful of directly sharing her daughter's contact information. As they had not publicly declared their estrangement, she worried about the potential backlash. Whenever others inquired about Jiang Ke, they would claim she was busy with work or traveling abroad. Jiang Ke's mother, concerned her daughter might speak out of turn, hesitated to provide her contact details. However, Old Li insisted that his son genuinely liked Jiang Ke, and as both a business partner and longtime friend, he found it impossible to refuse. Thus, her mother conceived the idea of having Jiang Ke return home for a meeting under their watchful eyes, hoping to prevent her from saying anything untoward. If a relationship were to blossom, Jiang Ke might find happiness and be less inclined to voice her grievances. Consequently, Jiang Ke's mother attempted to reach her by phone, but the call did not go through. Old Li had already arranged a meeting for May Day, and Jiang Ke's mother delayed until the day after to call again, urging her to return home. He's your father's good friend. His son is that dark-skinned boy, Li Ming, who used to visit Jianghuai. You've met him before. This jogged Jiang Ke's memory. That dark-skinned young man, with a conspicuous smile showcasing his white teeth, had always appeared shy around her, even more so than she. What does he want with me? Jiang Ke pondered, perplexed by the circumstances. I won't go, she declared, promptly hanging up. The phone persisted in ringing, even after she disconnected. When she answered again, her mother's frantic voice erupted on the other end. If you don't come back, I'll reclaim the old house, and you won't see a penny. Jiang Ke remained unfazed, responding calmly, then go ahead and sue me. After hanging up once more, she activated airplane mode on her phone. Jiang Ke possesses a delicate and refined beauty, not quite fitting the mold of a conventional stunning beauty, yet her fair complexion renders her increasingly captivating with each glance. Throughout her life, she has been the object of many admirers. However, her lack of awareness in romantic matters has been a persistent hindrance. During her university years, a male classmate, enamored by her charm, made a concerted effort to pursue her, even accompanying her daily to distribute flyers at her part-time job. To Jiang Ke's bewilderment, she mistook his intentions as an attempt to usurp her position, prompting her to distance herself further. After entering the workforce, her colleague, Sister Zhou, attempted to play matchmaker between her and a new male co-worker, encouraging Jiang Ke to mentor him as he acclimated to the job. Jiang Ke approached this responsibility with utmost diligence, inadvertently winning the young man's affection, as he persistently invited her to dine. She declined each invitation with utmost seriousness, stating, "No need for thanks. It is only right to guide newcomers," oblivious to the romantic implications of his gestures. With her bluntness, she could hardly fathom that he sought to court her. Regarding the matter of her inheritance, Jiang Ke harbored no concerns. Her grandparents' will was explicit, clearly designating the property in her name long ago. Her mother's threats were mere bluster. In a legal dispute, she would find no advantage. When calamity truly strikes, they would be unable to even leave the province, let alone locate her. With this thought, Jiang Ke steadied her resolve and activated her phone's navigation. Driving toward the countryside. Upon arriving in the county town, she leisurely explored the area, ultimately selecting a suitable warehouse. The location was rather secluded, devoid of any competing factories. The warehouse, spanning approximately 100 square meters, enclosed by a simple barrier. Yet, this space sufficed for Jiang Ke's needs, and she resolved it would be her choice. Dialing the number posted on the warehouse exterior, the owner was elated to receive a rental inquiry, as the remote location had remained vacant for quite some time. They agreed to meet at noon to finalize the contract, asking Jiang Ke to wait briefly. While awaiting the owner, she took the opportunity to place an order at the coal station. Summer prices were favorable, at just over 900 yuan per ton, and she ordered 20 tons, along with additional honeycomb coal, totaling a sum of 30,000 yuan. After settling the deposit and leaving her contact number for afternoon delivery to the warehouse, she proceeded to a nearby chicken farm, selecting some culling hens. At a price of 8 yuan per gene, it was a bargain. Each hen weighed over 3 genes, and she purchased 50. She envisioned the delightful aroma of fresh chicken in her future soups. The price of eggs had plummeted to 3 yuan per gene, prompting Jiang Ke to stock up, ordering 100 boxes, each containing over 40 genes, yielding approximately 360 eggs. She similarly left a deposit and provided her address for afternoon delivery to the warehouse. Not wishing to handle the culling of the hens herself, she borrowed the farm's vehicle to transport them to a nearby processing facility. Jiang Ke was primarily concerned about the strong odor, fearing it would soil her own vehicle. And besides, She had no experience in dispatching live chickens. On her way to the warehouse, Jiang Ke received a call from the owner, indicating he was nearing. She quickened her pace and fortuitously encountered an elderly gentleman selling tofu from a cart. Jiang Ke stopped her car, inspected the offerings, and decided to purchase the entirety of his stock, including tofu, tofu skin, and tofu pudding. Although she had previously acquired some soybeans, she lacked the skill to produce her own tofu, and given the reasonable prices of ready-made products, she opted for convenience. Tofu in the city often utilized gypsum as a coagulant, whereas the countryside offered authentic brine tofu. Each variety possessed its unique flavor, capable of yielding distinct culinary delights. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ke was determined not to let it slip away. After meeting with the warehouse owner, she meticulously reviewed the contract, finding no discrepancies, and signed for a year. She paid half a year's rent up front, at merely 300 yuan per month. It was so affordable that she contemplated moving in. Her decision to rent this particular warehouse was calculated. She had initially considered stocking up back at her hometown, but feared attracting too much attention. Situated only 30 kilometers from her current residence, it was convenient for her to travel back and forth, and the pricing was undeniably advantageous. Just 800 yuan for 6 months. She intended to have all subsequent large purchases delivered directly to this location. Upon finalizing the contract, Jiang Ke promptly contacted the chicken farm and coal station, sending them the warehouse address for delivery. While awaiting the goods, she ventured to a pesticide and fertilizer supply store, placing a substantial order for agrochemicals, fertilizers, and seeds. Though uncertain of future planting opportunities, a child of the countryside harbors an intrinsic passion for the land, and she was resolute in her desire to cultivate something when the opportunity arose. Her visit to the county town for these supplies was intentional, as it was surrounded by farmland, where local farmers purchased their goods, ensuring authenticity. Any vendor daring to sell counterfeit products would be promptly confronted by the local community. Chapter 11. A resurgence of popularity. The variety of seeds available was vast, yet Jiang Ke selectively chose a range of commonly cultivated vegetables: spinach, celery, scallions, lettuce, coriander, potatoes, eggplants, chili peppers, tomatoes, cucumbers, loofahs, garland chrysanthemum, sweet potatoes, pumpkins, winter melons, cabbages, green beans, leeks, carrots, white radishes, cabbages, lettuce, oilseed lettuce, garland chrysanthemum, water spinach, garlic, and zucchini. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ke also ordered an assortment of pest control agents. This locality was well stocked. Even the highly toxic pesticides banned in the city were available here. The rural regulations were lenient, and items unavailable online could be procured without difficulty. Once all the goods were delivered to the warehouse, she swiftly organized everything into her storage space. Glancing at the setting sun, she secured the warehouse door and made her way home. Exhausted upon returning home, Jiang Ke felt utterly lethargic and reluctant to move. Yet, glancing at the tofu products she had purchased, she resolved to prepare a simple meal. She deftly sliced scallions and heated oil in a pan to sauté them. Once the scallions turned golden brown, she removed them and added soy sauce, oyster sauce, aged vinegar, and sugar to the remaining oil. A sprinkle of dried shrimp followed. Had she procured some dried shrimp, the flavor would have been even more delightful. After crafting a generous pot of scallion oil, she used disposable containers to portion out the tofu pudding, topping each bowl with a spoonful of scallion oil and a sprinkle of fried scallions, thus completing the uncomplicated yet delectable scallion oil tofu pudding. Noticing the leftover scallion oil, Jiang Ke boiled a large batch of noodles in her newly acquired iron pot, filling it to the brim with fresh noodles. After draining, she portioned them into bowls, drizzling the scallion oil over each serving before stowing them away in her storage space. The debate over the savory versus sweet tofu pudding is, in truth, far more nuanced than commonly perceived in both northern and southern culinary traditions. Northern-style tofu pudding is not merely seasoned with salt and soy sauce. It traditionally requires a rich broth base, whether crafted from fresh chicken or pork bones, complemented by a special braising sauce, garnished with dried shrimp, chive flowers, and finished with cilantro, resulting in a fragrant dish. Meanwhile, southern sweet tofu pudding is not simply doused in sugar. It necessitates a carefully simmered syrup made from brown sugar, the texture of which must be just right, poured over the silky tofu pudding, achieving a sweetness that is delightful yet not cloying, offering a unique flavor experience. Feeling too lazy to prepare an elaborate meal today, Jiang Ke opted to make a batch of scallion oil, which has versatile culinary applications and enhances the flavor of any dish. She casually filmed a video of the scallion oil preparation, showcasing the final product, a bowl of aromatic scallion oil tofu pudding. After completing her nightly routine, she collapsed onto her bed, quickly editing the video for upload. Not long after setting her phone down, Jiang Ke drifted into slumber. Once again, She found herself dreaming, a dream of the Qingming festival, where families visit ancestral graves. Initially, the rain brought joy, for spring rain is precious. However, as the downpour continued, the skies cleared and temperatures soared unexpectedly, ushering in an oppressive heat wave. The streets grew increasingly deserted, electrical wires crackled ominously, and the power system faltered one after another. The pavement began to melt, and the heat distorted the very air. So hot, unbearably hot. In her dream, Jiang Ke felt she could scarcely breathe. The heat was unbearable, and Jiang Ke struggled to breathe in her dream, jolting awake with a start, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. It was only May, yet the temperature had already soared beyond 30 degrees Celsius. Reflecting on the scenes from her dream, she mused that tomb sweeping day must be next year during Qingming. If this timeline held true, she had nearly a year to prepare. She needed to expedite her stockpiling efforts before the year ended. She had to return to her hometown to renovate her house, as its current insulation was woefully inadequate. As she calculated the renovation costs, her thoughts drifted further and further away until her phone chimed incessantly, pulling her back to reality. Glancing at the time, she noted it was 6 a.m. Upon checking her notifications, she discovered that the video she had posted last night featuring scallion oil tofu pudding had gone viral. Even more so than her previous tomato and egg soup episode. Her private messages were nearly overflowing. She first delved into the comments section, and as expected, the debate between sweet and savory factions reigned supreme. Sweet tofu pudding is the true classic. Savory proponents, begone. And laughable, what a dark culinary creation sweet tofu pudding is. These two comments amassed tens of thousands of likes, sparking a heated discussion in the hundreds below. Scrolling further, she came across scallion oil tofu pudding. What divine delicacy is this? Saving this. Must try tomorrow. And the blogger's skills are remarkable. The scallion oil is golden and translucent. Please share the recipe. Interspersed with a few discordant voices. Is this it? You dare call yourself a food blogger? Disgraceful. Yet, these were swiftly countered by other netizens. If you don't like it, scroll past. Why seek attention here? And so many keyboard warriors. If you have the skill, make your own. Jiang Ke perused the comments, losing track of time as she spent over half an hour absorbed in them. Her private messages varied widely, some filled with insults, others seeking collaboration, and a few expressing affection. Observing her steadily rising follower count, Jiang Ke leaned against her headboard, contemplating her newfound success. The income from her storefront alone had already surpassed her salary. If she were to take on more commercial deals and venture into live streaming, her earnings could multiply. However, Jiang Ke had her reservations. She wished to remain unrecognized by acquaintances to avoid unnecessary complications. Should she return to her hometown and someone recognize her living alone, it could invite unwelcome attention, particularly in times of natural disasters when human nature is put to the test. Perhaps she could consider live streaming without showing her face. She mused quietly. After breakfast, Jiang Ke received a message from her college roommate, CC. She mentioned that she would be visiting Quan City next week and inquired if Jiang Ke was free to join her for a meal, suggesting they also invite another roommate, Tian, who lived in a different part of Quan City. Jiang Ke pondered this. It had indeed been a long time since they last met. Since graduation, they had drifted apart, each pursuing their own paths. Her social circle had always been quite limited. When she first moved to her parents' house in middle school, she struggled to adapt to the new environment and found herself withdrawn, making few friends. In high school, she had two close companions, but they too lost touch after university. These three roommates during college were her closest friends. Despite their differing personalities, they managed to coexist harmoniously. CC was a homebody, a freelance writer who spent her days in the dormitory typing away. Despite her reclusive nature, she possessed a vibrant and whimsical personality, often speaking in fantastical terms. After graduation, she returned home to purchase property and focus solely on her writing, and Jiang Ke had not seen her since. Tian, on the other hand, was the quintessential romantic, experiencing tumultuous relationships, each time fervently declaring that this was undoubtedly true love. Jiang Ke often heard her exclaim, "Really, this time is different. I can feel it," only to find her in tears shortly thereafter. Over the course of 4 years in university, she had amassed a collection of heart-wrenching tales involving infidelity, love triangles, and exes returning for seconds. Had she not witnessed it herself, Jiang Ke would hardly believe such melodrama could exist in reality. After graduation, there was an incident where Tian and her then-boyfriend passed through CC City while traveling. CC kindly offered them a place to stay. But in the middle of the night, while getting a drink of water, she unexpectedly encountered Tian's boyfriend, who was only clad in shorts, resulting in an exceedingly awkward moment. This incident later inspired CC's new book, Tales I Must Tell About My Best Friend's Boyfriend. When Tian learned of this, she flew into a rage, convinced that CC had feelings for her boyfriend, and promptly severed ties. CC confided to Jiang Ke. That guy is so skinny he looks like a monkey. I wouldn't want him even if he were given to me for free. She added that the man had privately asked CC for her contact information, clearly not a good character. CC emphasized repeatedly that it was merely creative material. Her novels typically revolved around such themes. Jiang Ke jokingly remarked that she feared CC would one day be invited for tea. Indeed, that man eventually cheated. And only then did Tian realize CC had not deceived her, yet she was too proud to mend their friendship. This time, CC was visiting Quan City both for work and to attempt to ease tensions. Feeling embarrassed to reach out to Tian herself, she enlisted Jiang Ke as a mediator. Jiang Ke readily agreed and promptly called Tian. Upon hearing CC was coming, there was a long silence on the other end before she finally agreed to meet over the weekend. After their conversation, Jiang Ke embarked on a new day of procurement. The revenue from her viral video provided her with a sense of security. Her first task was to purchase water storage tanks. Although she wasn't quite sure how much water one person would need, it was prudent to stockpile. The market offered tanks ranging from a few hundred kilograms to several tons. The larger the capacity, the pricier and more cumbersome the transportation. After much deliberation, she decided on 2 5-ton tanks, 2 2-ton tanks, and 5 500-kilogram ones. This would suffice for now. She could gradually add more later. While calculating, she signed her name on the order. After paying the deposit, Jiang Ke hurried to her next procurement location, continuing her stockpiling efforts. The holiday swiftly passed, and it was once again time to return to work. Jiang Ke had firmly resolved to resign and become a full-time content creator. On the 10th, upon receiving her salary, she submitted her resignation. Though her supervisor expressed reluctance for her to leave, the approval process moved remarkably swiftly. Procedures that typically took half a month were completed in a single day. Sister Zhou was taken aback by her sudden departure but recognized that, given the company's declining performance, layoffs were inevitable. She refrained from dissuading Jiang Ke, believing her decision to be wise. You're still young. There are plenty of job opportunities. It's truly unnecessary to linger here. Let us keep in touch. Jiang Ke smiled in agreement. As she exited the company building, she couldn't help but glance back at the place where she had worked for 3 years. Her emotions a jumbled mix. The resignation process had been unexpectedly smooth. The bonuses from the previous quarter were fully dispersed, and the salary for the first few days of May was also calculated, just awaiting the following month's collective payment. Watching the new deposit of over 10,000 yuan in her bank account, Jiang Ke took a deep breath. It was time to embark on a new chapter of her life. Post-resignation, Jiang Ke devoted herself entirely to managing her account, accepting commercial deals and filming videos, leading a busy and fulfilling life. One morning, she received a call from CC, who informed her that she would arrive at 10 a.m. Jiang Ke suddenly remembered that today was the day they had planned to meet. She hurriedly prepared and made her way to the agreed-upon location. Discovering that Tian was already seated there, Jiang Ke was taken aback by Tian's transformation. At her wedding last year, she had radiated vitality, yet now, merely a year later, her already slender frame appeared even more gaunt. How have you lost so much weight? Jiang Ke couldn't help but inquire as she settled into her seat. Have I? Tian touched her cheek. Perhaps it's just the heat lately. I haven't had much of an appetite. Jiang Ke discerned her attempts at concealment, yet chose not to inquire further. As they engaged in casual conversation, CC arrived in a whirlwind. With her chic short hair and sassy shorts, it was hard to believe she was a reclusive writer. You all arrived so early, CC exclaimed, rummaging through her bag. I brought you gifts. Jiang Ke took a look at the item she handed over, Crimson Rose, sinking in a brother's bed, and could not help but chuckle. Your writing style remains unchanged, as long as it earns money, CC replied nonchalantly. With CC's arrival, the atmosphere brightened, and they reminisced about their school days, a cherished chapter in their lives. When the topic turned to Tian's marriage, CC dug into her bag once more, producing a box to present to Tian, a wedding gift to make up for it. Upon opening the box, Tian revealed an exquisite pearl necklace. She stared at it for a moment before gently closing it and pushing it back, saying, No need, I'm already divorced. Hearing this news, Jiang Ke was taken aback. Recalling how radiant Tian had looked at her wedding, marveling that she had finally found true love, yet the marriage lasted less than a year. Why the divorce? CC was the first to ask. He was caught soliciting, and the call came to our home, Tian said, gazing out the window before lowering her head and rubbing the cup in her hands. My parents know about it too. Since we've been married for less than a year and have no children, they believe it's better to end it sooner rather than later, so they support me. Jiang Ke and CC fell silent, caught off guard by the turn of events. After a moment of quiet, CC broke the stillness, pushing the gift box back towards Tian. Then let us celebrate your liberation from suffering. All right then, Tian accepted the gift, let us not dwell on unhappy matters. Let us talk about something else. She glanced out the window, commenting on the unusual weather, with temperatures soaring above 38 degrees since May Day. At this, Jiang Ke felt compelled to subtly warn her friends about the unusual weather patterns and the various disasters occurring abroad. She pulled out her phone to show them videos related to such calamities. After watching, both roommates wore serious expressions. It's always prudent to stock up on supplies. Jiang Ke stated, "We are mere commoners. The wealthy, upon sensing trouble, will flee abroad to seek refuge, but we have no place to hide." Realizing the gravity of the situation, her two roommates readily agreed to prepare in advance. Time flew by, and soon it was time to part ways. Jiang Ke accompanied CC to the station, reminding her once more before she departed, remember to stock up on supplies. The three exchanged heartfelt farewells. Watching her friends leave, Jiang Ke felt a pang of guilt. She longed to share the impending disaster with them, but they each had their own families, unlike her solitary existence. What if word got out? Jiang Ke bit her lip, deciding to devise a plan to send them supplies once the disaster struck. Chapter 13. The ongoing stockpile. In the days that followed, Jiang Ke's life became entirely consumed by video creation. Each day began with filming and editing, and even her dreams were filled with new ideas. Perhaps due to the conspicuous old kitchenware featured in her videos, various kitchenware brands began to approach her. From microwaves to multifunctional ovens and integrated range hoods, Jiang Ke accepted every offer that came her way. Watching her account balance grow, she felt emboldened to spend more freely, taking advantage of her spare time. She ordered a batch of construction materials, sand, gravel, cement, to prepare for future renovations back home. To avoid drawing attention, she deliberately purchased in discrete batches. Defensive equipment became a priority as well. Drones, powerful crossbows, and inflatable boats arrived in succession, and even the insulated suits, cold protection gear, and oxygen tanks that had been shelved due to budget constraints were now arranged for procurement. These supplies instilled Jiang Ke with greater confidence in the face of unforeseen dangers. One day, I will fill every inch of space, she mused. The relentless heat turned the kitchen into a steamy sauna, and Jiang Ke found herself sweating profusely while cooking each day. To simplify matters, aside from the obligatory meals for filming, she began to purchase pre-prepared dishes in abundance, which required minimal preparation. During her shopping, Jiang Ke was pleasantly surprised to discover that, in addition to pre-prepared meals, there were semi-finished baking products available: donuts, croissants, milk biscuits, egg tarts, hot dogs, cake rolls, and pizzas, all manner of trendy desserts. She bought a bit of everything, drawn by her love for sweet treats, believing they could uplift her spirits. Once the delivery arrived, she eagerly began preparing. The oven, air fryer, and steam cooker operated around the clock, filling the kitchen with delightful aromas. During her free time, Jiang Ke would open her computer to download various video resources. She had prepared several high-capacity external hard drives, filling them with all the materials she could think of. For contingency, she also purchased a dozen second-hand phones and a backup computer. Each device was loaded with novels and single-player games, ensuring she wouldn't be bored even during power outages. When she saw outdoor power banks on the market capable of charging up to 5 kilowatt-hours, complete with mobile charging ports and power strip interfaces, as well as lighting capabilities, Jiang Ke was immensely tempted. If I had the funds, I would buy them all, she exclaimed, ultimately ordering 10 units. For safety's sake, she also acquired several fire extinguishers and other fire safety equipment. Thus, the supplies in her space continued to accumulate, gradually becoming somewhat disorganized. Noticing that her horizontal space was insufficient, Jiang Ke resolved to utilize vertical space more effectively. She ordered a large quantity of shelves, which were delivered to her rented warehouse. After hiring 5 workers, it took them 2 full days to assemble everything. Each shelf measured 10 meters in length and 5 meters in height, and she had ordered 50 in total, filling the warehouse to capacity. Once the workers departed, Jiang Ke transferred all the shelves into her space. She then began organizing the scattered items, neatly stacking the prepared food, and directly piling the boxed supplies on the ground. After a full day of effort, her space finally appeared orderly. Though she operated solely through her consciousness, Jiang Ke felt utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the sofa in a state of lethargy. As she lay there, she retrieved an ice cream bar from her space to refresh herself. Now that she had the means, she purchased ice cream by the case, significantly enhancing her quality of life. In addition, she stocked up on a variety of snacks: spicy strips, crispy noodles, small biscuits, beef jerky, nuts, and a range of beverages including cola and Sprite. She even ordered several hundred cups of milk tea, pretending to be sourcing afternoon tea for a company, frequently darting between different tea shops. Looking at the abundant array of food filling her space, Jiang Ke felt assured that even if the apocalypse were to arrive, life would not be too difficult. Thus, she remained busy until the end of the month. When the electricity bill arrived, Jiang Ke was astonished to find it totaled 3,000 yuan. The landlord even called to express suspicion that there might be an issue with the wiring and wanted to send someone to check. Unable to explain, Jiang Ke paid the bill and began searching for a new place. She was concerned that the high electricity costs would arouse the landlord's suspicion, and moreover, this 70 square meter apartment was no longer sufficient. The kitchen was already overflowing with kitchenware sent by various brands. Jiang Ke decided it was time to move to a more spacious location. For now, she would not return home, as she still needed to continue accepting advertisements and live streams. She had to remain in the city for work. The house in her hometown was situated in a rather remote area, and the transportation infrastructure was not particularly developed. Thus, she had temporarily dismissed the idea of returning. Instead, she planned to accumulate sufficient funds to renovate the house before the year's end, aspiring to achieve an exceptionally high safety standard akin to that of a fortified bunker, which would incur an exorbitant expense. Ultimately, she settled on a spacious 150 square meter two-bedroom apartment with a well-proportioned square kitchen. Its location on the outskirts of the city, closer to the warehouse she was renting and adjacent to the newly constructed East High-Speed Railway Station, offered considerable convenience. After finalizing the apartment, Jiang Ke promptly relocated. She packed all her belongings into the space, even saving on moving expenses. As the weather grew increasingly warmer, the ice-making machine in her home operated incessantly. Yet the ice produced was still insufficient. In a decisive move, Jiang Ke directly contacted an ice factory and ordered a staggering 50 tons of ice. To accommodate this, she even rented a temporary cold storage facility to house the ice in her space. She couldn't help but marvel at how advantageous it was to have wealth. Previously, refueling had required arduous effort, filling up one vehicle at a time and struggling to extract the fuel. Now, having found the right connections, she could procure large quantities of diesel effortlessly, saving both time and labor. Seizing a moment amidst her preparations, Jiang Ke took the opportunity to return to her hometown. She meticulously measured the terrain of her old residence, and, after considerable expense, hired several designers to assist in conceptualizing a 300 square meter underground fortress. This subterranean space needed to be comprehensive, catering to all long-term survival requirements. Although the designers found her request peculiar, the lucrative fees compelled them to diligently provide their architectural proposals. By June, temperatures had soared beyond 40 degrees Celsius, and discussions concerning the apocalypse intensified across the internet. Jiang Ke took this chance to post reminders on various platforms, urging everyone to take precautions against the heat, stockpile food, and gather medical supplies in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. During this period, she busied herself with filming videos while simultaneously amassing supplies. Each time her back-end earnings reached 100,000, she would promptly withdraw the funds to reinvest in her next purchasing round. With every additional survival tool and every more box of emergency supplies, her chances of enduring the impending apocalypse increased incrementally. Thus, day after day, Jiang Ke immersed herself in procurement, filming, and organizing supplies, finding joy amidst the chaos. Observing her increasingly well-stocked reserves brought her a sense of reassurance. One day, while Jiang Ke was at home preparing soup, she unexpectedly received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. She chose not to answer, as she typically refrained from responding to unknown callers, using a separate mobile number for work-related communications with advertisers and clients. However, the number called again, prompting her to wash her hands and prepare to answer. Chapter 14. Severing Ties. Hello? Jiang Ke answered. Is this Jiang Ke? This is Li Ming. Li Ming? Jiang Ke quickly searched her memory, but couldn't match the name. Sensing her hesitation, the caller continued. I used to visit your home frequently. Do you not recall? At this, Jiang Ke began to piece it together, realizing this was the person her mother had mentioned wanting to arrange a meeting with not long ago. What do you want? How did you obtain my contact information? She inquired, firing off 3 questions in quick succession. I'd like to meet with you. I've seen your live streams and would like to request your assistance in promoting our products, Li Ming said. You're currently in Quan City, right? Is it convenient for a meeting? Jiang Ke felt a jolt of apprehension. She never showed her face during her live streams, so how did he recognize her? Moreover, this was not the number she used for professional contacts. She chose to deflect, countering, where did you see my live stream? I don't believe I've ever revealed my identity. In truth, Jiang Ke always filmed her cooking with the camera mounted on her head, ensuring her face remained obscured. However, she consistently used her real voice while speaking. That day, while scrolling through videos, Li Ming had stumbled upon Jiang Ke's live stream, and upon hearing her voice, he instantly recognized her as the girl he had been longing for. He quickly contacted her parents, persistently obtaining her phone number. Yet, once he had the number, Li Ming found himself at a loss for how to approach her. After much contemplation, he opted to feign a work-related discussion. allowing for a natural segue into requesting a meeting. I recognized your voice immediately. It remains unchanged from before, Li Ming exclaimed, his tone brimming with excitement. The auntie provided me with your number and mentioned you are in Quan City. Jiang Ke's heart sank. Did her mother know about her live streaming? She silently hoped this was not the case. Unfortunately, her fears were confirmed. Yes, I mentioned your streaming to the auntie. She seemed unaware of your work and even urged me to convince you to return home. Jiang Ke's thoughts spiraled. This was not about her returning home. It was clearly a ploy to access her finances. As Li Ming continued speaking, she could no longer focus on his words. She interrupted, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in your products, and I have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. Please refrain from contacting me again. Li Ming attempted to reach out to her multiple times, and even someone as oblivious as Jiang Ke could discern his intentions. However, with the impending apocalypse looming, she was far more concerned with survival than matters of the heart. After a prolonged silence on the other end, he finally uttered, I'm sorry for the intrusion. It won't happen again, and promptly hung up. After the call ended, Jiang Ke stared blankly at her phone for quite some time. She understood her parents well. Having learned of her live streaming, they would undoubtedly investigate her income. It was almost comical. Her parents ran a factory earning millions annually. Yet they still sought to scrutinize her modest earnings. Previously, they had not asked her for money out of disdain for her meager salary. Now that they knew she was making money, how could they resist this newfound source of income? Sure enough, just 2 days later, her mother's call came through. We've already severed ties. Don't contact me again, Jiang Ke replied coldly. On the other end, chaos erupted. You dare not return? Do you believe I want to have someone bring you back? Just tell me what you want. Your brother is getting married, and as his older sister, you ought to show some support. Fine, Jiang Ke conceded, but money is involved, and we must sign an agreement. From now on, we part ways completely. You've gone too far. Her mother exploded, hurling insults. Do you think I can't make your streaming career impossible? Unfazed by the threat, Jiang Ke shot back. Go ahead and try. If you think you can ruin my streaming career, just know that your factory will face dire consequences as well. I'm eager to see who suffers more when the mask comes off. A heavy silence enveloped the call, and Jiang Ke could vividly imagine her mother's shocked expression. The daughter who had always been submissive was now daring to speak to her in such a manner. Fine, I'll act as if I never bore you. Her mother finally spat, her teeth clenched. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ke smirked coldly. Have you ever truly regarded me as your daughter? Your eyes have always been fixed on your precious son. When have you ever acknowledged me? Spare me the pretense. Sign the agreement, take your money, and let us never engage with each other again. In her words lay years of pent-up resentment. After finishing her statement, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Ever since her grandparents had passed, she had been entirely alone. Today, settling the financial matter would repay their debt of bringing her into the world, allowing her to owe them nothing further. Jiang Ke withdrew the funds from her account, exchanging 500,000 for a lifetime of peace. She chose an auspicious day to return, sign the agreement, and have it notarized. Throughout the entire process, her father never glanced at her, treating her as though she were a stranger. As she boarded the train back to Quan City, a profound sense of liberation enveloped her. Before she knew it, the end of June had arrived, marking the season for harvesting wheat. In the eastern provinces, the majority of agricultural crops are cultivated in a biannual rotation, alternating between winter wheat and corn. I recall that during the busy farming seasons of yore, those who worked abroad would hasten home to assist with the harvest, creating an atmosphere of bustling excitement rivaling that of the new year. Yet, nowadays, the number of individuals engaged in farming has dwindled significantly. It is not only in the cities. Even the rural areas no longer exude the vibrant ambience of bountiful harvests as they once did. Jiang Ke, while conversing with a fellow villager resting by the field, learned that this year's persistent high temperatures have led to a decrease in grain yield, causing wheat prices to plummet. Thanks to the government's regulatory measures, the prices of grains have remained relatively stable over the years, with the current purchasing price hovering around 1.2 yuan per kilogram. However, this has resulted in an increasing reluctance among people to engage in farming, as a year of hard labor barely sustains their livelihoods. Jiang Ke understood this reality, yet found it difficult to articulate to them. If grain prices were to soar, it would likely become a matter of survival rather than mere sustenance. She procured a full ton of plump, pristine new wheat at a premium price of 1.4 yuan per kilogram, transporting it to the village mill for processing, subsequently storing it in her space. As dusk fell, Jiang Ke found herself seated alone on the ridge of the field. The setting sun bathed the wheat fields in golden hues, while harvesters thudded in the distance, and the air was perfumed with the scent of wheat. She inhaled deeply, suddenly realizing the preciousness of this moment of tranquility. Chapter 15, Returning Home. Ever since signing the estrangement agreement with her parents, Jiang Ke felt as though she had unburdened herself from a 1,000-pound weight, her entire being considerably lighter. She began to confidently present herself in her live streaming sessions, even establishing a media company. Although she was the sole employee, it greatly facilitated her dealings with commercial partnerships. The popularity of her live streams grew day by day, with her follower count poised to surpass 1 million. To express her gratitude towards her fans, Jiang Ke frequently organized lottery events. Nevertheless, her prizes were rather pragmatic. Boxes of instant noodles, large bags of compressed biscuits, entire crates of ham sausages, and an assortment of canned goods. Is the host being too practical? I'm about to be sick of these daily giveaways. Couldn't we have something fresh? How about a smartphone? Many voices in the comments section complained, but Jiang Ke remained indifferent. After all, these supplies were largely sponsored by her partners, requiring little out of her own pocket. She had already given away over 100,000 boxes. Observing the oblivious complaints, Jiang Ke thought to herself, when disaster truly strikes, you will understand the value of these provisions. After each giveaway, she silently prayed that these resources would assist those in need during critical moments. As July ushered in the harvest season for vegetables and fruits, cucumbers, eggplants, green beans, potatoes, chili peppers, tomatoes, watermelons, sweet melons, cantaloupes, yellow peaches, oil peaches, fuzzy peaches, apricots, strawberries, and cherries, Jiang Ke made a special trip to a plantation to procure cherries. The prices in the orchard ranged from 3 to over 10 yuan. She sampled each, finding the 3 yuan variety too sour, while the 5 and 8 yuan cherries offered a perfect balance of sweetness and tartness. Ultimately, she purchased 500 jin of the 5 and 8 yuan cherries, along with some of the 15 yuan premium selections. During the peak cherry harvest season, farmers were overwhelmed, with unsold cherries left to rot on the ground. By directly purchasing from them, Jiang Ke spared them the hassle of selling, allowing her to negotiate lower prices. The sweet apricots were ripe just as Jiang Ke returned home to measure her homestead. The hills around her hometown were dotted with numerous neglected apricot orchards, cultivated merely to prevent the land from lying fallow. Carrying a bucket, she picked apricots continuously, relishing the joy of hand-picking, a pleasure that money could not buy, even though buying them would cost little. Seeing the abundance of apricots fallen to the ground due to overripeness filled Jiang Ke with regret. Upon returning to the countryside, she acutely felt the disparity in prices. City dwellers could hardly fathom that here, a single yuan could buy a generous handful of scallions, and 10 yuan could clear an entire scallion stall. Sweet corn, which sold for 2 or 3 yuan each in the city, could be purchased here at 10 yuan for 15. Every household cultivated some vegetables and fruits, making it entirely possible to achieve self-sufficiency throughout the summer without purchasing any produce. This way of life was what Jiang Ke yearned for. As August approached, the content of the official educational videos subtly shifted from wilderness survival skills to war response guidelines, eventually instructing viewers on how to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. Internet users speculated. Even the officials have begun to disseminate such information. Are they hinting at something? Consequently, prices soared across various regions, and supermarket shelves were stripped bare. By September, Jiang Ke seized this wave of fervor, tirelessly engaging in advertising and live streaming. Her commission from sales and advertising revenue for that month surpassed 3 million yuan. Gazing at her bank balance of over 5 million yuan, Jiang Ke felt it was time to return home for final preparations. Before her departure, she sent out one last wave of giveaways to her fans, including freeze-dried foods, vacuum-sealed meat cans, and assorted instant products. When she announced her intention to take a break from live streaming, her fans expressed their concerns. Jiang Ke quickly clarified, "I'm just exhausted and need some time to rest. I'll return once I'm recharged." She feigned nonchalance to reassure her fans, yet deep down, she understood that this would likely be her last live stream. On the first day of the National Day holiday, Jiang Ke set off on her journey home, watching as the scenery outside her car window transitioned from urban skyscrapers to rolling mountains. She mused that she may never have the opportunity to return. As her vehicle ascended the winding mountain roads, she found a secluded spot halfway up the hill, confirming that no one was around before she stored the entire car in her space. Navigating through the familiar apricot orchards, she walked westward for about a kilometer until the sight of a familiar blue-tiled house came into view. This small village, nestled halfway up the mountain, had houses scattered intermittently. Jiang Ke's home was located in the northwestern corner of the village, backed by dense woods, with a steep cliff to the west. Concerned for her safety during play, her grandfather had once erected a wooden fence around the area. The nearest household was a 200-meter descent down the mountain. On her last visit, Jiang Ke had intended to pay a visit, only to find the door firmly locked. Upon inquiry, she learned that the elderly neighbor had not survived the sweltering summer, and the family had taken the old lady to the city for care. Typically, returning home required traversing the village's muddy path, But recent rains had rendered it even more treacherous, so Jiang Ke opted for this shortcut instead. Pushing open the weathered courtyard gate, a familiar courtyard came into view. This old residence, oriented north to south and perched at a higher elevation, had long endured the scorching sun, causing the plaster on the southern wall to flake. A house thrives on human warmth. Without occupants, it deteriorates rapidly. Although Jiang Ke returned annually for brief stays, the old house appeared even more aged compared to her last visit during the spring festival. After dropping off her luggage, Jiang Ke rolled up her sleeves and began a thorough cleaning. She placed the cleaned furniture directly into her space and then commenced mopping the floors. It took her an entire half-day to rid the dusty house of its grime. Gazing at the rejuvenated old home, she took out her phone and called the construction team she had contacted earlier. Prior to her return home, Jiang Ke had conducted extensive research. She specifically chose a renovation company from the southern province, not only for its distance from her hometown, but also because of its experience in similar underground projects. Jiang Ke was acutely aware that hiring a local construction team would risk exposure when disaster struck, while the southern province, being 1,000 miles away, offered greater security. Although the construction site was remote, the budget she proposed was sufficiently enticing, prompting the renovation company to accept the job without hesitation. After confirming her arrival 2 days hence to commence work, Jiang Ke finally felt a sense of relief. As evening descended, she set up a small table in the yard, retrieving the prepared barbecue and chilled beer from her space. Reclining in a rocking chair, she savored the skewers while gazing at the starry sky, the long-awaited tranquility allowing her taut nerves to finally relax. The October evening breeze carried a hint of chill, dispersing the heat of the day. The relentless live streaming of recent days had left Jiang Ke utterly exhausted, and in this familiar yard, accompanied by the chirping of insects and the gentle wind, she unwittingly drifted off to sleep in her chair. The following morning, Jiang Ke awoke with a slight nasal congestion. She mused to herself that her constitution was indeed not what it used to be in her youth. She recalled how, during sweltering summer nights, her grandmother would take her to sleep on the rooftop, and they would not catch a cold all summer long. In an effort to bolster her health, Jiang Ke decided to embark on morning runs. Without hesitation, she donned her athletic attire and running shoes and set off. As she jogged along the mountain path, she meticulously observed her surroundings. Over the years, the mountain had undergone little change. The barren soil was unsuitable for cultivation, and the rugged terrain hindered development. Aside from the seldom-traveled mountain road, everything remained as she remembered. After running 5 kilometers, she encountered not a single vehicle on the winding road. As she ran, she contemplated that once the floods receded, this typically desolate mountain might become a refuge. Although the soil was poor and the terrain steep, rendering it uninhabitable in the long term, who would care about such matters in a life-or-death situation? With this thought, she quickened her pace, realizing that the entrance and exit of the safe house must be even more discreet. Ideally, she envisioned planting some climbing vines at the cliff's exit, allowing the entire escape route to blend seamlessly with the mountainside. Lost in thought, she arrived home by 7:30, lacking the motivation to cook. She retrieved a bowl of chilled tofu pudding from her space for breakfast. Her hometown lacked natural gas, relying instead on gas canisters and earthen stoves. Her grandmother had not favored using gas, so her grandfather would gather firewood from the back mountain. Before his passing, he had neatly stacked a wall of firewood, which remained untouched to this day. While enjoying her breakfast, Jiang Ke suddenly recalled that the walnuts on the back mountain should be ripe and planned to pick some later. The construction team arrived as promised. Jiang Ke had already stored the excess furniture in her space and prepared sand, gravel, and cement in the backyard. Her home was situated at the northernmost edge of the village, and the noise from the back would hardly attract attention. The design plan she had sent to the renovation company called for the construction of a robust underground bunker. After conducting a site inspection, the construction team confirmed its feasibility, with Jiang Ke's only stipulation being the use of the finest insulation materials. The renovation company was unfazed, as Jiang Ke had contacted them under the company name, stating it was for an apocalyptic-themed livestream. The project progressed with fervor. The construction vehicles entering the mountain piqued the villagers' curiosity, but Jiang Ke simply explained it was for maintenance on the old house. She arranged for the workers to stay at her home while she relocated down the mountain. Spending 500 yuan daily for a variety of 20 dishes, she managed 3 meals a day, conveniently ordering herself a table as well, both economical and delicious. Far more cost-effective than in the city. After 3 months of intense construction, the nearly flawless underground sanctuary was finally completed. Jiang Ke stood at the entrance, barely able to contain her excitement as she surveyed this doomsday refuge, crafted at a cost of 5 million yuan. The entire structure was constructed from military-grade reinforced concrete, with walls measuring an astonishing 50 centimeters thick, filled with the latest nano-insulation materials. Even in conditions of minus 80 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees of scorching heat outside, the interior remained at a stable temperature. The main entrance was ingeniously concealed beneath what appeared to be an ordinary tile in the living room. Jiang Ke crouched down and gently pressed the hidden latch at the edge of the tile. With an almost imperceptible mechanical whir, an opening approximately 1 meter wide and long slowly revealed itself. The backup exit led directly to the base of the cliff, flawlessly camouflaged by natural rock and dense vines. What pleased Jiang Ke the most were the 3 titanium alloy blast doors. Each door weighed half a ton and could withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake and explosive impacts. The outer layer was meticulously covered with stone and turf that matched the surrounding environment, making it nearly undetectable even at close range. Stepping inside, the comprehensive survival system reassured Jiang Ke immensely. An independent water purification system could collect rainwater and recycle it, while an air filtration device could block nuclear dust and toxic gases. An intelligent sewage system automatically sealed and stored waste after processing. A 200-meter circular track was constructed along the inner side of the safe house, sufficient for Jiang Ke to maintain her daily exercise regimen. The living room was equipped with the latest laser projector, perfect for keeping her entertained during moments of boredom. Most delightfully, there was a 20-square-meter soilless cultivation room. Utilizing vertical planting techniques and special spectrum LED lights, it ensured a year-round supply of fresh vegetables. Although the interior design had to adhere to a minimalist style for safety and functionality, every detail had been meticulously crafted. On her first night of trial living, Jiang Ke lay in her comfortable bed, listening to the gentle hum of the ventilation system and savoring the pleasant, temperature-controlled environment, reflecting that perhaps the end of the world would not be so unbearable after all. The first snow of the 12th month fell in a flurry, quickly blanketing the mountain roads. Jiang Ke decided to spend the entire day indoors, enjoying hot pot cooked on her induction stove. The steaming vapors fogged the windows as she dropped slices of lamb into the pot, while simultaneously posting videos of her stockpiles on her phone, though no longer live streaming. Her window shopping still brought in an income of 20 to 30,000 yuan each month. She planned to head to the gold shop in the city come spring to convert that money into gold bars and jewelry. In chaotic times, gold remained the most reliable currency. One morning, while shoveling snow at her gate, Jiang Ke spotted Aunt Chin trudging towards her, 1 foot sinking deep, the other barely skimming the surface. The elderly lady was bundled in a thick cotton coat and wore a large cotton hat, a sight that reminded Jiang Ke of the television series Crossing the Northeast. Near, Aunt Chin called from a distance. Your brother insists on taking me to the city for the winter. I probably won't return until spring. I still have about 200 large cabbages stored in the cellar. They might spoil. Do you want them? Jiang Ke stabbed the shovel into the snow pile and rubbed her frostbitten hands together. Yes, I've been worrying about not having enough cabbages. She added, by the way, I'll need to borrow your tricycle. I'll go fetch them soon. Though the supplies in her space could last her for 8 to 10 years. Cabbages were cheap and durable. Having more was never a burden. More importantly, these could be displayed as visible stockpiles. For Jiang Ke could not simply store everything in her space. During this period, Aunt Chun had visited frequently, bringing homegrown radishes and potatoes each time. Noticing that Jiang Ke's pantry seemed rather bare, other aunts were even more enthusiastic, frequently attempting to introduce her to suitors. Growing weary of the inquiries, Jiang Ke resorted to fabricating a story about having a boyfriend in the city, which brought her some much-needed peace. The villagers were well aware of Jiang Ke's circumstances. Her parents operated a factory in the city and were perpetually busy, leaving her to return alone for only short periods each year. They had grown accustomed to this arrangement and seldom inquired about her family matters. Jiang Ke relished the tranquility. For in such a small mountain village, if word got out that she had severed ties with her parents, it could lead to all sorts of unflattering gossip. Those gossips could twist the truth, and she had no desire to become the subject of idle chatter. On the 29th day of the 12th month, the festive atmosphere of the new year finally began to permeate the village. The villagers busied themselves with thorough cleaning and preparations for the New Year's market, and Jiang Ke decided to ride her electric bike to join the festivities. The market was bustling more than usual, with stalls stretching far and wide. As Jiang Ke strolled about, her eyes were immediately drawn to a vendor selling pickled vegetables. This delicacy had been her childhood favorite. Her grandmother would slice the pickles into fine shreds, stir-frying them with minced garlic and dried chili peppers, releasing an aroma that could rival any meat dish. Just the thought of it made Jiang Ke's mouth water, and she quickly purchased a dozen to stuff into her basket. Having taken only a few steps forward, she encountered a vibrant stall adorned with red couplets. Realizing it was time to infuse her home with some festive spirit, she selected several auspicious phrases. The meat stalls were lined up one after another, offering an array of pork, lamb, and beef. Although Jiang Ke had already stockpiled 10 pigs, 5 sheep, and 1 cow, She found herself unable to resist the temptation of the fatty intestines on display. When braised to perfection, they could be transformed into spicy stir-fried intestines or a fragrant intestines tofu soup. After several rounds of cooking with the frozen goods she had procured from the market, Jiang Ke had honed her culinary skills, producing flavors that rivaled those of professional kitchens. Considering the impending natural disaster and the likelihood of fewer opportunities to cook, she felt a pang of regret. As she continued her shopping spree, her electric bicycle basket quickly filled to capacity, prompting her to turn back home. The path was still littered with unmelted snow, and the potholes were glazed with ice. This year, the snowfall had been particularly heavy, continuing intermittently for a month, making the cold unbearable. If it weren't for the approaching New Year, who would willingly venture out in such dreadful weather? On New Year's Eve, Jiang Ke prepared an extravagant feast, listening to the crackling of firecrackers outside, yet feeling a sense of loneliness wash over her. During her workdays, she had not felt the solitude, nor had she felt it while frantically stockpiling supplies and constructing her house. However, in this month of leisure, a sense of desolation crept into her heart. Contemplating the decades ahead, likely spent alone, Jiang Ke was engulfed in uncertainty about the future. Perhaps she could consider raising a few small animals, she mused. At that moment, her phone chimed with a flurry of messages from her roommate group. Several roommates were exchanging New Year wishes, and Xiang Yin added a message. "I've given birth to a daughter. Both mother and child are safe. Congratulations," flooded in. But Jiang Ke couldn't help but sigh as she read the message. Xiang Yin had been her closest confidant during university, among their group of 4. Cici was always busy writing novels, and Tian was preoccupied with romance, leaving only Xiang Yin to spend countless hours by Jiang Ke's side, working together to earn their living expenses. Xiang Yin's family had not been well off, and she had worked diligently throughout university. Their conversations were endless until Xiang Yin began dating a senior in their 3rd year. After graduation, she chose to become a teacher in a mountainous area for the sake of love. Jiang Ke couldn't comprehend why she would return to a place she had worked so hard to escape, especially when a bright future lay ahead. On graduation day, seeing the worry etched on Jiang Ke's face, Xiang Yin had laughed, reassuring her, "Don't fret, it's not a tiger's den. The mountains are developing well. And being a primary school teacher is quite fulfilling." Jiang Ke had wanted to ask if it was worth it, but the words had lodged in her throat. After graduation, Xiang Yin swiftly achieved the milestone of having 2 children within 3 years. Jiang Ke remembered Xiang Yin video calling her after the birth of her first child, saying her in-laws wanted a grandson to carry on their family name, prompting her to consider having a second child. Jiang Ke had jokingly remarked about the absurdity of treating the situation as if there were a throne to inherit. Xiang Yin had merely laughed, insisting that one day Jiang Ke would understand once she married. Yet, Jiang Ke silently resolved not to comprehend such matters for a lifetime. Jiang Ke could not fathom how, after years of higher education, her thoughts remained shackled to the mountains. She found herself too weary to argue and gradually grew distant from Xiang Yin. Upon hearing the news of the second daughter, a bittersweet feeling enveloped Jiang Ke. She wasn't sure whether her heart ached for Xiang Yin or for the newborn girl. She opened a private chat with Xiang Yin, sent a red envelope of 600 yuan, inquired about her address, and ordered 2 boxes of baby formula along with a few sets of clothing. As their conversation continued, Xiang Yin mentioned her intentions to focus on her health before attempting for a 3rd child. She expressed that her in-laws and husband treated her well, and although they didn't voice it, she could sense their disappointment at having another daughter, feeling as though she let her husband down. After hearing this, Jiang Ke felt too drained to offer further counsel, simply reminding her to take care during her postpartum recovery and not to dwell too much on it, also advising her to stock up on provisions given the unusual weather this year. After sending that message, she closed the chat window. On the first day of the new year, families in the village busied themselves with visiting one another to extend New Year greetings. Jiang Ke, lacking close relatives in the village, only distant kin, brought along several boxes of milk and some snacks she had prepared in advance. She visited a few relatives with whom she had a relatively close bond, exchanged some auspicious words, and then took her leave. Upon exiting the village, Jiang Ke drove directly to the city. The shopping mall was festooned with decorations, and everywhere one looked, there were signs for New Year discounts. She purchased a ticket for the next screening of a film touted as the most heart-wrenching of the year. The cinema was packed, and during the emotional scenes, many audience members could be seen discreetly wiping away tears. Yet, throughout the film, Jiang Ke remained expressionless. The commercial cinema's formulaic approaches and scripted emotional beats failed to touch her heart. After the film concluded, Jiang Ke headed straight to the jewelry store on the 1st floor of the mall. The store was bustling as usual on New Year's Day, filled with customers eager to take advantage of the holiday discounts on gold jewelry. The sales clerk informed her that the gold price was reduced by 20 yuan per gram that day. After perusing the counter for a while, Jiang Ke ultimately opted for the most stable investment, gold jewelry sold by weight, a gold bead necklace, and a gold bead bracelet. She wasn't affluent enough to purchase gold bars on a whim, but she reasoned that in the event she needed it in the future, she could dismantle the beads for use. Having spent 50,000 yuan, Jiang Ke felt a sense of reassurance as she held the box containing 70 grams of gold jewelry, its weight grounding her. After buying the gold, her stomach grumbled, prompting her to enter a buffet restaurant in the mall. After satisfying her hunger, she strode out of the restaurant, drawing curious glances from the staff. The spring chill lingered, and before she knew it, the Lantern Festival had passed. In previous years, workers would have already packed their bags to return to the city by this time, but this year, several heavy snowfalls had sealed the mountain roads tight. Each morning, Jiang Ke's first task was to shovel snow. Bundled up in layers, hat, gloves, and scarf, she set about clearing the snow from her yard before sweeping the little path in front of her door. By the time she finished, a thin sheen of sweat had formed on her brow. Once the area was tidy, she gathered around the heater for breakfast. Beneath the stove, several sweet potatoes were roasting, their aroma wafting enticingly through the air. As Jiang Ke nibbled on the warm sweet potatoes, she began to contemplate her upcoming plans. Chapter 18. Hiring a fake boyfriend. One day, as Jiang Ke was nestled in her home scrolling through her phone, she heard the gate creak open. Looking up, she spotted Aunt Li standing at the door with a basket in hand. "Come in quickly, Aunt Li." Jiang Ke greeted her warmly, taking the basket from her arm. "It's quite cold outside, I assent it. Come in and warm up." Aunt Li rubbed her hands together as she settled by the heater. "I brought some salted duck eggs that I pickled myself. Thought you might like to try them." The sweet aroma from the roasting sweet potatoes filled the air as Aunt Li surveyed the empty living room. "You know, dear, I invited you over for dumplings during the new year, but you didn't come." Jiang Ke smiled and handed her a cup of hot tea. Deep down, she understood that this was merely a polite exchange between neighbors. While they shared a relatively close relationship, their interactions were not frequent, and she wondered what had prompted Aunt Li's visit this time. Taking the initiative, Jiang Ke asked, "Is there something you need, Aunt Li?" Aunt Li, unsure of how to initiate the conversation, was relieved when Jiang Ke took the initiative to ask, "So, dear, are you planning to stay in the countryside for the long term instead of returning to the city?" Jiang Ke, slightly puzzled by the question, cautiously replied, "I mainly returned this time to renovate the old house, and due to a job change, I intend to look for work again once the weather warms up." "Well, I see you've remodeled the house. Do you have any plans to sell it?" Aunt Li continued, mentioning that Mr. Wang in the village had 2 sons. The elder was married and living at home, while the younger had brought his partner back and was preparing for marriage. Thus they were considering buying a house in the village. Jiang Ke wondered why they didn't apply for a new plot of land instead. Aunt Li hesitated, explaining that the reapplication process was lengthy and the construction period even longer. At this point, Jiang Ke understood the implications. They likely saw her as an easy target, hoping to acquire her house at a low price. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ke said firmly, "Aunt Li, I will not sell this house. As you can see, I just renovated it, and once I marry, I will return here. Moreover, my boyfriend agrees to live here with me in the future." Aunt Li appeared surprised. "You really have a boyfriend?" "Of course," Jiang Ke responded. "Is there any need for deceit?" She explained that her boyfriend had been busy with work before the new year, but promised to visit after. Noticing Aunt Li's astonishment, she added, "Please tell them that I will not sell this house. It was left by my grandfather. It is our foundation. My parents have already transferred ownership to me, intending to provide me with security. No amount of money would persuade me to part with it." With this, Aunt Li had no further comments, merely advising Jiang Ke to be cautious while home alone. Jiang Ke understood that Aunt Li was concerned she might be seen as vulnerable and that trouble could arise. However, Jiang Ke was not afraid. She had installed cameras around the house and equipped herself with various self-defense tools. She had also been engaging in physical training to strengthen her body, feeling secure in her preparations. Yet, she thought it prudent to take further measures. Thus, she contacted a security company, deciding to hire a bodyguard to pose as her boyfriend. Naturally, she chose someone not significantly older than herself. After reviewing photographs, she selected a candidate who appeared to be of similar age. She outlined her requirements, negotiated a price, and promptly arranged a time for him to come. Meanwhile, Jiang Ke's neighborhood was anything but peaceful. Each night brought strange noises from outside. When she checked the surveillance footage, she discovered that Mr. Wang was lurking around her house each night, deliberately creating disturbances. She discreetly gathered evidence and reported him to the police. When the officers arrived, Mr. Wang feigned ignorance and was subsequently taken away. This left Mr. Wang's family in a panic, and they rushed to confront Jiang Ke, threatening her to drop the charges or face dire consequences. Undeterred, Jiang Ke waved her phone, coldly stating, "I recorded your threats and will be submitting it to the authorities." The family, deflated, departed in a huff. Knowing they would not relent easily, Jiang Ke made a point to take her boyfriend around the village once he arrived, ensuring everyone was aware of her relationship. She also spread the word that they planned to marry on May Day, with the ceremony held at her family home, and that her boyfriend would move back with her afterward. Once the news circulated, those who coveted her house momentarily ceased their scheming. In the living room of Jiang Ke's house, her temporary boyfriend, Qin Chuan, lounged casually in a chair, munching on sweet potatoes, his towering, muscular frame nearly overpowering the seat beneath him. Jiang Ke had rented him for a week at the steep price of 10,000. She initially thought it exorbitant, but the results in the village had been surprisingly effective. However, his demeanor quickly shifted from reserved to familiar, treating the place as if it were his own. "This is my home, isn't it? Aren't we getting married on May Day?" He said, sharing a sweet potato with her. "What are your true intentions?" "I'm not in this for anything beyond the act." Irritated by his incessant chatter, Jiang Ke replied coldly, "Don't worry, just complete the week and leave. The rest is not your concern." Yet, this piqued his curiosity, and he leaned in to ask more questions, but Jiang Ke turned away, retreating to her bedroom and shutting the door with a firm thud behind her. Left frustrated, he returned to the warmth of the stove, continuing to roast his sweet potatoes. Jiang Ke was untroubled by the possibility of exposing anything by letting someone into her home. The entry to her secure house was discreet, and the decor was unremarkable, with most of the old furniture crafted by her grandfather, leaving little of interest for outsiders. Furthermore, the security personnel she hired were from a reputable company, and she felt confident in their professionalism. Qin Chuan, 26, was a retired soldier who had joined the security firm as a bodyguard. Jiang Ke had no interest in his background, as he rambled on about it himself. Over the days, Qin Chuan often insisted on taking her out, claiming it was to ensure everyone in the village knew of his presence as her fiancé. Yet, the remote mountains they hiked bore no signs of life, revealing his intentions to use her as a cover for his own restlessness. Jiang Ke grew increasingly frustrated but chose not to confront him. She had no interest in Qin Chuan, believing that without emotional entanglements, she could venture further. As the weeks swiftly passed, it was time for Qin Chuan to leave. Acting like a genuine girlfriend, Jiang Ke packed some homemade sausages and fresh vegetables, accompanying him to the gate. Qin Chuan leaned against the car door, telling her, "There's no need to see me off. Go inside, it's too cold. I'll come back to get you once the weather warms up." At that moment, Jiang Ke sighed, shaking her head. "There's no one watching, just go." She gently pushed his shoulder. Suddenly, Qin Chuan stepped forward and embraced her. Jiang Ke instinctively attempted to break free, but heard him whisper, "Someone's coming." In the fleeting moment of her surprise, a gentle kiss fell upon her hair. "Jiang Ke, cheer up," he said softly yet firmly. "There are many beautiful things in this world. Don't always wear that look of despair." After releasing her, he waved as he got into the car. The engine roared to life as the vehicle slowly descended the mountain path. Jiang Ke stood frozen, only jolting back to reality when the cold snowflakes landed on her lashes. The car had vanished into the distance, leaving only the winding road barely visible in the snow. The realization struck her, there was no one coming. This was merely the lies of a charlatan. Chapter 19, Wandering. After Qin Chuan's departure, the house fell into an eerie silence. Although she had previously lived alone, it now felt as though something essential was missing. Jiang Ke, feeling a twinge of irritation, rubbed her temples, secretly lamenting the situation. It seemed this time she had gone too far. Could it be that the loquacious one harbored genuine feelings for her? However, upon reflection, she reassured herself that Qin Chuan had a respectable job in another province and likely wouldn't come seeking her over a mere temporary task. With this self-consolation, Jiang Ke managed to calm her nerves somewhat. She poured herself a cup of hot tea, gazing out at the snowflakes dancing down from the sky, striving to banish the unexpected embrace from her mind. As the heavy snow began to melt and the weather hinted at warmth, Jiang Ke noted that Qingming Festival was less than a month away. She resolved to embark on a journey, reflecting on how, since her university days, she had spent every holiday working and had thrown herself entirely into her job thereafter, leaving no time for leisure. She had yet to truly appreciate the magnificent landscapes of her homeland, and this time, she was determined to explore. Her first destination was the northern city of ice and snow. With spring on the horizon, this city of ice sculptures was on the brink of melting, and she hurriedly arrived just in time to catch the tail end of winter. As she stepped off the train, a biting cold wind greeted her. Jiang Ke instinctively shrank her neck, pondering how this early spring chill could be even more piercing than the coldest days back in the eastern province. She couldn't fathom how those brave souls enduring the winter months managed to visit. Dragging her luggage, she made her way to the hotel she had reserved. While walking about, Jiang Ke was cautious not to carelessly retrieve items from her space. Who knew if hidden cameras lurked within the hotel room? It was always wise to be prudent. After a brief nap to dispel her travel fatigue, she awoke as dusk descended. She rose and ventured outside, wandering aimlessly while taking in the scenery. The architectural style of the Snow City lacked distinctiveness, yet there was a serene tranquility that enveloped her, unlike the oppressive skyscrapers of metropolitan areas. The cries of street vendors filled the air, and it wasn't long before she caught a whiff of tantalizing aromas. Entering a snack street, Jiang Ke was taken aback by the method of preparing grilled cold noodles. The chef skillfully pressed the noodles into a pancake, a sight unlike any she had seen before. With her mouth agape in astonishment, she ordered a piece of every flavor of red sausage. Excitedly, she strolled along, eating as she went, only to find herself growing hungrier with each bite. She casually picked a restaurant and eagerly perused the menu, placing an order for stewed live fish, pig-killing vegetable soup, gobera, chicken stewed with mushrooms, iron pot stewed goose, and a serving of snow cotton red bean paste. The proprietor stared wide-eyed at her, taken aback. "How many are you feeding?" Jiang Ke, aware that she had overordered, quickly replied, "Auntie, there are 8 of us. It's too cold for them to come out. I'll order first, and they'll come to pick it up later." With that, the owner relaxed. "All right then, this will surely satisfy 8 hearty appetites. How about adding a dish of decent cien?" After placing her order, Jiang Ke pretended to receive a phone call. "Don't come just yet. I'll take it in 2 trips." She carried away part of the order, ducking into an alley where she stored it in her space. Not that she didn't want to take it all at once. It was simply too heavy to manage. After 2 trips, she finally transported all the dishes. Back at the hotel, Jiang Ke eagerly opened the stewed fish and pig-killing vegetable soup, and upon tasting it, her eyes lit up. It was delicious. The thought of indulging in such a feast filled her with anticipation for the days ahead. At the crack of dawn the next day, Jiang Ke checked out of her room and headed straight to the travel agency's meeting point, where she had booked an 8-day, 7-night group tour, with the first stop being the Sophia Cathedral. As she strolled along Central Avenue, the exotic architecture made her momentarily feel as though she had stepped into a foreign land. The second stop was aboard the Snow Country train heading to Mo. As the train traversed the Daxing-Anling mountain range, Jiang Ke was mesmerized. Gazing out the window at the pristine forest she had only ever seen in textbooks, their beauty almost surreal. Wooden cottages blanketed in snow, with wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, painted a fairy tale picture. Upon arriving in Mo, still reeling from the breathtaking scenery, she was whisked away to Longjiang's first bay and Beihong village. Gazing at this northernmost village, Jiang Ke was once again astounded. Thick snow blanketed the roofs of wooden houses, with smoke spiraling from the chimneys, reminiscent of a scene straight from a storybook. She couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be to reside here, free from commercialization. On the 3rd day in the Christmas village, Jiang Ke took a photo with Santa Claus, experienced dog sledding, and even fed reindeer with moss. These delightful experiences allowed her to temporarily forget her worries, immersing her completely in the joy of travel. In the following days, Jiang Ke lost herself in the revelry of exploration, and before she knew it, the 8-day journey had come to an end. Leaning back in her train seat, she felt a deep sense of contentment. This trip had been utterly worthwhile. The landscapes she had only seen on television were now vividly etched in her memory. After lingering for an additional day in the Snow City to unwind, she promptly set off for her next destination. Throughout the month, she savored the spicy hot pot of Chengdu, explored the towering skyscrapers of Shanghai, and daydreamed in the gentle rain of the Jiangnan water towns. As her travels concluded, Jiang Ke boarded the train home, and with each passing mile, her heart gradually found peace. Just as she set down her luggage, her phone chimed twice. It was a message from Qin Chuan, a video of him feeding stray cats in his neighborhood. How heartwarming, Jiang Ke mused. Since their last parting, Qin Chuan had occasionally sent her snippets of his daily life. The frequency was low, and his words remained courteous. Initially, Jiang Ke contemplated dismissing his advances, but he hadn't explicitly stated anything. What if she had misinterpreted his intentions? Given his personality, he was likely just a warm-hearted individual. With a slight pout, she sent back a simple thumbs-up emoji, then exited the chat to scroll through short videos. This past month had been peaceful. The apocalyptic rhetoric had diminished, and with spring's return, life flourished vibrantly everywhere. 5 days before Qingming, Jiang Ke, after a long absence, logged onto her social media account. During her hiatus, she had lost over 100,000 followers. Upon logging in, she decided to host a grand giveaway, randomly distributing over 100,000 boxes of food. This time, the offerings were even more abundant. In addition to the usual instant noodles, ready meals, and canned goods, she included trendy snacks from her display, accompanied by a video caption proclaiming the return of the missing person with a promise of plentiful provisions. She encouraged her audience to show their support with a heart emoji. Jiang Ke made this statement to deter any suspicion. Without a pre-announced video, The fans who unexpectedly won were elated, showering her video with likes and comments. She also messaged a few roommates, warning them of potentially unusual weather ahead and advising them to stock up on supplies. Her roommates assured her that their pantries were well stocked. Yet Jiang Ke still sent each of them a box of long-lasting snacks. She also dispatched 2 boxes of formula to Xiaoyan, who exclaimed in shock, "Did you win the lottery?" Jiang Ke nonchalantly replied, "Just landed a formula ad," and left it at that. Chapter 20. The Arrival of Extreme Heat. On the 4th day of the countdown, gentle spring rains began to fall across various regions. People were exclaiming how precious spring rain was. Yet Jiang Ke alone understood that this rain was a harbinger of impending disaster, precisely as foretold in her dreams. She began to methodically gather her belongings, stowing away everything that could fit into her space. Considering the old residence was too conspicuous, she even dismantled the air conditioner, replacing it with a broken one. This way, if anyone came looking during the extreme heat, they wouldn't linger upon noticing the absence of cooling equipment. On the final day, Jiang Ke descended the mountain once more. She withdrew nearly all the money from her bank account, leaving only 20,000 for emergencies, converting the rest into small gold nuggets. Before departing, Jiang Ke deliberately went to bid farewell to Aunt Li, stating that she needed to rush back to work in Quanshur. Aunt Li urged her to wait until the rain subsided, but Jiang Ke, citing urgent work commitments, stubbornly insisted on driving down the mountain. In truth, she took a circuitous route. After descending from the village, she quietly retraced her steps along the mountain road. Once she secured her car in a concealed location, she walked back to the old residence. This time, she directly moved into the underground safe house, sealing the main entrance completely and leaving only the secondary exit at the cliff's edge. The steep slope required climbing tools for entry and exit, but it offered at least a semblance of an escape route. Jiang Ke's decision to seal the main entrance was a well-considered choice. First, to prevent detection, and second, to sever her own escape route. She knew herself all too well. She feared that compassion might lead her to shelter others, ultimately jeopardizing her own safety. That night, while lying in the safe house and watching the news, the rain had cleared, and people rejoiced over the timely downpour. Yet, only Jiang Ke understood that starting tomorrow, the temperature would soar. The news presented a facade of normalcy, failing to mention the impending extreme heat. In the preceding days, Jiang Ke had been issuing warnings about an impending apocalypse online, advising others to stockpile supplies, but no one took her seriously. Having done all she could, Jiang Ke shut off her phone and stared blankly at the ceiling. Regardless of what transpired in the future, she could at least find solace in her conscience. At 6 a.m., Jiang Ke was awakened by the incessant vibrations of her phone. Grabbing it, she found the lock screen inundated with red alerts issued by the meteorological department. The temperature in Jing City had surpassed 30 degrees at dawn, setting a record high for this time of year. The national grid had activated a level 1 emergency response. Inside her room, with the temperature control system running, she glanced at the unchanged 26 degrees. Opening the real-time temperature map, she saw the entire map of Huagua turning red at a visible pace, with the most severely affected areas exceeding 40 degrees. She opened Weibo, where the top 10 trending topics were all about the extreme heat. Multiple regions exceeding historical temperature extremes, the national government initiating a level 1 emergency response, and advising residents to refrain from unnecessary outings. The comment section flooded with messages from those awakened by the heat at 4 a.m. The air conditioning is set to maximum. All the plants on my balcony have wilted. The water in the community fountain is like a hot spring. By dawn, most people were roused by the heat wave. The internet erupted with apocalyptic theories. Standing at the sink, cold water splashed on her face. Her reflection in the mirror bore a complex expression. The prophecies from her dreams had come to pass word for word. She vividly recalled that in her dream, Huagua had swiftly activated emergency bases. She had always harbored absolute trust in her country. Even in the face of an apocalypse, she believed her homeland would never abandon its people. But what of the human heart? Jiang Ke dried her face, realizing that in the face of natural disasters, it was often not order that crumbled first, but humanity itself. This was the most chilling reality. In the morning, Jiang Ke sipped a simple cup of hot milk. Though everything was prepared, a sense of oppression lingered in her heart. Picking up her phone, she noticed her roommate's group chat bustling with activity, everyone reporting their safety. Tian was staying at Cici's home, a seasoned homebody with ample supplies, augmented by the provisions Jiang Ke had previously sent, more than enough to last 3 months. Xiaoyan lived at a higher elevation, where the temperatures were relatively mild, and with the 2 boxes of milk powder Jiang Ke had sent, she too had no immediate concerns about food. "You're amazing, Jiang Ke. Your predictions were spot on." Messages continued to flood the group chat. Seeing everyone safe, Jiang Ke finally felt a weight lift from her heart. She replied, "It was just a precaution. I didn't expect it to actually happen. Let us all stay indoors for now and wait for government instructions. Exiting the chat, a message from Qin Chuan popped up. Stay inside. It's unsafe outside. Jiang Ke simply replied with an acknowledgement and turned off her phone. She opened a packet of cat food, and her calico cat immediately approached. She had found this little creature at the foot of the mountain during her travels, nursing an injured hind leg, pitifully curled up in the grass by the roadside. Initially, Jiang Ke had been torn between adopting a cat or a dog. Encountering this kitten felt like fate. After taking it home, she carefully cleaned and bandaged its wound, which had now healed considerably. To keep the little one entertained, Jiang Ke prepared a variety of cat food, a climbing frame, and colorful yarn balls. At first, the calico had been wary of her, but now it followed her around, eagerly seeking affection. After feeding the cat, Jiang Ke cradled the warm little creature on the sofa, petting it while browsing the news. At 10 a.m., an urgent announcement from the Ministry of Emergency Management appeared across major platforms, effective immediately. All national enterprises and institutions may flexibly arrange working hours, and it is recommended that companies with the capability implement remote work. Underground facilities such as air raid shelters and subway stations were fully opened for citizens seeking refuge from the heat. Jiang Ke watched as community workers erected temporary shade structures in the community square in the video. Volunteers began knocking on doors, distributing herbal essence and cooling oil. As temperatures continued to rise, watching the scorching sun on the screen made Jiang Ke feel as if she were being scorched through the screen. By 2 p.m., outdoor temperatures had generally exceeded 45 degrees. The State Council issued the highest level of announcement. Effective immediately, all work and classes nationwide were suspended, and all residents were advised to remain indoors unless absolutely necessary. Communities would uniformly distribute essential supplies, and residents were urged to maintain open lines of communication. At this moment, the power supply system began operating at full capacity to ensure uninterrupted electricity for everyone. Various announcements followed in quick succession, and the government's swift response calmed the public's anxious and panicked emotions. At this time, air raid shelters were opened, prioritizing the elderly and those without air conditioning or cooling systems for accommodation. The shelters were stocked with various supplies, and meals would be delivered daily. Following the announcement, specialized vehicles began arriving at various community entrances to transport people. As night fell, the State Council held a press conference. The spokesperson, hoarse yet resolute, urged the nation, rest assured, citizens, the national reserves are sufficient to provide for the food needs of all citizens for the next decade. We have activated a wartime mechanism to ensure that every grain of rice and every drop of water reaches those in need. Huahua is currently facing unprecedented challenges. Please trust in your country, and we will surely navigate this crisis successfully. Chapter 21, Isolation and Lockdown. At 7 p.m., as the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature slightly decreased. Armed police lined the streets to escort supply vehicles into various communities. The loudspeakers of the neighborhood committee repeatedly announced, one person from each household. Bring your ID to collect supplies. Drones and helicopters buzzed overhead, busy as bees. Never before had people seen so many drones and helicopters, a dense yet orderly swarm. In less than a day since the heat wave began, the government had arranged everything efficiently. In the video, workers were drenched in sweat, yet persisted in distributing supplies. Residents receiving the items expressed their gratitude, some voices choked with emotion. Jiang Ke watched the video, instinctively clutching her chest. This is our country, she thought, always prioritizing the welfare of its citizens. She hoped they would navigate this hardship safely. After an all-night distribution of supplies, every household received an emergency package, a large bag of noodles, 10 packets of compressed biscuits, a large bag of instant noodles, a box of herbal essence, and a case of mineral water. Community workers repeatedly reminded with loudspeakers, these are life-saving supplies. Please do not use them unless necessary. Starting today, 3 meals a day will be provided by the community. The meteorological forecast indicates that the scorching heat will persist, and everyone must cooperate with governmental arrangements. It is now 3 o'clock in the morning, and Jiang Ke is wide awake, the indoor temperature a constant 26 degrees, rendering her unable to ascertain the true temperature outside. The weather report states a real-time temperature of 45 degrees. Even though darkness has enveloped the sky, the lights in the video distort the heat waves in the air. Jiang Ke forces herself to set aside her phone, yet her mind continues to whirl with thoughts. She is but an ordinary individual, incapable of assisting everyone, and she repeats to herself the need to trust in the nation and the government. Jiang Ke spent an uneasy night, awakening early at 7 o'clock. The first thing she did was reach for her phone by the bedside to check the real-time temperature, 48 degrees Celsius. The increase in temperature seemed slower than the previous day. Rising from her bed, Jiang Ke engaged in exercise, completing 10 laps around the outer track, followed by a quick shower. She mused that her time here would be prolonged, and she must learn to adapt gradually. After exercising, her appetite surged, and she selected a bowl of tofu pudding and 2 pieces of youtiao from her supplies. Each time her consciousness traversed her storage space, and she beheld the abundant food on the shelves, along with the piled-up supplies on the floor. A sense of fulfillment washed over her. It was akin to a treasure-hunting dragon, who must periodically inspect its hoard, fearing that a moment's inattention might lead to theft. Jiang Ke had previously attempted to store her wooden beads, but met with repeated failure. Later, she discovered that she could not remove them either. Strangely, others were also oblivious to the adornment upon her hand. During a conversation with Aunt Li, the latter remarked on her simplicity, noting her disinterest in jewelry. When purchasing gold accessories, a shop assistant suggested she might consider wearing a bracelet to adorn her empty wrist. It was then that Jiang Ke realized the string of wooden beads was visible only to her, allowing her to breathe easier, free from the fear of misplacing them. After her meal, Jiang Ke chose a film to watch, settling on the sofa to cast it on the screen. She consciously endeavored to forget the calamities surrounding her, believing she had adequately prepared herself, yet her emotions ebbed and flowed with the external world. Was she truly ready to exist in solitude, detached from humanity? Jiang Ke inwardly questioned herself. As she stroked her cat while watching a comedic film, she found herself laughing heartily, her mood lightening considerably. Upon concluding the movie, she glanced at her phone. It was 11:25 a.m., and the real-time temperature had risen to 55 degrees Celsius. Jiang Ke opened Weibo, where discussions regarding the apocalypse dominated all trending topics. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. Guides for self-rescue in the face of extreme weather proliferated. As she scrolled through videos, she noted the absence of ordinary pedestrians on the streets, replaced only by electrical workers toiling under the blazing sun to repair the lines. The scorching 55-degree temperature was causing many aging circuits to falter, sparking and crackling as the workers endeavored to maintain communication. Jiang Ke continued to peruse the videos, observing that nearly all businesses had ceased operations, leaving the streets deserted. Communities began utilizing drones and robots to deliver meals. The robots moved with astonishing fluidity, bending, serving, and turning with a grace that surpassed any she had encountered online. It was as if these robots had materialized overnight, their sheer numbers leaving her astounded. How many hidden cards did the nation still hold? By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the thermometer indicated a staggering 60 degrees. Outside, the heat waves distorted the air, blurring the outlines of buildings. At that moment, Jiang Ke received a push notification on her phone. Breaking news was being broadcasted. All television channels abruptly switched to the same image, announcing an immediate suspension of all import and export trade. The screen transitioned to major ports, where customs officials were sealing containers. Cargo ships lay quietly at the docks, while workers in cold storage hurriedly transferred reserve supplies. Following closely was the announcement of an evacuation. This news detonated like a bomb, creating ripples across the international stage. The rising temperature was not confined to Huagua. The entire world was experiencing varying degrees of warming. However, Huagua bore the brunt of the disaster, while those abroad remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The foreign internet exploded with chatter. Videos of domestic drone dispatches were shared widely, inundated with conspiracy theories in the comments. Was this a prelude to war? Huagua must be hiding a significant trump card. Several neighboring countries could no longer remain passive, as fighter jets began patrolling the borders, testing the waters. At 5 o'clock, Japanese reconnaissance aircraft brazenly intruded into Huagua's airspace. The Ministry of Defense promptly issued a statement. Our nation is facing an unprecedented disaster, and any military provocation will be met with resolute retaliation. Yet provocations continued unabated. At 7 o'clock, Australian naval vessels approached for reconnaissance in the South China Sea. By 9 o'clock, Indian forces conducted live-fire drills at the border. At precisely 10 o'clock, a pale blue glow illuminated the horizon as 3 intercontinental missiles soared from military bases, slicing through the crimson sky. Within 10 minutes, blinding flashes erupted from military bases in Japan, Australia, and India, followed by towering mushroom clouds. In that instant, the world trembled. Huagua's missiles, like phantoms, breached all missile defense systems, revealing not only the nation's formidable might, but also its profound military depth. At 11 o'clock, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs convened an emergency press conference. The spokesperson stood before a screen displaying scenes of military and civilian efforts to combat the disaster across the nation. China harbors no intention of instigating war. Yet fears it not. We face a calamity unprecedented in 5 millennia, and any attempt to seize advantage in this critical moment will be met with unwavering counteraction. Following the release of this statement, a brief silence enveloped the international discourse, whether out of fear or clandestine plotting remained uncertain. However, soon, Governments worldwide had little time for deliberation. Across the globe, numerous volcanoes erupted without warning, and as temperatures continued to soar, wildfires rapidly spread. Emergency systems in various nations faltered. Social order began to collapse, and chaos erupted. This global catastrophe left every nation in a state of self-preservation. Chapter 22, A Birthday Celebration. A month into the temperature rise, the mercury had climbed to 65 degrees. The majority of communities began imposing restrictions on water and electricity, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians, save for the robots and drones delivering meals at scheduled intervals. Meanwhile, hospitals became the busiest places, inundated with patients, their lights ablaze day and night. As night fell, some unscrupulous individuals took advantage of the power outages to break into jewelry stores and supermarkets, unaware that their actions were being monitored by patrolling drones. The government swiftly intervened to suppress any attempts to incite disorder, enforcing strict prohibitions against such behavior and apprehending those involved. There were even instances of criminals wielding modified firearms attempting to hijack supply delivery vehicles and take hostages. Special police units acted decisively, neutralizing the assailants on the spot. In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures yielded evident results. Incidents of robbery quickly dwindled. People prayed fervently for the swift conclusion of this disaster. Yet none anticipated that this was merely the beginning. Jiang Ke rose in the morning and, as usual, completed her 10 laps. She now felt her physical fitness improving remarkably, finishing the laps without even a hint of breathlessness. In the span of merely a month, she had already acclimated to life underground. Today was an extraordinary day. It marked Jiang Ke's 26th birthday. She intended to bake a cake for herself, believing that nothing could compare to the satisfaction of crafting something with her own hands. Despite the abundance of ready-made options in her surroundings, having mastered the art of chiffon cake, she could effortlessly recall the proportions even with her eyes closed. However, cooking in the underground space presented its challenges. Although Jiang Ke had installed a ventilation system, the smoke from open flames still posed safety risks. During moments of undeniable culinary craving, she resorted to using an induction cooker as a makeshift solution. Nevertheless, she found contentment in this arrangement, as cooking ranked among her few cherished hobbies. The anticipation of showcasing her skills brought a buoyancy to her spirit. Today, she planned to create a 6-inch cake. Jiang Ke meticulously laid out her tools and began measuring the ingredients: oil, milk, flour, and sugar. She commenced by combining the oil and milk, stirring until emulsified. Next, she separated the egg yolks from the whites, adding the yolks to the oil and milk mixture, followed by a zigzag incorporation of flour. After achieving a smooth batter, she set it aside and began whipping the egg whites. With the temperature in her space maintained at a constant 26 degrees Celsius, Jiang Ke placed the mixing bowl over ice to prevent overheating during the whipping process. This stage proved to be a delightful release of stress, as she gradually added sugar in 3 increments. The perfectly whipped egg whites formed stiff peaks, and when she inverted the bowl, not a single white escaped. Jiang Ke's journey to perfect egg whites had been paved with experimentation. Her initial attempts had yielded overly soft whites that often resulted in collapsed cakes. Now, she could whip them to perfection even with her eyes closed, a testament to her experience. Once successful, repetition became a path to mastery. She carefully folded a portion of the whipped egg whites into the yolk mixture, then combined the remaining whites until evenly blended. Pouring the batter into the 6-inch mold, she gently tapped it to release any air bubbles before placing it in the preheated oven. Setting the timer, she could now await the cake's emergence. With a newfound enthusiasm, Jiang Ke resolved to decorate her room elaborately. Although she lived alone, she believed that quality of life should never be compromised. She rummaged through her supplies, uncovering balloons and streamers, and hummed a cheerful tune as she inflated each balloon, stringing them together with the colorful ribbons to adorn the walls. After several hours of labor, she surveyed her handiwork. The room was filled with red balloons and shimmering streamers, reminiscent of a festive celebration. While her aesthetic may not be refined, it certainly radiated a sense of joy. Contemplating lunch, Jiang Ke decided on hot pot, a choice that would bring a semblance of warmth and liveliness to her meal. She briskly prepared the ingredients, meticulously washing and arranging spinach, chrysanthemum greens, and baby bok choy, while neatly stacking enoki mushrooms on a platter. She placed the rolls of fish and wide noodles together, pairing potato slices with shiitake mushrooms. Remembering the lamb and beef rolls she had prepared earlier, she quickly retrieved them along with some soft tofu. With so many tempting options, Jiang Ke opted to take a modest amount of each, hoping to savor a bit of everything. Once assembled, her table overflowed with a delightful spread. The moment she began preparing the food, her heart brimmed with excitement, making her forget the turmoil outside and immersing her in her small, serene world. The cake had long since baked, cooling upside down for 2 hours. and it released effortlessly from the mold. Next came the whipping of cream. Jiang Ke retrieved the pre-prepared cream and, placing the bowl over ice, began to whip it. Mindful that excessive warmth could hinder the process. Once the cream reached the desired consistency, she commenced frosting the cake. Though her technique wasn't flawless, it was satisfactory. Jiang Ke felt a sense of accomplishment as she adorned the top with slices of mango and strawberries, completing her birthday cake. She took out her phone and snapped several photos of the cake and the bountiful array of hot pot ingredients. As she contemplated sharing the moment, she realized there was no one to share it with. In light of the current circumstances, being able to enjoy both cake and a warm hot pot felt like an indulgence. She preferred to remain discreet rather than incite envy. Having completed her preparations, Jiang Ke glanced at the clock. It was already 12:30. Rising early and bustling about all morning had left her stomach growling. With a sense of eagerness, she set up the induction cooker and prepared a dual pot. Her penchant for spice was well known, yet she often regretted it due to breakouts. Today, however, was her birthday, and she decided to indulge, a beef hot pot base on one side and a sweet and sour tomato base on the other. While waiting for the broth to simmer, she quickly mixed two dipping sauces. One was a thick sesame paste topped generously with crushed peanuts, and the other was an oil dip she had learned from a friend. Now, she needn't choose. She could dip as she pleased. Before long, the water reached a boil, and she began by cooking the beef and lamb rolls, adding the more resilient potatoes and shiitake mushrooms next. The first bite of hot pot is always meat, and as the savory aroma wafted through the air, Jiang Ke felt the long-lost warmth of culinary delight. Although the ready-made meals in her space could maintain warmth, they lacked something essential. Perhaps it was the joy of the cooking process itself. For a food enthusiast like her, the pleasure lay in the creation of the meal. Fully satisfied, Jiang Ke sank into her sofa, stroking her rounded belly, before reaching for her phone. Chapter 23, The Intruders. Over the past month, the government had enacted stringent measures to combat crime while ensuring stable food supplies for the populace. Society had maintained a relatively calm order, and online chatter had noticeably diminished, perhaps a consequence of the power rationing policies. However, internationally, turmoil reigned. Following the wildfires, deadly bacteria began to proliferate in the scorched earth, giving rise to a new virus. This virus was highly contagious and lethal, with a fatality rate that could claim lives within 24 hours of infection. Under the dual onslaught of heat and virus, global death tolls had surpassed 1/10 of the population, leaving foreign lands in mourning. As Jiang Ke scrolled through the news, she noticed that events were unfolding in a manner reminiscent of her dreams. Further down, she read about ongoing conflicts in several nations. Amidst chaos, warfare only intensified. She found it difficult to grasp the complexities of international affairs, hoping merely that her homeland would remain undisturbed. As she continued to scroll, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Content after a hearty meal and lulled by the comfortable temperature, she couldn't resist the urge to yawn. Jiang Ke placed her phone on the coffee table, cradled her little cat in her arms, and curled up on the sofa, drifting off to sleep. After a substantial nap, Jiang Ke's consciousness had not yet fully returned. Suddenly, the distinctive alert tone from her phone's surveillance app jolted her awake, and she sprang up from the sofa, her sleepiness vanishing in an instant. Opening the monitor, she was shocked to see 4 or 5 burly men loitering at her doorstep, their faces obscured, wielding clubs and knives. As the leader raised his hand to knock, the others pressed against the wall, lying in wait. The sight left Jiang Ke aghast. A cold breath escaped her lips, and beads of sweat formed on her back. She thought to herself that if she had still been living in her old house, no matter how fit she was, she could never contend with these 5 imposing men. Jiang Ke fixated intently on the surveillance footage, meticulously discerning the figures of the 5 burly men, all unfamiliar faces. Certainly not acquaintances. Yet, in such sweltering heat and amidst such convoluted terrain, their ability to pinpoint this location with precision indicated a profound familiarity with her domestic circumstances. After a brief period of knocking, with no response, the masked leader gestured, prompting 2 of his comrades to advance and kick the door. Jiang Ke felt a pang of sorrow. Those wooden doors had been handcrafted by her grandfather from the finest timber, their quality beyond reproach. Unsurprisingly, despite their fervent attempts, the door remained immovable after several forceful kicks. They quickly altered their strategy, producing a folding ladder to scale the wall. However, as 2 of them climbed over, a piercing cry of anguish echoed through the air. Jiang Ke thought to herself, the trap had not been dug in vain. The courtyard was paved with flagstones, save for a section along the wall left bare for planting vegetables by her grandmother during her lifetime. After her grandmother's passing, that patch of land had lain fallow. Before departing, Jiang Ke had excavated a pit over a meter deep along the wall's base, propping it with slender sticks and covering it with a thin layer of soil, topped with some gravel and wood shavings. She knew this would not deter true desperados, but even a moment's delay could be deemed a form of resistance. To her astonishment, it proved effective. The two men tumbled into the pit, groaning in pain. Their companions initially dismissed the incident, but upon climbing the ladder and discovering their plight, they swiftly evaded the trap and leaped into the courtyard. Jiang Ke had installed 2 cameras outside, one in the courtyard and another in the living room. However, due to the recent oppressive heat, only the outdoor and living room cameras transmitted images, while the others had long ceased functioning. Jiang Ke quickly switched to the indoor surveillance, and the speakers crackled with the sounds of destruction. The intruders, upon breaching her home, began a thorough search of each room before embarking on a rampant scavenging spree. A particularly corpulent man, drenched in sweat, attempted to activate the air conditioning, and upon finding it unresponsive, erupted in fury, smashing a metal rod against the wall. Jiang Ke felt a surge of relief, grateful that during the last renovation, she had merely patched the walls superficially, as any valuables had long been secured in her safe space. Yet, witnessing their wanton destruction ignited a profound anger within her. It was evident they were not merely after financial gain. Their intent appeared to lean towards both robbery and harm. Tables and chairs lay in ruin, and even the curtains were violently torn down, clearly an act of vengeance for their comrades' earlier misfortune. The intruders ransacked the house, even probing the wall crevices with knives, but found not a single valuable item. Jiang Ke overheard the leader exclaim, "This woman has hidden her belongings too well. We found nothing." Another masked man chimed in, "I suspect that old man Wang deceived us. Damn, that old fool dares to play us for fools. Just wait until I break his arms." Jiang Ke's heart sank. She finally comprehended the scheme. Old man Wang had orchestrated this. They must have initially targeted the Wang household, and in a bid for self-preservation, he had diverted their wrath towards her. Clenching her fists, she felt a surge of hatred, yet she understood that survival was paramount. This was not the time for bravado. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. Given their destructive fervor, it was only a matter of time before old man Wang would face the consequences when they returned empty-handed. Once the assailants departed, Jiang Ke felt a wave of gratitude for having moved into the underground safe house early on. Despite the authorities' relentless crackdown on crime, in this chaotic world, shadows of malevolence thrived in the unlit corners. Particularly in the remote mountainous region where she resided, should trouble arise, there would be no neighbors to call for help. Jiang Ke scrutinized the surveillance once more, confirming their departure before her taut nerves finally relaxed, revealing her back drenched in cold sweat. As her body released its tension, she gazed at the wreckage of her home on the living room monitor, her heart aching. The morning of her birthday had started joyfully, only to turn somber by the afternoon. While Jiang Ke was lost in thought, her calico cat suddenly approached, its damp nose nudging her palm, its soft tongue lapping at her hand. "Little me, are you worried about me?" Jiang Ke gently caressed its furry head. "Do not fret, I am unharmed. Those villains won't last long." Just as the words left her lips, she suddenly realized something, glancing down at the incessantly mewing little creature. And couldn't he help but chuckle. "How forgetful of me. I was so preoccupied with my own meal that I nearly neglected you." Hurriedly, she rose and adeptly mixed warm water with the milk powder, softening the cat food before presenting it to the eager little one. "Go ahead and eat." She squatted beside it, watching as Little Me eagerly dove into the bowl, a smile involuntarily forming on her lips. When she first rescued Little Me, it was no bigger than her palm, and having never owned a pet before, she clumsily poured dry cat food for it. To her dismay, the little creature struggled to bite into it, choking and coughing, which frightened her. Subsequently, she diligently followed online tutorials, learning to care for it, and over the past half-month, Little Me had noticeably gained weight, and its fur had become sleek and shiny. Just as Jiang Ke placed the softened cat food down, Little Me leaped eagerly from the sofa, its little head nearly buried in the bowl, watching it devour its meal with gusto. Jiang Ke felt a pang of guilt for having almost forgotten about the little one while she had indulged herself. Once the bowl was licked clean, Jiang Ke entertained Little Me with a ball of yarn for a while. After the little one grew tired from play, she tidied up and made her way to the vegetable planting room. Chapter 24, Vegetable Cultivation. During the renovation of the safe house, Jiang Ke had intentionally partitioned a small space as a planting room. 2 rows of metal racks lined the wall, with the left side designated for hydroponics and the right for traditional soil cultivation. Considering the lack of sunlight, she had installed plant growth lights. Initially, the hydroponic results were not promising, but Jiang Ke diligently studied tutorials and replaced the seeds 2 or 3 times. This time, the leafy greens were thriving, already reaching finger length. On the other side, for the soil cultivation, she had initially used specially purchased soil, but the growth was also subpar. Eventually, she switched to soil excavated from behind her house. Jiang Ke meticulously sifted out the sand, retaining only the fine soil, and as a result, the improvement was immediate. Among her crops, the best performers were the garlic sprouts and chives, with the garlic sprouts now ready for harvest. Additionally, there was a row dedicated to various flowers and plants, with succulents, spider plants, and pothos thriving exceptionally well. These green plants required no sunlight, growing rapidly. And when some became too unruly on the shelves, Jiang Ke took the opportunity to relocate them to various corners of her home. The windowsill in the bedroom, the flower rack in the living room. Seeing the vibrant greenery adorning her space, Jiang Ke nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the newfound vitality in her life. The house, spanning over 300 square meters, had been decorated in an exceedingly simple manner, with white paint on the walls, uniform lighting fixtures hanging from the ceiling, and tiled flooring throughout. When Jiang Ke first moved in, the entire space felt stark and empty. She had initially resolved not to bring in too many items, fearing that in the event of danger, packing would consume precious time. Yet, within 2 days, she found herself unable to endure such emptiness. The desolate room instilled a sense of unease, with even the sound of footsteps echoing within its confines. Jiang Ke, unable to resist any longer, began to gradually furnish the space, transforming this stark environment into a habitable abode. The expansive 300-square-meter house was currently divided into a 30-square-meter planting room, a 30-square-meter washroom, a 40-square-meter kitchen, a 40-square-meter study, a 40-square-meter bedroom, a 50-square-meter living room, complemented by a 20-square-meter dressing room, all encircled by a circular running track. In the living room, Jiang Ke set up a flower stand adorned with several pots of greenery arranged in an artful manner. Beneath the sofa lay a soft, plush blanket, where she often sat cross-legged, playing with her little kitten. Recently hung paintings enlivened the walls, breathing vibrancy into the previously lifeless space. Gazing at her transformed living room, Jiang Ke felt a swell of satisfaction and eagerly turned her attention to the other rooms. For over a month now, Jiang Ke's days had been exceptionally fulfilling. Her dressing room was meticulously organized with her collection of knockoff designer clothes. Each time she opened the closet, a laugh escaped her lips. Who would dedicate an entire dressing room to a mere assortment of counterfeit items? The white wall adjacent to the running track appeared stark and monotonous. Jiang Ke pondered what to paint on it. Her brushes and paints were ready, yet she had not yet decided on a design, ultimately resolving to wait for inspiration to strike. As she exited the planting room, contemplating what to prepare for dinner, her phone suddenly buzzed incessantly. Unlocking it, she saw messages from CC and Tian. Previously, she had sent them a variety of treats, and today, on her birthday, they had generously sent a large red envelope her way. Due to recent power restrictions, everyone had been tacitly reducing their communication. Seizing the opportunity of her birthday, the three friends engaged in lively conversation within their group chat. CC mentioned that community staff had hinted at a possible relocation soon, advising everyone to pack essential items and be prepared at a moment's notice. Although summer had not yet officially begun, temperatures had already soared above 60 degrees. Power supply remained intermittent. While air conditioning was a relief, once the power failed, the house became akin to a steam room. With the heat persisting, Jiang Ke feared the electrical systems would soon falter. She was not surprised by this news. A quick search revealed similar reports in the media. Some regions had even subtly advised residents to prepare for potential evacuations in official announcements. Jiang Ke mused that the announcement was likely a preemptive measure to prepare the populace psychologically, in order to avert chaos when the time arrived. Tom would not wait for anyone. She inquired further about the situation on their end, asking if they had sufficient supplies. CC swiftly replied that meals were being delivered by drones, and the community had distributed small fans to everyone. They were not lacking food or drink. But the fear of sudden power and water outages lingered. You have no idea, she added. Life becomes unbearable when the power goes out. Tian then sent a voice message, expressing concern for Xiaoyan, whose baby was merely a few months old. Her voice trailed off, overwhelmed by the heat. Jiang Ke stared blankly at her phone screen. Indeed, it had been over half a month since she had heard from Xiaoyan. Initially, they maintained sporadic contact. But after Xiaoyan mentioned power outages in the mountains, all communication ceased. The thought of Xiaoyan and her infant weighed heavily on Jiang Ke's heart. She forced herself to respond, assuring them that there was an air raid shelter not far from Xiaoyan's home, and she should be safe. It was likely that her phone could no longer be charged due to the power outage. The topic was too somber, prompting all three to instinctively shift their conversation. Jiang Ke reminded CC and Tian to take some self-defense items if they were indeed relocated. You two girls must exercise caution. CC quickly reassured her. Don't worry, we've got pepper spray and a fruit knife with us. She continued, recounting a recent incident where someone spontaneously combusted in their community. followed by an alarming late-night door banging that had frightened both her and Tian. Eventually, the special police came and took a group of people away. It has only calmed down a bit since then. Tian then sent a voice note, her tone low and serious, revealing that a cult had recently emerged nearby. Life is already challenging enough. Why do these people have to stir up trouble? Her voice was laden with fatigue and resignation. Jiang Ke gazed at her phone screen, her heart heavy. She could not fathom why, during trying times, some individuals felt compelled to add fuel to the fire, taking advantage of the chaos. What could they possibly gain? Though she couldn't decipher their motives, she had witnessed the malice that lurked within human hearts. Don't overthink it. Jiang Ke quickly typed back, advising them to remain vigilant while sleeping and to lock their doors securely. Remember, even if the sky falls, do not open the door. After a moment's thought, she added, keep something handy by your bedside. After acknowledging her message, the connection abruptly dropped. Recently, the ground-based signal towers had been frequently losing power, and maintaining even intermittent contact was a stroke of luck. Holding her warm phone, Jiang Ke felt a weight in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, Xiaomi had snuggled up beside her feet, letting out a gentle meow and nudging her leg with her head. She bent down to scoop up the kitten, feeling the warmth of its body and the rhythm of its breath, which brought her a sense of reassurance. Thank goodness for your company, Jiang Ke murmured as she stroked Xiaomi's head. On the ground, the heat waves continued to roll, but within this underground refuge, a constant coolness prevailed. In this perilous world, her only task was to safeguard herself. Chapter 25, Fish Stew. After their chat, Jiang Ke set about preparing dinner. Half of the birthday cake from earlier that day had been preserved in her storage space. While rummaging through her supplies, she stumbled upon several fresh fish. A birthday calls for something special, she thought, deciding to stew a fish for dinner. Although she had already enjoyed a hearty meal at noon, indulging in another seemed fitting for the occasion. When she had initially stocked up on supplies, Jiang Ke had considered the inconvenience of cooking underground, thus mostly acquiring ready-made and semi-prepared items. Now, gazing at the array of ingredients in her storage, she shook her head, realizing she had not prepared adequately. If I rely on pre-made meals every day, how could I endure it? Jiang Ke retrieved a cleaned and processed Xinjiang fish from her storage. While this fish had fewer bones, its size made it less convenient to cook whole. With practiced skill, she filleted the fish along its spine and then cut it into even segments. Next, she sliced a handful of ginger and scallions, sprinkled them with salt, and meticulously mixed the fish pieces to marinate. Satisfied with the well-seasoned fish, Jiang Ke set them aside to marinate. Taking advantage of the time, she tidied up the stovetop. Heating oil in a pan, she waited for it to reach the right temperature before gently sliding the fish pieces in, skin side down. The freshly added fish could not be disturbed too soon. She had to wait until the bottom was golden and set before carefully flipping them. Once both sides were fried to a crispy golden brown, she pushed the fish to the side of the pan to make room for the ginger and scallions to release their fragrance. As the aroma wafted through the air, she added a spoonful of bean paste, stirring it slowly over low heat to avoid burning. When the sauce became aromatic, she returned the fish pieces to the pan, tossing them gently while drizzling in soy sauce, oyster sauce, and a pinch of sugar, finishing with a splash of aged vinegar along the edge of the pan. After adding water to submerge the fish, she deliberately left the pot uncovered, allowing the vinegar's acidity to eliminate any lingering fishy scent. In truth, the fishy odor primarily came from the slimy skin and the black membrane in the abdomen, which Jiang Ke had meticulously cleaned. Coupled with the abundance of seasonings, there would be no trace of fishiness in the final dish. After allowing the broth to boil for 2 minutes, she covered the pot and reduced the heat to let it simmer. 10 minutes later, the lid is lifted to allow the sauce to thicken. Once the broth reaches a luscious consistency, a handful of vibrant green scallions is sprinkled atop, completing a pot of stew that tantalizes the senses with its color, aroma, and flavor. Jiang Ke gazes longingly at the freshly prepared fish stew, swallowing hard in anticipation, and eagerly transports the entire pot to the living room coffee table. In her solitary existence, there are few pretensions. She relishes the comfort of dining on the sofa, allowing herself to indulge in a film on the screen for added amusement. After retrieving a bowl of steaming rice from her space, she feels a lingering sense of something lacking. With a few deft motions, she conjures up about 20 skewers of grilled meat and a serving of spicy sour shredded potatoes, not forgetting to grab a chilled soda. Now, everything is complete. She claps her hands in satisfaction. The coffee table is a tad low, necessitating a slight stoop while dining on the sofa. Jiang Ke quickly fetches a small stool, perfectly wedging it between the coffee table and the sofa. As the projection screen lights up, she begins to deb one the Xinjiang fish, a species known for its minimal bones. And within just a few deft strokes, the fish is impeccably filleted, pouring the snow-white fish along with its savory broth over the rice. She scoops up a generous spoonful and savors the explosion of flavors on her palate. Indeed, the freshness of a home-cooked meal is unparalleled, Jiang Ke muses. This is the way forward, preparing a couple of dishes fresh, complemented by some ready-made items from her space. Biting into a charred, fragrant meat skewer and sipping a fizzy sweet drink, the satisfaction she experiences is beyond words. As she indulges in her meal while engrossed in the show, she unwittingly devours the entire fish and meat skewers. She pats her round belly, feeling pleasantly full for a change. Since moving underground, she has been diligent about managing her portion sizes, usually eating only until she's 80% full. Today, she suspects she has exceeded that limit. With a contented burp, she reclines lazily on the sofa, too apathetic to tidy up the dishes, and resumes watching Twilight. This film had been recommended by colleagues several times, but she had never found the time to watch it. To her surprise, when she casually clicked on it today, she found it utterly captivating. Just as the plot thickens, her cat, Meow, suddenly leaps onto the sofa, nudging her arm with its head. The little creature gazes up at her with wide eyes, and Jiang Ke realizes she has yet to feed it properly. Although she had given it a small piece of fish during her meal, she refrained from offering more due to the strong seasoning in her dishes, concerned that the salt might be harmful to the little feline. After all, this tiny creature is only a few months old, with a delicate stomach. Jiang Ke prepares some cat food and squats beside the little cat, watching it eat with great delight, warmth swelling in her heart. She recalls how Sister Zhou often complained about her family's husky, which would either destroy the house or relieve itself indiscriminately, proving to be a laborious task to train. When she first rescued Meow, Jiang Ke harbored similar concerns. Having never owned a pet before, she was anxious about not being able to care for it properly. Surprisingly, the little one proved to be remarkably well-behaved. After just a few lessons, it learned to use the litter box, never clawed at the sofa, nor made unnecessary noise. When it wanted to play, it would gently tug at her pant leg, endearing her with its sweetness. After feeding the cat, Jiang Ke finally rises to clean the dishes. Compared to ready-made takeout, cooking is indeed more troublesome. Those disposable food containers can be discarded after use, while now she must wash pots and dishes. However, the occasional act of cooking, with its small inconveniences, pales in comparison to the joy it brings. Within no time, she tidies up, eagerly returning to the sofa, cradling Meow in her arms, and continues watching the sequel. Jiang Ke has also set up a projector in her bedroom, but it has a flaw. Once she lies on the bed, she becomes too lethargic to move, only rising when absolutely necessary. Watching movies in the living room is far more comfortable. She can hold Meow and spread snacks across the coffee table, munching as she enjoys the show. However, today she is so full that even a single sunflower seed feels like too much. In the underground, there is no distinction between day and night, relying solely on the 24-hour LED lights for illumination. Sometimes, as she watches a show, she glances at her phone and realizes it is already 3 in the morning. Her schedule completely disrupted. She worries that if this continues, her health may deteriorate, so she strives to maintain a normal routine. By the time the second film concludes, it is well past midnight, and Meow has drifted off into a furry ball in her lap. Jiang Ke carefully places the little one back in its bed, then stealthily crawls into her own warm cocoon. The hum of the ventilation system becomes a soothing white noise as she counts the little cat's rhythmic breaths, gradually succumbing to slumber. Chapter 26. The new base opens. As the temperature continues to rise, the mobile signal gradually fades, leaving Jiang Ke reliant on the radio for updates. On May 15th, the first case of a novel virus was detected in Huagua. Following the cessation of foreign trade, there were still individuals entering and exiting the country. The situation abroad has become dire. Those who initially chose to remain overseas during the evacuation are now regretting their decision and are seeking ways to return home. All individuals returning to the country must undergo a week-long quarantine. Although the virus manifests within 24 hours, precautions are taken to ensure safety. Fortunately, there has been no widespread infection, and no new cases have been detected. By May 30th, the temperature has soared to 70 degrees Celsius. Water and electricity supplies have been completely cut off, and in such extreme heat, people can hardly endure without air conditioning. The entire city resembles a colossal steamer, with little difference between indoor and outdoor temperatures. Just as the heat was about to surpass human endurance, the long-awaited announcement finally comes through the radio: a nationwide transfer. Over 100 newly constructed bases have been urgently activated, each capable of accommodating between 500,000 and 1,000,000 people. 25 bases have been established across provinces, with underground cities built in flat areas and natural caves repurposed in mountainous regions. Such a colossal undertaking has been completed quietly, without the public's knowledge. Countless families have lost loved ones during the wait, with nearly 1/10 of the national population unable to survive this heatwave disaster. Those who have lost their closest kin begin to question why the transfer was not initiated sooner. However, they remain oblivious to the sacrifices made by countless builders who risked their lives to create these lifelines. Each base has been constructed from blood and sweat. Jiang Ke, situated underground, remains unaware of the public's grievances. With mobile signals long severed, she can only glean official news through the radio. Upon learning that the transfer is finally underway, she exhales a sigh of relief. She has always believed that the nation would never abandon any of its citizens. All available helicopters, passenger planes, and fighter jets have been mobilized, even tanks and military vehicles, which boast superior heat resistance. The transfer is conducted at night, with all urban residents evacuated within 5 days, and rural areas completing their transfers in 10 days. Huahua has indeed achieved the remarkable feat of total evacuation. Meanwhile, abroad, the dual onslaught of heat and virus has resulted in a population reduction of 1/3. Wealthy individuals had long prepared for such a crisis, retreating into luxurious shelters. The ones who suffer the most are always the underprivileged, who, in their struggle for survival, begin to resort to cannibalism and even drinking blood to quench their thirst, leading to a complete collapse of social order. Recently, Jiang Ke has ceased her morning runs. Her safe house is only 10 meters underground, not particularly deep. With temperatures exceeding 70 degrees, the temperature control system frequently malfunctions, and the external unit buzzes incessantly. With no other options, she reluctantly retrieves the ice blocks she had previously stored. The external unit is situated just outside the first security door, and as Jiang Ke pushes open the door, a wave of heat hits her face, easily reaching 40 to 50 degrees. Merely placing ice behind one door proves insufficient, as the ice quickly melts into water. A spark of inspiration ignited within her as she filled the transitional zones between the 3 secure doors with heaps of ice. This clever stratagem proved effective. The hum of the external machinery gradually subsided, and the temperature regulation system finally returned to its normal state. However, this method proved to be a significant drain on ice resources, requiring 3 replacements each day lest the temperature rise again. Consequently, Jiang Ke set an alarm to ensure she would replace the ice punctually. Recently, she had swapped her morning runs for yoga, keeping in mind the adage that a stretch of an inch in one's muscles extends a life by 10 years. If she were to survive until the end of days, she must diligently care for her body. In addition to exercising, she began to diligently acquire various practical skills. Previously, during her solitary living, changing a light bulb or connecting a power strip was a trivial task. Yet now, the entire underground electrical system relied solely on her expertise should anything go awry. When she initially planned this refuge, Jiang Ke envisioned a post-apocalyptic existence devoid of water and electricity, constrained by a limited budget. However, as her resources grew, she enhanced her living conditions to the present state. Having long since acclimatized to life with electricity, the thought of the arduous days spent generating power by hand sent shivers down her spine. For now, she could only hope that this electrical system would endure a little longer. As per her usual routine, following breakfast, Jiang Ke ventured into the planting area to meticulously inspect the growth of each crop. The green garlic and yellow chives had yielded 2 harvests already, growing at an astonishing rate. During her initial harvest, she had been so elated that she indulged for 2 consecutive days, but by the time of the second harvest, the abundance was overwhelming, necessitating that she store the surplus in her space. Presently, she had decided to allow them to flourish freely, as long as they received sufficient water. They thrived even in the absence of sunlight. Jiang Ke scrutinized the growth of other seedlings, noting that several young pepper plants in the designated area were thriving exceptionally well. The transplanted bell peppers, hot peppers, green peppers, and spiral peppers had all produced a bountiful yield. She gently parted the leaves of the green peppers, revealing 5 or 6 plump fruits, each as hefty as a fist, hanging heavily from the branches. "I shall stir-fry some green pepper with shredded meat for lunch," she mused, carefully plucking the most robust green peppers. After harvesting the peppers, she noticed the nearby tomato plants were also beginning to bear fruit. Clusters of unripe tomatoes hung densely on the branches, with a few already showing hints of red. It seemed they would be ready for picking in 3 to 5 days. Jiang Ke nodded in satisfaction, straightening the wayward branches and generously watering them with nutrient solution. Humming a little tune, she watered each seedling, when suddenly her gaze fell upon a cluster of vibrant red strawberries nestled in the corner. This marked her first successful attempt at cultivating strawberries, having failed twice in previous endeavors. Cautiously, she picked one and tasted it. The sweet and tangy flavor was far fresher than anything stored in her space. She instantly resolved to save the remaining strawberries for her little cat, who had been following her around the planting area with eager eyes, deserving a little treat. After exiting the planting area, Jiang Ke first washed the strawberries in the kitchen and fed them to her cat. Once she had finished feeding her furry companion, She proceeded to the running track to commence her painting work. The track was lengthy, and she divided it into segments, planning to create different artworks. Though her painting skills were modest, Jiang Ke opted to sketch on large sheets of paper first, refining her designs before transferring them onto the walls. She would outline the shapes in chalk before applying color. Knowing that the pigments would be difficult to wash off, she donned her work attire. A set already speckled with paint, along with a head covering and disposable gloves, before embarking on her artistic endeavor. After a month of effort, she had painted 10 meters, beginning with simple designs of Doraemon and Strawberry Bear, later incorporating characters from One Piece. As she became more adept, her speed increased, and she painted the walls with the finesse of a seasoned artist. Within her space, it was as if she possessed Doraemon's magic pocket, capable of conjuring anything: ladders, brushes, and paint. Having contemplated decorating her home after its construction, she had prepared all these materials in advance. Today, she intended to paint Luo Xiaohe and immersed herself diligently in her work. The morning slipped away swiftly, and she had completed only half of her project. But there was no rush. The future stretched ahead, and taking the time to create a masterpiece was paramount. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was 12:05, time to prepare lunch. She changed her clothes and headed to the kitchen. Chapter 27. Shredded pork with green peppers over noodles. The green peppers she had harvested that morning were still fresh, prompting Jiang Ke to decide on a dish of shredded pork with green peppers. First, she retrieved a piece of tenderloin from her storage space, slicing it into thin strips and placing them in a bowl. Next, she added scallions and ginger for marinating, followed by soy sauce, cooking wine, egg whites, and starch, mixing them thoroughly before drizzling in some cooking oil to retain moisture. While the meat marinated, Jiang Ke deftly handled the green peppers, slicing them in half, removing the seeds, and cutting them into fine strips, arranging them neatly on a plate for later use. Then, she began to prepare the sauce, scooping a generous spoonful of soy sauce, adding a dash of oyster sauce, a sprinkle of chicken essence, a pinch of sugar, and starch, finally mixing it all with water until well combined. She deliberately omitted salt, as both the soy sauce and oyster sauce were inherently salty. Once everything was ready, she heated oil in the pan. When the oil was hot, she swiftly added the marinated pork strips, stirring them until they turned golden brown before incorporating the green pepper strips, stir-frying on high heat until they were just cooked through, and finally pouring in the prepared sauce. As the sauce bubbled and thickened, she promptly turned off the heat. Meanwhile, the noodles on the other burner were perfectly cooked. Jiang Ke ladled the noodles into a bowl and topped them with the freshly prepared shredded pork with green peppers, the sauce instantly soaking into the noodles. A steaming bowl of green pepper noodles was ready, the aroma of peppers mingling with the scent of meat wafting through the kitchen. Jiang Ke inhaled deeply, her anticipation mounting. During her meal, she placed a radio on the coffee table and turned it on, hoping to catch any updates. Since the mass relocation to the new base, news from the surface had become increasingly scarce. Initially, the broadcast continued to guide those unable to evacuate in time, advising them to hang bright cloth or ribbons outside for drone reconnaissance to arrange rescue. However, as time wore on, the recent announcements had shifted to listing assembly points, urging survivors to make their way there independently. The radio crackled for a long while, yielding no news, prompting Jiang Ke to abandon her listening efforts. After lunch, Jiang Ke commenced her cleaning routine. Each time she mopped the floor, she lamented not having prepared more robotic vacuum cleaners. Although her solitary living generated little waste, dust inevitably accumulated. The entire underground space required a thorough cleaning every few days. Complaints aside, she never slacked off during her cleaning. After all, a clean home was a source of comfort. Jiang Ke casually turned on the sound system, and lively music filled the space. As she hummed along with the rhythm while working, the basement came alive, the persistent hum of the ventilation fan now accompanied by a vibrant atmosphere. Whenever she engaged in exercise, painting, or cleaning, she instinctively played music. With melodies surrounding her, the solitude felt less daunting, and her tasks became invigorating. At times, she found herself mopping in time with the beat or swaying as she organized her belongings to the melodies. By the time she finished cleaning, she was slightly perspiring. After enjoying a refreshing hot shower, she languidly collapsed onto the sofa, picking up a book to peruse. Recently, Jiang Ke had become enamored with reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Previously, she had selected a few old books from a second-hand platform and placed them on the bookshelf, initially intending merely to adorn her room. To her surprise, she found herself engrossed in them. Since realizing that she could not immerse herself in ebooks, she had turned to paper books and unexpectedly rediscovered the joy of reading. Beginning with the 4 great classical novels, she was now thoroughly absorbed in her current read. After a while, feeling the strain in her arms, she set the book down to stretch her wrists and took a few steps. Little Me immediately scampered over to nuzzle against her pant leg. Jiang Ke crouched down to stroke the cat's head, and played with it for a while with a ball of yarn. After sufficient play, she resumed her reading, and before she knew it, it was time for dinner. Following dinner, she played video games for a while and retired to bed promptly at 11 o'clock. This had become the rhythm of Jiang Ke's recent underground life. While she was still working, she often contemplated how wonderful it would be to never have to go to work again. Now that this wish had been fulfilled, she had to admit it was quite delightful. She could do whatever she pleased without the burdens of socializing or obligation, accompanied by her little calico cat. However, after prolonged periods away from the sun, she occasionally found herself nostalgic for life above ground. In early August, Jiang Ke heard on the radio that the surface temperature had soared to 90 degrees, stabilizing at that peak without further escalation. By mid-September, she noticed that the ice cubes were melting at a noticeably slower rate. Consequently, she reduced the frequency of changing the ice cubes from 10 times a day to 3. This led her to believe that the surface temperature must be beginning to decline. Perhaps the extreme heat was nearing its end, she mused. She couldn't help but think of those who had relocated to the large base. Since her birthday, she had been unable to contact Cece and the others. Was order still maintained at the base? Were they all safe? Regrettably, these questions remained unanswered, as the radio had ceased to receive any signals since the temperature had reached 90 degrees. Nevertheless, Jiang Ke persisted in turning on the radio 3 times daily. At the beginning of October, she was finally greeted by the long-awaited broadcast. The temperature had dropped to 55 degrees, and it was anticipated that the extreme heat would completely conclude within a month. An advance team had been dispatched to assess the aftermath of the disaster. Under the relentless assault of extreme heat, the desert had swiftly expanded, undoing decades of efforts spent on afforestation. The oases had regressed back into barren wasteland. Most rivers had run dry, and even the mother river faced a crisis of discontinuity. The plain soil had cracked, losing all agricultural viability, with recovery expected to take 3 to 5 years. The assessment results were disheartening, but the broadcast simultaneously conveyed hope. The national grain reserves were sufficient to sustain the populace for a decade. As long as everyone united in purpose, they could surely overcome this adversity. The extreme heat was coming to an end. The most challenging times were behind them. After listening to the broadcast, Jiang Ke sighed inwardly. Only she understood that the extreme heat was merely the beginning, with floods and prolonged cold weather looming ahead. In her dreams, the cold lingered the longest, stretching on as if she had lived an entire life within that dream. The precise duration was unclear, but it was certainly not as simple as just a year or two. Jiang Ke contemplated that once the temperature dropped further, she would venture out to bask in the sun. Being underground for so long was beginning to make her feel as though she were molding. By the end of October, the radio signals had gradually stabilized, and she was able to receive the latest updates daily. The temperature had fallen to 48 degrees, and personnel were beginning to emerge from the base to commence repairs on the road infrastructure. On this day, Jiang Ke finally resolved to step outside and soak up some sunlight. As the security gates swung open, the long mist sunlight enveloped her. The afternoon light at 6 o'clock remained blinding, compelling her to squint. With her backpack slung over her shoulders, she retrieved her prepared hooks and climbing gear, descending the slope. The incline was too steep to ascend, so she had no choice but to proceed downwards. The sun-baked rocks were scalding to the touch, akin to heated iron plates. Fortunately, she wore thick gloves and knee pads. Otherwise, she would have surely suffered burns. By the time her feet finally touched the ground, her arms were still trembling. She began to regret having sealed the entrance so tightly. Had it not been for her recent commitment to fitness, with her previous strength, she would have tumbled down the mountainside halfway up. Chapter 28, Stepping Out of the Safe House. Jiang Ke's feet made contact with the parched earth. Long exposure to the sun had left the ground marred with a web of cracks, some fissures unfathomably deep. The soil beneath her feet was as hard as stone, every step resonating with the ground's unforgiving firmness. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred wood, irritating her throat. As she gazed around, she saw the mountains littered with darkened, desiccated tree trunks, the ground covered in a thick layer of ash. The entire mountain appearing as if it had been thoroughly scorched by fire. There was no wind, no chirping insects, and certainly no birdsong. The mountain lay in an oppressive silence, heavier than the stillness of the basement, where she could at least hear the hum of the exhaust fan and little Mi's purring. Jiang Ke oriented herself and decided to return to her old home first. She walked east, intending to drive up the mountain road. After only a few steps, she was drenched in sweat, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed on. Half an hour later, she finally spotted the road, but the sight that greeted her was shocking. The entire roadway was shattered into countless fragments, resembling broken glass, rendering it impassable for vehicles. Jiang Ke retrieved her electric bike from her space, carefully maneuvering around the cracks as she rode forward. Upon reaching the halfway point, she found that fallen rocks completely obstructed her path. forcing her to stow the bike back in her space and scramble over the debris with her hands and feet. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the sky remained bright. The cloudless expanse adorned with a slanting sun. Jiang Ke was soaked through. Her body, accustomed to the constant temperatures of the underground, now felt as though it were being roasted over coals. As she trudged forward, she calculated in her mind that once she reached her old home, she could lower a rope down the slope directly into the cave, avoiding the strenuous ascent she had just made. She carefully navigated her way through the withered forest on the west side of the road, finally catching sight of the familiar estate. The gate stood ajar, scarred by the marks of axes and blades, remnants of the last band of robbers. Jiang Ke entered the yard cautiously. The surveillance equipment had long been destroyed, and she could not ascertain whether anyone remained inside. Gripping her prepared chili spray tightly, she surveyed the yard meticulously, finding no signs of activity. She then pushed open the door to the house, still on high alert, inspecting each room to confirm that she was alone before finally exhaling in relief. Jiang Ke, disregarding the dirtiness of the sofa, collapsed onto it and gulped down water from her bottle in one go. Throughout her journey, she had been drinking water continuously, but the sweat had poured out so profusely that she could hardly replenish herself. After finishing the water, she surveyed the disarray in the living room, her heart heavy with sorrow. This was the house left to her by her grandparents, and she had ultimately failed to protect it. Gazing at the ransacked drawers, shattered picture frames, and torn curtains, she could no longer contain her emotions, curling up and weeping. This home held too many precious memories. The warmth of her grandmother humming while cooking in the kitchen, her grandfather's reading glasses perched on his nose as he read the newspaper on the sofa, and the old locust tree in the yard that she had climbed since childhood. And now, all of it was destroyed. "I'm so sorry, Grandpa and Grandma," she murmured, burying her face in her knees, tears soaking her dust-covered pant legs. Jiang Ke's emotions surged quickly but subsided just as fast. She soon collected herself and stood up. She had no intention of tidying up the chaos. Leaving the place in its plundered state would give subsequent visitors the impression that there was nothing of value left. Upon her return, the primary purpose was to reinforce and disguise the underground entrance. She feared that the impending torrential rains might compromise the aged residents, and should water seep into the passage, it would spell trouble. Standing before the hidden compartment, she tilted her head to assess it. The beams appeared quite sturdy. She reached out to test the compartment, but as expected, it remained sealed. This had been anticipated when the entrance was sealed off from below. To ensure further safety, Jiang Ke decided to apply an additional layer of cement for reinforcement. She retrieved tools and materials from her space, skillfully mixed the cement, and meticulously applied it around the concealed compartment. As the cement began to set, she brought over a set of old cabinets to weigh it down, thoroughly securing it with expansion screws. Having completed this task, she ascended to the rooftop to inspect the tiles. To her dismay, the situation was worse than anticipated. Many tiles were shattered, and numerous cracks marred the roof, indicating that repairs would not be a swift undertaking. With a sigh, Jiang Ke resolved to replace only the most severely damaged tiles, temporarily neglecting the others. Gazing at the dilapidated old house under the setting sun, she wiped her brow. She had done all she could. Now, it was up to fate. Glancing at the sky, she noted that at 9 p.m., it was still not fully dark. In the distance, she could see several houses below had collapsed. Jiang Ke took out her binoculars and scrutinized the village, finding no signs of life. Presumably, everyone had safely evacuated. Descending the stairs, she pondered when she would return, and before leaving, she filled some soil in the yard. After finishing, she did not linger, locking the door behind her as she stepped out. This time, she intended to descend directly from the summit, following the slope down. Jiang Ke secured her safety gear, took a deep breath, and began her descent. The slope exceeded 80 degrees, and the nearly vertical rock face quickened her heartbeat. She had never envisioned herself engaging in extreme sports. At this moment, her legs trembled uncontrollably, and she could only mentally encourage herself. Almost there, just a bit further. 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters. Time had never felt so prolonged. The steepness of the midway slope exceeded her expectations, forcing her to lean against a protruding rock to rest, contemplating that climbing up from below might have been easier. After a brief respite, Jiang Ke donned her headlamp and continued downwards. The night had fully enveloped the landscape, but fortunately, the moonlight was sufficiently bright. The silvery light cast over the rock face momentarily transported her back to her childhood village, where the roads were devoid of streetlights, yet darkness never felt oppressive. However, she had no time to admire the moonlight. She remained wholly focused on finding footholds, fearful of missteps. 2 meters, 1 meter, she was finally nearing the ground. Jiang Ke exhaled deeply, leaping onto the stone platform at the entrance. The camouflage of the stone door was so effective that without her prior markings, She might have struggled to locate the entrance. Swiftly, she slipped inside, locking each safety door in succession. Only after confirming that all locks were secure did she allow herself to relax, heading straight for the shower. It was already November, yet the heat remained stifling. Jiang Ke was uncertain of the exact timing of the flood's onset, but she recalled from her dreams that the scorching heat would soon be followed by mountain torrents. The sky seemed to tear open, unleashing a deluge. Since the onset of extreme heat, she had rarely dreamt of natural disasters. Occasionally, she would recall fragments of dreams and hastily jot them down upon waking. After her shower, she turned on the radio to catch the latest news. As soon as she connected, she heard the broadcast issuing a weather warning. Recent monitoring indicated that extreme weather might not have subsided, and further disasters could follow. She urged everyone to avoid venturing outside to prevent accidental casualties. As Jiang Ke dried her hair, she poured herself a glass of chilled lemon passion fruit water. Gulping it down, feeling her fatigue dissipate considerably, she mused that the nation's predictions were indeed accurate. The disaster was far from over, and this was merely the first wave. Thankfully, the country had responded swiftly, preventing significant casualties. She wondered what the situation abroad was, surmising it could not be better than in Huagua. Chapter 29. The Deluge Approaches. Jiang Ke reflected on the desolation she had witnessed during her outing. The entire landscape was lifeless, devoid of any creatures, not even a single insect. She had encountered no one during her excursion, likely due to the remoteness of her location, with no one returning from the base yet. She recalled the broadcast mentioning that the nearest base in the eastern province was situated in the main peak area of this mountain range, approximately 30 kilometers away, not too distant. Should the underground space prove inadequate later, reaching the base would be convenient. In the days that followed, Jiang Ke resumed her usual routine, binge-watching shows, experimenting with recipes, maintaining her exercise regimen, and occasionally tending to her crops in the planting area. Little Me always curled up at her feet, while the underground space resonated with the dialogue from television dramas and the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen. Days passed, and one day, as she dressed, she noticed her clothes felt a bit snug. When she weighed herself, she was astonished to find she had gained 5 pounds. This alarmed her. In just 6 months, she had put on 5 pounds. What would happen if she stayed for another 10 or 20 years? She could hardly bear to imagine herself transformed into a rotund figure and swiftly resolved to embark on a weight loss journey. She aimed for a lighter diet, eliminating staples at night, though completely abstaining from food proved difficult. Ultimately, she decided to increase her physical activity. She could now effortlessly run 5 kilometers. Initially, she was a bit too eager, running in the morning and jumping rope at night, but within days, her knees could not withstand the strain. Learning from this, she smartly staggered the 2 types of exercise. During this period, she successfully shed some weight, and when she gazed into the mirror, she noticed her face appeared slimmer. Though her weight had not changed significantly, yet her muscles were noticeably firmer. As November arrived, temperatures stabilized around 40 degrees Celsius, and more individuals, disregarding warnings, stealthily slipped out of the base. One day, while practicing yoga, Jiang Ke suddenly heard an urgent announcement from the radio. Heavy rains are imminent. Everyone is urged to return to the base immediately. Before she could grasp the entirety of the message, the signal faltered and eventually ceased altogether. The rapid loss of signal led Jiang Ke to conclude that the impending storm was severe. In the ensuing days, she received no signal whatsoever. Jiang Ke hesitated to open the outer door, resorting instead to peering through a reserved observation hole. Yet outside, a thick white mist obscured her view. She surmised that the rain must be torrential, perhaps even triggering a mountain flood. Within the underground space, she could faintly hear a rumbling sound. The underground facility had been constructed with the possibility of mountain floods in mind, featuring a significantly inclined exit to prevent external water from entering. The door itself was particularly robust, alleviating any concerns of it being swept away. Jiang Ke felt some anxiety regarding the state of the old house. After several attempts to peer outside without clarity, she could only comfort herself that all valuables had been removed, and her grandparents' belongings were securely stored within the space. There was little more she could do in such weather. At night, while trying to sleep, she often faintly heard the sound of rushing water outside. In her dreams, she frequently found herself drifting on water, awakening to the gentle patter of rain. Life underground, though monotonous, was bearable with Little Me by her side. Each day spent petting her cat and listening to the sound of water made the experience less arduous. One morning, upon stepping onto the scale, Jiang Ke saw 99 pounds. Her weight had finally dipped below 100. She was so elated that she nearly leapt for joy, deciding to reward herself appropriately. During this period of light eating, she had completely refrained from sugary drinks and snacks, which had left her craving indulgence. In the past, while binge-watching shows at night, she would lay out a spread of snacks alongside a glass of iced milk tea. cozily sinking into the sofa with a trash can at her feet for discarded wrappers. What a delightful experience it had been. Since the surge in her weight, she has given up all indulgences. No longer does she lie on the couch binge-watching shows at night. Instead, she spreads a yoga mat on the carpet, engaging in stretches while enjoying her favorite series. When thirst strikes, she brews a pot of green tea, and when cravings arise, she nibbles on some plain sunflower seeds to satisfy her desires. What should she eat? After much contemplation, Jiang Ke ultimately settled on braised beef brisket with tomatoes, as the nutritious beef is less likely to contribute to weight gain and is exceptionally flavorful. She ventured to her planting room to harvest a handful of fresh cilantro, washed and chopped it, then served a steaming platter of tomato braised beef brisket, sprinkling it with vibrant cilantro and pairing it with a bowl of rice made for a perfect meal. Jiang Ke eagerly sat down to indulge, scooping a spoonful of rice drenched in rich broth into her mouth, her eyes closing in satisfaction. This long-awaited feast left her feeling pleasantly full. Yet a twinge of guilt crept in as she set down her chopsticks. Just this once, she murmured, patting her belly, promising to exercise restraint next time. However, the indulgence awakened her cravings anew, and before dinner time, Jiang Ke found herself pondering what to eat next. It felt as though two little voices were battling in her mind. One urged her to abstain, to maintain control, lest her weight rebound swiftly. The other argued that it was fine, assuring her that she wouldn't overindulge. After all, SNT dieting meant to allow one to enjoy food with peace of mind. Following a vigorous internal debate, Jiang Ke resolved to strike a balance. High-calorie dishes would be reserved for lunchtime, while evenings would remain light. After rummaging through her supplies, she finally settled on a stir-fry of shrimp with 3 colors: corn, carrots, and shrimp. This dish had been a staple during her dieting phase, though she typically consumed it at noon, preferring lighter salads in the evenings. Unable to resist, she also retrieved a plate of spicy stir-fried clams, reassuring herself that it was merely for flavor, and besides, seafood shouldn't contribute to weight gain, right? The more she thought about it, the guiltier she felt. Yet her craving for bold flavors was overpowering, compelling her to deceive herself into believing this delicacy was devoid of calories. Once the floodgates of indulgence opened, it became increasingly difficult to rein in her appetites. Jiang Ke quickly reverted to her previous eating habits, but this time she began to manage her portions, ensuring she only ate until she was 70% full at dinner. Coupled with ample exercise, her weight remained stable over time, bringing her a sense of relief. As December arrived, the weather, which had typically turned frigid this time of year, seemed to hold off. Jiang Ke estimated that the rain was about to cease, peering through the peephole only to be met with a murky darkness, as if obscured by some unseen entity. The sound of rushing water had notably diminished during the night. Although the water had not breached her doorstep, since the torrential rain began, a steady trickle had seeped in from outside. The first door led to a steep incline, where the water level, which had once splashed to the peak of the slope, now barely reached 1/3 of its height. Still hesitant to venture outside, Jiang Ke planned to utilize a drone in a couple of days to assess the situation. Chapter 30. The drone meets a person. A few days later, with the sound of the water flow diminishing further, Jiang Ke decided to deploy the drone. She cautiously pushed the door open, tightly gripping the handle, ready to slam it shut at the slightest hint of danger. As the door cracked open, a damp breeze rushed in, accompanied by the sound of the cascading water. Her heart raced, fearing the storm was still raging, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was merely water cascading down from the mountainside. After observing for a moment and confirming that the rain had indeed ceased, she boldly opened the door wider. A chilling gust of wind struck her, causing her to shiver, and she quickly retreated inside to fetch a thick coat. When she opened the door again, she scrutinized the outside world. The air felt clammy against her skin, and the temperature in the mountains was likely below 10 degrees Celsius. The door was covered in a thick layer of moss, explaining why she couldn't see anything through the peephole earlier. Jiang Ke couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the moss. She had assumed the extreme heat would obliterate all plant life, yet it seemed that only a brief period had passed before these tenacious organisms had revived. Raising her binoculars to survey the distance, she was met with a blanket of fog obscuring everything. Adjusting the focus downward, she discovered that the floodwaters had surged to halfway up the mountain, transforming the landscape below into a murky expanse. The color resembled the raging yellow river rather than the clear sea. The path she had previously descended was now entirely submerged, with the water level currently estimated to be about 2 stories high from her dwelling, compared to the previous drop of 5 or 6 stories. The current depth was likely over 10 meters. Jiang Ke felt a sense of relief that the rain had finally stopped. Had it continued, the floodwaters would have surely reached her doorstep. Above her, the sound of rushing water continued to cascade down, making her home resemble a water curtain cave. Testing the wind, She found it to be quite mild, allowing her to release the drone without concern. Though the lack of network signal precluded real-time footage, she had prepared for this. Attaching a smartphone to both the underside and side of the drone, both set to record, carefully maneuvering the drone for takeoff. She initially steered it away from the rock face to avoid collision, circling above the floodwaters before ascending toward the direction of her old home. Concerned about battery life, she refrained from venturing too far and cautiously brought it back. Removing the smartphones, Jiang Ke began to review the footage captured. The scene below was a sea of yellow water, devoid of any discernible life. No people, no plants, no animals. As the camera panned toward her old home on the mountain, her heart sank. The structure had collapsed and been swept away, leaving only a half-standing wall amidst the rubble, a clear victim of a landslide. Despite having mentally prepared herself, witnessing it with her own eyes was an undeniable ache. The remnants of the wall submerged in water indicated that the water level was over a meter high, with less than a third of the wall visible. Likely due to its proximity to the cliff, a significant amount of water had cascaded down, which explained why the view from outside had transformed into a waterfall. Jiang Ke replayed the footage repeatedly, unable to articulate her feelings. Then a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps this was for the best. While hiding underground, she couldn't shake the worry about the state of her home, whether it had sustained damage. Given that the old house was destined to succumb before the end of the world, being swept away by a flood was arguably more merciful than witnessing its gradual decay. Had she been forced to watch her sanctuary crumble bit by bit, her emotions would have been perpetually tethered to sorrow. Now, with this sudden loss, she was liberated from such haunting thoughts, no longer needing to live in fear of its fate. Jiang Ke sighed, about to shut off her phone, when her fingers paused. She noticed something unusual in the footage below. Enlarging the image, her breath caught. There was a child. Perched on a protruding rock below was a tiny figure, seemingly no more than a few years old. Unable to discern specifics from such a distance, she wondered where the child's parents were. Were they nearby? Her immediate concern shifted to whether the drone had been detected. However, the surrounding area appeared devoid of any cover, making it unlikely that anyone else had been present to notice. She murmured to herself, assuring that the child would be all right. Yet, what should be done about that child? With no other individuals in sight, it was possible that the child had been deliberately placed there as bait. In this apocalyptic world, Jiang Ke felt compelled to assume the worst of human intentions. She set her phone down, reminding herself that she could not risk sending the drone out again. Not only was the rain just letting up and the water level still high, but her old home was no longer standing. What was left to hold her there? Despite her inner turmoil, she found herself in a state of restless agitation, unable to calm her thoughts or focus on any task at hand. Jiang Ke tossed and turned on the sofa, frequently casting glances at the clock on the wall. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and 4 hours had passed since she had sent the drone out. She wondered if the child remained in the same spot. The temperature had barely reached 10 degrees at 11, and now, as the daylight waned, the chill was bound to descend further. The more she pondered, the more her heart clenched with anxiety. She admonished herself not to succumb to her compassionate instincts. How could a child possibly appear in such a desolate wilderness? Moreover, a child so small could not have journeyed here alone. Even if there were no traps, where could she possibly take the child after rescuing them? Was she expected to raise them herself? Her thoughts spiraled into frustration, the ticking of the clock echoing like a countdown. Suddenly, she recalled Xiaoyan's child. That baby born into a world of chaos. Was the little one safe now? The child outside appeared to be merely 2 or 3 years old. Perhaps she should simply take it upon herself to care for them? Glancing at the clock again, she noted it was nearly 4 o'clock. If she hesitated any longer, the child might succumb to the cold. Resolute, she decided to deploy the drone once more. If the child was still there, she would take the risk to save them. If it turned out to be a trap, she would accept that. Her daily training had not been in vain, and with her weaponry at hand, she felt a glimmer of hope against any potential adversaries. With determination, Jiang Ke opened the door and released the drone again. She maneuvered the machine upwards, carefully directing it towards where the child might be, diligently searching the area. Raising her binoculars, she scanned while controlling the drone, but alas, the child was hidden from view, likely around the bend to her right. She had no choice but to fly the drone further away, relying on her memory to search diligently. After a lengthy period of circling, Jiang Ke retrieved the drone, quickly replaying the footage. This time, the image was clear. A 2 or 3-year-old child lay on a protruding rock, their tiny face frozen and purple, eyes tightly shut. Although clad in thick clothing, it was already soaked, clinging to their body and only adding to their chill. The child clutched an adult-sized jacket, likely belonging to their parents. With no shelter in sight and the turbulent waters nearby, there seemed to be no sign of an ambush. Zooming in, she could see the child's chest faintly rising and falling. No longer hesitating, Jiang Ke resolved to act, even if it were a trap. This situation struck at her most vulnerable point. Had it been an adult or an elder, she might have steeled her heart, but facing such a small child, she could not turn a blind eye. After meticulously donning her climbing gear and self-defense weapons, Jiang Ke strode purposefully towards the door. Chapter 31. Encountering Danger. She was not far from the water's edge, yet the slope was continuously inundated with rushing water, complicating her descent. Jiang Ke surveyed her surroundings and noted that only her position had a gentler current. She had no choice but to brave the descent from there. She first tossed the kayak into the water, then securely tied a rope around her waist. Should she slip and fall, she could still pull herself back using the rope. Cautiously, she began to inch downwards, grateful that the slope below had eased considerably. Ultimately, Jiang Ke safely jumped onto the kayak, donned her life jacket, and secured a life buoy for double protection before paddling towards the child's location. Ahead, the terrain rose, and the current surged backward, making her efforts increasingly strenuous. After much effort, she finally rounded the bend and spotted the protruding rock. Jiang Ke paused momentarily to ensure no one would suddenly emerge from the water before continuing her paddling. As she approached the rock, she leapt onto it, only to discover the child was even smaller than she had anticipated, swathed in oversized clothing that made her appear bulky. It was a little girl, her face frozen and purple, and upon reaching out, Jiang Ke felt the faintest breath. Quickly, she lifted the child onto the kayak, retrieving a thick blanket from her space to wrap her securely. Fumbling in her efforts, she removed the child's soaked garments and clumsily dressed her in her own dry clothes, then enveloped her in a fresh blanket. Settling the child between her legs, she tied the blanket securely around her waist. Just as she was about to paddle back, she looked up to see a fishing boat approaching, filled with shadowy figures. A chill ran through her. It was a trap after all. In a panic, she turned to paddle away, but then a voice rang out clearly from behind. Jiang Ke? Startled, Jiang Ke turned back, unable to see clearly due to the distance, but the voice continued to call, "Don't run. This is a rescue boat, sent by the government." Looking up, she indeed saw a vibrant national flag fluttering from the fishing boat. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, anything could be fabricated. And her unease remained. She turned to flee. "It's me, Qin Chuan," the voice urged urgently. Upon hearing that familiar name, Jiang Ke finally recognized the owner of the voice, and her movements froze. It was Qin Chuan, truly the rescue team. She glanced at the trembling child in her arms, and then back at the approaching fishing boat. If this were indeed a rescue team, handing the child over to professional medical personnel would be the wisest choice. While she could provide warmth and sustenance, she lacked the capacity for proper medical care. The fishing boat drew closer, and Qin Chuan stood at the bow, waving vigorously. He held a pair of binoculars, explaining how he had recognized her from such a distance. Just then, rain began to pour from the sky, quickly intensifying into a downpour. Jiang Ke hastily reached into her backpack for cover, discreetly retrieving a large raincoat from her space to drape over the blanket enveloping the child. As the fishing boat approached slowly, Qin Chuan shouted excitedly, "It really is you. I was worried I had mistaken you for someone else." Jiang Ke, disregarding pleasantries, swiftly untied the rope around her waist and carefully handed the child over. "Is there a doctor on board? I found this child on the rock over there. Her face is frozen and her breathing is very weak." Qin Chuan quickly accepted the child. "There is a doctor. We brought medical personnel specifically for this mission. Hurry, get on the boat." Before he could finish, a sudden wave crashed, flipping Jiang Ke's kayak in an instant. Jiang Ke was caught off guard and fell into the water, the swift current sweeping her far away. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan thrust the child into the hands of a companion and dove into the water after her. Submerged, Jiang Ke sputtered and choked on water, but quickly regained her composure. She swiftly stored her backpack in her space and adjusted to a backstroke. The current was too fierce for any other reaction. She could only float downstream with the flow. After drifting a short distance, Jiang Ke caught sight of a jutting rock ahead. Without hesitation, she retrieved a soft pad from her space and held it in front of her. Bracing for impact as she collided violently with the rock, pain radiating through her body. Ignoring her injuries, she pressed on. The rain intensified, and if she lingered any longer, she would be swept away. Just then, she spotted someone being carried along by the current. It was Qin Chuan. Jiang Ke quickly stowed the soft pad, using her backpack to shield herself. Qin Chuan collided with the pack, wincing in pain. "That hurt," he exclaimed, rubbing his arm and looking at Jiang Ke with urgency. "Are you all right?" Seeing him come after her warmed Jiang Ke's heart. "I'm fine. The rain is getting heavier. We can't stay here." She looked up and noticed a hollow in the rock overhead. "Can you still move? There's a place to take cover up there. We need to climb." "No problem." Qin Chuan waved his hand. "I'll support you. You go first." Jiang Ke skillfully retrieved her flying tiger claw from her backpack, aimed at the rock crevice above, and threw it with all her might. The iron claw lodged perfectly into the stone. Qin Chuan stared in astonishment. Your equipment is astonishingly comprehensive. Securing the gear. Jiang Ke tossed him a safety rope without looking back. Let us talk later. Climb up. The two quickly secured the ropes and began their ascent. The rain intensified, drenching the stone wall and rendering it slick and treacherous. Jiang Ke slipped several times underfoot, but eventually managed to claw her way up. Upon her ascent, she discovered a natural depression in the rock, forming a small cave. The space was quite confined, making it somewhat cramped for two individuals, yet at that moment, such concerns were of little consequence. Jiang Ke extended her hand to pull Qin Chuan up, and the two of them squeezed into this makeshift refuge from the rain. Chapter 32. Escaping Danger. Finally able to catch their breath within the cave, Jiang Ke blocked the entrance with her backpack, though rainwater continued to seep in. Observing this, Qin Chuan removed his jacket and draped it over the rocky entrance, providing a modicum of protection against the wind and rain. Once they had settled, Jiang Ke seized the opportunity to inquire, "What prompted you to jump off the boat?" Qin Chuan scratched his head sheepishly, admitting, "I saw you being swept away and, in a moment of panic, jumped in without realizing how fierce the current was." Jiang Ke was momentarily taken aback by his candid response, and after a brief silence, she remarked, "That was far too reckless. Future rescues should be approached with caution." Qin Chuan nodded but then fixed his gaze on her, questioning, "Are you worried about me?" Jiang Ke found herself at a loss for words, reflecting inwardly. He remains as self-absorbed as ever. She chose not to respond, and an awkward silence enveloped the cave. The space was indeed cramped, less than 2 meters wide and barely 1.5 meters high. As they sat nestled within, their knees inadvertently brushed against one another. Embarrassed, Jiang Ke turned her face away, only to catch sight of the bloodstains on Qin Chuan's arm. "You're injured." Her heart tightened at the sight. Qin Chuan had leapt into the torrent to save her. Although they had only spent a brief week together, his willingness to risk so much was profoundly moving. Qin Chuan turned to glance at his arm and casually moved it, saying, "It's nothing, probably just a scrape from the rocks, a mere surface wound." However, Jiang Ke disregarded his dismissal, rummaging through her backpack under the pretense of searching for something, when in reality, she was retrieving iodine and bandages. She grasped his arm and gently rolled up his sleeve, revealing a roughly 5-centimeter long wound that was oozing blood. With meticulous care, she disinfected the cut with iodine and then expertly bandaged it. As she focused on her task, Qin Chuan's gaze remained fixed on her face. Once she declared the dressing complete, he softly remarked, "Jiang Ke, you seem different from before." "Different how?" she asked, continuing to rummage through her bag, producing 3 emergency blankets. She tossed one to Qin Chuan and hung another on the rocky entrance. The temperature had dropped significantly, and having just emerged from the water, Jiang Ke was shivering uncontrollably. Alone, she could manage, but with someone else present, she couldn't conjure a blanket from thin air and had to settle for smaller items. Watching Jiang Ke produce an array of supplies from her backpack, Qin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, momentarily forgetting his earlier question. As he assisted in hanging the emergency blankets, he teased, "Your bag is like Doraemon's pocket. How do you have everything?" After securing the thermal blanket, the rain and wind were effectively kept at bay, and warmth began to envelop them. Jiang Ke replied with a smile, "This is far more practical than Doraemon's pocket." As she produced several packets of energy biscuits and a small bottle of mineral water, Qin Chuan was astonished that she had managed to conjure food and drink. Exclaiming in disbelief, "I wondered why that fall hurt so much. Your bag is packed so tightly it rivals the density of stone." As Jiang Ke was shedding her wet jacket and wrapping herself in the thermal blanket, she couldn't suppress a smile at his comment. "Stop joking and put it on. Getting sick would be troublesome." Just then, Qin Chuan let out a loud sneeze, feeling a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. "I hope your mouth will wish me well," he said, hastily tucking the blanket inside his clothes for warmth. "You need to wear it close to your body to stay warm. The way you're draping it won't be effective," Qin Chuan advised. Jiang Ke understood this logic, but had feigned draping it outside to discreetly change into dry clothes. Qin Chuan, mistaking her actions for shyness, promptly turned away. Raising his right hand, "I swear I won't peek. Just make sure you put it on snugly to avoid freezing." Jiang Ke quickly realized this was an opportune moment. She took off her wet clothes, changing completely while ensuring her outer layer matched to avoid any mismatched appearance. Once dressed, she wrapped herself in a thin blanket for modesty. In the cramped confines, the rustling of her changing clothes was particularly pronounced. Occasionally, as she reached for something, her hand would brush against him, prompting Qin Chuan to press himself against the wall, nearly embedding himself into the stone. Once she had finished changing, Jiang Ke noticed Qin Chuan plastered against the wall like a gecko and couldn't help but laugh. "Are you planning to perform a wall-climbing act? I'm done changing. You can turn around now." Upon hearing her voice, Qin Chuan turned, and Jiang Ke handed him a towel. He took it and dried his hair. Noticing how well-prepared she seemed, her complexion rosy and vibrant, unlike someone who had just come from a base. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "You didn't go to the base, did you? I couldn't find you there. Where have you been, and how have you been faring?" A barrage of questions ensued, to which Jiang Ke remained silent. Realizing he had perhaps overstepped, Qin reflected on his recent experiences. When the catastrophe erupted, he had been in his hometown, Quanshi, with the nearest base located within the mountains of Taishu. Upon entering the base, he joined the militia to maintain order, using that role to seek out more people. Always on the lookout for Jiang Ke. When he first encountered her, she was diligently digging a trench outside, her earnestness instantly captivating him. He later discovered that although she spoke little, she possessed a remarkable kindness, nurturing injured birds back to health and leaving scraps for stray dogs rummaging through the trash. He could sense the warmth within her, yet he could not fathom why she always seemed so distant. On the day their contract expired, his plan was to return home to Quanshi, a move that would allow him to care for his elderly relatives while also increasing his chances of seeing Jiang Ke. As Quanshi was closer to Taishu, however, the disaster struck unexpectedly. Searching for someone in a base bustling with hundreds of thousands was akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, persistence bore fruit. Qin gazed deeply into Jiang Ke's eyes. "I mean no harm. I simply wish to know how you have been. But judging by your current state, I can surmise quite a bit." Jiang Ke remained silent, choosing not to divulge the existence of her secret sanctuary. Yet fabricating a story of having been at the base would be easily unraveled. After a moment's contemplation, she opted for honesty. "I haven't been to the base." Quickly shifting the topic, she urged, "Tell me what life in the base is like." Qin understood immediately, refraining from further inquiries as he began to describe life within the base. Chapter 33, Life in the Base. Life for everyone in the base was starkly different from the outside world. Due to the hasty establishment of the base, many facilities were incomplete, requiring collective effort to maintain operations. In this new environment, money lost its significance as a system of labor distribution was implemented. Individuals aged between 16 and 60 were required to participate in work, earning points through labor that could be exchanged for essential goods. For the average citizen, this merely represented a shift in how work was conducted, making adaptation relatively straightforward. Initially, all were diligent in their labors, but gradually discrepancies surfaced. Some individuals enjoyed equivalent or even superior benefits without engaging in work at all, while the majority were crammed into tiny 20-square-meter rooms, sharing tight quarters with dozens of others. Certain individuals resided in spacious, single-occupancy rooms, enjoying areas that spanned several dozen square meters, while everyone else was still sharing communal meals. They were able to indulge in exclusive delicacies. As more and more instances of injustice came to light, waves of protest began to rise. People angrily questioned, why are some allowed to enjoy special privileges? Why do those who labor equally not receive equal rewards? As the clamor of dissent grew louder, the base commander finally stepped forward to explain that those exempt from collective labor included scientists, engineers, and other specialized professionals. They were not devoid of work. They simply did not operate on the front lines. Due to the unique requirements of their positions, their living conditions were necessarily superior. However, this explanation did little to quell the public's outrage. Everyone understood that the number of scientists and engineers was limited, and among those enjoying privileges were evidently many ordinary wealthy individuals. These individuals seemed to evade labor through unknown means, while the base seemed intent on shielding them. The murmurs of discontent gradually morphed into protests, culminating in a large-scale strike. As more individuals joined the strike, normal operations at the base began to falter. Faced with an increasingly dire situation, the authorities were compelled to propose a solution. All individuals of working age must earn points through labor, which could then be exchanged for essential supplies, thereby eradicating any semblance of privilege. Those reported and found guilty of enjoying special privileges would not only have their privileges revoked, but also face double the labor time as punishment. Although this plan temporarily assuaged the anger of the majority, discontent continued to simmer beneath the surface. Some felt the penalties were insufficiently harsh, others feared retaliation for reporting, and still others discovered new loopholes to exploit. The atmosphere of dissatisfaction quietly spread throughout the base, persisting until the extreme heat subsided. Some individuals, having lost faith in the management system, began secretly organizing to escape and seek other sanctuaries. Despite repeated admonitions from the base, people continued to slip away unnoticed. When torrential rains and floods struck, many who had left in haste were swept away by the raging currents before they could return. The relentless downpour lasted over a month, triggering widespread flash floods across the nation. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The extreme heat had accelerated glacial melting, causing seawater to inundate coastal cities, which were completely consumed by the ocean. The eastern province, being predominantly flat, suffered particularly severe devastation, rendering coastal bases uninhabitable, forcing countless survivors to migrate inland. The nearest refuge was the Taisher base, situated at the highest elevation in the eastern province, with its entrance built high enough to remain safe from rising waters. The migrants arrived with their scant belongings, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and hope. A long queue formed at the entrance of the Taisher base, where staff worked tirelessly day and night to register and accommodate the new residents. The already crowded base had to establish new living quarters, with tunnels extending deeper into the mountains. As people gazed out at the still surging floodwaters, they understood that the battle for survival was far from over. Upon entering the base, Qin Chuan joined the militia, primarily responsible for transporting supplies and maintaining order. After the rain ceased, he was dispatched for field work, tasked with guiding the coastal evacuees and rescuing nearby survivors, unexpectedly encountering Jiang Ke once again. This unforeseen reunion stirred ripples in Qin Chuan's heart. During his time at the base, he often thought of this resilient girl and had never abandoned the notion of finding her. Now, at last reunited, he could not restrain himself. Jiang Ke, come back with me to the base. Although the rain had stopped, experts monitored abnormal solar activity after a period of unusual intensity. It now exhibited signs of dimming. They were likely facing prolonged periods of polar night or extreme cold weather. Jiang Ke remained silent, and Qin Chuan's gaze remained fixed on her. Let us go together. I will protect you. Jiang Ke was at a loss for how to respond to such earnestness. From Qin Chuan's description, the conditions at the base were not as ideal as one might imagine. The Taisher base, already limited in space, would become even more cramped with the influx of coastal evacuees. In full view of everyone, utilizing spatial abilities could easily lead to exposure. She had already resolved not to go to the base for the time being, but facing Qin Chuan's fervent gaze, the words of refusal stuck in her throat. Jiang Ke considered herself not devoid of empathy. During their brief interactions, she had felt a spark of affection. Beneath his seemingly carefree exterior, Qin Chuan was perceptive, always attuned to her shifting emotions and adept at bringing her joy. He understood her eccentricities, such as when she rescued an injured bird, and he quietly assisted in building a nest. When she cared for stray dogs, he not only cleaned the hillside daily, but also crafted an automatic feeder to maintain a tidy environment. Despite only spending a week together, they had developed a rare rapport. Jiang Ke mused that had it not been for the natural disaster, they might have truly come together, but now. She raised her head to meet Qin Chuan's hopeful gaze and resolutely uttered her refusal. I'm sorry, Qin Chuan, I cannot go back to the base with you. I have a hiding place that is very safe. No one knows this area better than I do, having grown up in the mountains. Jiang Ke pressed her lips together. Although our time together was brief, I truly consider you a wonderful person and a friend. I hope we both survive, and that we will meet again someday. Hearing these words, the light in Qin Chuan's eyes gradually dimmed. He wished fervently for Jiang Ke to join him, yet understood that such matters could not be forced. As long as you are safe, he quickly composed himself, forcing a light-hearted smile. You look much better than those at the base. Their nutrition might not even match yours. He tactfully refrained from further probing into Jiang Ke's hiding place. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and if she was unwilling to share, he would not pry. Qin Chuan lifted the thermal blanket at the entrance to peer outside. The rain is about to stop. It had been like this lately, with storms coming in waves. Thankfully not as relentless as before. He wrapped himself tighter in the blanket, his tone growing serious. The water level is still rising, and my companions have yet to arrive. If no one comes soon, we will need to relocate to higher ground. Jiang Ke also peered outside, noting the dangerously rising water. Now less than 2 meters from the entrance. Her safe house was not far from here. If she were alone, she could quickly return by kayak. However, with Qin Chuan by her side, it was impractical to return directly. Jiang Ke pondered their next course of action, while Qin Chuan quietly observed her. After searching for so long and finally reuniting, he dreaded the impending separation, wishing time could linger a little longer. Jiang Ke did not speak to persuade him to stay. Perhaps, in her heart, she truly regarded him as merely a friend. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Had it not been for this disaster, he would have undoubtedly persisted in his pursuit. But in the current climate, perhaps the best choice was to refrain from interference. Chapter 34, Relocation. As dusk fell, the risk of remaining any longer became too great. Jiang Ke observed the protruding mountain ridges outside and realized they could effectively block the flow of water. A sudden idea struck her. She decided to retrieve a kayak from her spatial storage, pretending it had been swept away by the flood. With her plan in mind, she handed Qin Chuan a few biscuits to replenish his strength, and once he had finished eating, they began their relocation. While Qin Chuan was momentarily distracted by his biscuit, Jiang Ke cautiously opened a small slit in the blanket and summoned the kayak from the spatial realm with her mind. Qin Chuan, look, Upon hearing Jiang Ke's call, Qin Xuan lifted the blanket and peered down, only to be greeted by the sight of a kayak rushing toward them. The unexpected occurrence elicited an uncontrollable grin from Qin Xuan. What a stroke of luck. Now we don't have to climb up. Quickly grab the rope, lest the current sweeps it away. No sooner had Jiang Ke's words left her lips than Qin Xuan agilely leaped onto the kayak, stabilizing its direction as he called out. You should get dressed properly before coming down. In truth, Jiang Ke had already changed into dry clothes, but to avoid raising Qin Xuan's suspicions, she donned a damp outer garment. Throwing Qin Xuan's wet clothes overboard, she urged, put these on first. Though they're wet, they'd be better than nothing with the thermal blanket. As the temperature continued to drop, they needed to depart swiftly. Jiang Ke intended to first escort Qin Xuan to rejoin his companions before returning alone to the safe house. Once prepared, they set off in the kayak. Following the path of the current, Qin Xuan strained against the flow as he paddled. Although it felt like they had been at it for ages, they had only been swept downstream for about an hour. The fishing boats likely wouldn't travel too far. Upon discovering Qin Xuan's fall, they would surely search in that direction. Jiang Ke estimated they would encounter them soon enough. The water remained turbulent, and their progress against the current was painfully slow. The kayak bobbed on the waves, requiring considerable effort to advance even a short distance. Gazing at the rushing waters ahead, Qin Xuan turned to Jiang Ke and remarked, the current is too strong. Navigating upstream like this is unsafe. If we can't locate them shortly, we should ascend that nearby mountain. There's a cave at the summit, high enough that it won't be submerged anytime soon. After voicing his suggestion, he felt it was somewhat inappropriate, realizing he should have first inquired about Jiang Ke's residence to escort her back. However, asking about her hiding place felt too intrusive. Jiang Ke likely intended to ensure his safety before returning herself, and this realization made Qin Xuan feel he was hindering her. After all, if it weren't for him, Jiang Ke could have returned directly. Noticing Qin Xuan's hesitance, Jiang Ke discerned his concerns. My place isn't far, but I can invite you over. With the increasing number of people fleeing, I apologize for not revealing my location. Jiang Ke's forthrightness relieved Qin Xuan. He smiled and nodded. It's good that you can speak so candidly. Living alone indeed requires vigilance. Don't take unnecessary risks next time. While saving others is important, who can guarantee that those we help aren't ungrateful? Jiang Ke understood this was Qin Xuan's way of showing concern. In truth, if she were an adult, she would have never intervened. It was only children who could soften her heart. She silently resolved to put away her drone upon returning and refrain from recklessly exploring again, lest she find herself entangled in similar predicaments. After some discussion, they ultimately decided to first return Qin Xuan to the rescue boat. The kayak turned awkwardly in the churning waters, gradually making its way toward the direction where they might encounter the fishing boat. As darkness enveloped the sky, the rescue vessel would hasten back to base once night fell. Should they miss it, Qin Xuan would have to spend the night outdoors. Jiang Ke learned from Qin Xuan that this area was relatively remote and that they had not intended to come here. They were only drawn by a father who had been swept downstream and rescued, pleading for them to save his daughter. So, that little girl, she must be the one we're searching for. After her father was rescued, he reported her location, begging us to save his daughter. Jiang Ke pondered aloud. But why didn't her father come along? Qin Xuan paused, momentarily taken aback by her question, and explained, he lost consciousness after being rescued. He had several severe injuries and was taken back to base for treatment with the other rescue boats. I continued the search with my companions in another boat. Following the father's directions, I never expected to encounter you. As Qin Xuan spoke, his tone grew somber, but Jiang Ke, preoccupied with the well-being of the child's family, failed to notice the shift in his demeanor. Learning that the child still had family left her genuinely relieved. Living was paramount, and a child so young should not be left without care. Qin Xuan remained silent, withholding the fact that the father had suffered a lung puncture from a sharp branch and had several broken ribs. The only reason he managed to cling to life until rescue was his concern for his daughter. Given the current medical capabilities at the base, it would likely be a challenge to save him. Qin Xuan wished to shield Jiang Ke from such harsh realities, since she had chosen not to go to the base. He preferred that she not become entangled in these matters. The base saw many deaths daily, with numerous children becoming orphans. Qin Xuan had become numb to such tragedies, whereas Jiang Ke had not encountered these cruel realities, and he did not want to burden her with the psychological weight. Observing Jiang Ke's clear eyes, he couldn't help but worry that her kindness might be exploited. In this apocalyptic world, compassion often equated to peril. He felt compelled to caution her. In the wake of extreme heat, the base has seen a significant rise in missing persons. Initially, we assumed they had escaped, but later it became evident that something was amiss. There are organized groups abducting individuals. While their motives remain unclear, those taken likely face dire fates. Jiang Ke exclaimed in shock, does the base not intervene? They are overwhelmed, Qin Chuan shook his head. Many cults recruit members offline, and after organizing group activities, entire batches of people vanish. Some simply disappear on their way to and from work. After a brief pause, he added, "Your choice not to go to the base may be the right one." The sound of the oars cutting through the night resonated as Qin Chuan turned to Jiang Ke. "But you must exercise even greater caution living alone. Those who have made the long trek to this place are not ordinary. If they discover your whereabouts, it could lead to complications." Jiang Ke's expression turned grave as she nodded. She had intended to refrain from venturing out again, but she had not anticipated the situation's severity. From Qin Chuan's words, it became clear that not only were there many fleeing outsiders, but also individuals escaping from the base. Even this secluded area was attracting attention. It seemed that things would only become more chaotic in the future. It appeared she would need to further conceal the entrance to her cave upon returning. Chapter 35, A Night in the Cave. The two of them exerted themselves as they paddled the kayak, yet after a lengthy struggle, they still had not caught sight of the rescue boat. Darkness had fully descended, and Qin Chuan's expression turned serious as he gazed into the distance. "We can't go any further. The current ahead is too fierce, and navigating at night is perilous." He tightened his grip on the paddle and changed direction. "I'll first take you to a location near your residence. It's too unsafe for you to accompany me." Jiang Ke found herself pondering this dilemma as well. With the night deepening and temperatures plummeting, if they missed the rescue boat, they would need to find temporary shelter promptly. Although she could directly return to the safe house, she could not abandon Qin Chuan to fend for himself. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ke pointed toward the mountain Qin Chuan had mentioned earlier. "Let us head to that cave first. Once you're settled, we can strategize our next move." Resolute, they began to paddle back, moving downstream, which required considerably less effort. The night was thick with darkness, and they failed to notice the protruding rocks ahead in time. The kayak suddenly collided with the stones. "Watch out." The abrupt impact hurled Jiang Ke into the water. Quick as a flash, Qin Chuan seized her arm, narrowly pulling her back onto the kayak from the rushing current. Still shaken, Jiang Ke coughed up a few mouthfuls of water, and Qin Chuan gently patted her back, but his expression shifted abruptly. "Jiang Ke, look." Following his gaze, Jiang Ke gasped as she realized they were perilously close to a cliff, the very place she had nearly fallen. They had been retracing their steps along the same route they had come, so how could there be a cliff? Jiang Ke strained to recall, and it seemed there had been a fork in the path. The darkness and rushing waters had caused them to veer off course. She quickly relayed her thoughts to Qin Chuan, who then remembered as well. They promptly turned the kayak around, paddling vigorously against the current. Jiang Ke raised her flashlight, using its beam to carefully navigate the waterway ahead. It wasn't long before they reached the fork, confirming that they had indeed taken a wrong turn earlier. As they rounded the bend, gliding downstream became significantly easier. "Look." Jiang Ke directed the beam of her flashlight towards the mountainside not far ahead, illuminating the location Qin Chuan had mentioned. Qin Chuan raised his head for a closer inspection and confirmed that it was indeed the right spot. Just then, the rain began to patter down again, and he quickly advised Jiang Ke, "Hold on tight. We need to pick up the pace." With their objective in sight, the duo paddled vigorously and soon reached their destination. They secured the kayak firmly to a protruding rock, tying it down securely at all four corners. They began to climb upwards. The dimming light and the rain-soaked terrain made the ascent somewhat challenging. Fortunately, both were in good physical condition, and before long, they had scaled the slope. Just as they reached the top, Jiang Ke was about to extend her hand to pull Qin Chuan up when a flash of lightning split the night sky, momentarily illuminating the cave. To her astonishment, she discerned figures ahead. Her heart nearly stopped as Qin Chuan nimbly climbed up beside her, asking, "What's the matter? Get inside. It's pouring out here." Jiang Ke, still shaken, raised the flashlight to peer into the depths of the cave. Her voice taut, "There are people." Qin Chuan immediately grasped her hand and followed the light. In the corner of the cave, three figures huddled together, 2 adults and a child, squinting against the blinding light. "Who are you?" one of the men asked cautiously. Upon realizing it was a family, the tension eased slightly. Qin Chuan responded with calm assurance, "We are from the base patrol team, here to assist those stranded outside. The rain is too heavy tonight, so we intend to take shelter here. We mean no harm." The cave was spacious, and the man's tone softened. "You can rest on the other side." Qin Chuan led Jiang Ke to a corner opposite them. This cave, approximately 20 square meters, was far more spacious than the one they had encountered during the day. As Jiang Ke surveyed her surroundings, the man spoke up again. "We are on our way to the base from the coast. We got separated from our companions during the storm a couple of days ago. Since you're from the base, could you take us along?" While clearing debris from the ground, Qin Chuan replied, "Of course. Many compatriots have come from the coast recently, and rescue boats have been dispatched. However, today's boats are fully booked, so we will stay here for the night and depart together when the boats arrive tomorrow." After clearing a resting area, they sat down side by side. The cave's occupants engaged in intermittent conversation, with the man probing for information about the base, to which Qin Chuan only offered trivial responses. After a brief moment, the little boy murmured, "Mom, I'm hungry." Just as Jiang Ke was about to speak, Qin Chuan discreetly squeezed her arm and shook his head gently. The boy's mother patted his head, her voice weary, "Just hold on a bit longer. There will be food when we reach the base tomorrow." Noticing the couple's silence, the boy's father turned to Qin Chuan, his tone laden with feigned urgency. "I'm so sorry, but the child can't endure any longer. We adults can manage, but if you have any food to spare for the child, we would be very grateful." Qin Chuan displayed a troubled expression. "I'm afraid we genuinely have no food left. We only have this half bottle of water." He gestured for Jiang Ke to retrieve it. Understanding his cue, Jiang Ke produced the nearly empty water bottle from her bag and handed it over. Qin Chuan took it and presented it to the man. "We hadn't planned to spend the night outside, hence we came unprepared with food. Just let the child drink some water for now." The man accepted the water bottle with a thank you and turned to give it to the child. The family expressed their gratitude, but in the dim light, their smiles seemed forced, as if they were merely putting on a facade. The child sipped from the bottle, yet his gaze frequently darted over the rim, scrutinizing Jiang Ke and Qin Chuan. As night deepened, Jiang Ke remained oblivious to the subtle unease. But Qin Chuan keenly sensed something was amiss. He quietly shifted closer to Jiang Ke, his shoulder brushing against her arm, and whispered softly, "Be cautious of those three. Don't take anything else. Let us huddle together for warmth. You should rest first while I keep watch for the first half of the night." Jiang Ke understood the necessity for vigilance in such unfamiliar company and nodded in agreement. She closed her eyes, leaning against Qin Chuan's shoulder, ready to steal a moment of rest. She had thought she would find it difficult to sleep in such an alien environment. Yet the sound of the rain outside and the reassuring warmth beside her lulled her into a deep slumber. Chapter 36. Peril in the Cave. Jiang Ke awoke at dawn. The rain having ceased, she discovered that Qin Chuan had draped his coat over her, though he bore an unmistakable fatigue on his face. "Why didn't you wake me?" she inquired softly. Qin Chuan rubbed his weary eyes. "I didn't have the heart to disturb your deep sleep." After a night without rest compounded by the physical exertion from the previous day, he was indeed worn out. Jiang Ke urged him to rest quickly, agreeing that they would set off towards the base once it became a bit brighter. If they encountered a rescue boat, that would be ideal. Otherwise, they would head directly to the base entrance. The kayak they had brought was rated for 4 people, but accommodating 4 adults would prove somewhat cramped, especially with a child in tow. Leaning in close to Jiang Ke, Qin Chuan whispered a warning about the family opposite them, urging her not to take their words at face value before closing his eyes to sleep. Jiang Ke, too, sensed something was off. According to the family's account, they had been swept away by a storm en route to the base and had been adrift for 3 days. Yet how could they have the strength to climb into this cave nearly 3 meters high? Even she and Qin Chuan had struggled during their ascent, and they were without a child. Upon reflection, it was clear that in this apocalyptic world, everyone harbored secrets. Given their chance encounter, it was understandable that the family might be reluctant to divulge the entire truth. Nonetheless, Jiang Ke was resolute in her desire not to travel with them. She simply hoped the rescue boat would arrive soon. The watch she had worn when they fell into the water had been washed away, leaving her to estimate the time through the faint light streaming into the cave, likely around 5 or 6 o'clock. The family of 3, with the child and mother wrapped in a thin blanket, were still asleep, while the man stood at the cave entrance, scanning the surroundings. Jiang Ke did not engage with him. They maintained a tacit distance, each absorbed in their tasks. Diving into her own thoughts, Jiang Ke focused on selecting lightweight self-defense items. 2 bottles of pepper spray and a fruit knife were discreetly transferred into her backpack. Recalling Qin Chuan's remark that gold remained a valuable currency at the base, she added a few gold nuggets into a hidden compartment. She methodically packed compressed biscuits, common medications, and a durable flashlight, piece by piece. This backpack was intended for Qin Chuan. Though their acquaintance had been brief, she already considered him a rare confidant. Each item chosen was practical and unobtrusive. This was all she could do. As she gazed at Qin Chuan's sleeping profile, she found herself wishing that time would slow down. Outside the cave, the dawn light began to brighten, signaling the arrival of a new day. The man noticed the kayak below the cliff and initiated a conversation with Jiang Ke, inquiring about the precise location of the base, its distance, and the expected arrival time of the rescue boats. Jiang Ke provided only vague responses. The exchange woke Qin Chuan, and at that moment, the mother and child on the opposite side also stirred. In the morning light, Jiang Ke finally discerned the features of the 3 individuals. The man, though not tall, possessed a robust physique, and a scar on his left cheek added a menacing quality to his demeanor. The child, approximately 5 or 6 years old, had hair of a yellowish hue and eyes that darted about with cleverness. The child's mother, with an elongated face and slanted eyes, exuded an air of shrewdness that inexplicably unsettled Jiang Ke. Once everyone regained their senses, Qin Chuan elucidated, the rescue boat follows a fixed route, with a regular departure schedule. We simply need to wait along the designated path to return to the base. The man furrowed his brow in confusion, inquiring, why not just paddle a kayak directly? Qin Chuan replied, the kayak cannot accommodate so many people, and the currents leading to the base are too treacherous. It would be unsafe to take you along. His intention was for Jiang Ke and himself to wait for the rescue boat first, and then return with the vessel to collect the others. However, the boy's mother interjected with a suggestion, why don't the two men go? We women and children can stay in the cave and wait. Both Jiang Ke and Qin Chuan fell silent. Qin Chuan was adamantly opposed to leaving Jiang Ke alone with strangers, while Jiang Ke equally felt uneasy about allowing him to be alone with the man. Should any mishap occur on the kayak, there would be no one to provide assistance. A subtle tension enveloped the cave as Qin Chuan and Jiang Ke exchanged glances. He spoke in a low voice, as partners, we are more attuned to each other's rhythm. It would be safer for your family to wait here. I have some drinking water in my backpack that I can leave with you for your convenience. The man quickly countered, what if you don't return? We are rescue team members, Qin Chuan asserted with unwavering resolve. It is our duty to rescue those in need. We will never abandon anyone. The woman, sensing the escalating tension, hastily intervened with a conciliatory tone. Oh, we certainly trust you both. We were merely considering that two men are stronger and would be better equipped to handle the swift currents. My child and I can conserve our energy by waiting here with this young lady, can't we? As she spoke, she leaned affectionately towards Jiang Ke. Just as Qin Chuan was about to retort, Jiang Ke gently grasped his arm, speaking first, we will definitely return for you. If it truly concerns you, I can leave my backpack as collateral. Noting Qin Chuan's disapproving gaze, Jiang Ke subtly shook her head and continued addressing the family. The backpack contains essential supplies. You may inspect it. You can return it to me when we come back to fetch you. The family turned away to discuss quietly for a moment before ultimately agreeing to inspect the contents of the backpack. Jiang Ke readily tossed it over, having discreetly swapped out the crucial items during their earlier conversation. They caught the bag and opened it to find not only the items she had previously retrieved, but also some medications, including bandages, hemostatic sticks, anti-inflammatory drugs, and antibiotics, extremely valuable medical supplies in their current predicament. After a brief huddle, the three finally consented to allow Jiang Ke and Qin Chuan to proceed to the rescue boat. Jiang Ke breathed a sigh of relief. This was the most prudent resolution she could conceive. Yet, Qin Chuan remained dissatisfied. The kayak was originally theirs, and had they not fortuitously stumbled upon this family, they might have been trapped for an indefinite period. Now, they were negotiating terms. Let us not complicate matters further. Jiang Ke softly urged, we can discuss this after we leave. Although Qin Chuan was reluctant to concede, he ultimately swallowed his objections. Just as it seemed everything was settled, the little boy suddenly rushed over, grabbing Jiang Ke's hand, and, with a cherubic voice, pleaded, sister, you must come back. Hearing the innocent tone, Jiang Ke's heart softened, and she crouched down to gently pat the boy's head, reassuring him, be good and wait here. Brother and sister will return soon with treats for you. As she prepared to rise, the boy's expression abruptly twisted into something fierce. A glint of cold steel flashed from his sleeve, and a dagger lunged toward Jiang Ke's heart. Watch out! Qin Chuan shouted sharply, launching himself to kick the boy away, but it was too late. Jiang Ke watched in horror as the blade pierced her chest, a searing pain engulfing her being. Qin Chuan caught her limp form, his voice trembling. Jiang Ke? As her vision began to blur, Jiang Ke could scarcely fathom that she would fall victim to a child. A wave of fierce resentment surged within her. She fought to remain conscious, but could only faintly perceive Qin Chuan grappling with the three assailants before succumbing entirely to darkness. Chapter 37. Return to the safe house. Blood soaked through the beads around her wrist, and suddenly, the spatial barrier quivered, causing Jiang Ke's body to vanish from the cave. After Qin Chuan subdued the three assailants, he discovered Jiang Ke had inexplicably disappeared. Meanwhile, Jiang Ke felt her body become inexplicably light, as though she were submerged in warm water. After an indeterminate period, she slowly opened her eyes. Above her stretched a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, and she found herself reclining in a fragrant meadow. Where was this? Confounded. Jiang Ke propped herself up, recalling vividly the moment she was stabbed in the chest. Was this the afterlife? Instinctively, she touched the wound, only to find a faint pink scar remaining. A sharp pinch on her thigh elicited a gasp. She was indeed alive. But why had she ended up in this unfamiliar expanse? In the distance, verdant mountains stretched, adorned with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. This was a scene reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. She stood up and surveyed her surroundings. The grassy plain extended to the horizon, fruit trees dotted the landscape, and streams babbled softly, devoid of any traces of the calamity that had ravaged their world. This was not the base. She saw no signs of civilization. With a multitude of questions swirling in her mind, Jiang Ke began to explore this mysterious realm. As she walked, she attempted to connect with the spatial essence, but encountered no response. Pausing, she focused her gaze on the beads around her wrist. The moment her fingertip made contact with the bead, her consciousness was abruptly drawn into it. This time, the spatial experience bore significant differences. The once misty barrier had transformed into flowing ripples of water. Tentatively, she extended her consciousness, only to be engulfed by a powerful suction. When she opened her eyes again, she still stood in the meadow. What was happening? The series of anomalies had surpassed her comprehension. The sense of disorientation was even more profound than when she first discovered the spatial realm. She began to question whether she was truly alive and if this was still Earth. With more questions than answers, she placed her hand on the beads once more, this time closing her eyes and concentrating deeply on the changes in the space. Remarkably, as her consciousness lingered in the stillness, she found that she could simultaneously perceive two locations. One part of her awareness connected to her current body in the meadow, while another distinctly sensed the happenings in the cave. A bold thought flickered through her mind. Could she return? Confirming that the cave was empty, she concentrated her intent on attempting to go back. When she opened her eyes again, the damp rock walls and familiar scents enveloped her. She had indeed returned to the cave. At that moment, the cave was deserted, save for the bloodstains marring the ground. Jiang Ke anxiously scanned her surroundings and suddenly noticed the inscriptions etched into the rock wall. Approaching to examine them closely, she recognized it was Qin Chuan's handwriting. Jiang, I don't know if you can still see these words. I'm fine, don't worry. I took your backpack for now. If we meet again, I will personally return it to you. The 3 individuals have been dealt with. They won't trouble you again. I hope to see you again. Upon reading this message, Jiang Ke understood that Qin Chuan, having witnessed her sudden disappearance, might have surmised something. He not only neutralized the 3 threats, but also thoughtfully took away items that could expose her secrets. Though he was unaware of her fate, he still carved these words with a glimmer of hope. Her fingertips grazed the cold engravings, and Jiang Ke pondered whether Qin Chuan would ever return to this cave. She had no intention of leaving a reply. Since she could not reciprocate his feelings, it was perhaps best for him to believe she no longer existed. The mysteries of the spatial realm could be explored at a later time. For now, it was time to return to the safe house. Jiang Ke raised her gaze to the sky, estimating it to be around midday. The rain had ceased, presenting an opportune moment for her return. She was uncertain of the duration of her unconsciousness, yet at this moment, a gnawing hunger plagued her. Retrieving a steaming box of rice from her spatial storage, she devoured it ravenously, feeling her strength replenish significantly before preparing to set off. The water level had risen once more, now only a meter away from the cave entrance. It was likely that this place would soon be submerged. Jiang Ke retrieved a new kayak from her space and deftly leapt aboard. These inflatable kayaks were inexpensive, and she had stockpiled over a dozen of them, not anticipating such swift consumption. The return journey was downstream, making it considerably easier to paddle. Jiang Ke remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings, yet detected no signs of life. Remembering Qin Chuan's words about the increasing number of people fleeing, many opting to abandon the base, she felt a heightened sense of caution despite her secluded location, as traces of humanity had begun to appear nearby. Before long, Jiang Ke found herself back in familiar waters. After confirming her solitude, she skillfully stowed the kayak and began her ascent. The temperature had noticeably dropped, a sensation she had already sensed while in the cave. She had wisely donned a thick down jacket, along with a cotton hat and gloves. The rock face was coated in a thin layer of ice, rendering it treacherously slick. Jiang Ke was acutely aware that the harsh winter was truly upon them. The water level now lapped at a height equivalent to 2 stories beneath the safety house. Fortunately, the distance had decreased, or else, given the current icy conditions, she would have found it impossible to ascend. During her climb, she slipped several times, breaking into a cold sweat, but ultimately reached her destination without incident. The entrance was cloaked in frost, providing a natural camouflage. Had she not been intimately familiar with the area, she would have been unable to discern the door's location. After once again ensuring she was not being followed, Jiang Ke swiftly opened the door and entered the safety house. She meticulously locked each security door in succession, and when the final heavy metal door clicked shut, she leaned against it, exhaling a long breath of relief. Upon activating the ceiling light, the familiar illumination flooded the room, and she trudged into the living area. Gazing at the well-known furnishings, a sense of unreality washing over her. Though she had only been away for a brief period, it felt as though she had embarked on an epic adventure. Changing into comfortable loungewear, she collapsed onto the bed, unwilling to contemplate anything, the secrets of her spatial storage. Qin Chuan's safety, the looming crises, all were cast aside. At this moment, she craved nothing more than a thorough rest. Uncertain of how long she had slept, a pang of hunger in her stomach roused her. Groping for her phone on the bedside table, she was taken aback as the screen illuminated. December 31st, 11:16. December 31st? Jiang Ke shot upright, vividly recalling that she had departed from the safety house on December 26th. Even accounting for her nights spent in the cave and the return journey, it should not have exceeded 3 days. Having spent a night outside, and then re-entering from her spatial storage, an astonishing 5 days had passed. She had not anticipated such an extended duration. Panic surged within her as she thought of Xiaomi. She dashed out of the bedroom to find Xiaomi sitting calmly at the door, leisurely licking its paws. Upon seeing its owner, it immediately perked up, tail erect, rubbing against her pant leg and emitting a plaintive purr. "I'm so sorry." Jiang Ke knelt to gently stroke the cat's head, remorseful for leaving it alone for so long. The warmth of its fur was palpable as the little cat eagerly nudged its head into her palm. Moving to the corner of the living room, she noticed a tear in the cat food bag, nearly half of the contents gone. Jiang Ke scooped up Xiaomi, delighting in its cleverness. "You've done so well finding your own food." A glance at the litter box revealed it was completely full. Although Jiang Ke had been away these past few days, Xiaomi had taken excellent care of itself. Continuously stroking the cat, she asked, "You're not thirsty, are you? How have you managed to drink water?" Xiaomi jumped down and approached the kitchen, scratching at the basin where water was left to settle for watering plants. Gazing at the fluffy creature, Jiang Ke suddenly felt a profound sense of satisfaction akin to witnessing her child grow. She opened a tin of cat food as a reward, and seeing Xiaomi's eager demeanor, she couldn't resist giving its round head another affectionate rub. After tidying the litter box and freshening up, Jiang Ke retrieved a steaming pancake and a cup of soy milk from her spatial storage, sitting down at the dining table to savor her meal. Having been away for so long, her thoughts drifted to the crops in the planting room. After finishing her meal, she made her way to the planting room, discovering that the hydroponic vegetables were nearly dried out, with some leaves wilting. The soil-grown plants fared slightly better, though they appeared a bit droopy. A few water-loving flowers on the windowsill had not survived, but the remaining ones were resiliently thriving. This was far better than she had anticipated, Jiang Ke thought. Relieved that it was still manageable, she promptly watered the plants and the greenery scattered throughout the house. Once these tasks were completed, she finally had the peace of mind to delve into the mysterious changes within her spatial storage. Chapter 38, The Mysterious Space. Jiang Ke refocused her thoughts, allowing her consciousness to immerse into the space. As she touched the undulating water-like boundary, the familiar gravitational pull enveloped her, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself standing amidst a verdant meadow. Instinctively, she touched her face and pulled out her phone from her pocket. The chilling sensation confirmed her entire being had indeed entered. The phone screen lit up, showing no signal, yet basic functions remained intact. She surveyed her surroundings anew. Above her was a cerulean sky, and beneath her feet, dew-kissed grass. Plucking a blade of grass, she inhaled the plant's unique, refreshing aroma. As she crouched down, she observed several ants busily scurrying among the roots. This place felt so authentic it was disorienting. Could this be the fabled utopia, a paradise untouched by the world? Jiang Ke, filled with questions, began to explore. Standing in knee-high grass, she walked a short distance forward, noticing what appeared to be buildings in the distance. She retrieved her vehicle from her spatial storage and drove slowly towards it. The terrain was flat and the vegetation lush, yet she hadn't encountered any large animals. Jiang Ke mused that it would be splendid to raise cattle and sheep in such a place. After driving for about a kilometer, she came upon a narrow stream, approximately 7 to 8 meters wide. Stopping the car, she stored it away and approached the water's edge for a closer inspection. To her surprise, fish were swimming in the crystal-clear water, deepening her suspicion that this place might be connected to some part of Earth. Not wishing to wade through the water, Jiang Ke decided to follow the stream on foot. Wildflowers bloomed along the banks, creating a picturesque scene. She walked while snapping photos with her phone to document the beauty. Who would have thought that beneath the calamities of nature, such a pristine haven still existed? Jiang Ke strolled along the riverbank for about 500 meters, noticing the stream narrowing and revealing numerous stones on the riverbed. She stepped carefully across these stones to the other side. On the opposite bank, a pebbled path emerged, overgrown with weeds from years of neglect. At the path's end stood a stone house, surrounded by a wooden fence, most of which had decayed and collapsed. Jiang Ke's heart raced. She longed for someone to answer her questions, yet an undercurrent of unease gripped her. Following the pebbled path to its terminus, she arrived at the stone house. Her heart raced even faster as she called out, "Hello, "Is anyone there?" No reply came. "Is anyone there?" she repeated, but still. Silence enveloped her. With trepidation, Jiang Ke pushed open the gate and stepped into the yard. In the center of the yard, a path of small stones meandered, flanked by overgrown weeds obscuring its original form. The stone house, constructed of rock, had windows and doors made of wood, now somewhat rotten. In the desolate fields stood a solitary cottage, and Jiang Ke lifted her gaze to the azure sky adorned with drifting white clouds. Were it a dreary, rainy day, she would never dare to enter. One could never tell if a zombie might leap forth from some hidden corner. Fortunately, the sun blazed fiercely now, radiating ample yang energy. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the creaking wooden door. As the door swung wide, a pungent odor of decaying wood assailed her senses, though thankfully, no other unpleasant smells lingered. Jiang Ke surveyed the interior, which was approximately 30 square meters, furnished in a rather simplistic manner. To her right upon entering stood a stone table, presumably for dining. To the left lay a rudimentary wooden bed, its straw matting frayed and worn. She circled the room, noting that most of the belongings had succumbed to decay, yielding no useful clues. Exiting the cottage, she noticed remnants of what appeared to have been a shelter in the courtyard, now reduced to a solitary standing post. As she ventured around the back of the house, she discovered a stone standing there. After clearing the surrounding weeds, she was pleasantly surprised to find inscriptions carved into the stone. This revelation filled Jiang Ke with excitement. Bending down, she began to decipher the characters, astonished to realize they were traditional Chinese characters. With a mixture of guesswork and intuition, she managed to glean the essence of the inscription. It detailed how, during the War of Resistance, a teacher's family had perished in an explosion. Consumed by grief and indignation, he enlisted, only to be wounded by the enemy in battle. When he next awoke, he found himself in this very place, his wounds healed, save for a fragment of a meteorite lodged in his chest, now shattered into several pieces. He surmised that this stone had saved his life. Here, much like the outside world, the sun rose and set, with a temperate climate that resembled a paradise untouched. He yearned to escape, to bring his suffering compatriots here to seek refuge, yet he could find no exit. For 20 years, he traversed every corner of this realm, only to discover that he could venture no farther than 10 miles before losing his way and inevitably returning to the same spot. Foreseeing the end of his days, he erected this monument, preparing a grave in hopes that someone would eventually return him to his homeland. Startled, Jiang Ke leapt away from the earthen mound, suddenly aware that she had been standing atop a grave. "My apologies," she exclaimed, bowing several times in respect. The inscription mentioned that beneath the stone lay records of his years, along with his biography and hometown address, hoping that future generations might find it useful. Having read this, Jiang Ke's curiosities were only partially satisfied. It appeared that the manner in which this elder had entered this space differed from her own. She could traverse freely, while he remained eternally ensnared. Contemplating the elder's immediate concern for his comrades amidst the chaos of war, she felt a pang of guilt. In her own perilous moments, her foremost thoughts had solely been of self-preservation. Given that the area teemed with insects and small creatures, perhaps it was possible to bring living beings into this haven as well. This notion plunged her into deep contemplation. If such a possibility existed, should she bring others here? She chose to set aside this complex dilemma, resolving to experiment later. Jiang Ke bowed once more at the grave, retrieving a shovel from her space, and began to carefully excavate in front of the monument. After digging approximately half a meter deep, the tip of her shovel struck a wooden box. Upon opening it, she discovered it filled with wooden tablets inscribed with charcoal, some of which were damaged. Fortunately, the stone bore the elder's name and address. To her astonishment, he hailed from the eastern province, a detail she suspected was no mere coincidence. Perhaps there existed a connection between the meteorite and her beads. Once the calamity had passed, she vowed to return the elder to his homeland for a proper burial, allowing him to rest in peace. Jiang Ke secured the wooden box and glanced up at the sky. The clouds drifted lazily, and the breeze felt refreshing against her face. This place indeed held the promise of a peaceful existence. As she pondered the beads, she mused that they might serve as a conduit between the outside world and this sanctuary. Alone in this realm, she could not sense the state of her safe house. Yet within the beads' space, she could simultaneously perceive the stirrings of both sides. The beads were evidently not a natural formation. The intricately carved patterns suggested they had been meticulously crafted by human hands. Could they have originated from an extraterrestrial civilization? Or perhaps been fashioned by a powerful being who created an independent space, with the existence of both a static realm and a paradise? She found it increasingly difficult to dismiss the suggestion of supernatural phenomena. Her capacity for acceptance had markedly increased, had the elder not passed away. She might have even entertained the notion that residing here could confer immortality, given how swiftly his grievous wounds had healed. A sudden thought struck her. Could recovery occur at an accelerated pace within this realm? She yearned to test this theory, but hesitated to inflict harm upon herself. Perhaps later. She reassured herself, there is ample time ahead. Glancing at her phone, she noted that it was nearing noon. The day had remained overcast, the sun refusing to reveal itself. She could not discern whether she was in the southern or northern hemisphere. If only her geographical knowledge were sufficient to ascertain her precise location. There was no rush. She would take her time. Having wandered all morning, hunger gnawed at her. She resolved to return to her safe house before contemplating anything further. Chapter 39. The Arrival of New Year's Day. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Ke first checked the clock on the wall against her phone, noting that the date and time were in perfect synchrony, suggesting that the flow of time in both realms was aligned. Standing before the mirror, she scrutinized her reflection, unable to suppress the doubt that whispered, "Is this truly me?" What if she had slipped into a coma after an injury and everything she experienced was but a figment of her imagination? Or perhaps she was merely a string of code crafted by an alien civilization. Pinching her cheek with force, a sharp sensation jolted her back to reality. Yet, everything felt so vivid. The more she pondered, the more her head throbbed, and her stomach grumbled in protest. Jiang Ke decided to fill her belly first. From her space, she retrieved a portion of sautéed bamboo shoots, a bowl of rice, and a bowl of tomato egg drop soup, relishing the warm meal. There was an overwhelming amount to digest mentally lately. Her mind felt as though it might short-circuit. Resolute, she washed the dishes and promptly tidied the table, swept the floor, and mopped. Listening to music, she allowed her thoughts to drift away, feeling a sense of ease wash over her. After refreshing the water for the potted plants in the living room, she changed the sofa covers and bedsheets to clean ones. Once she had finished tidying up, the room was revitalized, and she was left sweating from her exertions. The basement's temperature control system had long been shut off due to its excessive consumption of fuel and electricity. Now, only the ventilation systems in a few rooms continued to operate. The thermometer on the wall indicated a comfortable 18 degrees Celsius indoors, while not overly warm. She had worked up a sweat after an afternoon of activity. Jiang Ke changed out of her damp clothes and collapsed onto the sofa to rest. The effort it took to organize the room had been exhausting, and the thought of the desolate land in her space, stretching 10 miles in every direction, made her wonder how long it would take to clear it all by hand. She couldn't help but lament not having procured a lawnmower earlier. While resting, she recalled her attempts to bring living creatures into her space. She had tried several times with a potted plant, all to no avail. It then dawned on her that the transition must occur via the static realm, which could only accommodate non-living entities. It seemed that little me would not be able to accompany her into that realm. However, that was of little concern. She could always make trips back and forth to keep the little creature company. She then experimented with bringing back items from that world. While she could transport the grass she plucked, capturing a butterfly proved impossible. At that moment, she remembered the various seeds she had stored in the static realm. If she could sow them there, it would be absolutely perfect. The more she contemplated, the more it felt akin to playing a farming simulation game, transforming into a real-life rendition of The Sims. This thought brought her a sense of liberation, even if she were merely a string of code experiencing life. She was determined to live it to the fullest, without regrets. Having come to this realization, Jiang Ke's gaze hardened with resolve. She planned to cultivate more grains within the paradise, as they might prove invaluable once the calamity came to an end. After thoroughly cleaning the safe house, she resolved to dedicate her forthcoming energy to cultivating that new realm. It was only when she checked the calendar that evening that she realized it was already December 31st. The year 2034 was drawing to a close, ushering in 2035. Jiang Ke was born in 2008, during the golden era of Huagua's rapid ascent. From her earliest memories, she had witnessed a prosperous nation standing tall at the pinnacle of the world. Now, as the country faced such severe natural disasters, she could only hope for the calamities to cease swiftly, allowing Huagua to reclaim its former glory. Celebrating alone necessitated a sense of ritual. Reflecting on her survival against the odds and the unexpected acquisition of her own paradise, Jiang Ke decided to prepare a few dishes to commemorate the occasion. She retrieved ribs and prawns from her space. In the Eastern Province, a festive banquet table is never complete without chicken, fish, ribs, and prawns, alongside dumplings symbolizing reunion. Since she could not consume too much alone, she opted for only ribs and prawns. After pondering the preparation methods, she decided on a dish of tender, flavorful steamed ribs and a delightfully crispy typhoon shelter-style fried prawns, both of which were delectable yet simple to execute. She began by soaking the ribs to remove the blood, then proceeded to prepare the accompaniments. Jiang Ke deftly peeled a potato and a sweet potato, cutting them into chunks to serve as a base in the dish. Next, she drained the soaked ribs, adding shredded scallions and ginger, and drizzling them with light and dark soy sauce for color and flavor enhancement. She preferred to sauté the Jiang, fermented broad bean paste, before using it, as mixing it directly would impart an overly strong raw bean flavor, which she found unpalatable. Although it had been a while since she had cooked, these essential steps were etched in her memory, undiminished. She added the fragrant Jiang to the ribs, mixing them thoroughly by hand before sprinkling in steaming meat powder to ensure each rib was evenly coated. Finally, she arranged the ribs neatly atop the accompaniments and set them in the steamer. Next, she began preparing the prawns, meticulously trimming away the whiskers and legs, and carefully deveining each one. She executed this task with utmost seriousness. As she immersed herself in her beloved culinary pursuits, the fatigue that had enveloped her seemed to dissipate. The clean prawns were tossed with scallion shreds, ginger slices, and a pinch of salt for marination. After marinating, she lightly dusted the prawns with a layer of starch, which would ensure a crispy exterior and tender interior when fried. Heating oil in the pan, she fried the prawns until they held their shape, gently turning them as needed. The kitchen soon filled with the enticing aromas of steaming ribs and frying prawns. Xiaomi, drawn by the delightful scents, peeked curiously from the doorway. Fearing the oil might splatter, Jiang Ke quickly scooped it up and shut the kitchen door firmly. In no time, the prawns turned a golden hue, their edges slightly charred. She swiftly removed them from the oil and sampled one, perfectly cooked, crispy, and delicious. Leaving a small amount of oil in the pan, she added the typhoon shelter seasoning and sautéed it over low heat until fragrant, then tossed in the fried prawns, stirring quickly to combine. In an instant, a plate of golden, alluring typhoon shelter prawns was ready. At that moment, the steamed ribs were also done, filling the kitchen with an appetizing aroma. Jiang Ke's stomach growled in response, and she eagerly set the table for her meal. She retrieved a plate of 3 flavored dumplings from her space and, after a moment's thought, added a bottle of beer. Although she was not particularly fond of alcohol, on this day, she felt compelled to indulge in a drink. She turned on the projector and selected a festive comedy, beginning to eat while watching. As she laughed at the heartwarming scenes of reunion portrayed in the film, she couldn't help but chuckle aloud. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though she had returned to those serene and cozy nights before the disaster. Yet, as her laughter echoed, an emptiness suddenly settled in her heart. She thought of her friends who had gone missing, of Xiaoyan and her baby, and of Qin Chuan, wondering how they were faring now. Chapter 40, Clearing the Courtyard. In her dream, the New Year's bells chimed, and the sky was adorned with dazzling fireworks. Upon awakening, Jiang Ke found it was already 9 in the morning. Feeling invigorated after a restful night, she resolved to officially begin crafting her own paradise starting today. After ensuring Xiaomi was well fed, she vanished in an instant, entirely unmindful of the shock her sudden disappearance might cause the little cat. Xiaomi, bewildered, rubbed its eyes. Meow. Now in an alternate space, Jiang Ke busied herself with pest control for the stone house. After applying the insecticide, she planned to clear the weeds from the courtyard first, intending to tidy up the interior once the room had aired out. Without hesitation, she retrieved a large hoe from her space and began to clear the weeds in the courtyard. The weeds were not particularly tall, only reaching her knees. Jiang Ke recalled her neighbor's abandoned yards back home, where the wild grasses could grow waist-high. Perhaps the soil here was not fertile enough, or for other reasons. She did not encounter any exceptionally tall weeds. After removing the weeds, she also cleared away the decaying fence. By the time she finished, the sun was high in the sky, and she was so exhausted that she could hardly stand upright. Jiang Ke mused that it might take ages to clear such a large area, and that it would be faster to simply set it ablaze. Sitting on a stone bench to rest for a moment, she initially intended to take a short break before resuming her work, but she found that the longer she rested, the more fatigued she became. Finally, she decided to teleport back to the safe house. Upon her sudden appearance, Xiaomi let out a startled meow and darted away. Jiang Ke stuffed her dirt-stained clothes into the washing machine, contemplating that she wouldn't need to dry them anymore. Once she set up a clothes-drying rack in the courtyard, they could air dry naturally. It was during mealtime that she noticed a stinging sensation in her palms. Upon inspection, she discovered 2 translucent blisters had formed. Having not engaged in heavy labor for quite some time, she had forgotten to wear gloves today. Jiang Ke resolved to remember protective measures in the future. With her hands in this condition, she could hardly manage any heavy work. In the afternoon, Jiang Ke refrained from returning to the alternate space. Instead, she picked up paper and pen and began to sketch and write down her future plans. The stone house built by the elder was constructed with substantial stones, and Jiang Ke could hardly fathom how a single person could have transported so many large stones. She had no knowledge of construction, so she intended to make full use of the existing structure. She did not plan to build anew, not only because she lacked the skills, but also because she lacked the materials. The floor was paved with small pebbles, and aside from a few weeds at the entrance, Everything else was intact. The wooden beams of the roof were sturdy, and the outer covering was not tiles, but rather materials resembling bamboo, which Jiang Ke couldn't quite identify. From the outside, the house appeared largely undamaged. This house had nearly a century of history and still maintained such good condition. Jiang Ke could not help but admire the elders' craftsmanship. The ingenuity of the older generation in building houses was truly remarkable. The cement, lime, and tiles in Jiang Ke's space would be sufficient for repairing the house. Moreover, she planned to construct a shelter in the courtyard and set up a cooking platform. While clearing the weeds earlier, she had noticed that there once existed such structures in the courtyard, which had long since collapsed and deteriorated after a century of wind and rain. Jiang Ke's greatest passion was cooking, and having found it inconvenient to prepare meals in the safe house before, she was finally ready to showcase her skills. On the outer side of the courtyard, she intended to cultivate a small vegetable garden to grow some everyday vegetables. As for the weeds outside, she had devised a strategy. First, she would clear a circle to create a barrier, then set it ablaze. Relying solely on herself to clear the weeds would never keep up with their rapid growth. Xiaomi's waste would also prove useful, serving as fertilizer to enrich the soil. The small courtyard was located merely 200 meters from a water source, likely chosen for convenience when the house was originally built. However, with the advantage of her space, Jiang Ke was spared the hassle of fetching water back and forth, making irrigation a breeze. She planned to plant grains all around the courtyard. At this moment, numerous plans blossomed in her mind, all meticulously noted down on paper. With the blisters on her hands yet to heal, she could not engage in heavy labor. For the next few days, Jiang Ke focused on cleaning. She named this space Little Peach Blossom Paradise. Indeed, under the ravages of natural disasters, this secluded haven is truly deserving of such a beautiful appellation. After donning her work attire and securing her mask, she retrieved cleaning tools from the space to commence her tidying up, having previously sprayed insecticide. The interior was now significantly cleaner, devoid of spiders and little bugs. She meticulously tidied up, first relocating items like the stone table and wooden bed, and then utilized a long bamboo pole to bind a broom for dusting the ceiling. For areas that were out of reach, she set up a folding ladder, climbing up to ensure the beams were also cleaned thoroughly. Next, she began to clean the walls. The stone house, once covered in mud plaster, had nearly all of it flaked away. With a small trowel in hand, she patiently chipped away at the remaining clumps of mud. Though the space was not extensive, the cleaning proved to be quite laborious. Once the walls were addressed, she swept every corner, even pulling out the weeds that had crept through the crevices of the floor. Finally, she spread lime on the ground, marking the end of her efforts for the time being. Once her blisters healed, Jiang Ke planned to continue her weeding endeavors. She dared not use fire near the house, fearing an uncontrolled blaze. Thus, she resolved to proceed with manual cleaning. Having learned from her previous experience, she donned gloves, taking breaks when fatigued, no longer pushing herself to the brink. After a full week of hard work, she finally cleared the courtyard and surrounding weeds. Lacking weed cloth, Jiang Ke sprinkled lime powder on the ground to prevent the weeds from regrowing. This substance was both inexpensive and practical, and she had stockpiled quite a bit. With no rain for several days, Jiang Ke deduced from the position of the sun that this area must be in the northern hemisphere. In truth, there was no need for special observation. The sun's position was quite similar to that of her hometown before the disaster. Seizing the favorable weather, she began to repair the house. First, she replaced the damaged tiles on the roof, then mixed lime to create a paste, painting both the interior and exterior. Although she had cement, she decided not to use it for now, planning to save it for future renovations of the courtyard and pathways. One morning at the end of January, Jiang Ke awoke to find herself chilled to the bone. Wrapping herself in thick clothing, she checked the indoor temperature, which had plummeted to 0 degrees. Just the day before, it had been over 10 degrees. The drastic drop overnight was startling. Especially considering it was underground, the temperature above ground was unthinkable. Even little me was curled up in her nest, refusing to emerge. Recently, Jiang Ke had mostly stayed in Little Peach Blossom Paradise, only maintaining a constant temperature in the planting room. Seeing the shivering little me filled her with guilt. She quickly activated the heating system in the living room. After breakfast, the room gradually warmed up. Yet, Jiang Ke remained uneasy. Adding extra bedding to the little nest and constructing a small canopy out of cotton padding. This way, if the system malfunctioned during her absence, little me would at least have a warm corner to retreat to. After finishing her meal, little me affectionately rubbed against Jiang Ke's pant leg. Jiang Ke gently stroked her soft fur, resolutely determining to find a way to bring little me into Little Peach Blossom Paradise. Jiang Ke had meticulously read the wooden notes left by the elder. Although more than half of the content was damaged, she gleaned significant information from the remnants. Firstly, the inhabitants of Little Peach Blossom Paradise could not leave. The elder had observed the local bird species, which remained fixed in variety, breeding only in this land. He had followed the water flow in search of an exit and had also attempted to trace the source upstream, but to no avail. The river's end was marked by small mounds of earth, perpetually shrouded in mist. Approaching these mounds would lead to disorientation, and when the mist dispersed, one would find themselves back at the starting point. The elder had also tried to excavate underground passages, but the soil and rock near the hills were exceptionally hard, rendering them impossible to break. After realizing he could not leave, the elder began to live contentedly in this place. She attempted to transplant fruit trees from the foot of the mountain and cultivate wild vegetables. There were Chinese tun, elm seeds, and locust trees. She even discovered a few persimmon trees and wild jujubes. The variety of wild vegetables, including shepherd's purse, noodle vegetables, purslane, purple perilla, bitter herbs, white mugwort, and wild chrysanthemum, was plentiful, and she also found wild sorghum. Though this realm was not vast, it was bountiful. And combined with the fish and shrimp in the water and the wild rabbits on land, the elder transformed it into a habitable environment within just a few years. Here, the seasons resembled spring, akin to a celestial paradise. However, the elder's presence also altered the local environment, subsequently leading to pestilence and bird disasters. The notes contain numerous experiences for addressing these issues. The elder particularly cautioned future inhabitants to prioritize ecological preservation, advising against disrupting the natural balance. Jiang Ke found herself greatly enriched by the elder's notes. Had she not read them, she would have hastily prepared to cultivate the land into farmland. Now, she had overturned her original plans and devised a new strategy. Chapter 41, the second year. In just over a month, the small courtyard had undergone a complete transformation. Inside, Jiang Ke affixed mosquito nets to the windows. Lacking glass, she hammered a few nails above the window frame to hang transparent waterproof plastic. She would roll it up during fair weather and let it down to shield against rain. The original wooden door was nearly beyond repair, so she decided to dismantle the door panel during her cleaning. Now, a rainproof plastic sheet hung at the entrance, supplemented with a mosquito curtain inside. Typically, she would only hang the curtain, allowing for ventilation while keeping insects at bay. The indoor space was modest. She only set up a small round table, 2 stools, and a 1.20 m bed. Though the furnishings were few, they were arranged with great care. The bed was placed against the wall, with wallpaper adorning both side walls. The stone surface was uneven, and it took considerable effort for her to smooth the wallpaper down. In the courtyard, Jiang Ke constructed a simple shed. She had yet to learn the skills of logging and wall building, so she selected a few iron rods from the space to support it, covering the top with a sheet of metal and securing it with rope as a temporary measure. The urgency to erect this shelter stemmed from her desire to build a cooking platform, fearing that rain would damage it. Once the shelter was complete, Jiang Ke set about constructing the cooking platform. In rural areas, nearly every household utilized such platforms. Even her grandfather's newly built house featured one. The mountain region lacked natural gas, and the elder was unaccustomed to using gas stoves. Only when Jiang Ke returned home would they use the gas stove. While the elderly couple relied on the cooking platform for their meals, Jiang Ke retrieved red bricks from the space, more than enough for constructing the platform. Although she had seen others build cooking platforms, this was her first time attempting it herself, leaving her somewhat uncertain. While searching through her saved materials on her phone, she was delighted to find an outdoor survival video specifically teaching this skill. She meticulously followed the steps outlined in the video, learning as she went, dismantling and reassembling multiple times over several days until it finally took shape. Once she placed the large iron pot she had brought from her hometown atop the platform and boiled water to test it, confirming that it was smoke-free and stable. She proceeded to smooth the surface with cement. She carefully filled in all the gaps, ensuring the countertop was smooth and even. After completing her work, Jiang Ke gazed at her creation with increasing fondness and even took several photos to commemorate the occasion. Crafting something with her own hands filled Jiang Ke with a profound sense of accomplishment. Though she had been busy, she felt no fatigue. Rather, she found herself invigorated by her efforts. She also unearthed the hollow kettle she had stockpiled earlier. This kettle had a large capacity and boiled water quickly, making it a staple during her time at home. Previously, in the underground safe house, she had no opportunity to use it, but now it was perfectly suited for her needs. She also brought out the clothes drying rack she had purchased while renting, placing it in the courtyard to air out her clothes. She planned to hang a clothesline as well, saving space, but had yet to find a suitable location for it. Taking advantage of the good weather, she brought out her blankets to dry. That night, as she slept, the scent of sunlight lingered on the blankets, allowing for a particularly sweet slumber. Glancing at the calendar, she noted that the spring festival was approaching. In Little Peach Blossom Paradise, where the seasons resembled spring, a few rains had recently fallen, causing a slight drop in temperature. The thermometer in the courtyard displayed 15 degrees Celsius. The only regret was that it would likely never snow here. With merely 2 days remaining until the new year, Jiang Ke commenced her preparations for affixing the character for blessing. She meticulously cut red paper and personally inscribed the auspicious character and the spring festival couplets to adorn her doorway. Although her handwriting was not particularly exquisite, the more she looked at her own work, the more she grew fond of it. After all, there were no onlookers in this secluded place. She could arrange it as she pleased. Speaking of the entrance, Jiang Ke had previously cleared away the dilapidated fence and old door, but had not erected a new one. She felt that the entire space belonged solely to her, rendering the distinction between a yard and a non-yard insignificant. Adjacent to the house, she cultivated a small patch of land, planting bok choy, rapeseed, tomatoes, and eggplants. She refrained from planting more, as she had been preoccupied with tidying up the yard and remembered the elder's advice to start with a modest plot. To her surprise, the moment the seedlings sprouted, they caught the attention of wild rabbits. Initially, when she discovered the vegetables had been nibbled, she was unaware of the culprit, until she caught the wild rabbits in the act. To protect her vegetable garden, she gathered branches to re-enclose the garden and fashioned a rudimentary fence gate. On New Year's Day, Jiang Ke diligently prepared her first formal meal in her little paradise. While sorting through the belongings of the old house, she had neatly stored a pile of firewood in her space, which, combined with some timber she had collected to make the fence gate, was sufficient for her cooking needs. She had plenty of firewood to last her a considerable time, thus refraining from using charcoal, as that would be too extravagant for her. The new year required a sense of ritual. She first simmered a chicken over a wood fire for 2 hours, adding rice noodles and dried mushrooms. The chicken was so tender that it fell off the bone with a simple touch of chopsticks, and the broth was thick and rich, exactly to Jiang Ke's liking. Next, she prepared a steamed sea base, its flesh delicate and flavorful. The garlic vermicelli shrimp was artfully arranged, exuding a tantalizing aroma. She also crafted a glossy and succulent red braised pork, perfectly rich without being greasy. From her garden, she harvested some baby rapeseed and stir-fried it with shiitake mushrooms. Finally, she created a golden sweet potato dessert, the sugar strands stretching beautifully. In total, she prepared 6 dishes, all of her favorites, taking over 4 hours to complete them all. Fortunately, she had her space to store the finished dishes, so when it came time to eat, they remained warm. After preparing the meal, Jiang Ke approached the stone tablet behind her house, arranged the food, and poured a few cups of wine before bowing before the elder's grave, before finally returning indoors to dine. After her meal, she began to set off firecrackers in the yard. These were remnants she had salvaged from the old house and stored in her space. Having been stored for a while, some had become damp, causing the sparks to sputter unevenly. Nonetheless, the festive atmosphere was finally palpable. She also retrieved a few strings of firecrackers, igniting them at the entrance, their crackling sounds startling nearby birds into flight. This marked the 2nd year since the apocalypse had dawned, and the 1st year of the bitter cold. Jiang Ke diligently noted this in her calendar, hoping that this interminable winter would soon come to an end. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed, and the underground space grew increasingly frigid. The constant malfunctioning of the temperature control system led Jiang Ke to abandon her attempts at repairs after several futile efforts. The outermost door had frozen shut, and even the middle door was immovable. She had no choice but to retrieve an air conditioner from her space and installed it in the living room to provide warmth for her cat, Xiaomi. However, Xiaomi's appetite had waned drastically in recent days. Jiang Ke sat by her side daily, mixing cat food with warm water and bringing it to her lips. But Xiaomi only managed a few reluctant licks. Eventually, she remained curled up in her nest, refusing even her favorite cat food. Jiang Ke was frantic, her mind too preoccupied with worries to tend to her little paradise. She attempted to mix anti-inflammatory medication into fish, but Xiaomi wouldn't even sniff at it. Suddenly, she recalled that the beads had been activated by her blood. Perhaps her blood could also aid Xiaomi? Without hesitation, she pricked her finger, letting her blood drip into her palm before offering it to Xiaomi. Yet, the little creature did not even open her eyes. When Xiaomi finally did open them, Jiang Ke hurriedly looked down, and to her astonishment, Xiaomi was nestled in her embrace. Yet when she softly called her name, her hand met with a chilling sensation. Xiaomi's once lustrous fur had lost its sheen, her body limp, and her round eyes, which had always mirrored Jiang Ke's image, could no longer open. Xiaomi had finally arrived in the little paradise, a place where they were meant to coexist for a long, long time. To Jiang Ke, Xiaomi was family, a source of spiritual solace, an integral part of her life. In the monotonous underground existence, it was Xiaomi who had kept her from succumbing to despair. Jiang Ke confirmed time and again that Xiaomi had ceased to breathe. She clutched the cold body tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Chapter 42. Transforming the Courtyard. Xiaomi's departure plunged Jiang Ke into profound sorrow. Reluctant to bury her in haste, she resolved to craft a small coffin with her own hands. Jiang Ke sought out a suitable pine tree at the foot of the mountain and cut down several sturdy branches. Her grandfather had been a skilled carpenter, and she had often watched him work as a child, gradually learning some woodworking techniques herself, such as creating riveted structures and simple sanding. She retrieved her grandfather's tools and meticulously polished each wooden plank. Jiang Ke fashioned a cozy little resting place for Xiaomi, laying her to rest indoors. She lay quietly, as if merely asleep. The following day, when Jiang Ke checked on her, she was astonished to discover that Xiaomi's fur had regained its luster. Initially, she intended to complete the coffin in the next couple of days and bury her behind the house, but this unexpected change prompted her to wait. On the third day, Xiaomi's body emitted no foul odor. Instead, it exuded a peculiar fragrance. On the fourth day, while Jiang Ke was repairing the fence, she suddenly heard a familiar meow. She dropped her tools and rushed into the house, only to find Xiaomi standing in her nest. Jiang Ke was elated, scooping up Xiaomi in her arms. Xiaomi seemed equally joyful, licking her hand incessantly. "Xiaomi, are you better? Really?" Jiang Ke exclaimed in astonishment and delight. Remembering that Xiaomi had not eaten for several days, she quickly fetched her favorite cat food and treats. Upon seeing the food, Xiaomi leaped from her embrace and eagerly devoured it. Amid her joy, an idea began to form in Jiang Ke's mind. Could it be that only lives lost could enter this realm and, upon arrival, find rebirth? Though it sounded somewhat fantastical. Reflecting on her own circumstances, the elders, and Xiaomi's, it was clear they had all encountered death before arriving here. However, the elder had explicitly stated in his journal that injuries sustained here required time to heal. There was no such thing as resurrection. If eternal life were indeed possible, the elder would not have passed away. The ailments he had acquired during his service had never fully healed in this place, and in his later years, he had been tormented by illness. As his time drew near, he had prepared his own coffin, lying quietly within, awaiting the end of his life. Jiang Ke had never believed in ghosts or deities, yet she held a deep respect for these supernatural phenomena. Since this space had granted them a second chance at life, she resolved to cherish it dearly. With her hands clasped in prayer, she gazed skyward, sincerely thanking this miraculous space for bringing Xiaomi back to life. Once Xiaomi had eaten and drunk her fill, she began to curiously survey her surroundings. Jiang Ke carried her outside, and upon encountering the vast expanse of the world, Xiaomi joyfully leaped from her arms and dashed away without looking back. Having lived in the underground safe house since she was a kitten, this calico cat had never before experienced such a wide-open world. The limited space underground had felt like a cage to her. Now, she could finally run free, akin to a bird released from its confinement. In the days that followed, Xiaomi often vanished from sight. Initially, Jiang Ke was concerned, but she soon discovered that Xiaomi was either frolicking in the grass or intently fishing by the stream, thoroughly enjoying herself. Knowing there were no large predators in the space, Jiang Ke allowed her to roam freely. What is even more amusing is that Xiaomi began to bring gifts home. Sometimes it was a wild hare, other times a mouse, each time startling Jiang Ke. Now, Xiaomi spends her days frolicking outside, rarely returning home, showing no interest in the cat food Jiang Ke had prepared, except for the occasional canned cat food that piqued her curiosity. However, ever since Xiaomi arrived, the vegetable garden has been spared from the ravages of wild hares. With this majestic calico cat on guard, no other small creatures dared to approach the yard. In the days that followed, Jiang Ke diligently cleared the weeds within 100 meters around the yard and turned the soil several times. She commenced her work at the break of dawn, and her prolonged labor had toughened her palms, rendering them calloused, no longer susceptible to blisters as they once were. In one corner of the yard, she constructed a toilet, situated adjacent to the vegetable patch but at a considerable distance from the house. Initially, she had no intention of building a toilet, considering the natural fertilizers readily available. After all, there was no one else around, and it would suffice to relieve herself directly in the tilled soil. However, after several consecutive days of rain, the ground became a quagmire, and each step resulted in muddy shoes. It was then that Jiang Ke realized this was not a viable solution and hurriedly set about constructing the toilet. She meticulously built the four walls of the toilet with red bricks from her space and sourced sturdy wooden beams to create a roof frame. She carefully mixed sand with cement to smooth out the inner and outer walls and ultimately covered the roof with slate tiles, ensuring both rain resistance and breathability, giving the modest toilet a touch of elegance. Considering hygiene, she specifically positioned the toilet in the farthest southeastern corner of the yard. Concerned about unpleasant odors permeating the yard, she constructed the toilet in a remote area. During the building process, Jiang Ke also created a sloped pathway, applying cement, and at the exit, she repurposed a large plastic barrel cut in half from her space to create a simple basin. This way, daily waste could be easily removed for cleaning. For safety, she built brick walls around the basin and securely covered it with wooden planks, preventing any unpleasant odors from wafting and ensuring that small animals would not accidentally fall in. Next, Jiang Ke began to reconstruct the shelter for her cooking stove. She specifically chose a few appropriately sized trees from the foot of the mountain, returning to carefully sand them down and treat them for preservation. She used 4 polished tree trunks as pillars, embedding them deeply into the ground and securing them with cement. The roof was constructed in a triangular shape and tiled, allowing rainwater to flow off seamlessly. Lacking a ready-made metal chimney, she fashioned a traditional chimney using bricks and mud, ensuring it was also rainproof. Once the shelter was complete, she hung transparent waterproof plastic curtains around it. When it rained, the curtains could be lowered to block the rain. And on sunny days, they could be rolled up and tied high, allowing for ventilation without the risk of smoke from the stove. Jiang Ke did not intend to build a separate kitchen. Firstly, it would occupy too much space, and secondly, without a range hood, cooking in a confined area would be uncomfortable due to smoke. Moreover, she wished for her handcrafted little courtyard to maintain its aesthetic appeal. After all, on rainy days, she could retrieve ready-made meals from her space, negating the need to kindle a fire for cooking. This design was both practical and visually pleasing, and Jiang Ke was particularly satisfied with her achievements. Subsequently, Jiang Ke commenced the process of tidying up the land in the yard. She repeatedly turned the soil until it became soft and level. She resolved to construct a few pathways in the yard. It was imperative, as each time it rained, stepping outside resulted in muddy shoes. Jiang Ke searched for numerous tutorials on path construction on her phone, and after sketching a design on paper that satisfied her, she began her work. She first collected pebbles from the riverside, gathering a variety of beautiful stones. During the transformation, she paved the main pathway leading to the entrance with a smooth cement road directly to the door. The paths leading to the vegetable garden, toilet, and kitchen were laid with charming pebble walkways. Gradually, the little paths took shape, dividing the yard into several small sections. Jiang Ke envisioned scattering flower seeds along these paths and eagerly anticipated the blooming flower beds in her future garden. Chapter 43, The Bamboo Fence. Having spent half a year in this little paradise, Jiang Ke had explored every corner. She discovered that the outermost perimeter of this realm was encircled by a ring of low hills. Though these hills appeared modest in height, their summits were perpetually shrouded in a delicate mist. Each time she attempted to traverse the first hilltop and venture further, she would inevitably lose her way in the swirling fog and unwittingly find herself back where she started. The scenery at the foot of the hills, however, was delightful, with various fruit trees and wild vegetables thriving. The wild grasses grew low and dense, resembling a thick green carpet, perfect for picnicking. On fine days, Jiang Ke often brought Xiaomi to this spot, spreading out a picnic blanket to enjoy the scenery while indulging in delicious food. The gentle breeze was utterly delightful. In the southeastern corner of her space, there existed a dense bamboo grove. Upon discovering it, Jiang Ke felt a surge of joy, hoping to unearth some bamboo shoots. However, after an extensive search, she found none, likely due to the different species of bamboo. Yet, she remained content, as bamboo could be used to construct a fence. Previously, the fence made of branches had been flimsy and unattractive. She had longed to beautify her yard, but chopping trees was laborious, and she often lacked the motivation. Now, seeing so much bamboo invigorated her spirit. She spent 3 days cutting bamboo, amassing a large pile outside the yard. Over the past 6 months, she had been transforming her yard. With a generator and washing machine now moved outside, her belongings had multiplied, and the yard had expanded to twice its original size. Seeing the abundant bamboo, Jiang Ke felt it sufficient and began to craft the fence. She meticulously measured the dimensions and commenced cutting the bamboo. Although her grandfather's toolbox contained a power saw, it was too heavy for her. After cutting a few pieces, her arms grew sore and heavy. She switched to a manual saw, which proved even more laborious, and after a couple of cuts, she silently reverted to the power saw. By the end of the day, her entire body ached, with not a single part of her arms, waist, or neck free from pain. She could hardly stand upright. Cutting the bamboo was merely the first step. Next, she had to split the bamboo into strips. Jiang Ke secured the bamboo and carefully swung an axe to split it. Just as she bent down to gather the bamboo strips, a sharp bamboo thorn suddenly pierced through her glove and deeply into her finger, causing blood to gush forth instantly. Jiang Ke gasped in pain. Upon removing her glove, she saw a deep cut on her finger, with blood flowing profusely. She quickly pressed on the wound and rinsed it with clear water. Watching the bright red blood drip onto the bamboo strips, she felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, her nose tingling with emotion. After stemming the bleeding, she decided not to continue working but instead collapsed onto a lounge chair in the yard to rest. The sun was particularly warm today, bathing her in comfort. The sky over this little paradise was always so blue, with fluffy white clouds resembling cotton candy. The temperature here was delightful, never dipping below 17 or 18 degrees, nor exceeding 28 degrees. Under this pleasant sunshine, gazing at the beautiful scenery before her, she intended merely to take a brief rest. Unexpectedly, she fell asleep in the lounge chair. More than an hour later, Jiang Ke awoke naturally, feeling invigorated. She donned her gloves again and finished splitting the remaining bamboo into strips, meticulously smoothing each node before beginning to stake and secure the framework. The next phase was the most labor-intensive, the weaving process. She delicately interwove the bamboo strips, securing each one with a nail gun left behind by her grandfather. This nail gun had also been unearthed from her grandfather's collection of tools. She had never encountered such tools before, while searching for them. She recalled having seen a plethora of tools while tidying up her old home, and thus unearthed an impressive collection. Jiang Ke silently expressed her gratitude to her grandfather. Had it not been for these tools, she could only imagine the immense effort she would have had to exert. Just as she became engrossed in her weaving, a graceful little cat named Mimi approached. It sniffed around the pile of bamboo strips before suddenly pouncing on one of the pieces she was weaving, clutching it tightly with its front paws while kicking away with its hind legs. "Oh, Mimi, stop that!" Jiang Ke exclaimed, both amused and exasperated as she reached out to gently pry it away. However, Mimi clearly perceived this as a new game, skillfully evading her hands and launching an attack on the string of the staple gun she held. All right, I'll play with you for a bit," Jiang Ke relented, setting down her tools and retrieving a small pom-pom from her pocket. She had crafted it from scraps of fabric, and it was Mimi's favorite. Tossing the pom-pom away, Mimi immediately darted after it with excitement. Watching the little cat roll around on the grass, Jiang Ke couldn't help but chuckle. She took out her phone and quietly captured this heartwarming scene. Although there was no one to share it with, these precious moments were worth documenting. After playing with Mimi for 10 minutes, she returned to her work. Having finished the fence, Jiang Ke set about constructing the yard gate. This too was made of bamboo. But the challenge was significantly greater. To enhance its aesthetic appeal, she shaped the top into an arc while enduring a few new cuts on her hands. Nevertheless, the finished product was indeed beautiful. Eagerly, she installed the bamboo gate and stepped back to admire it. The lush green bamboo fence enclosed a quaint little space, and the arched gate was both unique and rustic. Finally, she carefully roasted the entire fence with fire to treat it against decay. And she even applied a layer of varnish to the gate, making it smooth to the touch. She had certainly grown wary of bamboo splinters. After a week of dedicated effort, she finally completed her masterpiece. Jiang Ke was immensely satisfied with her work, snapping photos from various angles with her phone. The images in her album chronicled her experiences here, akin to a special diary, although there was no one to appreciate it. Gazing at these photos made all her hard work feel worthwhile. The present-day peach blossom land was meticulously organized around the yard, exuding a pastoral charm, while the farther areas remained wild, with flora growing freely. Jiang Ke felt content with this balance, believing that a relentless pursuit of transformation would only lead to destruction. Yet, the issue arose when it rained. The downpour would often confine her indoors for days. As a Chinese person, the instinct to engage in construction was ingrained within her. Wherever she went, she felt compelled to fix and improve. Reclining on a chair in the yard, she contemplated her next steps. After completing the fence, she decided to reward herself with 2 days of rest. However, once she relaxed, the motivation to work evaporated, and she found herself lounging in the sun all day. It was hardly her fault. The warm sunlight enveloping her felt more comforting than a spa treatment. The tasks at hand slipped from her mind as she pondered what to prepare for dinner. Remembering that it had been a while since she had fish, Jiang Ke resolved to go fishing. Without hesitation, she called for Mimi, and together, they strolled toward the creek. Chapter 44, A Feast of Fish. Having resided in Peach Blossom Land for quite some time, she was well acquainted with the creek, knowing precisely where the water was deep and where it was shallow. Soon, she discovered a suitable fishing spot, retrieving a stool, fishing rod, and fish net from her storage space, as well as a fish trap. Just as she was about to begin, she realized she had forgotten the bait. However, this was no obstacle for her. Walking along the creek, she found an area of silt deposited by the water. Skillfully, she began to search, and before long, she had unearthed several worms. Although the worms here were not as plump as those around her yard, they would suffice. After preparing the bait and setting the fishing net, Jiang Ke officially commenced her fishing endeavor. She shooed Mimi to the side to avoid any distractions. Adjusting the fishing float, she confidently cast her line. But after half an hour, not a single fish had bitten. The creek's crystal-clear water revealed schools of fish swimming about, yet none were lured to her hook. Frustrated, Jiang Ke tossed her fishing rod aside. She snapped off a branch, sharpened one end, rolled up her pant legs, and waded into the water. Upon her entry, the fish scattered, but she stood still in a spot, and soon enough, they began to return. Timing her movements, she thrust her improvised spear. But the fish nimbly evaded capture. Reassuring herself that practice makes perfect, she continued to wait for the fish to come closer, but after several failed attempts, she began to suspect her tools were inadequate. Digging through her storage, she found a proper spear. How foolish she had been to try using a stick when she had a perfectly good spear on hand. She must have watched too many dramas. Jiang Ke mentally scolded herself. Armed with the appropriate tool, she felt renewed confidence. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. She still caught no fish. Attempting to grab them with her hands proved even more challenging, as their slippery bodies eluded her grasp. After a prolonged struggle in the water, her clothes completely soaked, she decided to try a few more times before returning to shore. Just as she was concentrating intently, two black-striped creatures darted out from behind her legs, sending chills down her spine. "Snake!" she screamed, bolting back to the bank in fright. Still shaken, she glanced back into the water, only to see the two creatures hadn't swum far. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Ke realized they were not snakes, but two black fish. After the initial scare, she lost the desire to continue fishing, packing up her fishing trap to head home. She was pleasantly surprised to discover several fish inside. The earlier fright dissipated instantly, and she happily poured the fish into her bucket. Though they were not large, they consisted of small white strips and little crucian carp, the largest weighing about a pound. Jiang Ke beamed with delight. The small white strips would be delicious when fried until crispy, while the crucian carp could be used for soup, reminiscent of her grandmother's exceptionally flavorful crucian carp soup. With these thoughts, her spirits lifted. After tidying up, Jiang Ke lifted the bucket of fish, ready to return home, when she suddenly heard Mimi's meowing. Following the sound, she spotted Mimi playing by the bank, its paws pressing down on a lively, wriggling carp, which must have weighed at least 1.5 pounds. "Oh my goodness! Mimi!" Jiang Ke exclaimed, rushing over in delight. "You caught such a big fish. That's incredible." She praised her furry companion, while quickly transferring the carp into her bucket. "Meow meow," Mimi protested, clearly still wanting to play. Jiang Ke patted its head, saying, "I'll make you something delicious when we get back." With that, she retrieved a can of cat food from her storage and placed it in front of Mimi. The moment it caught the scent of the food, Mimi promptly abandoned the carp and eagerly began to eat. Thus, with their bountiful haul, the pair returned home, thoroughly satisfied. Upon arriving home, it was just past 4 o'clock, and the sunlight was perfect. Jiang Ke changed into dry clothes, concerned that processing the fish might leave a pungent odor in the yard. So she took a basin outside to handle it. The small white strips were intended for frying, while the crucian carp was reserved for soup. Glancing at the large carp, she contemplated that since the first 2 dishes required frying, she might as well prepare sweet and sour fish to avoid wasting oil. In Jiang Ke's opinion, the best way to cook carp was sweet and sour. She fondly recalled that during her childhood, at banquets, her favorite dishes were sweet potato with syrup and sweet and sour fish. She would eagerly await these 2 dishes every time. After growing up and learning to cook, she perfected these dishes, no longer needing to envy others' versions. Jiang Ke focused on cooking the dishes she loved, although she didn't care for. She had no interest in mastering. Even the simplest stir-fried greens remained a challenge for her. Yet, she believed cooking was fundamentally about pleasing oneself. The most important aspect was enjoying one's own meal. Once the fish was cleaned, Jiang Ke set aside a portion for later use, while the remainder was marinated with ginger, scallions, and salt. While the fish was marinating, she tidied up the area outside the courtyard, ensuring that the basin sparkled with cleanliness. In the yard stood a large water tank brought from her hometown, filled with stream water, which she utilized for washing and cleaning. For cooking and drinking, she relied on the pure water stored in her space. By the time she finished her cleaning, the fish had marinated adequately. Jiang Ke set up a large iron pot, poured in half a pot of oil, and began to ignite the fire in preparation for frying the fish. The firewood stove had become increasingly familiar to her over time. When she had just graduated, she had rented an old, dilapidated place where the gas stove had fallen into disrepair. One day, while cooking, the stovetop suddenly burned through, flames leaping down to ignite the cabinets below. She had been paralyzed with fear at that moment, and to this day, she could hardly remember how she extinguished the flames. Ever since, she had meticulously inspected every kitchen in her rented accommodations, checking for aging pipes and ensuring the gas stove was in good condition. That experience left her with a psychological scar, which was also the reason she rarely cooked in the safe house. In case of a leak, there would be no escape. After drying the weeds she had pulled earlier, Jiang Ke was just in time to use them as kindling. Before long, the fire blazed vigorously, and she added a few more pieces of wood, washed her hands, and began to prepare the fish. Taking advantage of the ample oil, she first fried the carp. After scoring the surface of the carp with a knife, she dusted it with starch, and when the oil was hot, she carefully lowered the fish in by its head and tail. Once it held its shape, she released her grip, allowing the fish to curve naturally, resulting in a beautifully shaped fry. Once it turned golden and crispy, she retrieved it, followed by frying the small white fish and crucian carp. Jiang Ke selected 2 unseasoned fried small white fish and tossed them to the eagerly waiting Xiaomi, who happily picked up the fish and scampered off to enjoy her meal. After frying the fish, she proceeded to make fish soup. Typically, the crucian carp only needed to be pan-fried until golden on both sides, but since the oil was still hot, she decided to fry them all. She left some oil in the pot, fried an egg until both sides were crispy, and set it aside. Then, she placed the fried crucian carp into the pot, smashed them, added hot water, and included ginger and scallions, returning the fried egg to the mixture. According to her personal taste, she added a bit of vinegar and sugar to enhance the flavor. Before serving, she sprinkled in some salt and let it simmer for another 2 minutes. Finally, she strained out the fish bones and ginger and scallions, creating a fragrant fish soup. The soup was a milky white with hints of yellow, a sight that was sure to whet the appetite. Jiang Ke first stored the fish soup in her space to keep it warm, preventing it from cooling and affecting the taste. Next, she began preparing the final dish, sweet and sour carp. She skillfully mixed the sweet and sour sauce, 2 tablespoons of vinegar, 3 tablespoons of sugar, half a tablespoon of soy sauce, half a tablespoon of cornstarch, and 2 tablespoons of water, finishing with a pinch of salt. As the old saying goes, add a bit of salt if you desire sweetness. Pouring the sauce into the pot, she simmered it until it thickened, and then evenly drizzled it over the fried carp, finally garnishing it with a handful of vibrant green scallions, completing the dish. Carrying the dishes inside, Jiang Ke first took a moment to photograph her meal with her phone, then turned on a pre-downloaded television show, indulging in the feast. She took a sip of the fish soup, and it was incredibly fresh. She didn't mind the heat, and ended up gulping down nearly half a bowl. Next, she sampled the sweet and sour fish, instantly evoking childhood memories. The fried fish harmonized beautifully with the sweetness and sourness of the sauce, preventing it from being overly greasy, while Xiaomi enjoyed her meal nearby. Thus, the 2 of them, 1 human and 1 cat, devoured most of the food, and after letting out a satisfied burp, Jiang Ke found herself unable to eat another bite. After a brief rest, she stood up to clean the bowls and stove. Noticing that the day was still young, she decided to take Xiaomi out for a walk. Chapter 45, Catching Rabbits. Surrounding the courtyard, she had cultivated a large vegetable garden, planting radishes, potatoes, sweet potatoes, cabbage, eggplants, and peppers among various other vegetables. On the opposite side, she had sown some corn, both sticky and sweet varieties, all of which she particularly enjoyed. She hadn't planted too much, as she was often too busy, and also because small animals frequently pilfered from her garden. Merely relying on Xiaomi was insufficient to guard such a vast expanse of land. Taking a stroll around the vegetable garden, she indeed discovered that the cabbage had been nibbled to shreds. Jiang Ke hurried closer to examine the damage. It wasn't just the cabbage that suffered. Many carrots had also been lost, with some roots exposed, causing her great distress. Those wretched rabbits and mice. Jiang Ke resolved to devise a method to protect her vegetable garden. At this rate, she wouldn't even be able to reap a harvest, as the roots would be completely gnawed away. Upon returning from her walk, she could see from afar that the solar lights by her home had already lit up. Jiang Ke felt a twinge of regret for having purchased too few. Had she acquired more, she could have illuminated the path once it was repaired, allowing for evening strolls. In truth, the moonlight here was quite bright, enough to see the path without the need for lights, except on those rare rainy nights when darkness enveloped everything. After bringing Xiaomi back home, Jiang Ke quickly freshened up before heading to bed. She turned on the projector and began to tidy up the items in the underground safe house. Since the heating had ceased, the safe house had grown increasingly cold, with even the items inside freezing. Spending a considerable amount of time in her space, she contemplated her situation and decided to store all the items from the house away until the thawing occurred. She also took down the projector, installing it in the little peach blossom house. Although the room was small, it could still accommodate the projector. Jiang Ke placed her bed on the west side and mounted the projector on the east wall. During quiet nights, she could lie in bed and watch a movie. However, tonight her mind was not on films. Gazing at the screen, her thoughts were consumed with plans for how to enclose the vegetable garden outside and how to deal with the little animals that had been feasting on her crops. She dreamt of catching rabbits, waking up promptly at 7 in the morning to find the sky already bright. After a quick wash and breakfast, she stepped into the courtyard to begin crafting tools to capture the small animals. Having lost focus during the latter half of the movie the previous night, her mind was now solely preoccupied with devising a strategy to confront these vegetable thieves. After scouring her phone for suitable trap tutorials in vain, She resorted to relying on her own ingenuity. Eventually, she retrieved dozens of empty mineral water bottles from her space, hollowed out the centers to create feeding troughs, and secured them with iron rods at both ends, adhering cardboard to the bottom. She produced numerous such contraptions in one go and stored them away in her space for future use. Next, she hoisted a hoe and ventured outside, digging pits in areas frequented by rabbits and mice. Each pit was about the size of the cardboard she had prepared. After confirming their dimensions, she proceeded to excavate the next one. After digging dozens of pits, she moved on to the next step. She lined each pit with metal sheets, substituting wood boards wherever the metal was insufficient. Knowing these small creatures would burrow, she worried that if they were captured, they might dig their way to freedom. Finally, she covered the pits with the cardboard containing the mineral water bottles, which fit perfectly. The bottles were filled with food so that whenever a small animal stepped onto the cardboard, it would fall into the pit. The iron rod in the middle could secure the cardboard, allowing it to flip back over the pit's opening after the animal fell in, preventing escape. After setting all this up, Jiang Ke felt it was still inadequate. The number of traps was too few, and these little creatures were quite clever. After falling for a trick once, they would become wary. She decided to set more traps, so she picked up her hoe again and dug a few deeper pits, covering the surface with slender branches and disguising them with grass, sprinkling some vegetable leaves or corn kernels as bait. She aimed to test which bait would be more effective, even rummaging through her space for several mouse traps and sticky boards to scatter around the area. After a full day's labor, the vicinity of the vegetable garden was now brimming with various traps. Before dawn, Jiang Ke was stirred awake by Xiaomi's persistent meowing. Rising from her bed, she followed Xiaomi, who tugged at her pant leg, leading her to the trap area. Xiaomi halted there, incessantly calling out, indicating that something had been caught. Jiang Ke first inspected the deeper pits. Some of them had collapsed grass, but they were otherwise empty. The bait had been consumed, yet the culprits had evaded capture. Jiang Ke remained undeterred and continued her inspection. To her astonishment, she discovered a rabbit ensnared in a mouse trap, lying motionless, likely exhausted from its struggles. She gently bound its four legs with a rope, and throughout the entire process, the creature offered no resistance, perhaps due to significant blood loss. Moving further along, she encountered several sticky traps, which astonishingly ensnared more than a dozen mice. Overjoyed, Jiang Ke then checked the initial traps she had set and found they had captured 5 sparrows, 3 doves, and 2 additional rabbits. In the last trap, she was surprised to find a hedgehog. She quickly expressed her remorse and released it, even providing it with some food. Although the quantity of her catch did not proportionately match the number of traps deployed, Jiang Ke felt a profound sense of joy, never expecting to capture such small creatures. She secured the live rabbit and birds in a basket, preparing to take them home for nurturing, while the deceased mice were buried in a pit. After replenishing the bait in the traps, she set off for home with her harvest. Upon returning home, she retrieved the chicken coop she had brought from her family home and temporarily confined the rabbit within. The dilemma of how to manage the birds arose when, while she was tending to the rabbit, Little Me stealthily snatched a sparrow from the basket and disappeared. After much contemplation, she resolved to release the remaining birds, reasoning that keeping them would only waste food, and it was better to allow them to return to nature. During her afternoon check, she caught yet another rabbit. Jiang Ke realized a new issue. The initial bird population had not been so abundant, but the corn kernels and breadcrumbs she had placed in the traps had attracted a flock of birds. In response, she hastily inserted wooden sticks into the ground, adorning them with plastic bags to create makeshift scarecrows, hoping to frighten the birds away. She also replaced the corn and breadcrumbs in the traps with vegetable leaves. This adjustment yielded some positive results. The number of rabbits and mice decreased, and the damage to her vegetables improved. However, a new complication arose. Having caught too many rabbits, the chicken coop was no longer sufficient to house them. Jiang Ke was acutely aware of the rabbit's prolific breeding capabilities and dared not engage in large-scale breeding. After much deliberation, she reluctantly resolved to take action. That evening, she dined on spicy rabbit heads, all the while internally lamenting her choices. After a period of rest, Jiang Ke recognized the need to refrain from such indulgence, having noticed that her waistline had expanded. The matter of road construction finally came to the forefront. She first cleared the weeds surrounding the gravel path leading to the creek and collected an abundance of stones from the mountains to begin widening the original road. Lacking an excavator or a mixer, she was fortunate to have the assistance of her spatial dimension. With her previous experience in road construction, the task became much easier. At the break of dawn, Jiang Ke commenced her roadwork, taking breaks to eat from her spatial storage as hunger struck. By steadily progressing a little each day, after a month, a brand new path finally emerged before her. The widened road measured over 2 meters in width, primarily composed of gravel with a smattering of cement. resulting in a somewhat uneven surface but greatly enhancing its practicality. Previously, the road was overrun with weeds on both sides, and traversing it would leave her covered in grass seeds. Now, with the road widened, she no longer had to worry about soiling her clothes. Jiang Ke scattered a variety of flower seeds along the sides of the road, some brought from afar, while the majority were local wildflowers. These vibrant blossoms not only added beauty, but also exhibited remarkable resilience. She began to anticipate that, in the near future, this road would transform into a picturesque flower-lined pathway. Chapter 46. Road Construction. Indeed, constructing roads is a monumental endeavor. After completing the small path in front of her house, Jiang Ke did not rush to start on a second one, but instead took a moment to rest. She often went to the creek to play with little me and collected stones while camping down the mountain, all the while gradually gathering materials needed for road construction. With the recent change in weather, the mornings felt somewhat chilly, prompting her to don a vest. Flipping through her calendar, she realized it was already December. Gazing at the date on her phone, she felt a sense of disorientation. Time had flown by so swiftly. Nearly a year had passed since she arrived here. The days seemed to pass more quickly than when she was underground, perhaps because every day here was particularly fulfilling. One morning, Jiang Ke first fed the little rabbits. She had indeed taken to raising them. This small white rabbit was one she discovered later in a trap, and finding it utterly adorable, she brought it home to care for. Generally, she did not confine it, allowing it to frolic freely in the yard, only returning it to its cage at night when it was time for bed. Initially, Little Me harbored a strong animosity towards the newcomer. Whenever Jiang Ke was absent from the yard, she had to lock the rabbit in its cage to prevent it from being bullied by Little Me. However, as time passed and they became more accustomed to one another, Little Me gradually lowered its guard. Now, it was common to see them chasing and playing together in the yard. As the weather grew colder, Jiang Ke felt disinclined to prepare breakfast, opting instead for a bowl of apple millet porridge and a fragrant meat pie from her spatial storage. While eating, she glanced at the indoor temperature, which read 20 degrees Celsius, while outside it was around 17 or 18 degrees, roughly the coldest part of the year. The seasons here did not vary much, with little temperature fluctuation during the day, only noticeable differences in the early morning and late evening. After her meal, Jiang Ke washed the dirty clothes she had changed out of the previous day, which had been soaking in a basin and had not yet been washed. She always hand-washed her intimate garments, whereas larger items such as pants and coats were saved up for machine washing. Once she hung the clothes out to dry, the sun had risen high in the sky, providing warmth. Jiang Ke planned to venture up the mountain again today. A few days prior, she had found numerous beautiful stones at the foot of the mountain, prompting her to seek further luck. She traversed the gravel path across the creek. Her residence lay in the southwestern corner of Zidawayuan, and her usual activities were mostly concentrated in the southwest region, rarely venturing east. During her previous bamboo cutting excursion to the east, she had driven there, alternating between riding and walking, as certain areas were too overgrown for her vehicle. The southern foot of the mountain was a familiar place for her, and having frequented it, she had naturally worn a small path into the ground. Unhurriedly, she admired the scenery along the way, soon arriving at the foot of the mountain. The series of small hills appeared unremarkable from below, but as one ascended, the fog thickened until visibility became nearly non-existent. After 3 to 5 minutes, the mist would dissipate, revealing the first hill once more. Jiang Ke had attempted this several times, but still could not comprehend how she had descended. This visit was not for exploration. Rather, she had stumbled upon a few translucent stones at the mountain's base a few days prior. Jiang Ke had taken these stones home, washed them, and placed them in her fish tank, where they emitted a faint white glow at night. Intrigued by these magical stones, she thought she might dig up a few more to take home for study. Over the past few days, she had thoroughly searched the foot of the mountain, but only found 2 or 3 pieces. Thus she resolved to ascend the mountain today to continue her quest. Upon reaching the first hill, she encountered a broad expanse of grassy land. Here, the verdant grass flourished without trees obstructing the view, making it the ideal spot for flying kites. Standing there, she could see her little house, overlooking the grassland and stream in its entirety. Jiang Ke adored picnicking in this location. As she continued upward, the fog began to roll in, prompting her to halt her ascent. She surveyed her surroundings and approached the mountainside. This area was strewn with loose stones, and she took out her tools to begin clearing the surrounding weeds and soil. After digging for a while, she encountered the bedrock, making further excavation impossible. She had no choice but to try another spot. The glowing stones lingered in her thoughts, shining softly at night like luminous pearls. Believing they might indeed be treasures, she maintained a mindset of discovery and persevered in her digging. She collected the surrounding debris into her spatial storage for future road construction. As she continued to dig, she unearthed yet another crystalline stone. The object, approximately the size of a fist, bore an irregular shape and a reddish hue, yet it emanated a luminous glow. Jiang Ke held it in her hand, reveling in its unique texture, and after a brief period of fascination, she stowed it away in her spatial storage. She resumed her search among the surrounding rubble, eager to uncover further treasures. To her surprise, the soil was remarkably dense, and as she dug deeper, she suddenly caught sight of something colorful. Her heart raced with excitement, believing she had stumbled upon more vibrant stones. Swiftly clearing the surrounding earth, she unearthed the object and gasped in disbelief. What she held was indeed a golden bracelet. Despite being buried for an extended period, its surface had dulled, yet the shape and color unmistakably indicated its golden nature. Jiang Ke examined the bracelet closely, flipping it over in her hands, still incredulous. How could such an item be found in this place? After her initial shock subsided, she carefully placed the bracelet into her spatial storage and continued to excavate the area, hoping for additional discoveries. Regrettably, after thoroughly scouring the vicinity, she found nothing but a small colorful stone. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, she descended the mountain and returned home. Once there, she meticulously washed the 2 colorful stones she had found that day and placed them into a fish tank, alongside several others she had previously collected. This tank had once belonged to her grandfather, who had used it for fish, and Jiang Ke had retrieved it from her spatial storage, cleaning it thoroughly before filling it with small fish she had caught from the river. The 60-centimeter fish tank fit perfectly atop a cabinet. Each day, she would sprinkle in a bit of steamed breadcrumbs, and watching the fish swim about brought a lively essence to her home. Jiang Ke then took out the bracelet she had discovered on the mountain and cleaned it meticulously with toothpaste and a toothbrush. After her efforts, the bracelet gleamed significantly, revealing an intricate peony pattern. It felt surprisingly heavy, surely more than 50 grams. The emergence of a golden bracelet in this secluded location sparked her curiosity immensely. This could not have been left by the elderly man. Was it possible that others had ventured here before him? If so, how could one explain the bracelet's existence? But did ancient people wear golden bracelets? Jiang Ke pondered, questioning whether the craftsmanship of yesteryears could indeed achieve such exquisite artistry. Could it have been accidentally dropped by someone on the mountain? Her intrigue regarding the mist-shrouded mountains nearby persisted. Yet her attempts to explore them had repeatedly led her to remain within this area. While basking in the sun in her yard, she often gazed at the distant peaks, wondering if immortals resided there. Now, with the bracelet in hand, her imagination ran wild. Did these celestial beings possess such mundane tastes, favoring grand gold bracelets? After much contemplation, she found no reasonable explanation and sighed, burdened with unanswered questions. Resolved not to dwell further, she tucked the golden bracelet away in her spatial storage. Tossing a few vegetable leaves to her rabbit, she noticed that Little Me had wandered off to play. Dismissing the thought, she washed her hands and prepared to eat. Chapter 47, A Strange Dream. Recently, the weather had turned cooler, and Jiang Ke found herself craving hot pot. While organizing her culinary supplies that morning, she unearthed a package of lamb ribs and suddenly altered her plans. It had been ages since she last savored lamb soup. She washed the ribs, placed them into an electric cooker, added scallions and ginger, set the timer, and stepped outside. As she entered her yard, the rich aroma of lamb wafted through the air. Lifting the lid of the cooker, she discovered the ribs had become tender and the broth had turned a milky white. Sprinkling in a bit of salt, she let the soup simmer a while longer. By the time she had cleaned the collected stones and the golden bracelet, the lamb soup was perfectly ready. Jiang Ke retrieved a large bowl, ladled steaming lamb soup, and garnished it with a handful of vibrant cilantro. As was her custom, she first raised her phone to capture the moment in a photograph. Though she had no one with whom to share it, the ritual of documenting her meal was essential. After taking her picture, Jiang Ke fetched a small bowl and poured herself a serving of lamb soup, thinking that her version tasted just as delightful as any found in a restaurant. Next, she picked up a rib and dipped it into her specially crafted sauce, which comprised soy sauce, minced garlic, chili oil, small hot peppers, sugar, and cilantro, with a few drops of Sichuan pepper oil mixed in. The quality of the sauce was crucial to enhancing the flavor of the lamb ribs. Jiang Ke savored several ribs, clearly pleased with her culinary creation. While enjoying her meal, she glanced at the fish tank, where the colorful stones shimmered beautifully under the sunlight. Jiang Ke mused, could these be luminous pearls? The stones varied in color, some leaning towards green, some red, and others a soft blue, but all were crystal clear and exceptionally enticing. More remarkably, they emitted a faint glow at night. The more she contemplated, the more convinced she became. Aside from their irregular shapes, they perfectly matched the characteristics of the legendary luminous pearls. Once she ventured out again, these treasures would surely be of great value. Her excitement grew, and she resolved to thoroughly search the surrounding mountain peaks in the coming days. After finishing another hearty bowl of soup, she was about to clear the table when Little Me returned leisurely, its food bowl clutched in its mouth. Placing the bowl by Jiang Ke's feet, it began to meow insistently. Understanding the cue, Jiang Ke dropped a few pieces of tender lamb into the bowl. Little meat continued to meow, prompting Jiang Ke to add 2 more pieces. Overindulging in meat could lead to digestive issues, and she felt that this was sufficient. Bending down, she gently patted Little Me's head. The little creature seemed to understand, taking the bowl to a corner to eat contentedly. Jiang Ke rose to clean the table, storing the leftover meat in her spatial storage. She carried the dishes outside, drew water from the water tank, and scrubbed them with a loofah. The grease proved stubborn, so she grabbed a handful of flour, which was excellent for absorbing oil. In her little paradise, Jiang Ke seldom used disposable utensils. She genuinely embraced a life here, cooking daily and relishing the vibrant essence of existence. This lifestyle was precisely what she had longed for. During her earlier struggles in the city, her greatest wish had been to retire and return to her hometown, to cultivate the land and raise chickens and ducks. Living such a life, she remembered the days spent in the high-rise buildings of the city, listening to the children's cacophony from above and the quarrels of couples below. In her early career, she had aspired to remain in the city, but the longer she stayed, the more she yearned to return to her roots. Back then, she would count her savings, calculating how many years remained until retirement. After tidying up the dishes, Jiang Ke began to feel drowsy, having developed a habit of napping during this period. She approached the fish tank, carefully selecting the most beautiful stone to admire closely. Suddenly, a thought struck her. If these were indeed luminous pearls, would soaking them in water damage them? If they were ruined, they would lose their value. With that in mind, she decided to retrieve all 10 stones from the tank. The stones varied in color. The largest resembled an egg, while the smallest were akin to quail eggs, all possessing irregular shapes, unlike the smoothness of pebbles. She dried the stones and placed them on her bedside, kicked off her shoes, and lay on the bed, propped against the wall while toying with the stones. Before long, drowsiness enveloped her, and she succumbed to sleep, the stones in her hand emanating a faint glow. Jiang Ke experienced a nightmarish vision. In her dream, the earth shook violently, splitting apart as a cataclysmic earthquake ravaged the land, consuming fertile fields, homes, and lives. Old and young alike vanished without a trace, unable to utter a cry for help. The ground beneath her feet began to tremble fiercely, cracking open to reveal a chasm, and she plummeted into the abyss of darkness. Jiang Ke jolted upright, gasping for breath. Once she regained her composure, she shook her head. This was the first time she had experienced a nightmare during a midday nap. Dismissing the thought, she rose from her bed. Little Me had once again disappeared. She scrubbed the little cat's food bowl clean and took her hoe outside to tend to the weeds in the vegetable garden. That night, Jiang Ke dreamt once more of the earlier scene, but this time, she observed as a bystander. She witnessed countless homes being swallowed by the earthquake, and then, astonishingly, the land itself began to rise, coalescing into a colossal floating island in the sky. At that moment, she heard a resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar. Looking up, she saw a massive figure looming above the floating island. Jiang Ke strained to see clearly, only to be caught off guard by the sight of enormous, piercing eyes. She trembled all over and abruptly awakened from her slumber. What was happening? Having recurrent dreams of the same nature felt exceedingly peculiar to Jiang Ke. Clenching her fists, she discovered that she still held that stone tightly. At this moment, the stone's radiance was brighter than during the day, illuminating the room like a small night light, with stones scattered all over the bed yet to be tidied away. Could it be connected to these stones? Jiang Ke couldn't suppress her suspicions. Were the events she witnessed in her dreams truly manifestations of reality? Fully alert now, she switched on the light and began to scour through her materials. The houses and attire she had seen in her dreams were evidently not of modern design, but rather of an ancient style, though she could not discern to which dynasty they belonged. Jiang Ke diligently perused various historical accounts, meticulously documenting the significant earthquakes that had transpired throughout the ages. It was only when the morning light streamed through the window that she wearily closed her book. Before the calamity struck, she had been at the university during graduation season, collecting books of diverse subjects, all weighed at scrap prices. Reflecting on it now, she was grateful for those books, as they had indeed proven invaluable in a critical moment. From the history books she had gathered from her fellow students, she discovered that several major earthquakes had occurred historically, excluding those in the highlands and mountainous regions. Only 2 earthquakes exceeding magnitude 8 in the eastern province and a neighboring province remained. The devastation she witnessed in her dream was apocalyptic, with the entire city being swallowed instantaneously. Such destruction could not possibly be wrought by an ordinary earthquake. Jiang Ke circled the 2 earthquakes with her pen. A vague suspicion began to form in her mind, being from the eastern province herself, and considering that elderly man was also from there. What a remarkable coincidence that they both found themselves in this small paradise. Perhaps the origin of this little haven was indeed intertwined with that major earthquake in the eastern province. Recalling the eyes she had seen in her dream sent a shiver down her spine. What could they possibly be? Could it be a dragon? Did dragons truly exist in this world? Was this space a sanctuary fashioned by a dragon for itself? Yet, why had she remained here for so long without noticing anything amiss or feeling any spiritual energy? Was it possible that she simply could not perceive it? A torrent of questions surged through her mind, and with a resigned sigh, she slumped over her desk, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. She remained in that position for an indeterminate period until Xiaomi came to nip at her pant leg. Raising her head, she noticed that daylight had already broken. Jiang Ke exhaled deeply, rising to prepare breakfast for Xiaomi. What needed to be known would eventually be revealed. The secrets of this space were tantalizingly close, and she believed it would not be long before the truth was unveiled. Chapter 48, A Picnic by the Roadside. The construction of the little paradise continued. Jiang Ke swung her hoe, laboring by the roadside, drenched in sweat, and pondering why she hadn't procured a digging machine back then. There were several in the village that she had seen on her descent. However, after enduring extreme heat, those machines were likely reduced to scrap metal by now. Jiang Ke had always been a cautious individual, initially preferring to remain in her subterranean abode, awaiting the end of the world. In her previous readings of apocalyptic novels, when she observed protagonists scavenging for supplies post-disaster, she could only shake her head, recognizing that she lacked the protagonist's aura. Should she venture out, she would likely meet a gruesome fate. While residing in the underground safe house, she had committed to physical training and self-defense techniques. But these were solely for the purpose of self-preservation should she be compelled to venture out. To expect her to actively seek out supplies? She maintained a clear understanding of her own limitations. Moreover, her existing resources were already more plentiful than those of the vast majority. Recently, Jiang Ke had been repairing the path leading to the eastern bamboo grove. As her time spent in the little paradise grew, a natural trail had formed in the areas she frequented. Yet, the issue remained that rain would render the path impassable, prompting her decision to formally construct a road along the beaten path. In recent days, she had been laboring from dawn till dusk, noticing that her skin had darkened considerably. Although the sun here was not excessively harsh, the prolonged exposure to outdoor labor was taking its toll. While brushing her teeth in the morning, she grinned at her reflection, seeing her pearly white teeth against her tanned visage, laughing aloud at how it resembled a toothpaste commercial. At the beginning of her labor, she would sweat profusely shortly after starting, prompting her to wear short sleeves. It wasn't until she belatedly realized she was on the verge of becoming a different complexion that she reacted, hastily donning a hat and long-sleeved shirt. Now, from a distance, she appeared as a quintessential farmer, her skin bronzed, her physique robust, and even the muscles in her arms were defined. Recently, Jiang Ke had also ceased to monitor her diet. Her daily exertions consumed a significant amount of energy, allowing her to eat whatever she pleased. A while back, she had taken a break and found herself disinterested in any activity. However, after a prolonged period of idleness, she felt an emptiness within, realizing that her sense of time had become distorted. During the first year of the apocalypse, she had been in the safe house, preparing a decent New Year's Eve dinner for herself. The following year, she celebrated in the little paradise, managing to prepare a variety of delectable dishes, thus preserving some semblance of festive spirit. Yet by the third year, she completely lost the feeling of celebrating the new year. She merely shared a simple meal with Xiaomi and spent the night watching old spring festival gala programs. In the little paradise, where spring reigned eternal, she sometimes found herself momentarily perplexed about the current season or month. Upon realizing this, she rummaged through her space for a notebook, cross-referencing the date on her phone, and personally crafted a physical calendar to hang on the wall. Now, the first thing she did each morning was tear off a page. That thick stack of calendars had already consumed nearly half of its pages, reminding her that more than half of the year had already elapsed. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Jiang Ke pulled out her phone from her pocket, realizing it was already noon. She set down her hoe, retrieved her water bottle, and squatted by the roadside to wash her hands. Then, she took out a rattan chair and a small table from her space, setting them up in the shade of a tree. Removing her straw hat, she sat down to rest for a moment. Today was another overcast day. The weather in the little paradise was mostly characterized by blue skies and white clouds, but the thick cloud cover obscured the sun, casting a soft and gentle light that was not harsh on the eyes. It was precisely for this reason that Jiang Ke had overlooked sun protection. She assumed that if the sun was not visible, the ultraviolet rays could not be strong, resulting in her becoming quite sunburned. Taking a sip of water, she gazed at the road ahead. The outline of the bamboo grove was becoming discernible in the distance. In truth, her expectations for the road were not high. As long as it did not turn muddy during rain, she would be satisfied. When she initially began repairing this stretch of road, she had cut corners, significantly reducing the proportion of stones used. Consequently, a heavy downpour had washed away several days' worth of labor. Fortunately, she had only just commenced the project. Jiang Ke did not feel disheartened. Rather, she had come to understand that this road was not for the sake of impressing others, but for her own convenience. If she deceived herself, the one who ultimately suffered would be herself. With her spirits lifted, she resumed her roadwork, reflecting on the stone path constructed by the elderly man, which had remained intact for nearly a century despite the absence of cement or lime. Jiang Ke couldn't help but admire the man's wisdom. After finishing her water, she wiped her mouth and began to select her lunch from her space. Ultimately, she chose garlic roasted wings, tomato and tofu fish soup, accompanied by stir-fried zucchini. With both meat and vegetables, she also prepared 2 large steamed buns. Setting the tableware in place, she readied herself to dine. Nowadays, she had discovered that eating rice left her feeling hungry sooner, while steamed buns were far more satisfying. Recalling her previous workdays, when half a steamed bun would suffice for a meal, she realized that now, consuming half felt as if she had eaten nothing at all. Recently, when weighing herself, she found she had reached 110 pounds. Curiously, her waistline remained unchanged, and her clothing still fit as before. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she barely recognized herself. Her arms and legs had become significantly firmer, and muscle definition was visible with any exertion. Clenching her arm, the contours of her muscles were distinctly pronounced. Looking at the unfamiliar figure in the mirror, Jiang Ke accepted this new image in an instant. It was clearly the physique of the athletic students she had envied in high school. Observing the smooth lines of her muscles, she gleefully posed in front of the mirror, taking several photos until she felt satisfied. As the aroma of the food wafted through the air, Jiang Ke's stomach began to rumble. The fish soup was contained within a disposable food box, a preparation made prior to the cataclysmic events. She ladled a spoonful of the soup, the sweet and tangy aroma of the fish enticing her taste buds. Upon tasting a piece of fish, it melted effortlessly in her mouth. Meticulously prepared to ensure there were no bones, it was simply delectable. She couldn't resist devouring half a bowl of fish and sipping a generous amount of the broth before turning to the other dishes. Picking up a garlic-flavored chicken wing, she took a bite, savoring the robust garlic essence, also a product of her pre-disaster stockpiling. Back then, in her quest to hoard food, she had purchased numerous semi-finished products, with mountains of bread and fried delicacies. Her oven and air fryer worked tirelessly, day and night, until the smell of smoke made her feel nauseous. She had lost track of how many things she had baked. After all this time, the pile of semi-finished products in her space appeared hardly diminished. Having consumed her meal with satisfaction, she let out a contented burp. She swiftly tidied the dining table, securely tying up the garbage bag before tossing it into her storage space, then reclined in her wicker chair, ready for a brief rest. Little Me's lunch was not her concern. That little creature frolicked outside all day, returning home only at night, catching mice and shrimp to satisfy its hunger. As for the little rabbit, she had ensured there was ample food left for it before she departed. With her eyes closed, she contemplated that in just another half-month, she could finish the road repairs. Once completed, she planned to indulge in some well-deserved rest and construct a swing in the yard, an idea that had lingered in her mind for quite some time, waiting for the right moment to come to fruition. After the road was finished, she also intended to upgrade her garden, imagining the future beauty of her little courtyard. Jiang Ke couldn't help but smile. The more she envisioned it, the more invigorated she felt, dispelling any lingering drowsiness. Resolutely, she rose to store the tables and chairs back into her space, shouldering her tools to continue her work. In Chapter 49, Steamed Jujubes, Jiang Ke carried a bucket to the creek to fill it with water, meticulously watering her vegetable patch, as it had not rained recently, and the crops were on the brink of wilting. She scooped water and delicately poured it around the roots of each plant. After tending to the eastern plot, she straightened her back and patted it, recalling how she had strained it while repairing the road yesterday, leaving her with a slight ache. Upon returning to the courtyard, she found Little Me licking its paws under the eaves, meowing as it noticed her return. Jiang Ke took a towel from the clothesline to wipe her face and began washing the freshly picked vegetables. When she first arrived in this small paradise, the soil was rather barren. She attempted to grow some vegetables, but their growth was mediocre, with the eggplants, peppers, and tomatoes bearing only tiny fruits. The green peppers were merely palm-sized, leading her to suspect she had purchased counterfeit seeds. However, after researching, she discovered the soil's fertility was to blame. Learning to mix wood ash and rabbit droppings into the soil and diligently aerating it daily, her vegetables began to thrive. Biting into a freshly washed cucumber, she reveled in its crisp sweetness. She placed the cleaned vegetables in the kitchen, preparing to cook them for lunch. A rustling sound came from the rabbit cage. As she approached, she found the plump gray rabbit munching on a carrot top. The straw bedding in the cage had become soiled, and she donned rubber gloves to clean it out. Currently, she had 8 rabbits, and each day she could fill nearly half a bucket with their droppings. Initially, it had been easy to care for just one rabbit, but as she found the adorable creatures hard to resist, her collection grew. Now, she had to clean the cages daily, lest the odor become unbearable. She wheeled the fertilizer away to a distant compost pit in the yard, where a thick layer had already accumulated, exuding the scent of fermenting earth. After finishing these tasks, Jiang Ke prepared a simple lunch and headed out again. Recently, the jujubes had ripened. The small paradise was home to many wild jujube trees, but only 2 of the crisp jujube trees, grafted by the elder when he was alive, yielded particularly sweet fruits with thin skins and crisp flesh, reminiscent of winter jujubes. One tree stood beside the yard, and the other by the south bank of the creek. Now in peak ripeness, every morning the ground beneath the trees was strewn with fallen jujubes. Jiang Ke picked several batches daily, often collecting over 10 pounds at a time. One of the trees was robust, towering about 3 stories high. She first laid out several old bedsheets on the ground, then raised a bamboo pole to strike the branches. The jujubes fell like hail, some even landing painfully upon her. Yet, she paid no mind to the minor discomfort, joyfully anticipating the abundant harvest of crisp jujubes. Wrapping the sheets together, she gathered the jujubes into a bundle. She pulled out plastic bags to portion them and stored them in her space. After collecting the intact jujubes from the ground, she discarded the damaged ones, cleaning the area before moving to the other jujube tree by the creek. Upon returning home, she sorted the reddened jujubes and washed them thoroughly. She stoked the fire in the stove, added water to the pot, and placed a steaming rack inside, pouring in the jujubes to steam. After half an hour on low heat, she lifted the lid to check, and finding them nearly ready, she removed the steaming rack and set it on a cloth spread across the table in the courtyard to cool. The fruits from these 2 trees would suffice for her lifetime. She was now preparing the 3 steam, 3 dry jujubes. Her grandmother had often made these, claiming they were more effective for blood replenishment than donkey hide gelatin, beneficial for young women. Each year during the jujube harvest, her grandmother would prepare some for her to take as snacks to school. Jiang Ke touched the jujubes drying nearby, which she had made a couple of days prior. After the 3 steam, 3 dry process, their skin turned a deep red. Tasting one, she found it exceptionally sweet. After drying for a couple more days, they had developed a delightful chewiness. Packing the dried jujubes into bags for storage, she suddenly felt the urge to share some with her neighbors and friends. But she was alone with only Little Me by her side. She playfully rubbed Little Me's head and lifted it for a spin. Little Me looked at her with a puzzled expression, as if questioning her sanity. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Ke reached out again. But Little Me agilely turned and scampered away. Having completed her tasks, Jiang Ke felt somewhat weary. She approached the swing she had crafted after finishing the road repairs, dedicating half a month to its careful construction. The seat was woven from bamboo, its surface smooth and coated with varnish, making it pleasantly comfortable to touch. She had added a backrest for support when tired. The swing's frame was adorned with a variety of colorful flowers, red, yellow, and particularly lovely. Jiang Ke was immensely pleased with this creation, which had become her new favorite pastime, as she often found herself lounging on it. The seat cover and cushions were sewn by her own hands, enhancing its comfort. Retrieving a book from her space, she resumed her reading of the Ming history. Previously, the history in her textbooks had consisted of merely a few sentences, with many stories learned through television dramas. Yet, upon delving into these books, she discovered the profound depth of her heritage. In the span of 5,000 years of civilization, all she could do was commit these stories to memory. The nation was undergoing unprecedented calamities, and post-disaster, technological advancements might falter, yet the continuity of civilization must not cease. She hoped that the books she preserved would prove beneficial in the future. As dusk approached, Jiang Ke glanced at the sunset beyond the courtyard, closed her book, and washed her hands to prepare dinner. The dried jujubes were just right for making jujube-steamed cakes. She diced some jujubes, grabbed a handful of brown sugar, and added them to a mixing bowl. Next, she cracked an egg and poured in half a bag of yeast, mixing with warm water until well blended. Once fully combined, she added an appropriate amount of flour and stirred until free of lumps, covering it to let it rise. Her years of cooking experience assured her that she need not worry about the proportions. No matter how she prepared it, it would never fail. While the dough rose, she planned to cook 2 dishes. Strolling through the vegetable garden, she assessed what she felt like eating. She had grown tired of eggplants and peppers recently, as their yield was too abundant for her to consume alone, forcing her to continuously store them in her space. Today, she craved something lighter, so she picked a lettuce, washed it simply, peeled it, and sliced it into a plate. She also chopped some scallions and garlic, completing the preparation. As she ignited the stove and commenced her culinary endeavors, she poured oil into the pan, allowing it to heat before adding finely chopped garlic and scallions. sautéing them until their aromatic essence filled the air. She then introduced the prepped lettuce, giving it a brief stir-fry before drizzling in a splash of vinegar and soy sauce, followed by a modest pinch of salt. A quick toss, and the dish was ready to be served. Regardless of whether she was preparing a simple stir-fry or a more elaborate dish, her cooking routine always included a touch of soy sauce or light soy sauce. Though the presentation might have lacked finesse, the flavors were undeniably exquisite. In her early days of cooking, she often found herself uncertain about which vegetables benefited from vinegar and which did not. Her grandmother had enlightened her on this matter, stating it was quite simple. If one desired a crunchy texture, vinegar should be added. Vegetables such as lotus root, shredded potatoes, yam, and lettuce were all suitable candidates. Upon hearing this, a light bulb went off in her mind, and the art of cooking began to make sense to her. After finishing the stir-fry, she found that her noodles had risen perfectly. She oiled the bowl to prevent sticking, pouring the noodles in, and she had prepared enough for 2 bowls. To enhance their appearance, she adorned them with a few dates before placing them in the steamer. From her storage space, she retrieved a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat and a platter of salted egg yolk chicken wings, both of which complemented the meal splendidly. Without a doubt, she had indulged herself once again. That night, she dreamt once more, envisioning her grandparents standing at the entrance of their ancestral home, beaming as they welcomed her back, saying, "Welcome home, little Ku." Upon waking, she found her pillow dampened with tears. It was a poignant reminder of her longing for home, a place that no longer existed. She buried her face in the comfort of her blanket and wept freely. Chapter 50, Making Candied Hawthorn. Recently, Jiang Ke felt a peculiar sense of unease within herself. The days passed without incident, yet the nights brought a wave of melancholy. After much contemplation, she concluded that perhaps it stemmed from a lack of activity. Fortunately, the hawthorns were ripe, and she resolved to gather some to make candied hawthorn skewers. The little peach orchard was abundant with resources. Jiang Ke couldn't bear to let anything go to waste. Each time she ventured outside, she collected the ripened fruits and foraged for wild vegetables along the way. Enveloped in a gentle mist, the little peach orchard revealed dewdrops clinging to the tips of grass, which crunched beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, she reveled in the earthy fragrance of the soil and greenery. Every time she walked along the pebble path she had meticulously laid, memories of its former overgrown state flooded her mind. Passing by the canola fields, only the green seed pods remained, a far cry from the golden sea of flowers that had bloomed in spring. She paused, recalling the vibrant blossoms that had once adorned the landscape. Capturing endless photographs as her little cat, Me, chased butterflies, dusted in yellow pollen. A smile crept onto her lips at the memory. Continuing her stroll, she spotted the silhouettes of ancient trees in the distance. As she drew closer, she recognized them as hawthorn trees, 3 of them standing together, their branches heavy with fruit. Looking up at the boughs laden with red berries, she was suddenly reminded of the hawthorn tree at her grandmother's house during her childhood. Each autumn, her grandmother would gather the fruits to make candied hawthorn skewers, and she and her friends would gather around the stove, eagerly awaiting their first taste. Shaking off the nostalgia, she retrieved a long bamboo pole. With a satisfying crack, she struck the branches, and the red hawthorns fell like raindrops. A few even hit her on the head, causing a slight sting, yet she laughed, reveling in the tangible sense of accomplishment that was foreign to her urban life. After filling a basket to the brim, she picked up one fruit, wiped it clean, and took a bite. The tartness made her squint, but it was quickly followed by a delicate sweetness and the unique fragrance of wild fruit. She knew that if left for a few days, they would sweeten further. But her cravings demanded immediate satisfaction. She yearned for candied hawthorn skewers today. Upon returning home, she poured the hawthorns into a basin of water. The coolness of the water made the red fruits spin in her hands as she selected the largest and ripest ones, carefully slicing across into their centers and extracting the seeds with precision. This step required patience, yet she found great joy in it, as the prepared hawthorns resembled delicate little blossoms laid out on a bamboo sieve to dry. From her storage, she retrieved some red bean paste, squeezed it onto the hawthorns, and threaded them onto bamboo skewers, placing them on an oiled cloth. Next, she washed several pounds of strawberries, which she had previously purchased from a roadside vendor. While a few had proven sweet, the majority were disappointingly sour, and by the time she returned to the stall, the vendor had vanished. Not wanting to waste them, she had kept them in storage, and now they were perfect for coating in sugar. After threading the strawberries, she peeled a few sugar oranges and strung them up as well. She had seen these for sale before, but had never tasted them. Today was the perfect opportunity to try. With everything prepared, she began to make the syrup. Although she had never made candied hawthorns before, she was adept at making caramelized sweet potatoes, so making syrup was a task she could handle. The syrup bubbled and changed color, but the firewood stove was difficult to control, and fearing it might overcook, she quickly moved the pot to the edge of the stove. watching it reach the right consistency. She took the hawthorn skewers one by one, coating them in syrup before placing them back on the oiled paper. As she prepared a few more skewers, the syrup began to harden, so she returned the pot to the stove, where the residual heat was just right. All the candied hawthorns transformed into glistening, translucent delights that were simply mouth-watering. Once completed, she quickly washed the pot while the syrup was still warm. Otherwise, it would solidify and be much harder to clean. Picking up a skewer, she took a bite, and the crisp sweetness delighted her palate. The red bean paste balanced the tartness perfectly, leaving no sticky residue on her teeth. Jiang Ke mused that if she were to sell these delicacies, she would surely earn a fortune. She sampled a strawberry next, enjoying its sweet and sour flavor. Had she known, she would have prepared more fruit. She mentally noted to try bananas and grapes next time. After savoring 2 or 3 skewers, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the sweetness, she stored the remainder in her space and began tidying up the kitchen, changing out of her soiled clothes for a wash. The days that followed were filled with busyness. As harvest season approached, the hawthorns were followed by ripening persimmons. She sliced the hawthorns to dry for tea or to add to braised meat for added tenderness. The persimmons were tied together and hung to dry, transforming into delectable persimmon cakes. A peaceful existence, perhaps, was defined by such moments. 10 years swiftly passed, and the little peach orchard had undergone a complete transformation. Jiang Ke had painstakingly crafted her vision of a paradise. Once a wild thicket, it now flourished with vibrant flower beds and lush lawns, alongside neatly cultivated fields of corn, wheat, and sorghum. The expansive flower gardens attracted countless bees and butterflies. Regrettably, she lacked the knowledge of beekeeping. Otherwise, she would have an endless supply of honey. The area dedicated to grain cultivation was modest, with staggered harvest times, perfectly manageable for her alone. Her innate farming instincts compelled her to till the land at every opportunity. Yet reason quickly prevailed. It was impractical to cultivate so much by herself. The current scale was just right, keeping her busy without overwhelming her. One evening, upon returning home from her labors, she was surprised to find me lounging in her nest. Over the years, me had grown accustomed to the wild, often disappearing for days. Seeing her at home, while it was still light out, piqued Jiang Ke's curiosity. "What's wrong? Not feeling well?" she inquired, approaching to stroke Me's fur. In her memory, Me rarely fell ill, save for one instance when she had eaten something unsuitable, suffering through a day of gastrointestinal distress, and taking 3 days to recover. Jiang Ke had been frantic then. To her, Me was not just a pet, but a cherished companion in this secluded world. Me licked her paws leisurely, and upon closer inspection, Jiang Ke discovered a few thorns lodged in them. Sighing with relief, she went inside to fetch tweezers, iodine, and cotton swabs, gently holding Me's paw to extract the thorns. Me cooperated well, even licking Jiang Ke's hand in appreciation. "You still can't take care of yourself at this age," Jiang Ke murmured as she applied iodine to the wounds. "Is there anywhere else that hurts?" Me meowed a few times, her voice strong and clear. Jiang Ke thoroughly examined her, reassured that there were no other injuries. After lunch, Jiang Ke lay on her bed to rest, opening a box on her nightstand filled with glistening stones. Over the past decade, she had traversed every corner of the little peach orchard, collecting over 100 such stones, most of which she found on the surrounding mountains near the boundary of the impenetrable mist. Venturing further would lead one astray. And it was in this borderland that she unearthed her greatest treasures. Jiang Ke often dreamt of a cataclysmic earthquake, a recurring nightmare. In subsequent excavations on the mountain, she discovered some rusted iron tools, but she had yet to uncover any silver or gold jewelry. This increasingly led her to doubt the connection between the events of her dreams and the world around her. Until last night, when she dreamt once more of an earthquake, where countless lands were engulfed, rendering the entire earth devoid of vitality. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, causing the ground to tremble and crack anew, as countless fragments of soil ascended into the air, coalescing into floating islands. A dragon's silhouette soared above these islands, accompanied by several shadowy figures. Jiang Ke, observing as a mere spectator, was astonished, her mouth agape. Indeed, dragons and extraordinary beings existed in this world. She widened her eyes, striving to see more clearly, yet was unprepared for the sun's dazzling rays that shone upon the islands. In her dream, Jiang Ke was blinded by the intense luminosity and subsequently awoke. Chapter 51. Farewell. Little Me Jiang Ke rubbed the box, lost in contemplation. Perhaps a single occurrence could be dismissed as mere fantasy. But to repeatedly experience the same dream might suggest the existence of a spatial phenomenon. These small stones seemed to possess some peculiar quality, capable of retaining images from that time. They could perhaps be akin to energy stones, providing sustenance within this space. Yet, why were those dragons and extraordinary beings absent from here? Having dwelt in this place for over a decade, She had yet to encounter any other beings or entities. It was peculiar to create a space, yet not inhabit it. With her mind brimming with questions, Jiang Ke found herself unable to sleep at noon. Upon rising in the afternoon, Jiang Ke sensed something was amiss with little me. Though it had merely pricked its paw with a few thorns, a common occurrence that had never hindered its play, today it appeared listless and devoid of energy. Jiang Ke picked up little me, gently stroking it. "Is something troubling you? Please don't frighten me." Little me meowed softly and wriggled free from her embrace. In the following days, little me exhibited an unusual docility. It returned home punctually each day, spending increasingly longer periods indoors. Observing little me's once lustrous fur now dulled, Jiang Ke suddenly realized that little me was already 13 years old, considered elderly among cats. The realization struck her with a wave of sorrow. To her, little me was akin to family. It had always been so lively. She had never contemplated its aging. Yet, recently, it had indeed lost weight, and its coat had lost much of its sheen. Jiang Ke began to care for little me with heightened attentiveness, preparing its meals with great care. A sense of unease gnawed at her. What would she do in the long days ahead if little me were no longer by her side? Under Jiang Ke's nurturing, little me's condition improved somewhat. She devoted more time to its company, cradling it in the sunlight, grooming its fur, and speaking softly to it. However, in the 15th year of the calamity, little me passed away. Jiang Ke buried it behind the house, accompanied by its favorite scratching ball. Sitting before the small grave, she suddenly felt all the strength drained from her body. Memories flooded back. Those days when little me would playfully dig in the soil beside her while she tended the earth, or when it would bring her freshly caught fish during their picnics, or when they would snuggle together on the warm bed during winter. In a world devoid of seasons, winter's chill seemed to stretch indefinitely. It was precisely due to little me's companionship that life in the small paradise had been imbued with warmth and color. But now, little me was gone. Jiang Ke sat by the grave for an entire day, from dawn until dusk. Only when the last sliver of daylight faded did she slowly rise. Life must continue. The sun would rise again tomorrow. In the 18th year of the calamity, changes began to manifest in the small paradise. The most noticeable alteration was the temperature. Once a haven of eternal spring, winter now plunged to sub-zero extremes. Nights lengthened, while daylight dwindled. These transformations filled Jiang Ke with trepidation. She recalled her dreams. Had the sun's energy been absorbed by this space, and was it now running out? Through her spatial awareness, she discovered that everything remained unchanged in the safe house. The frozen layer showed no signs of thawing. Initially, when the extreme cold first arrived, she would occasionally return to check, but as the frigid temperatures persisted, she ceased her visits, only monitoring the situation through her spatial consciousness. She had always feared a collapse. Yet it seemed the frozen ground was remarkably sturdy, and the house remained intact. In the days that followed, Jiang Ke meticulously documented the changing lengths of day and night. With the prolonged darkness, some of the flora in the small paradise began to wither, and even the century-old trees gradually lost their vitality. Witnessing the familiar landscape dimming day by day, Jiang Ke felt a sense of urgency, yet found herself powerless to act. She could only hastily gather everything she could into the space: fruits, wild vegetables, grains, and rare flower seeds. Her outings grew shorter, as the outside chill became increasingly unbearable. She revamped her home, thickly plastering the outer walls with mud for insulation, constructing a chimney, and moving in a stove to provide warmth. Now, in the small paradise, it grew dark by 3 in the afternoon and only brightened at 11 in the morning. Even with the stove, the interior remained cold, compelling her to retrieve a generator and electric heater early from the space. The small room, already cramped, felt even more congested with these additions. Jiang Ke cleared away the chairs and tables to create some space to move. Each morning, she would check the thermometer, noting the indoor temperature had plummeted to 3 degrees. 2 degrees lower than the previous days. The stove and heater ran continuously without pause. At night, she covered herself with 2 thick blankets. Yet still felt the cold wind seeping in from the wall. She hung a quilt on the wall to block the draft, finally feeling some relief. She stoked the fire in the stove and retrieved a sweet potato from below, cradling the warm vegetable to warm her hands. Once her hands were warmed, she settled before the stove, sipping a bowl of hot spicy soup and enjoying a meat sandwich. After breakfast, feeling some warmth in her stomach, Jiang Ke turned her gaze to the window, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of despair at the sight of the endless white expanse. Her greatest fear now was snowfall. At this temperature, snow would not melt. If the snow accumulated on the roof and was not cleared promptly, it would inevitably collapse the house. As daylight began to break, Jiang Ke bundled herself in thick clothing, donning a hat and gloves, and pushed open the door to begin shoveling snow. Halfway through opening the door, she found it blocked. The snow had piled up to her calves. Fortunately, the snowfall had ceased, or she would have truly been trapped inside. She quickly cleared a path and fetched a ladder to climb onto the roof. While clearing with a long broom, she discovered that perhaps due to the continuous warmth from the stove inside, the snow on the roof was not thick, making the task relatively effortless. After sweeping the roof, she turned to clear the yard. Once finished, she gazed up at the sky, which was shrouded in a thick fog, the clouds hanging low, uncertain if more snow would follow. Looking out at this land she had tended for nearly 20 years, now blanketed in snow, a profound sense of helplessness surged within her. The struggle to care for herself was already overwhelming. She simply lacked the energy to consider anything else. Shaking the snow off her clothes, she stepped back inside. Removing her cotton hat and gloves, she sat by the stove to warm herself. Outside, the temperature hovered around -30 degrees. After nearly 20 years of a stable climate, this sudden change was difficult to accept. Despite her efforts to maintain her health, she succumbed to a cold, lingering for half a month before recovering. Delving into her spatial awareness, she found the safe house remained as frozen as ever. The longer she lingered in the small paradise, the more her memories from the first 20 years began to blur. Occasionally, she would dream of her old home and her grandparents, yet their faces were always shrouded in a veil of mist. Upon waking, she was compelled to dig out old photographs, carefully reminiscing about the moments they shared, feeling as if they belonged to a past life. After Little Me's departure, Jiang Ke lost her only companion for conversation, and the opportunities to speak dwindled. One day, when she attempted to speak, she realized her voice had become hoarse. It suddenly struck her that if this continued, she might truly lose her ability to speak altogether. Thus, she resolved to read aloud each day. The melodious sound of reading reverberated within the small cabin, leaving her with a profound sense of tranquility upon completion. Chapter 52, the grand finale. On that particular morning, Jiang Ke, as was her custom, immersed her consciousness into the space to check on the safety shelter. To her astonishment, she discovered that the ice on the walls had begun to melt. She sprang from her bed in an instant. After 20 long years, was it finally coming to an end? Jiang Ke was overwhelmed with excitement. The situation in the Little Peach Garden had deteriorated significantly over the past 2 years. Now, daylight lasted barely 2 hours a day, and the temperature continued to plummet. Only areas close to the stove and heater offered warmth, while a cup left on the bedside table would freeze. There had even been several earthquakes recently. Just as she contemplated returning to the safety shelter, she was surprised to see it beginning to thaw. This was indeed marvelous news. Sitting by the stove, Jiang Ke began to strategize. Most items in the Little Peach Garden had already been stored in the space. Even the swing in the yard had been dismantled and put away. While she could not take living creatures with her, she had gathered a handful of soil from the elderly's grave behind the house, vowing to bring the elder's spirit home if she could escape. Although the safety shelter was thawing, it remained at risk of collapse, so she could not return recklessly. She had to exercise patience and await the opportune moment. At that moment, she thought of her friends, Cici, Tian Tian, and Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, they must all be of grandmotherly age now. She wondered if they would still recognize one another upon their reunion. Jiang Ke longed for the camaraderie of her friends. The solitary life she had led over the years had intensified her yearning for human connection. Her mind began to wander, lost in daydreams, until she felt a chill and realized, in her reverie, she had forgotten to tend to the fire. Hurriedly, she added a shovel of coal. She had been burning continuously, and her firewood was nearly depleted, but fortunately, she had stocked up on a good amount of coal beforehand. Gazing at the dwindling pile, she reflected on her gratitude for the existence of the Little Peach Garden, which had afforded her years of warmth. Otherwise, residing solely in the safety shelter, those coals would have been consumed in just a few years. In the days that followed, Jiang Ke diligently monitored the situation of the safety shelter. One day, as she was warming herself by the fire, the Little Peach Garden experienced another earthquake. The tremor was more intense than any she had felt before. The entire room shook violently. Without a moment to spare, Jiang Ke swiftly stored the generator and heater into the space, pressing her hand against the beads. And in an instant, her consciousness was transported back to the safety shelter. Her feet touched the floor of the safety shelter, her heart racing. Although the Little Peach Garden had trembled before, it had never been this severe, nor had the house shaken so violently. The earthquake had struck so unexpectedly that the entire building was swaying. Thankfully, she had been awake. Had she been lying in bed, she would have been too late to transfer. Jiang Ke, still shaken, pressed her hand against her chest, attempting to sense the condition of the Little Peach Garden through her spatial awareness, but the connection was severed. No matter how she tried, she could not perceive what was happening within. The surroundings of the space reverted to a misty haze, resembling the state she had first discovered. Clearly, something significant had gone wrong inside. Jiang Ke pondered that it might be related to this powerful earthquake. The space remained accessible, and after several attempts, she confirmed its functionality was intact. She rose and surveyed her surroundings. The safety shelter was dim. Retrieving a lamp, she illuminated the familiar room. 20 years had passed, yet it appeared largely unchanged, save for a pile of rubble in one corner. The frozen earth was melting, and the structure was at risk of collapse at any moment. She needed to leave swiftly. Holding the lamp, she approached the entrance and attempted to open the door. Perhaps due to disuse, the lock had jammed. After several futile attempts, she retrieved a toolkit from the space, preparing to dismantle the lock. Unlocking it was not a challenge for her. Initially, for safety, she had installed the best anti-theft lock, making it difficult to open from the outside, but operating it from within was considerably easier. Clad in thick clothing, she toiled for a while, perspiring heavily. After several hours, she managed to unlock all 3 doors. Taking a deep breath, she was uncertain of what awaited her outside. With a mixture of trepidation, she opened the door, and a warm breeze caressed her face as dazzling light pierced her eyes. The extreme cold had finally come to an end. A year later, upon returning from grocery shopping, Jiang Ke noticed 2 individuals standing at her doorstep. They were staff members from the neighborhood office, whom she recognized. She hurried towards them. "Xiao Meng, what brings you here?" "I just went to buy groceries. If there is something to discuss, please come in." The young man named Xiao Meng waved his hands dismissively. "No need, Aunt Jiang. We're here to deliver your ID card." He pulled an ID card from his bag. Jiang Ke excitedly accepted the card. She had just emerged from the safety shelter that year, following her memories toward the base, and midway, she had encountered others. Upon inquiry, she learned that the ground had begun to warm 2 years prior, and the base had gradually sent personnel for post-disaster reconstruction. Over the past 20 years, the base had not only survived, but had also made significant technological advancements. Most crucially, the food supply issue had been resolved. Underground farms could simulate the 4 seasons, with light, moisture, and nutrients controlled by an intelligent system, ensuring stable crop yields. Initially, people harbored doubts about whether the extreme cold had truly ended until the ice and snow began to thaw. The speed of reconstruction was astonishing. Professional teams prioritized the restoration of roads and power grids, followed by housing. Many construction materials were new, lightweight, and durable, allowing for rapid assembly. As she traveled, Jiang Ke observed numerous newly constructed communities. Although simple, they were well-planned and equipped with water and electricity. Arriving at the nearest town, Jiang Ke realized she had never lived in the base, so she could only pretend to have amnesia, remembering only her name and age. As her specific identity could not be verified, the staff arranged for her to stay in a temporary resettlement point. Each day, she worked alongside others to cultivate the land. And despite nearing 50, she labored just as vigorously as the younger individuals. Recognizing her age, the supervisor reassigned her to assist in the kitchen. After spending some time in the communal dining hall, several local women vouched for her. The supervisor reported her situation to higher authorities, and only then was she assigned permanent housing and issued a new ID card. After bidding farewell to the staff, Jiang Ke's excitement gradually subsided. With this ID card, her movements would become much freer. The new society maintained strict identity management, and without documents, one would be considered an illegal resident, making it difficult even to leave the area. Ever since emerging from the safety shelter, she had scarcely utilized her spatial abilities, fearing exposure. Although her current living conditions were modest, the sincerity among people was refreshing. Everyone started from the same point. She cherished this atmosphere. After her departure, she had sought information about Qin Chuan and her friends. However, Xiao Yin and the others were too far away, and with so much time having passed, she could not ascertain their whereabouts. She did, however, learn of Qin Chuan's fate. He had passed away. Following the end of the extreme cold, the base organized ground reconstruction, and he insisted on remaining on the front lines, ultimately succumbing to his duties. At the moment she received this news, Jiang Ke was peeling potatoes in the dining hall. The knife in her hand paused momentarily before continuing, as potato peels spiraled into the basin. She peeled one after another, filling the bowl to the brim before rising to wash her hands. The water flowed noisily, and she found herself lost in thought. That night, she struggled to sleep. Lying in bed, she pondered, what did Qin Chuan look like? In her memory, he was still the young man who had jumped into the water to save her, his smile revealing a set of bright white teeth. Yet, calculating his age, if he were still alive, he would be graying by now. The loss of an old friend brought her to a stark realization. She too was no longer young. Determined, she resolved to leave and explore the world beyond. As she packed her belongings, it was a simple affair, just a few articles of clothing, some provisions, and a wooden box containing a handful of soil from a grave. On the morning of her departure, she stood at the crossroads, her backpack slung over her shoulder, casting a glance back. In the morning mist, the newly constructed houses emitted wisps of smoke from chimneys, while early rising children trotted off to school with their backpacks, and cyclists whizzed by with cheerful jingles. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a warm glow. Jiang Ke squinted her eyes and softly remarked, "How wonderful. Everything is finally back on track." With that, she turned and stepped onto the road, her figure gradually receding into the morning light. Ahead lay a vast expanse. 20 years of frozen time, now a thing of the past, and a new life was just beginning. Chapter 53. Epilogue. A seed. On the day Jiang Ke departed from the town, she carried only a somewhat worn hiking backpack. The young comrade responsible for registration handed her a crumpled map. "Follow the orange-marked route. It has been cleared." Jiang Ke accepted it. Observing that the lines on the map were simple yet clear, main roads marked in red, cleared branches in orange, and uncharted areas depicted with dotted lines. Her finger traced over the dotted lines, which bore the warning of heavily frozen soil. "Proceed with caution." She walked slowly, not due to fatigue, but rather to adapt to this new world. On the first evening, she came across several young people operating a rudimentary seed drill on freshly leveled land. Jiang Ke squatted at the edge of the field, watching this scene unfold, reminiscing about the crops in the little peach garden that required tender care, and the days spent devising ways to deter birds and rabbits. Through casual conversation, she learned that the genetically modified seeds were unsuitable for surface sowing, as the nation was in the process of researching new varieties. The grains being sown now, both in flavor and yield, paled in comparison to those before the natural disasters. Upon learning this, Jiang Ke retrieved several bags of seeds she had saved, some purchased before the calamities, others collected after harvest in the little peach garden. She was uncertain of their utility, but simply wished to contribute her part. Gently, she placed the seeds in a corner of the tool shed, weighing them down with half a brick, and scrawled a simple label with charcoal. Then, she quietly departed. This pattern became her norm throughout her journey. The people of the East Province often exhibited a strong sense of returning to their roots. As Jiang Ke continued southward, she encountered many locals spontaneously organizing efforts to rebuild their homes. Groups of returning farmers endeavored to reconstruct their ancestral lands. Their tools were rudimentary, and most of their knowledge stemmed from oral traditions, yet their enthusiasm was palpable. Jiang Ke would linger in each place for a while, passing through an area with severe permafrost, where the land was even less suitable for planting. She observed how the affection for their homeland propelled everyone to persevere against the odds to cultivate and sow on this soil. Jiang Ke lived alongside them for a time, digging ditches to divert water by day and sharing tales of distant lands by the campfire with the children who gathered around her at night. Although their living standards fell short of those before the disasters, the quality of life had improved, and their spiritual world had become richer. Jiang Ke relished her current existence. When she departed, she would again stealthily leave behind a few bags of seeds, continuing her journey. As she traversed the towns under reconstruction, she witnessed workers laboring under the sun, sweat glistening on their brows. She passed by newly established schools, hearing the stammering yet hopeful sounds of children reading. Jiang Ke volunteered at the school for a time. Most of the children there had been born during the years when the bitter cold was finally subsiding. They had never known the world before the disasters, having been born in the base and raised in the ruins of their reconstructed homes. The elders spoke of the prosperity that had existed before, which was beyond their imagination. The principal confided in her that the most challenging aspect was the history, a 20-year gap where many children had no concept of the world that once was. "We must tell them, little by little, about the civilization that existed and how it nearly lost everything." Before departing, Jiang Ke donated a multitude of books. As the weather gradually warmed, wildflowers bloomed in succession along the roadside. She began to encounter more travelers, farmers pushing carts laden with vegetables to the market, youths riding modified bicycles to transport supplies, and fellow wanderers like herself, carrying simple packs and eyes glimmering with curiosity about distant horizons. The items in Jiang Ke's space dwindled, and she felt that they had finally found their rightful place. Unbeknownst to her, as she passed a seed research institute, the bags of seeds she had discreetly left behind would play a significant role. Researchers, utilizing her seeds, developed grain crops that yielded 50% more and tasted far superior to those previously cultivated. In the side pocket of her backpack, only a few small packets of seeds remained, drought-resistant millet and disease-resistant vegetables, the final gifts from the little peach garden to this world. She intended to leave them on suitable lands throughout her journeys ahead. In the deep autumn 2 years later, Jiang Ke, following the vague address in the elder's notebook, finally found her way to a small village in the southern part of the East Province. The village was smaller than she had imagined, with just a dozen households, most of which were repopulated after the disaster. At the village's entrance stood a sign inscribed with the words Qin Family Village. She inquired with a youth sunning corn at the entrance whether there were any families with the surname Chun. The youth informed her that 80% of the village bore the surname Chun, mostly natives of the area. After the disaster, they had returned to the little peach garden. The elder was indeed named Chun and had lived in Qin family village for generations. The youth asked Jiang Ke what she sought, and she inquired about the elder's whereabouts. He led her to the home of an older villager, but she learned that the elder had passed nearly a century ago, and the family tree had been destroyed during the war. After much inquiry, she found no concrete information. However, the notebook mentioned a river beside the village and a hill to the south, which corresponded to what she observed. Jiang Ke discovered that there was a designated cemetery in the village, so she decided to visit. From her backpack, she retrieved the wooden box she had preserved for many years and opened it to reveal a handful of yellow soil from the little peach garden. The soil was fine and dark, differing from the earth beneath her feet. She knelt down and slowly poured the soil from the box onto the open ground. The two colors, slightly different, soon mingled indistinguishably. She recalled the recurring phrases in the notebook about missing one's homeland, yearning for kin, and the desire to return but being unable to do so. Now, this elder, who had lived out his days in solitude in another realm, had finally returned to the land that his soul had longed for in this manner. After scattering the last bit of soil, Jiang Ke buried the wooden box within the earth. She picked a few wild chrysanthemums from nearby and placed them at the base of the mound. Rest in peace, Mr. Chun. You have returned home. As she left the village, the setting sun bathed the mountains in golden hues. She glanced back one last time. A life of wandering had ultimately brought her back to her roots. Perhaps this was the most fitting conclusion. Adjusting her backpack, she pressed on. The road ahead remained long. Yet in some corner of her heart, it seemed that she gently laid down that handful of soil along with her burdens. The firelight illuminated the creases at the corners of her eyes, casting a soft glow on her faint smile. She recalled what her grandmother had once said many years ago: good seeds falling on good soil are a blessing for the world. Now, the seeds had been sown. And this land, having endured so much, was nurturing new life in its own way. Jiang Ke added another log to the fire, the flames leaping up, illuminating the darkness that lay ahead. Tomorrow, she will journey eastward, towards the coastline. It is said that as the permafrost thaws, the remnants of ancient harbors are revealed, and efforts are being made to revive the fishing industry. The road ahead is long, yet each step is firmly planted on tangible ground. This sensation is undeniably gratifying. Chapter 54. Extra. The child in the spring of the 8th year, Jiang Ke's footsteps had noticeably slowed. Until now, she had shown no signs of aging. Over the past few years, she had traversed numerous places. Her travel journal had thickened considerably, chronicling not only the transformations within the reconstruction zones, but also adorned with pressed plant specimens, simplistic drawings gifted by children, and assorted soil samples from various locales. Development was swift across regions, with most roads now accessible by bus. Initially, she had primarily walked, but later, she relied mostly on vehicles. As she pondered whether to forge ahead or pause her journey, she arrived at a village one evening and noticed a crowd gathered at the eastern edge. Upon approaching, she learned that a recent fierce wind had toppled a house still under construction, tragically trapping a young couple beneath the debris who could not be saved. Their relatives had perished in the disaster, leaving behind only an infant, currently cared for by a neighborly woman. Jiang Ke stood at the periphery of the crowd, listening to the adults converse. Only 3 months old. What shall we do? The orphanage in town is not yet completed, and sending them to the district is too far. Which family can spare another mouth to feed? It's not easy for anyone. The neighborly woman emerged, cradling the infant, whose small face was flushed from crying. Yet his voice was faint. The woman looked troubled. I already have 3 children. It's simply too much. In that moment, the infant's cries abruptly ceased. He turned his damp little face towards Jiang Ke, and then, revealing his toothless grin, he smiled. Jiang Ke felt a gentle tug at her heart. She stepped forward and took the child from the woman's arms. The infant was light, and he reached out, grasping a strand of Jiang Ke's hair. Once again, she felt that subtle connection between herself and this child. I shall take care of him, she declared. A brief silence enveloped the crowd as they exchanged glances. At that moment, the neighborly woman spoke up. Who are you? A stranger suddenly announcing her intention to adopt the child sparked skepticism among the villagers. Despite presenting her identification and registering at the local police station, their distrust lingered, preventing her from taking the child away. Jiang Ke, feeling disheartened, devised a compromise. She would remain in the village to care for the child. In a time when the population was sparse and there was a strong desire for individuals to contribute to rural development, her decision was met with unanimous support. Soon, she was allocated a plot of land. With the need to care for the child, she had no time to build a house herself, so she hired someone to construct it. During this period, she stayed with the neighborly woman, whose surname was Ma, and who was nearing 60. Being older than Jiang Ke, she affectionately referred to her as Sister Ma. Sister Ma had a son and 3 grandchildren. Her husband had passed away in the first year following the harsh winter. In conversations with Jiang Ke, she often lamented that good days were on the horizon, and her late husband would not experience such joys. Fortunately, her son and daughter-in-law were thriving, having built a home and cultivated several acres of land. Every day, she stayed home to care for the children. While her son and daughter-in-law worked, she was acquainted with the grandparents of the infant, having grown up in the same village. After the calamity struck, they had all come to the base together, supporting one another as longtime friends. Regrettably, the child's grandparents did not survive the disaster's aftermath. Following the tragic event that took the child's parents, Sister Ma was the first to express her desire to adopt the child. However, her son and daughter-in-law disagreed, as managing 3 children was already a considerable challenge, and adding another would be unmanageable. The day Jiang Ke arrived was just after the child's parents had been buried, and the villagers were deliberating on who might be suitable to adopt him. Several families had expressed interest in adopting, but they were taken aback by Jiang Ke's unexpected offer. As someone without children who was willing to stay in the area, her emergence shifted the conversation, and others ceased to pursue the matter of adoption. The child was named Awakens, a name given by his parents. Jiang Ke chose not to alter it, and continued to call him by that name. Each time she uttered it, she was reminded of the animated series featuring a character named Awakens. She wondered if the child's parents had ever watched that show. Awakens was well-behaved and seldom cried. He would smile brightly whenever teased. Jiang Ke selected several toys from her space for him to play with, and also brought some for Sister Ma's grandchildren. Sister Ma's eldest grandson was already 12. Her second grandson was 6, and her youngest granddaughter was merely 3. Once her house was completed, Jiang Ke moved into her new home. However, as she needed to work in the fields every day, she could not spend the entire day with Awakens. Eventually, Sister Ma voluntarily took on the responsibility of caring for the child. During the day, Jiang Ke would drop him off at Sister Ma's house and return to pick him up in the afternoon. Every time she finished her work and saw Awakens' big, watery eyes, all her fatigue melted away in an instant. Although Jiang Ke was in her 50s, she lacked experience in caring for a child. It was Sister Ma who patiently taught her how to change diapers and prepare formula. At 3 months, Awakens rolled over for the first time. At 6 months, he sat up, and by 8 months, he began to crawl. Jiang Ke diligently recorded each milestone and secretly snapped countless pictures of him with her instant camera. Her phone gallery was filled with photos of the child, and she often found herself wanting to take more, mesmerized by his adorableness. Jiang Ke had never realized she could possess such an abundance of maternal love. The scars of her original family had diminished her yearning for marriage, and she had never envisioned herself as a mother. She learned how to care for a child and how to be a suitable grandmother. She worried about what would happen if she were to leave this world before the child grew up. She also fretted over what Awakens might ask her about his parents when he was older. Love often feels like a debt, and Jiang Ke longed to give him the very best. When Awakens first called her grandma, all her worries dissipated. Watching him call her with such sweetness brought a smile to her face. Though her space lacked clothes for children, her wardrobe was abundant, and she began to learn how to alter her garments. Fortunately, she had no penchant for flamboyant attire, so her simple clothing suited the child well. In the rapidly developing post-disaster society, the primary constraint was limited resources. Most of the clothes people wore were made of polyester. While cotton garments were expensive due to the scarcity of cotton cultivation, Jiang Ke preferred cotton for her undergarments and had many sets of new thermal wear, which she repurposed for the child. As children grow swiftly, buying expensive cotton clothing was impractical. Chapter 55. Extra. Aging during the time she spent at Sister Ma's house. Awakens was still too young to consume anything other than milk, so Jiang Ke had to borrow milk from families with newborns in the village. Everyone is quite enthusiastic, with 3 families consistently providing milk for little Awakens. Jiang Ke is grateful for their kindness and occasionally sends them eggs, meat, and vegetables from her own garden. As little Awakens grows older and is ready for solid food, Jiang Ke begins to give him rice oil, which she had stored in abundance before the calamity, derived from millet that was preserved prior to the disaster. The rich oil floats atop, perfectly suited for little Awakens' consumption. Jiang Ke seldom engages in the labor of cooking millet, as she now possesses an ample supply that draws attention. Although everyone can now fill their bellies, their primary sustenance still leans towards flour-based foods. The land here is not conducive to cultivating rice or millet, making the transportation of such products costly, with prices being rather steep. As little Awakens matures further, Jiang Ke introduces him to formula and cow's milk. Before the disaster struck, she had stocked up on adult milk powder and fresh, pure milk. She rarely consumed the milk powder herself, often forgetting about it even though she had stored it. When Awakens was an infant, she worried that he might not absorb the adult formula properly. Once solid foods were introduced, Jiang Ke felt it inappropriate to keep taking him to others' homes for milk. Thus, she commenced giving him formula. After a period of time, without any adverse reactions, Xin actually grew plumper, alleviating Jiang Ke's worries about his absorption, and she began to confidently prepare him a daily bottle of milk. However, she underestimated the quantity a small child would consume. In merely 6 months, this tiny tot emptied her entire stock of formula and milk. Initially, Jiang Ke thought that since Xin had turned 1 and was eating well, it would be a good time to discontinue the formula as it ran out. Yet, upon witnessing little Xion's tearful plea for milk, her heart could not bear to wean him. Even before the apocalypse, infant formula was quite expensive. She had previously purchased some for Xiaoyan's child, lamenting the high cost of raising a child. Now, the situation remained unchanged. Jiang Ke had no choice but to settle for fresh milk deliveries each day. As long as he had something to drink, little Xion showed no disdain. Every day, upon hearing the milkman's voice, he would scamper eagerly to the door to greet him. Jiang Ke reduced her working hours, focusing solely on the small piece of land, spending the majority of her time in the company of little Xion. The resources in her space ensured that they had no worries about food and drink. Not to mention, the supplies she had hoarded before the calamity were still plentiful, and the harvest of fruits and vegetables from her little paradise over the past 20 years was more than sufficient. Additionally, her space contained some gold ornaments and other valuables. Should her health ever falter, she could convert these into funds to secure a comfortable future for little Xion. She understood that only with good health could she accompany her child for a longer time, and the rapid growth of children made her reluctant to miss any moment of little Xion's development. In the 10th year after the apocalypse, little Xion turned 3. Over the decade, life had transformed dramatically. Roads were now well connected, with infrastructure fully completed, achieving seamless transportation. The quality of life had significantly improved alongside the introduction of improved crops, leading to ever-increasing yields. People were not only able to eat their fill, but also had some spare change in hand. In the preceding years, traveling merchants frequented the village, where supplies were still somewhat scarce. However, within 2 to 3 years, the village had opened small shops, and clothing stores and supermarkets had sprung up in the town. Jiang Ke had visited these shops a few times. The exquisite clothing and shoes reminded her of the world before the apocalypse. The large supermarkets bore no difference from those of yore. The village roads were now lined with trees, flourishing with lush foliage after several years. It evoked memories of Jiang Ke's childhood in the countryside, where the roads were also flanked by trees, sycamores, willows, locusts, and elms. As a child, she would often play hide and seek, sometimes climbing into the trees to hide. However, upon growing up and leaving her hometown for the city, she often dreamt of the willows of her homeland. When she returned during holidays, she discovered that her hometown had also undergone a transformation. Houses were painted with stark white walls, and in the pursuit of creating the most beautiful hometown, the trees along the roads had been felled and replaced with uniform greenery. Only the walnut trees on the mountains retained the familiar essence of her childhood home, as everything else felt foreign. When reminiscing about her hometown, the first image that surfaced in her mind was that of summer nights, illuminated by a bright moon. Jiang Ke would hold little Xion and recount stories of the past. And when she spoke of amusement parks, little Xion would tilt his head and ask, "Grandma, what is an amusement park? Can I go?" Jiang Ke smiled and explained, "An amusement park has slides, seesaws, and little cars." Little Xion responded, "Then our home is an amusement park. We have slides, seesaws, swings, and little cars." He counted on his fingers earnestly, his eyes sparkling. "Grandma, we have even more than an amusement park." Jiang Ke couldn't help but laugh at his words. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Jiang Ke opened it to find Sister Ma. "What's the matter, Ma?" she asked. "Tomorrow we're distributing flour and oil. I came to remind you not to forget." As soon as Sister Ma stepped inside, little Xion rushed over to embrace her, calling out "Grandma." The sweetness of his words melted Sister Ma's heart, and she quickly caught him, lifting him up. "Little Xion has grown heavier. You've raised him well," she remarked, continuing, "Make sure to bring him to me early tomorrow." Hearing Sister Ma's reminder, Jiang Ke recalled she had nearly forgotten. It was time for distribution again. The government's policies were now quite favorable, allowing everyone to receive rice, flour, and oil each quarter. Based on household size, she was entitled to 2 portions. Moreover, with children now attending school, not only were there no tuition fees, but there were also subsidies that would continue until they turned 16. Jiang Ke took little Xion in her arms, smiling. "Thanks to your reminder, I almost forgot. I want to be polite. I'll drop him off in your bed before dawn tomorrow. Little Xion adores you. He is always thinking about running to your house." Sister Ma burst into laughter, and little Xion joined in the merriment. Day by day, life improved, and government policies became increasingly beneficial. At 60, Jiang Ke began receiving her subsidies. Sister Ma, unable to contain her envy, remarked, "Look at you. no partner, no children, and yet you've got a lovely grandson to dote on. At 60, you have not a single gray hair, your back is straight, and your legs are pain-free. You look like you're in your 30s. The elders receive subsidies. And the youngsters do too. You truly are living the good life. Jiang Ke chuckled. Are you rapping? Her playful banter sent Sister Ma into fits of laughter. After sharing a laugh, Jiang Ke pondered that perhaps she truly was blessed, with a space to rely on and a government to support her in her later years. The hardships had passed, and she sincerely hoped for the country to continue thriving, wishing for everyone to wear the halo of a protagonist. Chapter 56, an interlude of foraging for wild vegetables. Each morning at 6, Jiang Ke awoke punctually. She rose quietly and made her way to little Xian's room. Tucking him in snugly, the child was restless in his sleep, often kicking the blanket aside. The yard was still shrouded in darkness. Jiang Ke washed her face with water to dispel the remnants of sleepiness and boiled a kettle of hot water. Afterward, she engaged in a brief exercise routine in the yard. Her morning practice was quite simple. She began by walking 3 slow laps around the yard to loosen her muscles and joints. The pace cannot be hurried. Last winter revealed some degeneration in her knee, and the doctor advised her to exercise without causing harm. She walked with great seriousness, placing each foot firmly on the ground, her breathing steady. After completing 3 laps, she began her self-devised stretching routine, raising her arms, twisting her waist, and kicking her legs. The movements were modest, yet each joint was engaged. Midway through, the sound of her neighbor drifted over the walls. Practicing again? Well, you rose quite early today. It's that little rascal of mine demanding fried dough sticks. I'm just preparing them for her. Once I finish frying, I'll bring some over for you and Xiao Xian to sample. All right, I want to be polite. Jiang Ke replied with a smile. Sister Yang next door was also warm-hearted, a year older than Jiang Ke, and they connected well. She lived with her daughter and son-in-law, along with a 4-year-old granddaughter, who was a year younger than Xiao Xian. When Jiang Ke moved in, Sister Yang had not yet come to live with her daughter. The neighbors were mostly young, familiar, but not particularly close. Once Sister Yang moved in, the two families quickly became acquainted. Both Jiang Ke and Sister Yang were of similar age, their temperaments compatible, and with children of comparable ages, they often met to drop off and pick up their kids, quickly forming a bond. For her final exercise, Jiang Ke walked to the jujube tree, gently wrapping her arms around its trunk, closing her eyes to stand for a moment. This tree had been planted the year the house was completed and had now grown taller than the eaves. The bark was rough and warm, and she could sense the subtle vibrations of sap flowing within, a testament to the vitality of life. In her youth, she had observed elderly individuals in parks engaging in various peculiar exercises, some even butting their heads against trees, and had thought them somewhat deranged. Little did she know, with age came an instinctive awakening to the necessity of physical activity. Her exercises were not meticulously learned. They were simply a means to stretch her body, sometimes resulting in odd contortions that left Xiao Xian bewildered. Grandma, are you turning into a zombie? The memory of Xiao Xian's remark brought a smile to Jiang Ke's face. After her morning routine, Jiang Ke returned to the kitchen. The water on the stove was already boiling, wisps of steam rising. She deftly scooped 2 spoonfuls of flour. Whisking it into a batter, cracked an egg into the mixture, sprinkled in finely chopped scallions and a pinch of salt. Heating a skillet, she brushed it with a thin layer of oil, and the batter sizzled as it slid in, quickly releasing an enticing aroma. She cooked 2 soft, golden egg pancakes and prepared a small pot of thick millet porridge. On the countertop lay the pickled cucumbers she had prepared the night before, crisp and perfect for pairing with rice. Just as she arranged breakfast on a small table, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Jiang Ke, the fried dough sticks are ready. Sister Yang's cheerful voice called out, holding a large bowl filled with freshly fried, fluffy dough sticks, still steaming. I just called for you. Not hearing your reply prompted me to bring them over. I was busy in the kitchen and didn't tea here. You arrived just in time, as I've just finished. Jiang Ke took the bowl and turned to grab a couple of her freshly made egg pancakes, also serving a small bowl of pickled cucumbers to Sister Yang. Try this. It's freshly pickled and quite refreshing. Oh, I want to hold back. Sister Yang laughed, her eyes crinkling in delight. How is it that your culinary skills are so exceptional? You can make anything, and your pickled vegetables are tastier than anyone else's. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Even if I learned, I wouldn't be able to replicate your flavor. The last time I tried to learn from you how to make braised pork, Jiejia took 1 bite and refused to eat anymore. But when you make it, she could eat a bowl of rice with just the broth. Jiejia was Sister Yang's granddaughter, plump and adorable, the epitome of what grandparents dream of in a grandchild. Jiang Ke also adored the chubby little darling. Every time Jiang Ke cooked, Jiejia would scurry over, much to Sister Yang's chagrin, who often called her a greedy little cat. With Jiejia around, Xiao Xian also began to eat more. Every time Jiang Ke saw the children enjoying their meals, her heart brimmed with joy. She loved to cook, and the children relished the food. There was nothing more gratifying than that. After exchanging a few pleasantries over breakfast and agreeing to pick up the kids later, Jiang Ke went inside to rouse Xiao Xian for breakfast. Rubbing his eyes, Xiao Xian sat up, instantly invigorated by the delicious aroma of egg pancakes and fried dough sticks. "Grandma, it smells so good. Get up and wash your face quickly. Aunt Yang has brought over the fried dough sticks, best enjoyed while hot." Breakfast was warm and comforting. Xiao Xian chattered excitedly about his kindergarten experiences, while Jiang Ke listened with a smile, occasionally wiping the corners of his mouth. After their meal, once everything was tidied up, Jiang Ke took Xiao Xian by the hand as they headed outside, where Sister Yang was also leading her granddaughter Jejia. The two children held hands and ran ahead, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Jiang Ke walked alongside Sister Yang, engaging in light conversation about family matters and market prices, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the kindergarten entrance. Watching the two children flit into the school like swallows, waving enthusiastically, they exchanged smiles before turning to walk back. "Shall we go foraging for wild vegetables while the sun is still low?" Sister Yang suggested. "Sounds good. I noticed the shepherd's purse on the southern riverbank is quite tender." Jiang Ke replied. They returned home to fetch small shovels and bamboo baskets, laughing as they made their way outside the village. The morning air was particularly fresh, infused with the scent of earth and grass. The riverbank was not far. They reached it by walking along the field path. Indeed, patches of shepherd's purse were hidden among the grass. "There is quite a lot here," Sister Yang exclaimed, squatting down and skillfully using her shovel to unearth a whole plant, shaking off the soil before placing it in her basket. Jiang Ke also squatted beside her, moving at a leisurely pace. She was meticulous in her digging, specifically choosing the freshest ones. When it came to foraging for wild vegetables, no one could match Jiang Ke's expertise. The wild vegetables from Zidawayuan had yet to be consumed. However, the joy of foraging lay in the experience itself. "We'll make shepherd's purse dumplings when we return. Xiao Xian loves them. You should bring Jejio along. We can all make them together and save some for Yuan and the others for when they return home." Yuan was Sister Yang's daughter. Both she and her husband worked during the day and only returned in the evening. "All right," Sister Yang said as she continued to dig. "When Yuan gave birth, she called me over, and I was worried about not knowing anyone here. I never expected to run into you and Sister Ma. Fate truly is unpredictable." "Indeed," Jiang Ke replied, looking up at the shimmering river in the distance and the hazy rooftops of the village. "It's always easier to connect with people of the same age. It's a pity Sister Ma has gone back to visit her parents. She adored foraging for wild vegetables. We should send her some pictures to entice her," Sister Yang chuckled, pulling out her phone to snap photos of the wild vegetables to send to Sister Ma. Jiang Ke could easily imagine Sister Ma's frantic reaction upon seeing the pictures. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Sister Yang smiled warmly. "With the days ahead of us, let us lend each other a hand and share a few conversations. Life will be more pleasant." As the sun gradually warmed, their baskets began to fill. Sister Yang glanced at the overflowing shepherd's purse in Jiang Ke's basket. With a hint of exasperation, she remarked, "Your wild vegetables are far superior to anyone else's. Is there anything you can't do better than me?" Jiang Ke couldn't help but chuckle, playfully retorting, "I'm simply younger than you." This exchange made Sister Yang laugh in exasperation, chasing Jiang Ke playfully. The two, laden with heavy baskets, dashed through the fields. The morning light stretched their shadows long, reminiscent of their youthful selves. Chapter 57. A Little Xian's Secret Worries. Recently, Xiao Xian had been harboring a secret concern. One day, upon returning from school, he hurriedly made his way inside. Jiang Ke gently grasped his hand, guiding him to a small bench in the courtyard. "Come, sit down and talk. How was kindergarten today?" Little Xian hesitated before approaching and taking a seat, his backpack still slung over his shoulders. He pressed his lips together, finally whispering, "Grandma, I saw Yao's mother come to pick her up today." Jiang Ke replied softly, encouraging him to continue. Her mother even brought her little cookies shaped like rabbits. A flicker of emotion stirred within Jiang Ke's heart. She reached out, pulling little Xian closer, helping him remove his backpack and placing it aside. And then, little Xian tilted his face upwards, his large, glistening eyes filled with confusion and cautious anticipation. "Grandma, what about my mother? What is she like?" Suddenly, the courtyard fell into silence. Jiang Ke sensed the child in her embrace tense slightly, caught between nervousness and hope. She did not respond immediately, but tenderly stroked little Xian's soft hair. She had anticipated this question, pondering countless nights on how to answer. Yet, when the child finally voiced it, something deep within her was gently stirred. "Your mother, little Xian," Jiang Ke began, her voice calm and soothing, "was a person who loved to laugh." Little Xian blinked. When she smiled, Her eyes would form crescent moons. Jiang Ke continued, her words conjuring a vague, warm smile in her mind. Her voice was lovely, reminiscent of the wind chimes under our eaves, clear and melodious. Then where did she go? Little Xian asked anxiously, his small hand clutching Jiang Ke's garment. Jiang Ke held his tiny hand firmly and spoke slowly. She and your father went to a very distant place. That place is called the stars. The stars? Little Xian's eyes widened. Can people live on the stars? Only special people can. Jiang Ke smiled, pointing to the darkening sky. Look, the sky is growing dim. When the stars come out, the brightest ones might just be watching over you. They have become stars, allowing them to gaze upon you as you grow. This notion, imbued with a fairy tale-like tenderness, was something little Xian could comprehend and accept. Jiang Ke refrained from mentioning death or absence. She chose a form of expression that would nurture the child's spirit. Little Xian gazed up at the sky for a long time. Then, he turned his head, asking earnestly, why did they go to the stars? Is it because they don't like me? Of course not, Jiang Ke replied firmly, turning little Xian to face her directly. They love you very much. It's just that sometimes adults encounter situations beyond their control. Just as spring brings wind and rain, bending the saplings, they went to the stars to transform into light, guiding you to grow tall and strong. She paused, then added, when you first came to Grandma's house, you were this tiny. She gestured the size of an infant with her hands. You cried every night. One night, when the moon was particularly bright, I held you in the courtyard and pointed to the brightest star, saying, look, your mommy and daddy are watching you. You stopped crying and even smiled at the stars. That memory was true. Jiang Ke vividly recalled that night, when the 3-month-old infant in her arms ceased crying, his wet eyes gazing up at the starry sky, breaking into a toothless grin. In that moment, she truly believed in the existence of some profound bond. Little Xian listened intently, his eyes never blinking. After a while, he whispered, can I talk to them? Will they hear me? Yes, Jiang Ke assured him, whatever you wish to say. Just speak it in your heart or whisper it to the stars at night. They will surely hear you. Grandma, have you seen my mother? Little Xian asked again. Jiang Ke shook her head. No, Grandma met you only after your parents became stars. This was the truth, although not the entirety of it. She had seen the graves of the young couple on a hillside at the village's eastern edge, 2 earthen mounds side by side, already covered with grass. During Qingming festival, she had taken little Xian to pay respects at the graves, but only referred to them as important elders. At that time, little Xian was too young to inquire further. However, Jiang Ke shifted her tone, adopting a lighter demeanor. Grandma knows your mother must have been a truly wonderful person. Because you, little Xian, are so good, so obedient, and so full of laughter, you must be just like her. Little Xian's eyes brightened. Jiang Ke looked at him, feeling a surge of complex emotions, pain, affection, and a profound sense of responsibility. She gently embraced the child, saying, little Xian, you have the love of your mommy and daddy. They are always watching over you from the stars. You also have Grandma's love. I am right here, not going anywhere, accompanying you as you grow. Suddenly, little Xian stretched out his arms and tightly hugged Jiang Ke's neck, burying his small face in her shoulder. His voice muffled, tinged with a barely perceptible quiver, he said, Grandma, please don't go to the stars either. Hearing those words, Jiang Ke felt an indescribable pang in her heart. She closed her eyes, savoring the warmth of the child in her arms and his wholehearted reliance on her. Grandma isn't going anywhere, she affirmed, each word a promise, a vow. I will be right here, watching you go to school, watching you grow taller than the jujube trees and even the houses. When you grow up, get married, and have children, Grandma will help take care of your little ones. Little Xian lifted his head, his eyes red but smiling. Then I want to have lots and lots of children so that Grandma will never finish taking care of them. That won't do, Jiang Ke feigned a stern face. Grandma is getting old and can't manage that many. Grandma isn't old. Little Xian exclaimed, you're the youngest. Younger than Grandma Yang and Grandmama. This remark made Jiang Ke chuckle. She kissed little Xian's forehead. All right, Grandma is young, and I will always be with you. As dusk settled, the deep blue sky revealed stars, one after another, twinkling into existence. Jiang Ke stood up, taking little Xian's hand, and walked to the center of the courtyard. Look. She pointed to a particularly bright star in the east. Isn't that one bright? Little Xian nodded. If you have something to say to your mommy and daddy, now is the time. Jiang Ke whispered softly. Little Xian gazed up at the stars for a long while. The evening breeze tousled his hair and the edges of his clothes. Finally, he cupped his hands around his mouth and, with a childlike yet earnest voice, called out, Mommy and Daddy, it's me, little Xian. I've grown up. I can dress myself now, write my name, and even help Grandma with the vegetables. Grandma takes such good care of me, so don't worry. You must eat well in the stars too. After speaking, he lowered his hands, feeling a bit shy as he glanced at Jiang Ke. Suddenly, her nose felt a little prickly. She crouched down to meet little Xian's gaze. That was beautifully said. They must have heard you. Really? Indeed, Jiang Ke nodded vigorously. Look, did that star just twinkle? That is their response to you. Little Xian immediately turned to look. And indeed, that star shone brightly in the night sky, seemingly winking. He laughed joyfully, his smile pure and radiant, as if he had captured all the starlight in his eyes. That night, little Xian lay in bed, yet he refused to close his eyes. Grandma, he whispered. Please tell me more about my mommy. Anything will do. Jiang Ke sat at the edge of the bed, pondering for a moment before saying, although Grandma has never met your mother, I know she must have been an excellent cook. Why? Due to Xiaoxin's profound affection for the meals prepared by his grandmother. It is undoubtedly a trait inherited from his mother. Jiang Ke chuckled and remarked, your mother must possess an exceptional talent for making pancakes or dumplings. You always seem particularly joyful when eating dumplings. Perhaps that's the reason. Xiaoxin nodded earnestly, declaring, when I grow up, I too shall learn to cook and prepare meals for Grandma. Very well, Grandma shall await your culinary creations. After a while, Xiaoxin's eyelids began to droop. Just before succumbing to slumber, he mumbled, Grandma, I have parents among the stars, and I seem to have more grandmothers on the ground than others. Before he could finish, he had already drifted off, his breathing steady and deep. Jiang Ke sat by his bedside, watching him for quite some time. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the child's serene, sleeping face. She tenderly tucked him in and bestowed a soft kiss upon his forehead. Upon exiting the room, Jiang Ke made her way into the courtyard. The night sky was clear and the stars twinkled brilliantly. She gazed up at the celestial bodies, silently vowing, rest assured, I shall nurture him with utmost care. He will be healthy, happy, and grow into an exceptional individual. Chapter 58, The Birthday Feast. At 5:30 on Saturday morning, Jiang Ke awoke. Today marked Xiaoxin's 10th birthday. Just last week, Xiaoxin had implored her, Grandma, may I invite my classmates over for a meal? They don't believe you can cook delicious food and claim I am boasting. Observing the eager glint in her grandson's eyes, Jiang Ke nodded in agreement. His friends would arrive at noon to celebrate his birthday, while in the evening, Jiang Ke and Xiaoxin would dine out with Sister Yang and Sister Ma. Children have their own social circles, just as adults must navigate their own social intricacies. At this moment, she rose quietly, brewed a cup of strong tea, donned an apron, and began her preparations. The menu had long been etched in her mind. Today, she aimed to create a spread of 8 dishes and a soup, accompanied by longevity noodles. She first retrieved the ingredients she had prepared the day before from the refrigerator: pork belly, ribs, lotus root, tofu, and various vegetables. While the meat soaked in cold water to remove the blood, she commenced work on the other components. With years of culinary experience, Jiang Ke's time management was now exceptionally precise, ensuring not a single moment was squandered. The ribs were chopped into small sections, marinated with ginger and cooking wine. The lotus root was sliced, but left intact, as she intended to stuff the slices with meat filling for deep frying, a favorite of Xiaoxin's. The tofu was cubed and soaked in salt water to prevent crumbling during cooking. At 7:30, Xiaoxin rubbed his eyes and entered the kitchen. Grandma, you're up so early? There will be many guests today. Jiang Ke was busy preparing the meat filling while washing her face, and upon returning, she peeled garlic. When Xiaoxin returned, she was cutting the pork belly into pieces, each 3 fingers wide, alternating between fat and lean. The pieces could not be too small, lest they disintegrate. As she sliced, she explained, blanch the meat to remove impurities, then heat the oil in a pan and fry the pieces until golden. When she added the cooking wine, flames leapt up, startling Xiaoxin. It's normal for alcohol to ignite. Just keep your distance, Jiang Ke instructed as she ushered him out of the kitchen. However, Xiaoxin was curious about his grandmother's cooking, peering around the kitchen door and occasionally posing questions, to which Jiang Ke attentively responded while skillfully stir-frying. Soy sauce, rock sugar, and spices were added, followed by enough water to cover. Then she transferred everything to a clay pot to simmer slowly for 2 hours. Next, we'll prepare the lotus root fritters. She stuffed the meat filling into the lotus slices, coated them in batter, and deep-fried until golden. After frying twice, they were crisp on the outside and tender within. While preparing the longevity noodles, she mixed eggs and salt into the flour for added elasticity. Kneading the dough was laborious, and Xiaoxin insisted on trying. However, after a short while, his hands grew tired. Patience is key, Jiang Ke advised, taking over and kneading the dough for 20 minutes until it became smooth, then covering it with a damp cloth to rest. By 10 o'clock, 5 children arrived, bearing gifts. Upon entering, they sniffed the air eagerly. It smells wonderful. Jiang Ke, with flour dusting her apron, exclaimed, Quick, sit down. Xiaoxin, pour them some water. Jiang Ke called out to Xiaoxin to greet his classmates. ensuring they had ample time to unwrap their gifts. She then turned her attention to the final stages of cooking. The braised pork had been simmering for 2 hours. Lifting the lid revealed a thick, glossy sauce, the meat glistening and quivering. It fell apart at the slightest poke with chopsticks. The lotus fritters were fried for an additional 30 seconds, turning a golden hue. The mapo tofu was prepared by sautéing doubanjiang and Sichuan peppercorns, followed by adding water and tofu to simmer gently. The sweet and sour ribs were fried to perfection, and a separate sauce was prepared for glazing. The rested noodles were rolled out thinly and cut into strips, their unevenness lending an authentic charm. Once the dishes were ready, Jiang Ke called everyone to the table. She first unveiled a beautifully crafted Transformers cake. Although she could bake, she was unable to replicate such intricate designs. She remembered how Xiaoxin had longed for a similar cake after a friend's birthday party, so she had ordered this one in advance to surprise him. Upon seeing his favorite cake, Xiaoxin's eyes widened in astonishment. "Grandma, when did you order this?" "This is my favorite Transformers cake. It's a surprise." "I'm glad you like it," Jiang Ke said, wiping her hands and directing the children to take their seats. After making a wish and cutting the cake, they savored their dessert, and Jiang Ke began serving the main courses. As the dishes were placed on the table, the children's eyes sparkled with delight. There were braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, mapo tofu, lotus fritters, stir-fried vegetables, garlic chicken wings, pineapple sweet and sour pork, mustard shrimp balls, and a winter melon soup with clams. Each dish was a beloved favorite among the children. The longevity noodles, nestled in chicken soup, were distinctly separated, garnished with poached eggs and spring onions. "Did Grandma really make all this?" Li Zixuan asked incredulously. "My mom uses a smart cooking machine that only requires pressing a few buttons. Give it a try," Jiang Ke encouraged as she served each child a bowl of rice. The first bite of braised pork left Wang Hao speechless. The fat melted in his mouth while the lean meat was tender and flavorful, the sauce perfectly balanced between sweet and savory. "This tastes different from what I usually eat," he murmured. Xiaoping devoured 3 lotus fritters, the crunching sound bringing him sheer bliss. The mapo tofu had just the right amount of spice, making it a delightful addition to the rice. The sweet and sour ribs were perfectly balanced, crispy on the outside and tender within. "You mustn't bite the longevity noodles. You should slurp them up in one go," Jiang Ke advised. The meal was filled with laughter and conversation as the children transitioned from shyness to relaxation, chatting and eating. Jiang Ke spoke little, merely smiling as she replenished their rice and dishes. She reminisced about her own childhood, inviting friends over for meals, with her grandparents always ensuring ample space for everyone. Even children have their own social dynamics. For dessert, they enjoyed glutinous rice balls and osmanthus wine. "My grandma made this herself," Xiaoxin beamed with pride. The children sipped slowly, feeling warm all over. After the meal, they retreated to Xiaoxin's room to play. By 4 o'clock, it was time to depart. As the children left, their bellies still round and full, Xiaoxin and Li Zixuan earnestly remarked at the door, "Your grandma's cooking is truly the best in the city. No smart cooking machine could ever compare." Wang Hao nodded in agreement. "If my mom tasted this, she would probably never claim her cooking is the best again." Xiaoxin beamed with happiness. After bidding farewell to his classmates, he returned to the kitchen where Jiang Ke was washing the dishes. "Grandma," he said, wrapping his arms around her from behind. "Thank you." "For what?" "I love you so much." Upon hearing Xiaoxin's heartfelt words, Jiang Ke felt a stir in her heart. She dried her hands and gently ruffled his hair. "Why so sentimental all of a sudden? Do you think that saying something nice will exempt you from dish duty? Come on, get to work." Her words shattered the tender atmosphere. Xiaoxin jumped up, exclaiming, "Who said that? I'm going to clean the table right now." She turned and ran away. Jiang Ke understood Xiaoxian. Although she had devoted all her love to him, the absence of his parents made him emotionally sensitive at this stage in his life. She reflected on her own childhood, fully comprehending the feelings that Xiaoxian was experiencing now. With time, Jiang Ke believed that his inner strength would grow. Chapter 59, Epilogue of Support. Jiang Ke felt her body aging rapidly. She now underwent health checkups twice a year. However, her health was considerably better than that of her peers. She was free from hypertension, did not suffer from vision or hearing impairments, and her heart and lung functions remained robust. That morning, as usual, she exercised in the yard, but during her 3rd lap, a sudden dizziness struck, forcing her to lean against the jujube tree to rest for a while. This was not the first occurrence. During her last visit to the doctor, he had gently remarked, "Your constitution is strong, but at this age, some decline in function is to be expected. It is advisable to take care and not be alone." She did not share this with Xiaoxian, as he was busy with high school, living on campus, returning only once every half-month, each time bringing back an impressive report card and a heap of dirty laundry. That afternoon, sunlight streamed through the windows as Jiang Ke sat at the table, pondering a question. What would Xiao Xian do if she were to suddenly depart from this world one day? This was not the first time she had contemplated this issue. Confident in her robust health, she often thought that such a day was still far off. She recalled the time when she adopted Xiao Xian. He had been so small and delicate that she feared he might break in her embrace. Now, he towered over her, his shoulders broadening and his voice deepening. Yet the gaze he cast upon her remained unchanged, filled with trust and reliance. She felt compelled to take action. After dinner, Jiang Ke secured the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and then sat quietly. Over the years, she had rarely utilized the items in her space, aside from occasionally retrieving some rice, flour, or oil. Most of the belongings remained untouched. It was time for a thorough inventory. With a determined thought, she entered the stillness of that space, maneuvering past the rice, flour, and daily necessities, and ventured to the innermost corner. There lay several plastic storage boxes. She opened the first one to find the hard currency she had meticulously stockpiled over the years, gold. Not intricate jewelry, but tangible gold items measured by weight. 2 bags of gold pellets sealed in transparent plastic, amounting to around 100 pieces. There were also 7 or 8 simple gold rings, several necklaces, and bracelets, all purchased by weight at the gold shop, devoid of elaborate craftsmanship, yet undeniably practical. She held a gold pellet in her palm, weighing it. It was small yet surprisingly heavy. She had never touched this gold since the disaster. Having remained isolated in her little paradise, and later, in a state of stability, she felt no need to use it, as she and her child were well provided for. However, times had changed. She needed to plan for Xiao Xian's future. She retrieved a bag of gold pellets, intending to sell them, while leaving the remaining gold jewelry for Xiao Xian. The next day, Jiang Ke rose early, prepared congee, and steamed buns, savoring her meal slowly before getting ready to head out. Before leaving, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Her hair had begun to turn gray, and wrinkles were becoming more pronounced, yet her eyes retained a glimmer of clarity. She smiled at herself in the mirror and stepped outside. She boarded a bus to the city. As the vehicle set in motion, the fields outside rushed past. It was early spring, and the earth was sprouting with greenery. With distant figures engaged in labor, Jiang Ke observed everything with a tranquil heart. Throughout her life, having struggled through the apocalypse to reach this point, witnessing such peaceful scenes and raising a child was already sufficient. Upon arriving, she navigated toward the commercial street following her GPS. The gold shop, situated in the middle of the street, bore the name Lao Jinxiang Gold Store. This establishment was among the first to resume operations after the disaster. Renowned for its reliability. Upon entering, she was greeted by a bright and tidy interior, with glass counters displaying various gold ornaments. The morning clientele was sparse, and a young female attendant was organizing the display. "Hello, may I assist you with anything?" she inquired with a smile. In no time, Jiang Ke exited and proceeded to the next store. After visiting 3 gold shops, she exchanged all her gold items for deposits. Gold has always been a stable currency across dynasties, and in this new era, its value remained high. A bag of gold pellets fetched a total of 100,000 new dollars, equivalent to approximately 800,000 before the apocalypse, considering current prices where $1 could buy over 10 buns. Stepping out of the gold shop, the sunlight was just right. Jiang Ke stood by the roadside, inhaling deeply. The proceedings had gone smoother than anticipated, lifting a weight from her heart. She did not return home immediately but strolled leisurely down the street. Passing a stationery store, she bought some notebooks and pens. At a bookstore, she purchased a set of books that Xiao Xian had mentioned. Finally, she entered a clothing store, not for herself, but for Xiao Xian. She selected a down jacket in a simple, elegant style suitable for boys, feeling the thick, warm fabric. She also picked out several sweatshirts, shirts, and trousers. Now that she was older, she seldom ventured into the city. Seizing the opportunity to come, she decided to buy more items. The child was growing up. No longer like when he was younger, when she could simply alter her clothes for him. Now in high school and still growing. She contemplated and bought a few sets in the right size and some a size larger. She also purchased several pairs of shoes. The total expenditure amounted to 800 new dollars. On the bus back to the village, Jiang Ke held the items she had bought for her grandson. Gazing out at the fields whizzing by, she recalled years ago when she first cradled Xiao Xian, so tiny that he had grasped a strand of her hair. At that moment, she realized they were bound together for life. Now, that child had grown and was ready to soar. All she could do was prepare him with wings. Returning home in the evening, Jiang Ke organized the items and began preparing dinner. She made congee, stir-fried vegetables, and steamed cured meat. A solitary meal was simple, yet she approached it with care. Just as she finished cooking, her phone rang. It was Xiao Xian. "Grandma, I'm coming home this weekend. I ranked in the top 10 for my mock exam." His voice was vibrant on the other end. "Great, great," Jiang Ke replied repeatedly. "Grandma will prepare delicious food for you." After hanging up, she sat at the dining table, slowly enjoying her meal. The afterglow of the sunset poured into the room, casting a golden hue over everything. After finishing and tidying up, she returned to her room, retrieving her bank card, the password inscribed on the back. She then opened a drawer to take out a small iron box, a repository for her important belongings. She placed the bank card inside, alongside her household registration book and ID card, and at the bottom of the box lay the remaining gold pellets and jewelry she had retrieved from her space. At last, these items were destined to fulfill their purpose, not for bartering food for survival, but to support a child's future. This was perhaps the best conclusion she could hope for. Jiang Ke closed the iron box and secured it. Then, she stood up and walked to the window. As the night deepened, the stars began to twinkle one by one. She gazed at the starry sky, reminiscing about the words she had shared with Xiao Xian long ago, that his parents resided among the stars, watching over him. Now, she too must begin to prepare for that day. Not today, nor tomorrow, but eventually, she would ascend to the stars. By then, Xiao Xian would have grown. Equipped with the remnants she left behind to help him navigate his path, Jiang Ke closed the window and returned to sit by the bedside. She understood that tomorrow the sun would rise as usual, and there remained much for her to accomplish. Preparing food for Xiao Xian to take to school, tidying the yard, and planting new seedlings in the vegetable garden. Days passed in this manner, one after another, until the inevitable day of letting go arrived. Until then, she would live fully, diligently safeguarding this home, awaiting her child's return. This was the most significant contribution she could make for Xiao Xian. Chapter 60, an epilogue on square dancing. Sister Yang's final square dance took place in the autumn of her 73rd year. That evening, the music in the village square resonated as usual. Before they began dancing, she said to Jiang Ke, "After we dance, we'll go for hot pot. I've had my daughter make the arrangements." Jiang Ke nodded, bending down to tie her shoelaces. Although she was merely a year younger than Sister Yang, the difference in their appearances was quite pronounced. Jiang Ke had less gray hair, her posture remained upright, and her face bore fewer wrinkles. The music began, and a dozen elderly ladies started to dance. Jiang Ke danced with earnestness, executing her movements with precision. Sister Yang attempted to follow suit, but soon found herself unable to keep pace. As she turned, she wobbled slightly, prompting Jiang Ke to quickly support her. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Sister Yang waved her hand dismissively, though her complexion appeared pale and her footing faltered. Jiang Ke continued dancing while keeping an eye on Sister Yang. Noticing her movements slowing, beads of sweat forming on her forehead after just 10 minutes, Jiang Ke felt a sense of concern. Another 5 minutes passed before Sister Yang ceased dancing altogether. Leaning against a tree at the edge of the square, she struggled to catch her breath. Jiang Ke approached her, asking, "Are you really okay?" "I can't dance anymore," Sister Yang replied with a wry smile. "You keep dancing. I'll sit for a moment." Jiang Ke assisted her to a nearby bench and handed her a water bottle. Sister Yang took a sip, her hands trembling slightly. As the music shifted to a lively tune, Sister Yang pointed to the lead dancer ahead. "Look at her. She is 2 years older than me and dances so beautifully." The lead dancer indeed moved gracefully, her form fluid and her face adorned with a smile. She was the leader of the square dance group and had a foundation in dance from her younger years. Jiang Ke glanced at her, but remained silent. "And there's Granny Xian, who underwent knee surgery last year and is back dancing this year." Sister Yang's voice lowered. "Why can't I do it anymore?" There was a hint of resentment and melancholy in her words. Jiang Ke sat beside her and gently patted her hand. The setting sun elongated their shadows. Jiang Ke reflected on 8 years prior when Sister Yang had insisted she join the dancing, and she had vehemently resisted. She had always perceived square dancing as an activity for the elderly, even though she had reached that age herself, unable to reconcile it within her mind. However, after much persuasion from Sister Yang, she eventually succumbed. After dancing a few times, she began to appreciate the charm of square dancing. Each session left her drenched in sweat and invigorated. 8 years had passed since then. Throughout these years, she had attended weekly, and as she danced, her body had indeed grown lighter. She slept soundly at night and had developed a hearty appetite. She also forged connections with many villagers and learned a great deal. Despite the square being small, it served as a significant hub of information, where people danced, exchanged gossip, and created joyful memories. Now, Sister Yang could no longer dance. A mix of emotions swirled within Jiang Ke. She had known this day would come, yet, witnessing her old friend in such a state was disheartening. As a song concluded, the lead dancer approached Sister Yang. "Yang Jia, not feeling well today? I'm old and no longer useful." Sister Yang replied self-deprecatingly. "What are you saying?" The lead dancer retorted, "We all have our off days. I had a cold last week and was bedridden for several days." Though spoken lightly, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Sister Yang had repeatedly been unable to complete a full dance. The next song was a slower one, and the lead dancer said, Yang Jia, take a break. Jiang Jia, will you continue dancing? Jiang Ke looked to Sister Yang, who urged her, go dance, don't just sit with me. As the music resumed, Jiang Ke returned to the group. She danced with her usual vigor, her movements crisp and agile. Several newcomers discreetly mimicked her actions. Jiang Jia dances beautifully. She doesn't look a day over 70, someone whispered. She's in great shape. She exercises daily. Her mindset is also positive. Jiang Ke heard these remarks, but did not let them affect her. She was aware that her well-being was a result of her diligent care over the years, rising early for physical activity, maintaining a light diet, and retiring early for the night. Having survived such hardships in the bleak times, she was now enjoying a better life and felt compelled to prioritize her health. Sister Yang, however, was different. She thrived on socializing, indulging in rich foods, and relishing every moment. In her youth, she found such pleasures exhilarating, but now her body could no longer keep pace. As Jiang Ke danced, she cast a glance at Sister Yang on the bench. Under the lights, Sister Yang sat there, a bit hunched, her hair entirely white. Jiang Ke recalled the time over a decade ago when they first met, and Sister Yang's hair was still dark. Upon completing a dance, she returned to sit down. Beads of sweat on her forehead. You danced wonderfully, Sister Yang remarked. With your physique, you can dance for several more years. You can still dance too, Jiang Ke replied. Just don't push yourself too hard. I know, Sister Yang sighed. It's just hard to let go. Jiang Ke understood. The reluctance was not solely about dancing. It was also about the freedom of movement and the joy of being among friends. As darkness fell and the streetlights illuminated the square, the final song began to play. Jiang Ke stood up, declaring, I'll dance one more time. Go ahead, Sister Yang encouraged. Jiang Ke rejoined the group, dancing earnestly under the lights. Sister Yang watched quietly, her eyes filled with envy. When the music ceased, the dance concluded, and everyone exchanged farewells, agreeing to meet again the next day. Jiang Ke returned to Sister Yang. Let us go. She extended her hand. Time for hot pot. Sister Yang grasped her hand, using it for support to rise. Together, they ambled slowly toward the exit. The hot pot restaurant was not far. A 10-minute walk would suffice. Sister Yang's daughter, Yuan, was already waiting in the private room, having ordered a dual-flavor hot pot. Mom, Jiang Ke, come sit. Her daughter greeted with a smile. Why did you order dual flavor? Sister Yang grumbled. You and Jiang Ke are both getting older. Spicy food isn't good for you, Yuan retorted, not yielding to her mother's complaints. The three settled in, and amidst the warmth, Sister Yang's complexion improved slightly. Her daughter observed them and remarked, our workplace recently interviewed some elderly individuals, including a centenarian who shared that the secret to longevity is having things to do, companionship, and hope. Sister Yang and Jiang Ke exchanged glances. I believe you both embody this, her daughter continued. You have things to do. Jiang Ke tends to the garden and looks after the grandchild, while my mom helps keep an eye on things. You have each other as company, looking out for one another. And you have hopes, hoping for the grandchild's well-being, hoping for flowers to bloom next year, hoping for successful community events. Sister Yang laughed. You little rascal, you've become quite the orator. I'm being serious. Her daughter replied earnestly. Your generation has endured the most difficult times and has now arrived at the best. Jiang Ke listened as the broth bubbled with red oil. As people age, they tend to reminisce about the past. She often felt that the apocalyptic times seemed like a distant past, compared to others. Her life had been filled with far more happiness. She hadn't endured much suffering in this lifetime. Now that she was older, surrounded by several old friends and a considerate grandchild, she felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Come, Sister Yang, let us raise our glasses. She no longer indulges in alcohol, opting instead for tea in its place, to toast to our shared enjoyment of hot pot. Jiang Ke lifts her cup, as does her daughter. The three glasses clink together, producing a clear, crisp sound. Outside the window, the night deepens, and the stars twinkle brightly. Across the square, the music has ceased, yet the streetlights remain aglow, patiently awaiting the evening of tomorrow when others will return to dance. Jiang Ke muses that she will still rise at 6 o'clock tomorrow, taking a stroll in the courtyard and tending to the vegetable garden. Such is life, unfolding day by day, much like the dance she has performed for 8 years. Perhaps one day she too will be unable to dance, but that is of little concern, for by then, she can sit on a bench, watching others dance, reminiscing about the times she once twirled. And in this moment, the hot pot bubbles vigorously, with old friends by her side. This is indeed a good life. Chapter 61, a side story of the lazy Jiang Ke. Jiang Ke discovers that the most advantageous use of her space lies not in stockpiling goods, but in embracing laziness. On one occasion, when both Sister Yang and Sister Ma came over for a meal, the gathering boasted over a dozen people, including children of all ages. Rising early, She busied herself preparing dishes, laboring until noon when her back ached with fatigue. Suddenly, she remembered the ready-made meals she had prepared before the calamity in her storage. Since having little XIN, she had seldom utilized this space, allowing it to slip from her mind. Stealthily, she entered the kitchen and retrieved red braised pork, chestnut chicken, garlic vermicelli shrimp, steamed base, sweet and sour pork, lamb stew with radish, tomato braised beef, blueberry yam, and caramelized sweet potatoes, an array of grand dishes. She supplemented them with a few of her own vegetable creations, filling the table to the brim. That day, everyone praised the meal, and Sister Yang remarked, "I offered to help you cook, but you insisted on doing it alone. I truly did not expect you to prepare so many dishes. You are remarkably capable." Jiang Ke responded vaguely, feeling a twinge of guilt. From that day forth, whenever guests visited, she employed this method. The storage was filled with numerous completed dishes, ready to be served at a moment's notice. It saved time and effort and tasted delightful. Thus, the years rolled by, with countless gatherings. Until one day, while organizing her space, she realized that the previously prepared meals had finally been consumed. She calculated that those dishes had at last been finished. It felt right that the provisions stored before the apocalypse were now entirely consumed, marking a long-awaited farewell. For Jiang Ke, the primary utility of her space now lay in storage. Whenever she ventured out, be it to buy groceries or pick fruit, she would conveniently tuck them into her space. Walking with empty hands was indeed a liberating experience. One spring, when the mulberries ripened, Sister Yang called her, "Old Jiang, the wild mulberries on the back mountain are ripe. Shall we go and pick some?" The three of them set off with baskets in hand. That year, the mulberries were particularly abundant, dark purple and falling off at the slightest touch. Jiang Ke was the swiftest picker, filling one bag, and, while Sister Yang and Sister Ma were distracted, she discreetly stored it in her space. She filled another bag and stored it again, going back and forth 4 or 5 times. She was left with only a small bag containing a shallow layer of mulberries. As they departed, Sister Yang and Sister Ma carried hefty bags, panting from the exertion. Seeing Jiang Ke with only a small bag, Sister Yang commented, "Old Jiang is so pragmatic. Picking too many is pointless since they spoil in a couple of days." Sister Ma added, "Indeed, just enough is sufficient. Our greed is unwarranted." Jiang Ke nodded, yet inwardly thought, "I have picked more than either of you, and it is all in my space." Upon returning home, she poured out the mulberries from her space, filling 2 large bowls. After washing them, she made some into jam, dried others, and even brewed a small jar of mulberry wine. When she later shared it with Sister Yang and Sister Ma, they were astonished. "You picked so little, yet produced so much?" Jiang Ke smiled. "I am meticulous. Nothing goes to waste." In truth, she felt a pang of guilt. The most precarious moment occurred during market day. The 3 elderly women often ventured out together to procure fresh goods. Jiang Ke purchased a few extra items, and after paying, she seized the opportunity to discreetly store some of her purchases in her space, while Sister Yang and Sister Ma were preoccupied with other stalls. As she walked a short distance, Sister Yang reached into her bag. "Old Jiang, where's the jerky you bought? Let me taste it." Taken aback, Jiang Ke had no time to return it. "What do you mean it's missing?" Sister Yang rummaged through her bag. "I must have forgotten to take it." Jiang Ke hastily replied. "Forgotten?" Sister Yang's voice rose. "Let us go back and check. It was rather expensive." The 3 retraced their steps. But the vendor claimed to have seen nothing, and the neighboring stall owner echoed the same. Sister Yang scoured the area, muttering, "With your memory, how can you misplace something so costly?" Sister Ma chimed in. "Perhaps someone swiped it." The crowd was dense. Jiang Ke feigned searching, her heart racing. Ultimately, of course, they found nothing. Sister Yang vented her frustration. "At our age, money isn't something that blows in the wind. We've already bought it. How can it be lost?" Jiang Ke remained silent throughout. Once home, she closed the door and sighed in relief, retrieving the jerky from her space, perfectly intact and untouched. From that day on, she was far more cautious with her space. Once, while visiting the county with Sister Yang to buy daily necessities, Jiang Ke intended to stow the heavy bag of laundry detergent. Just as she contemplated this, Sister Yang turned to speak with her, startling Jiang Ke and causing her to hesitate. "What are you doing?" Sister Yang inquired. "Oh, nothing, just switching hands. The bag is a bit heavy," Jiang Ke quickly responded. "Heavy? I told you to buy less, but you insisted on the large size," Sister Yang chided, turning back. Jiang Ke's heart raced, and she dared not act further. She carried the burden all the way home, her arms sore from the strain. On another awkward occasion, the village distributed supplies quarterly: 1 bag of flour, a can of oil, a bag of rice, and a box of nutritional products per person. While loading her small cart, Jiang Ke thought to stow the flour beneath. But just as she did so, the young man in charge of distribution asked, "Grandma Jiang, did you receive your flour? Please sign here." Jiang Ke, feeling guilty from just having stored it, faltered. "Yes, I did," she stammered. Then please sign. The young man handed her the book. She signed hurriedly and pushed the card away. Such incidents occurred frequently. She also discovered that with age came the benefit of others being more forgiving of one's memory lapses and slower reactions. Sometimes, just after she had stored something. If asked, she would feign ignorance. "Oh, where did I put it? My memory is failing me," and others would merely chuckle and move on. Indeed, life has improved, and resources are no longer scarce. The greatest advantage of her space now lies in her ability to be lazy. She no longer needs to lug heavy bags around or worry about overpurchasing. For a woman in her 70s, this practicality surpasses all else. One day, when Sister Yang suffered from back pain and returned home with traditional medicine, struggling under its weight, Jiang Ke observed her difficulty and offered, "Allow me to carry that for you." After taking the bag, she walked a short distance, and when Sister Yang was distracted, she stored the medicine in her space. With her hands free, she continued on. Upon reaching Sister Yang's home, she retrieved the medicine from her space and handed it over. Sister Yang accepted it, saying, "You still have such stamina. You carried it without a hint of fatigue." Jiang Ke smiled quietly, saying nothing. In truth, there were times when she too felt weary, with aching knees and a sore back. Yet, with her space, at least she need not fret over carrying burdens. This is perhaps the most tangible benefit she has brought from the apocalypse to the present. As the days pass, the space remains unchanged. Yet she employs it with increasing caution and discretion. Sometimes, she would even forget that she possessed such an extraordinary ability. After living a mundane life for so long, her unique skill had become rather commonplace. It was only on rare occasions, such as when she purchased heavy items or harvested an abundance of fruits, that she would recall, "Oh, I have this convenient talent." She would then discreetly employ it to save some effort, like a little secret hidden within the passage of time, known to no one. And that was quite satisfactory. Chapter 62. An interlude on making tofu. The village was organizing a cultural festival and was in search of someone skilled in crafting handmade tofu. This was information relayed to Jiang Ke by Sister Yang. After inquiring around, it became evident that no one possessed such a skill. Sister Yang remarked, "Nowadays, everyone uses machines. Who would expend the effort?" Jiang Ke, watering the flowers in her courtyard, remained silent upon hearing this. A couple of days later, the village chief arrived, stating that Aunt Wang had recommended Jiang Ke, claiming she had mentioned her proficiency in tofu making. "I truly cannot," Jiang Ke insisted. Despite the village chief's repeated encouragement, she consistently declined. It wasn't that she couldn't do it. During her 2 decades in Little Taoyuan, when there was little to occupy her time, she had experimented with making tofu herself. She had grown the beans, crafted the stone mill, and through a gradual process, had indeed succeeded. However, that had merely been a pastime, not a necessity for sustenance. After leaving, there was even less reason to pursue it. A block of tofu cost only a few coins. So why go through the trouble? That evening, Sister Yang visited and brought up the matter again, saying, "If you truly cannot do it, then it's best not to force yourself." Jiang Ke merely acknowledged her with a sound. She recalled her time making tofu in Little Taoyuan, where she would leisurely transform soaked beans into pressed molds over the span of a day or two. Once completed, it was merely for her own consumption, during which time felt abundant and never-ending. Now, with time in short supply, those memories resurfaced. A few days later, several young villagers arrived. The leader, Xiaoyu, spoke politely. "Grandma Jiang, we would like to learn how to make traditional tofu. Could you teach us?" Jiang Ke observed them. They were all in their early 20s, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. She suddenly remembered her own youth. "Tools are hard to come by," she replied. "We'll find them." Xiaoyu immediately responded. "You just tell us what you need, and we'll figure it out." Jiang Ke contemplated and listed a few items: a stone mill, a large pot, a tofu frame, and heavy stones. In truth, to grind the beans, any tool that could crush them would suffice. A blender would do. However, since they were aiming for traditional tofu, it was only fitting to use traditional methods. Jiang Ke was somewhat casual in her suggestions, thinking that if they encountered difficulties, they would likely abandon the endeavor. To her surprise, they managed to gather everything. The stone mill was found in Old Lee's barn, and used for decades but still functional after a good cleaning. The large pot was borrowed from the communal kitchen. The tofu frame was newly crafted by a carpenter, following the old design. The heavy stones were collected from the riverbank, smoothed down for use. With the items arranged in Jiang Ke's yard, a crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. Sister Yang was also present, standing at the forefront. As Jiang Ke surveyed the collection of tools, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. It felt as if she had returned to Little Taoyuan, only this time surrounded by many eager onlookers. She selected 5 pounds of yellow beans and soaked them in a large basin, ensuring the water completely covered the beans for an overnight soak. That night, she struggled to sleep, her mind racing through the entire process, grinding the beans, boiling the mixture, adding coagulant, and pressing it into shape. She remembered each step clearly but wondered if her hands would still obey her commands. By dawn, the beans had soaked thoroughly. Xiao Yu and the others arrived early, even bringing a camera to document the experience. Jiang Ke paid them no mind, tying on an apron and commencing her work. She began with grinding the beans. 2 people pushed the stone mill while another added the beans, ensuring to include water 1 spoonful at a time, without overloading it. The mill creaked and groaned, producing a milky liquid that filled the air with the enticing aroma of beans. "It smells wonderful," someone remarked. Jiang Ke did not respond. This scent was familiar to her, often encountered in Little Taoyuan. At that time, it felt ordinary, but now, it had a different resonance. Once the grinding was complete, she filtered the mixture using fine cheesecloth, tying the corners to a wooden frame. She poured the liquid into the cloth, giving it a gentle shake to separate the bean curds from the solids. This task required patience. Haste would not serve her well. The filtered liquid was then poured into the large pot for boiling. The firewood stove required careful attention. The flames could not be too fierce. As it boiled, a skin would form on top, which could be lifted off. Once the soy milk was ready, Jiang Ke ladled out several bowls, adding a touch of sugar for those helping her. Xiao Yu took a sip and raised his hand in praise, exclaiming, "It's delicious." Jiang Ke also tasted a small portion. It was slightly hot, but undeniably fragrant. It was indeed different from the store-bought variety. The crucial next step was adding the coagulant. She prepared the brine from memory, mixing salt water to a ratio guided by instinct. As the temperature of the soy milk approached the right level, she slowly poured in the coagulant while gently stirring. The soy milk began to transform, slowly congealing into curds. A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixed on the process. Inside, Jiang Ke felt uncertain. The correct ratio and temperature were merely reliant on her recollections. Fortunately, she had made tofu numerous times in Little Taoyuan, and her hands remembered well. The curds multiplied, and clear water began to separate. She paused, covered the pot, and let it rest. During the next 10 minutes, conversation resumed among the onlookers. Questions arose, and Jiang Ke provided succinct answers. Though she was not particularly eloquent, she was a doer, not a speaker. When she removed the lid, the pot revealed quivering curds. Jiang Ke ladled out a bowl, sprinkled it with chopped scallions and soy sauce, and offered it to Sister Yang. "Give it a taste." Sister Yang took a bite. Then another. "This is the flavor. It's authentic, even better than machine-made." Everyone shared in the tasting, all expressing their approval. Finally, the tofu was pressed. The tofu frame was lined with cheesecloth, the curds ladled inside, wrapped up, and then pressed under a wooden board and heavy stones. The stones needed to be added gradually, ensuring that the expelled water remained clear. During the waiting period, the young people surrounded her with questions. Jiang Ke answered them all, though her words were few. She realized that while some details were vividly clear in her mind, others had grown hazy. Yet, instinctively, her hands knew what to do. When the time was up, she removed the stones and unveiled the cheesecloth. A pristine block of tofu lay before her, tender and white. "Wow, it worked." Xiao Yu was the first to applaud. The crowd lined up to receive their tofu, each person receiving a piece. The camera captured the entire process. Jiang Ke cut a small piece for herself to taste. The bean flavor melted in her mouth as she savored it, reminiscing about her days in Little Taoyuan. Back then, cutting a piece of freshly made tofu was a solitary affair, sitting in the courtyard to enjoy it. In truth, before the calamity struck, she had never particularly enjoyed tofu. Yet, one's palate can indeed change over time. She still remembered the sense of accomplishment when she first successfully made tofu, which had sparked her newfound fondness for it. At that time, she had been alone, accompanied only by Little Me. Now, surrounded by a lively crowd, she found a certain joy in the noise and excitement. After that day, more people approached Jiang Ke to learn how to make tofu. She truly had not anticipated such interest. As the inquiries became more frequent, she found herself at a loss. She could only call upon Xiao Yu to share the video with everyone so they could follow along. Yet, despite the guidance, many still struggled to replicate the process and sought her help. She discovered that teaching others was far more challenging than making it herself, as it required articulating the principles behind each step. While she could merely say, "This is how it should be, it's close enough," the younger generation insisted on clarity. Gradually, she learned how to explain, how to test the temperature, how to adjust the brine, how to monitor fermentation. The more she spoke, the clearer her own understanding became. On the day of the cultural festival, Jiang Ke did not attend. It was Xiao Yu and the others who went, and it was said they were quite popular. Xiao Yu frequently visited later, sometimes bringing freshly made tofu for Jiang Ke to taste. Jiang Ke was somewhat surprised that young people still enjoyed this. However, it could be considered a form of cultural heritage. When the dishes brought were too salty or bland, Jiang Ke would candidly express her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu would make adjustments. One day, Xiao Yu asked, "Grandma Jiang, Do you think anyone will learn this craft in the future? Jiang Ke pondered for a moment and replied, if there are those who desire to eat, there will be those who learn. She recalled the time just after the apocalypse ended, when everyone was solely focused on filling their stomachs. Now that they were well fed, they began to aspire for better food. This could be seen as progress. Occasionally, Jiang Ke still made tofu. When not teaching others, she would prepare it for herself, soaking the beans, grinding the paste, adding coagulant, and pressing the mold, step by step, without haste. As she worked, memories of Xiao Tao Yuan would surface. Back then, time seemed to drag on endlessly. Now it felt as though it sped by. Chapter 63, Side Story, Pickling Vegetables. It was time to harvest the radishes from the garden. Jiang Ke pulled up a bunch of large, succulent radishes. Gazing at the small pile, she felt a tinge of anxiety. With Xiao Xian at school, she was left to dine alone. How would she manage to consume so many radishes? Sister Yang, upon seeing her, exclaimed, harvesting radishes? Give me 2. Jiang Ke selected 2 of the largest and handed them over. Sister Yang weighed them in her hands. Quite impressive. My own garden is in shambles. Everything I plant wilts. You should add more fertilizer, Jiang Ke advised. Yet, it was not solely a matter of fertilizer. It was about dedication and attentiveness. Jiang Ke tended her vegetables with the same seriousness as she did in all her endeavors. Watering when needed, weeding without hesitation, she was meticulous. After 20 years of cultivating vegetables post-apocalypse, these habits were ingrained in her. Sister Yang's character was the polar opposite. She approached everything with a whirlwind of energy. When it came to gardening, she would plant and then neglect the rest. Jiang Ke carried the remaining radishes back home, stacking them in the corner of her kitchen. She hardly needed to purchase vegetables, as she could never finish what she had. With an abundance of produce, one had to devise a plan. Jiang Ke recalled that it was time to pickle some vegetables. She had a pickling jar that had served her well for many years. After washing it and letting it dry, she retrieved salt and Sichuan peppercorns, both staples in her kitchen. Sister Yang returned in the afternoon and, seeing the jar, understood immediately. Pickling vegetables? I should do some too. I have an excess of cabbage. All right, Jiang Ke replied. Sister Yang brought back a few heads of cabbage. The 2 busied themselves in the yard. Jiang Ke meticulously washed the radishes, which were muddy and required thorough cleaning. She scrubbed each one until her hands turned red. Meanwhile, Sister Yang worked swiftly, rinsing the cabbage in no time, water still dripping from it. Once cleaned, they began slicing. The radishes remained unpeeled for crispness. Cut into strips of uniform thickness. Jiang Ke took her time, each cut precise and even. Sister Yang sliced the cabbage in a hurried manner, splitting it in half before making several quick cuts. Her technique was rapid but not particularly uniform. Once prepared, they salted the vegetables. Jiang Ke placed the radish strips into a large basin, sprinkling salt and kneading them. The salt was added in 3 rounds, each time kneading until the radishes released their juices and softened. This was labor-intensive work. After a while, her arms grew sore. Sister Yang also kneaded, but her sessions were brief, stopping to check the cabbage after a few moments, resulting in less liquid being released. Jiang Ke watched, reminiscing about her time in Xiao Tao Yuan, where there had been a greater abundance of vegetables. The space was small, yet the climate was favorable, allowing everything to thrive. Radishes, cabbage, one harvest after another, far too much to consume. It was there she began learning the art of pickling. Initially, her attempts were unsuccessful. They either turned out too salty or spoiled. After several trials, she gradually grasped the nuances: how much salt to use, how long to knead, the appropriate weight for pressing, all required precision. During that time, no one taught her. She had to discover it through experience. Spoiled batches were of no concern, as there was always an excess of produce. Eventually, she mastered the technique. After kneading, the radishes yielded half a basin of water. Jiang Ke drained them, squeezing out excess moisture before layering them in the jar. She placed a layer, sprinkled some Sichuan peppercorns, then added another layer. The salt needed to be evenly distributed. Too much would render it unbearably salty, while too little would lead to spoilage. Relying solely on her instinct, she had not erred in all these years. Sister Yang completed her layering as well, adding chili peppers and ginger slices, with a generous amount of seasoning. Once everything was prepared, they weighed it down with stones. Jiang Ke had carefully selected her stones, ensuring they were the right size for proper pressing. Sister Yang, however, had randomly picked a small stone that wobbled precariously on top. Your stone won't do, Jiang Ke cautioned. If the vegetables aren't pressed evenly, they'll spoil. It'll be fine, Sister Yang reassured. Close enough works. Jiang Ke chose not to argue. Everyone had their own methods, and it was not her place to impose. Pickling required patience. After 3 days, they would drain the first brine, adding fresh cooled water and pressing it again. During this time, Sister Yang visited daily, lifting the lid of her jar to sniff, then lifting Jiang Ke's jar to compare. Yours smells delightful, she remarked. Why does mine lack fragrance? The time has yet to come, Jiang Ke replied. In truth, it wasn't merely a matter of time. This was something that could not be easily articulated. One had to experience it themselves. In Xiao Tao Yuan, even when the pickles were ready, there was no one to share them with. They were consumed alone. Any leftovers were stored away. In terms of food, there was never a shortage. But the joy was in the process. Life in Xiao Tao Yuan had been rather monotonous, so she sought ways to engage in activities she loved. When it came to food, she could concoct 100 variations. Whenever inspiration struck, she would act on it. If something didn't turn out well, she would persist until she succeeded. Indeed, she was not capable of perfecting everything on the first attempt. Like with pickling, it took numerous trials before she mastered the technique to achieve the best flavor. Half a month later, it was time to open the jar. Jiang Ke lifted the lid, and the aroma of the pickled vegetables wafted out. The radish strips gleamed a golden hue, appearing irresistibly crisp. She fished one out to taste. The balance of salt was perfect, and it was delightfully crunchy. Sister Yang arrived, impatient to try her cabbage. After a bite, she frowned. Why isn't it crunchy? It's a bit sour. Jiang Ke sampled it and confirmed. Indeed, it lacks crunch and has an unusual taste. The water wasn't pressed enough, she explained. And perhaps the salt was insufficient. But I followed your instructions. Sister Yang replied, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Jiang Ke remained silent, uncertain how to clarify that this craft could not simply be replicated by following orders. It required practice, understanding, and a few failures along the way. She prepared a small plate of her radishes, drizzled with sesame oil, and offered it to Sister Yang. Try this. Upon tasting, Sister Yang's eyes lit up. This is the flavor. Why can't I achieve this? Come again next time, Jiang Ke suggested. Deep down, she knew that Sister Yang might still struggle with it. Yet, she didn't mind. If Sister Yang wished to learn, she would teach, and if it didn't work out, she could always enjoy Jiang Ke's pickles. Jiang Ke portioned out the pickled radishes into several jars, setting one aside for Sister Yang, one for Sister Ma, and keeping one for Xiao Exine. The remainder was placed back in the jar, enough to last for a while. That evening, Jiang Ke savored her pickled vegetables with porridge. If Xiao Exine were to see her, he would surely comment that she was being frugal. In truth, even when dining alone, Jiang Ke took great care in her meals. Eating pickles and porridge was not merely for convenience. Rather, she found this combination genuinely delightful. She recalled her time in Xiao Tao Yuan, where such a meal was rare. In her youth, she preferred meat. Aside from breakfast, her lunch and dinner typically necessitated a meat dish. She could not recall when she developed a fondness for lighter fare. However, now, enjoying a bit of pickles with porridge felt immensely satisfying. The joy of making pickles stemmed from the enjoyment of the process itself. Now, there are those who relish the pickled vegetables she prepares, and others who commend her culinary skills. This encouragement makes her all the more inclined to continue her endeavors. Jiang Ke believes this is sufficient. Having tasks at hand and being remembered by others is all she truly needs. Chapter 64, Epilogue. A dream of the peach blossom source. Jiang Ke found herself in a dream. In this dream, she was in the peach blossom source, tending to her vegetable garden. The dawn had just broken, and a veil of mist enveloped the surroundings. She carried a small watering can, meandering along the rows of vegetables, pouring water gently with each scoop. The garden was indeed vast. She could not recall when she had planted such an abundance of crops. As she gazed into the distance, the garden seemed to stretch endlessly. In her dream, she kept watering diligently until every plant had received its share. At the front of the garden, rows of tomatoes flourished, their vibrant red hue signaling ripeness. Jiang Ke pondered it was time for harvest. To her right stood a trellis laden with cucumbers, an overwhelming yield that caused her some concern, as there were simply too many to consume. Eggplants, green beans, and chili peppers adorned the garden as well, all signs of a bountiful harvest. Observing the thriving plants filled her with a profound sense of reassurance. Little Me approached her, moving gracefully and brushing against her leg with a soft meow. Are you hungry? Jiang Ke inquired. Another meow followed. She retreated into her humble abode to fetch some cat food. The interior was modest, featuring a bed, a table, and 2 chairs. She scooped some cat food from a jar and placed it in a small bowl at the door. However, Little Me was quite discerning and refused to eat. Jiang Ke gently petted the cat, reassuring, just manage with this for now. I will prepare something delectable for you by noon. Only then did Little Me relent and begin to eat. Jiang Ke stood at the doorway, watching her feline companion enjoy the meal. The morning sun cast a warm golden glow over the house and garden, lending an ethereal quality to the scene. In a moment of reverie, she felt as if this were not real. It dawned on her that it was time to prepare breakfast. She walked to the outdoor kitchen and began to kindle a fire. The stove, which she had crafted herself, was easy to operate, with the kindling crackling to life. She added water and rice to a pot to simmer into porridge. While waiting for the porridge to cook, she returned to the garden to harvest some vegetables. 2 tomatoes, and a cucumber. The tomatoes were so ripe that they fell off at the slightest touch, while the cucumber had prickles that pricked her hand. After washing them, she prepared a simple yet flavorful dish of cold tomato salad and pickled cucumber strips. Though uncomplicated, the meal was delightful. Sweet and tangy tomatoes paired with the crispness of cucumbers, complemented by the thick, fragrant porridge. Once Little Me finished her meal, she leaped onto a nearby chair to groom herself. Jiang Ke savored her food while gazing outside. The garden was a lush green, the sky a brilliant blue, and everything was tranquil, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of birds. After finishing her meal, she washed the few dishes, just a bowl, a pair of chopsticks, and a pot, dried them, and put them away. It was time to gather the dried vegetables from the previous day. Behind her house, she had constructed a simple drying rack adorned with bamboo mats. The green beans had been drying for 2 to 3 days and were only half dry. She touched them. They were still a bit soft, requiring another day in the sun. She flipped them over to ensure even drying. After completing these tasks, she settled onto a small chair at the door. Little Me curled up on her lap, purring softly as Jiang Ke stroked her back. Sitting there, she gazed at the garden, the distant mountains, and the sky. Time seemed to slow down, yet also rush by. The sun ascended higher, casting shorter shadows, while the breeze rustled the leaves. She reflected on how many years she had resided here. The exact number eluded her, but it had been quite a while. Ever since the onset of the apocalypse, she had made this her home. This place was serene, devoid of visitors or destinations, just her, a cat, and a patch of land. Occasionally, she felt a twinge of loneliness, but it was rare. Most of the time, she found solace in the tranquility. She could pursue whatever she desired or simply do nothing at all, as she was doing now, lost in thought, unconcerned by the world around her. Little Me had fallen asleep on her lap, her belly rising and falling gently. Jiang Ke continued to pet her, feeling the softness and warmth of her fur. When the sun reached its zenith, it was time to prepare lunch. She gently lifted the cat off her lap and stood up. In the garden, she picked an eggplant and several chili peppers, planning to stir-fry the eggplant with the chilies and steam some rice. She washed and chopped the vegetables, ignited the fire, and heated the oil in the pan. The aroma wafted through the air, spicy and fragrant. The rice was steamed perfectly, and she served a bowl alongside the dish. While the meal was spicy, it paired well with the rice, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead as she ate. After finishing her meal, she took a moment to rest in the shade at the doorway. Little Me jumped back onto her lap, and the two of them lounged lazily. In the afternoon, it was time to tend to the weeds in the garden. Armed with a small hoe, she squatted and meticulously removed the weeds one by one. They grew rapidly, and within days, the garden could be overrun. She was diligent, uprooting them from the roots. After squatting for a while, her legs grew numb, and she stood to stretch. Gazing at the sky and the mountains, she resumed her work, savoring the process of weeding. There was a sense of inner peace and contentment that enveloped her when engaged in such tasks. By the time she finished, the sun had begun its descent in the west. She washed her hands and face, the cool water refreshing against her skin. It was time to prepare dinner. Dinner was simple, just reheating the leftovers from lunch. Once warmed, she sat at the doorway to enjoy her meal. As the sun set, the sky transformed into a vibrant orange hue, with clouds edged in gold, a breathtaking sight that captivated her thoughts. After dinner, she washed the dishes. Darkness was approaching, and she lit an oil lamp. The soft, yellow glow filled the room with warmth. Little Me played with her shadow beneath the lamp, pouncing playfully. Jiang Ke watched for a while, chuckling at the sight. It was time for bed. She extinguished the lamp and lay down. The bed may have been small, but it was comfortable, and the thick quilt provided a sense of security. Outside, the moonlight filtered softly through the window, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the outlines of the furniture and the shadow of the garden beyond. She closed her eyes and soon fell into slumber. This was where her dream concluded. Jiang Ke awoke to find herself back in her own bed, in her own home. The dawn had yet to break, but a sliver of light peeked through the curtained seam. She lay still, reflecting on the dream, reminiscing about the peach blossom source, the garden, Little Me, and those tranquil days. Those 20 years had passed in such a manner, day by day, year by year. Simple, repetitive, yet fulfilling. In retrospect, she felt no bitterness, only a profound sense of peace. Such tranquility was a rarity now. Though the village was quiet, it was still filled with voices, the sounds of vehicles, and the hum of televisions. In the peach blossom source, there was nothing but the sounds of nature, the whisper of the wind, the murmur of water, the calls of birds. It was a different experience, one she had cherished deeply. To be honest, it had been quite some time since she had dreamt of life in the peach blossom source. Perhaps it was age that prompted her to reminisce about the past. Slowly, she sat up, dressed, and descended from the bed. Pulling back the curtains, she noticed the sky beginning to brighten. She set about preparing breakfast, boiling porridge, steaming buns, and slicing pickled vegetables. Simple fare, yet sufficient for her needs. As she ate, memories of the porridge from her dream flooded her mind. The rice she had grown herself, the porridge she had prepared, all bearing a distinct flavor. Yet, she mused, her current meal was quite good as well. After finishing, she tidied up the dishes, wiped down the table, and stepped outside to inspect the garden. The tomatoes were now ripe, and she picked two, not as large as in her dream, but still delightfully red. The cucumbers were also abundant, not large, but fresh. She watered the plants and tended to the weeds. After squatting for a while, her legs grew tired, and she stood to stretch. The sun rose higher, warming her skin. Jiang Ke stood in her yard, taking in the scene before her, her own home, her garden, her life. While different from the peach blossom source, it was still her life. Everything is quite well, she thought. Chapter 65, Epilogue. In the autumn of her 85th year, Jiang Ke felt a distinct change. It was difficult to articulate what was different. Her body remained the same, with aching knees and a sore back, yet no serious illness plagued her. Her appetite had diminished slightly, but she could still eat. Sleep remained satisfactory. However, there was an undeniable sense that the time was drawing near. This feeling was clear, calm, and assured. She simply knew. She recalled her grandmother, who had called her home before passing, withdrawing her savings to give to her, and shortly thereafter, her grandmother departed. Some things are known by the body before the mind comprehends them. That Thursday, Jiang Ke called Xiao Xin. Xiao Xin was working in the city, having started a family with a 5-year-old son. Come back this weekend, Jiang Ke said. On the other end of the line, Xiao Xin expressed concern. Grandmother, are you unwell? No, Jiang Ke reassured her. I just miss you all. Bring the baby back. I'll make sweet and sour ribs for him. Xiao Xin agreed, promising to arrive Saturday evening. After hanging up, Jiang Ke sat in the yard, gazing up at the jujube tree. Its leaves had begun to turn yellow, rustling softly in the breeze. This tree had been planted over 30 years ago, the year she moved here, bearing abundant, sweet fruit each autumn. Now, the tree had aged, producing fewer fruits, yet they remained sweet. Jiang Ke slowly rose and strolled around the yard, surveying the vegetable patch, the flowers, and the swallow's nest beneath the eaves. She thought of Sister Yang, who had passed 3 years prior due to a sudden heart ailment. Just the day before her passing, she had visited, asking, Old Jiang, why are my pickled vegetables still not good? Sister Ma had departed early, succumbing to lung cancer 5 years ago. By the time it was diagnosed, it was already at an advanced stage, sparing her from much suffering. Now, few of her contemporaries remained in the village. She had lived a long life. At least she wouldn't have to bid farewell to others. On Friday, Jiang Ke began to tidy up. In truth, there was little to organize. The house was clean, and everything was in order, as it had always been. She sorted through the cabinet, placing important documents together, the property deed, bank cards, and identification. These items were placed in the top drawer of the bedside table, easily accessible at a glance. After completing this task, she sat at the table and contemplated before starting to write a letter. The letter was brief, just 1 page. She wrote intermittently, her handwriting somewhat shaky, but still legible. Xiao Xin, the items are in the drawer, the keys are on the table. If you wish to keep the house, do so. If not, sell it. There isn't much money, just enough for the child's schooling. Beneath the jujube tree in the yard, I buried an iron box containing some old belongings for you, which you may unearth whenever you wish. Don't be sad. Grandmother is old, and it is time to depart. I have no regrets in this life. You all should live well. After folding the letter and placing it in an envelope labeled for Xiao Xin, she completed her tasks as darkness enveloped the sky. Jiang Ke prepared a simple dinner and ate quietly. After a brief spell of television, which failed to hold her interest, she found herself reminiscing about many things. The initial days of the apocalypse, fraught with anxiety, the 20 swift years spent in the small paradise. The moment she adopted Xiao Xin, a tiny bundle she had cradled with caution, the first time Xiao Xin called her grandmother, took her first steps, and started school. Her life had been ordinary yet profoundly meaningful. On Saturday, Jiang Ke arose later than usual. She leisurely washed up and savored her breakfast before heading to the market to purchase pork ribs and vegetables. Upon returning home, she took her time preparing, blanching the ribs and assembling the seasonings. The vegetables were washed, cut, and neatly arranged. In the afternoon, she tidied the room once more. After completing her chores, she rested beneath the jujube tree, basking in the warm sun, feeling content. In the evening, Xiao Xin and her family arrived. As the car pulled into the yard, her grandson dashed out first, exclaiming, Great-grandmother. Jiang Ke smiled as she caught him, ruffling his hair. You've grown taller. Xiao Xin and her wife approached with bags in hand. Grandmother, you promised to cook for us when we returned, Xiao Xin reminded her. I have nothing else to occupy my time, Jiang Ke replied. Dinner was lively. Jiang Ke ate sparingly, content to watch them enjoy their meal. Afterward, Xiao Xian cleared the dishes while her wife played with the child. Jiang Ke settled on the sofa, observing their bustling activity. Later that evening, Xiao Xian mentioned they would leave early the next day since the child had a tutoring class in the afternoon. All right, sleep early. Jiang Ke replied. Grandmother, are you really feeling okay? Xiao Xian asked again. I'm fine. Jiang Ke reassured him with a pat on his hand, easing his concerns. Though she felt somewhat fatigued, she chose not to voice it. Before bed, Jiang Ke stepped into the yard once more. The night breeze was cool, carrying the scent of autumn. She stood for a moment before returning indoors. The bed was soft, and the blanket smelled of sunshine. She closed her eyes and quickly drifted into a deep slumber, devoid of dreams. The next morning, Xiao Xian rose early to prepare breakfast. After finishing the meal, he noticed grandmother had yet to arise, which was unusual, as she typically woke first. Feeling a twinge of unease, he knocked on the door. Grandmother, breakfast is ready. There was no response. He knocked again and gently pushed the door open. Grandmother lay in bed, covered by a blanket, sleeping peacefully. Her complexion was serene, as if she were merely resting. He approached and gently touched her hand. It was cold. In that instant, Xiao Xian froze, then slowly knelt down, clasping her hand and pressing his face against it. Her hand remained soft, yet without warmth. Tears streamed silently down his face. His wife, hearing the commotion, came over and gasped at the scene, covering her mouth. The child ran over, asking, why isn't great-grandmother getting up? His wife scooped the child up and quietly closed the door. Xiao Xian knelt there for an extended time. Eventually, he stood, tidied grandmother's hair, and tucked the blanket around her. He noticed an envelope on the bedside table bearing his name. Opening the letter, he read it through once, then again. Sitting on the bed's edge, he could no longer contain his grief and wept openly. Following Jiang Ke's wishes, the arrangements for her passing were simple. The body was cremated, and the ashes were brought back to the village. Xiao Xian dug a hole beneath the jujube tree, which had grown thick enough that two people could embrace its trunk. The urn was placed inside, and the earth was covered. No gravestone was erected, as per Jiang Ke's wishes. After completing these tasks, Xiao Xian sat beneath the tree for a long while, recalling what grandmother had said about the iron box buried beneath the jujube tree. However, he did not rush to dig it up. He would wait for another time. Xiao Xian decided to keep the house, planning to return occasionally to stay and tidy up. Villagers came to pay their respects, remarking that Jiang Ke had departed blessedly, having suffered little. They noted that her generation faced many challenges, and to leave in such a manner was a sign of virtue. Xiao Xian nodded, remaining silent. He understood the life grandmother had led, having endured through the apocalypse, supporting herself for so long. Then came him, and she had sustained herself for many more years. Now, she could finally rest. While sorting through her belongings, Xiao Xian discovered grandmother's journal. It was not written daily, but rather every few days. The final page was dated Thursday, containing a single line, "It is time to go." Everything is arranged. The handwriting was steady, as it always had been. Xiao Xian closed the journal and returned it to the drawer. Subsequently, Xiao Xian frequently brought his child back, teaching him to recognize vegetables, flowers, and the jujube tree. He told the child, "Great-grandmother is here." The child inquired, "Where has great-grandmother gone?" Xiao Xian pointed to the jujube tree, saying, "She is right here, watching over us." In spring, the jujube tree began to bud anew. The tender green foliage brimmed with vitality. Little Xian stood beneath the tree, where a gentle breeze whispered through, causing the jujube leaves to rustle as if engaged in conversation. Little Xian lifted his head and smiled.